Xiao Yu's heart was about to be tied into a sieve. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 500 counterattack points. It's all my fault, can you hold me accountable? Xiao Yu wanted to save it. Fuck off. Qin Yiruo was fierce, looking like he was going to beat people. Things that have been worrying for a long time, today finally got a satisfactory result. She absolutely does not allow anyone to destroy. Who dares to destroy, she will play with whomever she wants. After Xiao Yu saw Qin Yiruo's expression, he stumbled back. Of course, he was not afraid of Qin Yiruo's move, but he saw that Qin Yiruo really liked Wang Zhenxing, and he was hit again. By the way, I won the gambling contract, and the matter of the grandchildren's marriage contract is over. Don't mention it in the future, and you don't appear in front of me. Qin Yiruo's pretty face was solemn. My grandfather was so kind to your father back then. Even if the marriage contract is cancelled, we won't stop coming and going. This kind of kindness is difficult to change. Xiao Yu said. Ask for money, I'll give it to you. Is 5 million enough? Qin Yiruo saw through his thoughts and sneered. Xiao Yu knew that there was no hope with Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi, so he retreated and asked for some money. After living in a big city for a while, Xiao Yu also understood some truths. That is, as long as people have money, they are not afraid of not having women. Although the woman who only looks at the money, the character and appearance are somewhat inadequate. But in order to quickly improve Xu Wei to go to the Song family to collect debts, and at the same time to snatch back the woman he liked, Xiao Yu couldn't care so much. When Xiao Yu heard the figures reported by Qin Yiruo, he was immediately shocked, but he felt that there was still room for improvement, so he said cautiously. Again plus 2 million. Well, I'll give you 7 million. Qin Yiruo readily agreed. Qin Peng is old and has a daughter, and he is very doting on Qin Yiruo, the only daughter. Since Qin Yiruo was 18 years old, the pocket money in the card has not been lower than the figure of 30 million, and the shot is naturally generous. 7 million can send Xiao Yu. Qin Yiruo still thinks it's worth it. With Xiao Yu's friend, Qin Yiruo transferred 7 million to him, and then quickly blackened Xiao Yu. After Xiao Yu received the money, he smiled, and then looked at Wang Zhenxing with envy, jealousy, and hatred a few times before leaving. After leaving Qingling University, Xiao Yu went to the rental house to see his father Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was injured by Song Jingxuan before, but Xiao Yu's medical skills were good, and he had already treated Xiao Feng's injuries almost as well. But this kind of healing is only the repair of the wound, but the organic damage caused Xiao Feng to lose some abilities, which Xiao Yu could not heal. As soon as I walked into the rental house, a smell of alcohol suddenly came to my face. But it was Xiao Feng who was drinking again. Dad, don't drink it. Xiao Yu snatched the wine in his hand, and after thinking for a moment, said, I'll send you back to the countryside. It's better for you to chat with Aunt Kuewa than for you to drink all day. I'm not going back. Xiao Feng shook his head resolutely, and when he mentioned Kuewa, his eyes lost the frivolous look he had before. Dad, you can't just beat yourself up like this. I will definitely go to the Song family in the future to get justice for our father and son. Xiao Yu wanted Xiao Feng to cheer up. I'm like this now, what's the point of getting justice, just when your mother Song Jingxuan is standing in front of me, what can I do? Xiao Feng's eyes did not have a trace of radiance, and he lost hope for his future life. Dad, your situation is not completely without a chance of saving. Xiao Yu said. Really? Xiao Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. When my medical skills are upgraded by 2 realms and reach the level of medical saints, I can definitely cure you. Xiao Yu was not lying, but was saying a fact, so the words were affirmative. Xiao Feng lit up some hope in his heart. Xiao Yu was overjoyed when he saw this, but he was afraid that as soon as he left, his father was cranky again, so he said. I'm going to a place to find someone to cooperate in cultivating martial arts. Do you want to go with me? Going to relax? Xiao Feng knew that his son Xiao Yu was practicing yin and yang chongchun gong, and when he heard him say this, he immediately understood the meaning, and the hope that was originally ignited in his eyes suddenly fell silent again. Xiao Yu reacted and said the wrong thing himself. With his father Xiao Feng's current situation, is it suitable to go to that kind of place to relax? The words just now were clearly blocking Xiao Feng. Xiao Yu sighed helplessly. He really didn't worry about his father, so he could only call the door. In this way, it is also convenient to watch the father. A few days later, Qingling University apartment building. At the moment, it was time to rest at night, but some rooms were still lit, some people were reading, some people were watching dramas, and some people were busy with some other things. What is going on over there with your junior brother Yi Junlin? Wang Zhenxing finished his business and asked Lang Qinghan. I told you a long time ago that if you hurt him, my division will not let you go, Lang Qinghan said with concern. I ask you anything, and you answer. Wang Zhenxing looked serious. Lang Qinghan pursed his lips, aggrieved, but still answered honestly. I have been helping to investigate Xiao Yu's movements in the past few days, and I estimate that he is about to make a move on Xiao Yu. Wang Zhenxing nodded and asked again, you should have found out about the break between Xiao Yu and the Song family, right? Found it, what else do you want to say? Lang Qinghan looked at him in amazement. Xiao Yu broke with the Song family, then this matter should not involve the Song family. Wang Zhenxing said. What is your relationship with Song Jingxuan? Lang Qing asked coldly. Friends who meet in Pingshui. Then why do you seem to have the intention of protecting the Song family? Cold, suspicious. After all, the Song family is a family, it is not as simple as it seems. If there is really a conflict with the Song family, of course your sect is not afraid of the Song family, but you disciples will definitely suffer. Wang Zhenxing really didn't want Song Jingxuan to get involved in the turmoil, but what he said was not alarmist. He chatted with Song Jingxuan about some things, and knew that Song Jingxuan's father was still alive, and he was practicing martial arts in retreat. Song Jingxuan's father was also a famous martial arts powerhouse back then, and after many years, martial arts must be more profound. The Song family is making a small fight, and Song Jingxuan's father will not appear, but if there is a big crisis, he will definitely appear. Is he afraid that something is wrong with me and cares about me? Lang Qinghan heard Wang Zhenxing's reminder, and was a little overjoyed, and replied to Wang Zhenxing. I understand what to do. The next morning, after Qin Yi's treatment by Yi Junlin, his injury improved a lot, he could get out of bed and walk around on his own, and it was estimated that in a few days, he would be completely healed. Thank you senior brother Yi. Qin Yi verbally thanked Yi Junlin. He was still very concerned about being slapped a few days ago. You and I are the same family, this is what I should do. Yi Junlin waved his hand generously, but a faint chill crossed his eyes. You should know about the abolition of senior sister Leng's Sacred Heart skill, right? Yi Junlin squinted slightly at Qin Yi and suddenly asked. I know. Qin Yi nodded. Then do you know who moved senior sister Leng's Dao heart? Yi Junlin looked at him. I asked senior sister Leng about this, but senior sister Leng hid it from me, and I don't know who that man is. Qin Yi shook his head. Yi Junlin looked at him deeply a few times, but did not see that Qin Yi had the clue of lying. At this time, Lang Qinghan suddenly visited. Qin Yi asked Lang Qinghan to investigate Xiao Yu's movements, and there were already results. Xiao Yu has already disassociated himself from the Song family, there is no need to worry about the Song family, Xiao Yu now has only one father who does not know martial arts. Lang Qinghan said. Great, it's easy to deal with Xiao Yu. Qin Yi was overjoyed and said to Lang Qinghan happily, Senior sister Lang, you accompany me to take revenge. Qin Yi disliked Yi Junlin very much in his heart, just like he hated Wang Zhenxing, he naturally didn't want to let Yi Junlin help with this. When Yi Junlin heard this, he turned his head to look at Lang Qinghan, waiting for her reaction. If it was really Qin Yi who broke Lang Qinghan's Dao heart, then Lang Qinghan should have agreed to this. Junior brother Yi's cultivation is higher than mine, it is safer to have him accompany you, I still have things to be busy, so I won't go with you. Lang Qinghan looked indifferent. Yi Junlin looked at her in his eyes, and most of his suspicions about Qin Yi were immediately eliminated, but he was not completely sure, and after thinking about it, he said. To Qin Yi, Junior brother Qin, let me accompany you to take revenge. Qin Yi was silent and did not answer immediately. Although I slapped you a few times a few days ago, but it's really because you lost the face of the master, Junior brother Qin, do you have a grudge? Yi Junlin said to Qin Yi while watching Lang Qinghan's reaction. If the cold Dao heart was really broken by Qin Yi, then she would definitely not be able to be indifferent after hearing this. People who practice the ruthless path will get out of control once they are emotional, and they will never allow their beloved ones to be hurt. When Lang Qinghan heard this, not only did he not show anger and concern, but he even glanced at Qin Yi with contemptuous eyes, as if he felt that Qin Yi had damaged the face of the master. It seems that I really misunderstood, senior sister Leng's affairs really have nothing to do with Qin Yi, I already knew not to do anything to Qinyi. I hope he will find something wrong with his body later. Don't think about me, after all, mutilating the same door is a taboo, let master know that it will be a big trouble. Yi Junlin secretly prayed in his heart. Night. According to the information provided by Leng Qinghan, Yi Junlin and Qinyi came to the vicinity of Xiaoyu's rental house. Xiaoyu's cultivation has been increasing day by day recently, and his practice is particularly diligent. As soon as it got dark, a woman came to Xiaoyu's rented place. Yi Junlin and Qinyi stood on the roof of a house, secretly peeping. This kid is actually walking together with cultivation, and it seems that the level of this martial arts technique is not low. Yi Junlin's martial arts cultivation is profound, and the vision of the naked eye is comparable to that of an eagle eye, like a telescope with its own. Observing through the window for a while, a little shocked, whispered. Qinyi's mind wandered at the moment, and he didn't pay attention to what Yi Junlin was saying at all. What's going on? Could it be that the injury is not completely healed, and it is a little weak, so there is no fluctuation in the heart? Qinyi was holding this telescope and watching the live broadcast, but found himself surprisingly calm, and felt a little puzzled in his heart. Senior brother Yi, I told you earlier, this Xiaoyu cultivation is definitely not as good as you, so you don't need to be so cautious. After coming back to his senses, Qinyi said to Yi Junlin. My sixth master often warns me that the lion fighting rabbit still makes every effort. Don't despise others because people are weak. I don't believe you, I just want to be more secure and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yi Junlin educated. Senior brother Yi taught it. Qinyi flattered on his lips. When Yi Junlin was talking to Qinyi, he was completely unaware that at the height of another house behind him, there was a person staring at them. Inside the rental house, Xiaoyu was concentrating on cultivation, and someone suddenly broke into the door. Xiaoyu was shocked, and just wanted to resist, but the person who came had already arrived at his side and hit his acupuncture point, making him unable to move. And the woman next to Xiaoyu was directly lit to the acupuncture point and fainted. Seeing the face of the person who came, Xiaoyu only felt very strange. But soon another person walked into the room. It was Qinyi, who had a deep hatred with him. Unexpectedly, you finally fell into my hands. Qinyi's eyes were full of resentment. Scumbag, don't shout help, let's fight alone. Xiaoyu glared at him angrily. Being able to shout helpers is also a skill, and you can also shout helpers. Qinyi didn't feel any shame. Xiaoyu was speechless. He has broken with the Song family, and his only helper may be grandfather. But grandpa is old, and he is still far away, how can he shout for a while? Moreover, Xiaoyu did not think that Qinyi would give him this opportunity. Really? Qinyi raised his palm angrily, and he was about to kill Xiaoyu. But he was stopped by Yi Junlin. Senior brother Yi. Qinyi looked at him suspiciously. Yi Junlin ignored Qinyi and looked at Xiaoyu and said, your martial arts practice is good, hand over your martial arts exercises, I may be able to spare your life. Why should I trust you? Xiaoyu seemed to see a glimmer of life. You have no other choice now. Yi Junlin said coldly. Okay, I can give you the exercises, but you have to help me kill Qinyi. Xiaoyu bargained. When Yi Junlin heard this, he subconsciously glanced at Qinyi. Qinyi took a few steps back in panic. I can't promise you this condition. Yi Junlin refused. Although it was not pleasing to see Qinyi, he was always the same door, and he did not have a deep hatred, and he was not so mad as to kill Qinyi. Then I'm not that stupid, give you the exercises and die directly, I'd rather die directly. Xiaoyu can see through, and at the same time, he also has some backbone that a protagonist should have. Yi Junlin pondered for a while, and then said, give me the exercises, although I can't let you go directly, but I can give you a chance to live. I allow you to escape for 10 breaths first, after 10 breaths, I will chase and kill you, if you can escape, then count your life. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. I swear by the future of martial arts in order to win his trust. Yi Junlin immediately made a vow with the future of martial arts. Okay, in a word. Xiaoyu knew that this was his only chance to survive, so he could only agree. Yi Junlin unrestricted Xiaoyu's movements, but sealed Xiaoyu's meridians, restricted him from using true qi, and then asked Xiaoyu to write exercises on paper. In about 10 minutes, Xiaoyu finished writing and unfolded it for Yi Junlin to take a look. Yi Junlin looked at the first few lines, feeling mysterious, and when he wanted to continue reading, Xiaoyu suddenly closed the paper. I'll give you the exercises, and you should keep your promises. Xiao Yu said apprehensively. Of course. Yi Junlin unlocked the meridians sealed by Xiao Yu, and then stretched out his hand. Xiao Yu slowly handed out the paper, and after Yi Junlin took it, he jumped out of the window and ran wildly under the night. Senior brother Yi Qinyi hurriedly said to Xiao Yu. I swear by my martial arts future, do you want me to break my promise? Yi Junlin looked at Qinyi with cold eyes. He is an extremely proud person, not Xiao Feng Xiao Yu and the like, he can treat the oath as a child's play. I didn't mean that, senior brother Yi. Qinyi knew that with his own skills, he could not catch up with Xiao Yu, and could only rely on Yi Junlin. Don't worry, he can't escape. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth traced an unfathomable arc, and he slowly unfolded the paper with the exercises written on it to check it. But after reading a few lines, I found that something was wrong. This kid lied to me. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed with murderous aura, and as soon as he held his palm, the paper instantly turned into powder. When Xiao Yu was copying the exercises, he deliberately reversed some of the order, changing the left to the right, and replacing the top and the bottom, in an attempt to make Yi Junlin go crazy when he was cultivating. But Xiao Yu underestimated Yi Junlin's martial arts talent. This method could deceive Qinyi and the like, but he couldn't fool Yi Junlin's demon genius. You are secretive, cut the grass and remove the roots, and I will chase him. Yi Junlin dropped a sentence, and his figure immediately disappeared in place. Qinyi was stunned for a moment, reacted quickly solved the two fainted people in the rental house, and then walked in the direction that Yi Junlin chased. A few minutes later, Qinyi came to a winding alley. Xiao Yu had been regained control by Yi Junlin and could not move. Qinyi warmed his hand just now, and immediately did not talk nonsense, and he was also worried that Kai Zi would change, and immediately turned out to Xiao Yu. The host's behind-the-scenes layout led to the death of the protagonist Xiao Yu and obtained 1500 counterattack points. The host affects the direction of the plot, gets a counterattack point of 1000, the protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -50, the protagonist Qinyi's luck value is -50, and the host Qi luck value is +100. Congratulations to the host for having more than 2200 luck points. You can choose 2 of the 4 fortunes of financial luck, gambling luck, peach luck, and martial arts epiphany to bless yourself. Wang Zhenxing, who secretly observed Yi Junlin and Qinyi's actions, received a wave of rewards. If the luck value exceeds a certain level, you can choose some luck, which Wang Zhenxing has long known. The last time I received a similar message, it was when the luck value exceeded 300. At that time, Wang Zhenxing chose Taoyuan. This time, however, you can choose 2 itineraries. Wang Zhenxing glanced at the 4 fortunes, and chose the 2 fortunes of Taoyuan and Wushui Epiphany without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2 fortunes of Peach Luck and Martial Arts Epiphany. Because the host previously had a primary Peach Luck, this luck was upgraded and became an intermediate Peach Luck. Wang Zhenxing soon received the news again. Taoyuan didn't need to look at it, he understood what it did, but he was a little vague about Martial Arts Epiphany, but it was certain that it was related to martial arts. But now Wang Zhenxing doesn't have time to check the detailed introduction. Because after Yi Junlin and Qinyi committed the crime, they were ready to clean up the scene. I saw Qinyi take out a bottle of powdered things from his body, wanting to completely erase Xiao Yu. When Wang Zhenxing saw this scene, he immediately cast spatial stillness on the space where Yi Junlin and Qinyi were. Yi Junlin and Qinyi instantly froze in place, the former cultivated to a high level, and could still move slightly, but the movement was like a turtle crawling, and the latter was completely unable to move. And the master, Yi Junlin and Qinyi were shocked and sweated coldly, thinking that they were Xiao Yu's helpers. This kind of means of restricting space was already their master's level of cultivation, and they knew that they were not opponents. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, no one appeared. Yi Junlin and Qinyi were frightened and puzzled. Hey, Shen Chaotou, I passed by a place and heard someone shouting for help in the distance. Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and dialed a number to Shen Yu. After Wang Zhenxing finished talking to Shen Yu, he used the probing technique on Yi Junlin. In the past, when looking at other protagonists or supporting characters, it was only 100 counterattack points. After using the exploration technique on Yi Junlin, Wang Zhenxing found that the counterattack points were directly deducted by 200. It can be seen that Yi Junlin is indeed extraordinary. With this emotion, Wang Zhenxing checked the detailed information of Yi Junlin. Protagonist, Yi Junlin. Qi luck value, 1879. Protagonist aura, 709. Combat power value, 4963. Charm value, 118. Ability Goldfinger, Grandmaster level medical skills, Grandmaster level alchemy, Grandmaster level talisman techniques, Grandmaster level feng shui, Grandmaster level dark weapon techniques, full level of business ability, full level of literary style, full level of singing and dancing talent practicing the 8 wilderness sovereign gong. The exercises are divided into 9 layers, and they are currently in the 4th realm. Fortune Journey, Martial Dao Strong Luck, Primary Peach Luck. Wang Zhenxing was not surprised after glancing at it. Yi Junlin has 7 beautiful masters, and he has naturally learned a lot of things, which is definitely not comparable to Qin Yi and Xiao Yu and the like. In terms of combat power alone, Wang Zhenxing is currently only in the early 3000, which is not a small gap with Yi Junlin. But fortunately, there is Yang Yuming, the treasure protagonist. Wang Zhenxing has the ability to stand still in space, and if he wants to kill Yi Junlin's 100 lives are not enough to die. It's just that Yi Junlin's luck value is not low. If he kills Yi Junlin, he may be eaten back by Yi Junlin's luck. Moreover, just like Lang Qinghan said, if Yi Junlin really died, then his 7 masters would definitely not be able to sit still, and would go down the mountain together to find the murderer. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to take this risk. Even with stealth ability and spatial static ability, he did not think that he could deal with Yi Junlin's 7 beautiful masters at the same time. After all, stealth ability and space static ability have certain limitations and are not invincible. For example, when using stealth ability, it will drive airflow when walking. If the perception is high enough, you can completely detect the traces of Wang Zhenxing. Moreover, the beautiful master who can't keep Yi Junlin also has autumn water bright eyes similar to Song Jingshuan. Chu Shui's bright eyes can spy on the flow of blood true qi, and they can also recognize stealth. As for the limitations of space stationary capabilities, the limitations are even more obvious. With the cultivation of Yi Junlin's 7 masters, it is estimated that there are similar means, and there is a high probability that they will break free. Keeping Yi Junlin to brush the reward, Wang Zhenxing thought that it was the best plan. Moreover, leaving Yi Junlin, you can also use him as bait to gradually lure out his 7 beautiful masters, and then break them one by one. Wang Zhenxing pondered, and soon heard a whistle. But it was Shen Yu who led the team to arrive. Wang Zhenxing picked up the tiles from the roof and shot towards Yi Junlin and Qin Yi from a distance, controlling the movements of the two, and then put away the space and stood still. On the ground, lying Xiao Yu, who was gradually getting cold. Shen Yu led the team to arrive, and after seeing this scene, he directly arrested Yi Junlin and Qin Yi. The host affects the direction of the plot, causing the protagonist Yi Junlin and the protagonist Qin Yi to be caught, and get a counterattack point of 600, the protagonist Yi Junlin Qi luck value -30, the protagonist Qin Yi Qi luck value -30, the host Qi luck value +60. Wang Zhenxing reaped another wave of rewards, and left quietly. After a while, Shen Yu called to thank him, thanking Wang Zhenxing for providing information, saying that he would have time to invite him to dinner another day. Wang Zhenxing returned to the apartment building to find the cold. Lang Qinghan was still ignorant of the arrest of the 2 junior brothers, and he covered his joy with a face, cooperating with Wang Zhenxing to practice, typical of oral integrity and integrity. Lang Qinghan is now practicing Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. The progress is not slow, and then he also cultivates Yin and Yang Chongchun Gong, and his cultivation is growing very rapidly. I don't know how long it took. Wang Zhenxing lit a cigarette, and the communication system checked the detailed introduction of the fortune of martial arts epiphany. Wushui epiphany can be achieved up to 2 times in a day. You can have an epiphany about things like exercises and martial arts. Epiphany exercises and martial arts can make them more powerful. Of course, these are all premised on the success of the epiphany. Because epiphany is not necessarily successful. After the system calculates, the overall success rate given is 3%. And in one day, after failing to have an epiphany about something, there can be no more epiphany, because continuing to have an epiphany must also be a failure, and you can only wait for the next day's epiphany. In other words, it would theoretically take about 33 days for Wang Zhenxing to successfully enlighten an exercise. The probability is slightly touching. However, in the long run, this martial arts epiphany is still very outrageous. After all, Even such a powerful protagonist as Yi Junlin does not have the fate of martial arts epiphany. After Wang Zhenxing had a preliminary understanding of the epiphanies of martial arts, he immediately moved and immediately had an epiphany of the yin and yang Changchun Gong. And the result was to be expected, the epiphany failed. In terms of martial arts, Wang Zhenxing also has superior swordsmanship and superior light skills. However, the epiphany superior swordsmanship and light skills, even if successful, the improvement is limited. What's more, Wang Zhenxing didn't intend to face people head-on. Improving swordsmanship and light functions does not seem to be of much use. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing looked at Leng Qinghen. The Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong practiced by Leng Qinghen is also the top martial arts exercise. I'm rested and can continue to cultivate. Leng Qinghen saw that he looked at him, and he would be wrong, and said so. You practice Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong and Yin Yang Changchun Gong at the same time, and your cultivation progress is a little faster than mine. If you continue like this, sooner or later your cultivation will surpass me. Wang Zhenxing suddenly said. What do you mean by that? Leng Qinghen heard what he said. Teach me Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. Wang Zhenxing is not mincing around the bush. This is impossible, you are not a disciple in my sect, I can't teach you due to the restrictions of the sect rules, and besides, you still have a grudge with my master, and taught you, won't you let you deal with my master? I will never do this kind of deception and ancestor destruction. Leng Qinghen tensed his face and resisted. You're not afraid I'll kill you. Wang Zhenxing's eyes were fierce. If you want to kill, kill it. Leng Qinghen's neck was crossed, and he looked like he was waiting for death. Wang Zhenxing deliberately frightened her and reached out to pinch her neck, but he did not exert strength and stalemated with Leng Qinghen for a while. You win. Wang Zhenxing let go of his hand. Leng Qinghen had already guessed that Wang Zhenxing was reluctant to take his life, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Your junior brother Yi Junlin should be able to take care of the Zhou Tianshan skill, right? I went to him. Wang Zhenxing said instead. It's not this kind of practice he practiced. Cold and cold. Is it? Then I will use his life to go to your sect in exchange for Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. Wang Zhenxing knows the weakness of cold and cold. Leng Qinghen is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of death. You're crazy, it's no different from sending you to death. Zhou Tianshan is doing the work, I am bound to get it. Wang Zhenxing's tone was resolute. Leng Qinghen struggled in his heart, and could only say, don't go to Yi Junlin, I'll teach you. Then hurry up. Wang Zhenxing sat down on the spot, ready to listen. Leng Qinghen knew that he had been deceived, but he was very helpless, so he could only tell him Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong is a martial arts exercise created by an ancestor of my sect based on the operation of Zhou Tian Star Do, and it is said that on the day the exercise came to the world, it also triggered a vision of Star Do. Leng Qinghen said slowly from the origin of the exercise. Wang Zhenxing listened carefully, and after writing down all the content of the exercises, he began to comprehend the exercises. Kunlun Mountain stargazing. Why did the star stream suddenly appear? A fairy-like woman was observing the stars, and after seeing the vision of the star Do, she suddenly muttered to herself and pinched her fingers with doubt. It turned out to be related to Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, but this how can it be? The woman's calm face changed suddenly. This woman also practiced Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, and she was very clear about the origin of this martial art. This martial art was created by an ancestor of the sect and slightly perfected by the descendants, and became one of the supreme martial arts exercises. Zhou Tianshan Jiaogong's martial arts technique can be said to be very close to perfection. And just now, the woman actually calculated that someone had an epiphany that Zhou Tian Shen took care of the gong and perfected it a little. The world's martial arts are divided into 9 products. The 9th product is the highest, and within the 9th product, it is also divided into high and low. In the hidden world, there is a list called 36 peerless exercises, and Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong is on the list, ranking 29th. Now that Zhou Tianshan has an epiphany, his ranking will definitely rise somewhat. Epiphany exercises were her long-cherished wish. That's why she came to stargazing so late. She wanted to observe the movement of the stars to achieve enlightenment. I didn't expect someone to get there first. The woman turned her head and looked in one direction. As far as she knew, she was the only one in the sect who was currently practicing Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. But she is not the only one who knows this exercise. Several of her disciples had memorized this exercise. Who is Qinghan, King's Landing, and Xiaoyi? The woman was talking to herself, and there were emotions such as relief and shame in her tone. Qingling University apartment building. Wang Zhenxing's face surged with some joy. He didn't have much hope, but unexpectedly, his epiphany succeeded. Do you need me to guide you in cultivation? Lang Qinghan spoke. Although Wang Zhenxing was a martial arts powerhouse at master's level, as a person who practiced Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, she felt that she could still provide Wang Zhenxing with some small experience. No need. Wang Zhenxing shook his head and refused, and began to practice the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong after the epiphany. He originally had no talent for cultivation, but because he had obtained the protection of martial arts strong luck several times, his understanding had reached the point of being 1 in a million. There would be no hindrance to cultivating the first few layers of Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. Lang Qinghan was beside him, quietly sensing the law of his breathing. No, you practiced wrong, the number of spits is not right. After a few minutes, Lang Qinghan noticed that something was wrong, so he spoke up to remind him. Wang Zhenxing was disturbed, his cultivation was interrupted, and he frowned and warned. How can I cultivate without you to teach? You give me a little quiet. Lang Qinghan was a little aggrieved, obviously he cared about him, he actually murdered himself. Ignore you and let you go crazy. Lang Qinghan's heart was huffing. Wang Zhenxing re-entered the state of cultivation. Lang Qinghan walked aside, and after about a few minutes, he got closer to him very spinelessly, continued to perceive his breathing law, and when he found that something was wrong again, he opened his mouth to make a sound, and finally pressed it. Wang Zhenxing's cultivation is at the level of his master, even if he goes crazy, he can be saved in time, and he also has himself on the side to protect the Dharma. Cold patient, quietly waited. An hour flickered by. Wang Zhenxing opened his eyes. Your tuner number is obviously wrong, why can you still practice to the realm of the first layer? That's impossible. Lang Qinghan sensed the true aura that belonged to Zhou Tianshan Jiaogong, and couldn't help but be stunned. Wang Zhenxing did not explain, but said to Lang Qinghan, you control your Zhou Tian Shen Jiao Gong on the first layer, let's try it against the palm. Lang Qinghan nodded quickly. The two of them used the true qi of Zhou Tianshan Jiao Gong at the same time, fought against each other for a few seconds, and retreated coldly. Why is your Zhou Tianshan Jiao Gong true qi thicker than mine? Lang Qing's pretty face was full of surprise. It's very simple, when you are cultivating, you will run the inner rest for 36 weeks, and I will practice 49 weeks, and the Zhou Tian Shen Jiao Gong true qi cultivated is naturally thicker than you. Wang Zhenxing, this is the solution to the cold. My master has also tried to further perfect the exercises and improve the operation of the inner breath of Zhou Tian. It took several years to fail, you have just learned the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, you can actually do this. Lang Qinghan looked at Wang Zhenxing's eyes full of love, and there was more fanatical worship. The heroine Lang Qinghan's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 85, unswerving. I never worried that you could find out the weakness of Zhou Tianshan Jiao Gong, because this exercise has no weaknesses, but I didn't expect that you could actually further improve this exercise, it's me who is sorry for my master. Lang Qinghan quickly realized a problem, and immediately blamed himself. In her opinion, as long as Wang Zhenxing cultivated Zhou Tianshan Jiao Gong well, sooner or later the level realm would be on par with her master. But after Wang Zhenxing in perfecting the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, it must be stronger than her master's exercises. I told you earlier, I don't have such a big grudge with your master, you don't have to worry. Wang Zhenxing said. Really? So what exactly are you having with my master? Lang Qinghan asked suspiciously. You can think of it as a personal entanglement between children and daughters. Wang Zhenxing said casually. Did you pursue my master back then, and my master rejected you? The cold gossip psychology was troubled, and he asked. Wang Zhenxing did not answer. When he acquiesced. People in my sect say that my appearance is somewhat similar to my master, no wonder you are so fierce to me, you must have spilled your resentment against my master on me. Lang Qinghan's tone was bitter, and with some jealousy. Wang Zhenxing did not respond to her words, but only asked, do you want to learn the exercises after perfection? Will you teach me? Cold. Of course. Let's talk about what you want me to do. Why are you suddenly so smart? Wang Zhenxing smiled. Why am I stupid in your eyes? Lang Qinghan was a little dissatisfied, and his face tightened. Wang Zhenxing smiled and did not answer. Leng Qinghen is definitely not stupid, but the brain supplement ability is too strong. Find a reason for your master to come down the mountain. Wang Zhenxing voiced his conditions. I will never do this kind of behavior of deceiving and destroying ancestors. Leng Qing refused sternly. Don't be nervous, I just haven't seen your master for a long time, I just want to see you. Wang Zhenxing said with relief. Is it really just to meet? Leng Qinghen half believed. You should also be able to feel that the yin-yang Changchun Gong is inferior to the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong. With my current cultivation, I am not your master's opponent at all, and your worries are superfluous. Wang Zhenxing said. This is rather, yin-yang Changchun Gong ranks last on the list of 36 peerless exercises, naturally inferior to Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, and your current perfect Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong has reached the first realm, and it is indeed not my master's opponent. Leng Qinghen analyzed it and said so. 36 peerless martial arts list. Wang Zhenxing heard a fresh word, and his heart moved. So do you agree to my conditions? Wang Zhenxing turned back to the topic. I can try, but whether my master comes or not, in the end, it depends on what my master means. Leng Qinghen finally let go. Next, Leng Qinghen remembered what he promised Wang Zhenxing, but before he could contact Shimen, he received news from Yi Junlin and Qin Yi. It turned out that the two went to seek revenge on Xiao Yu last night and were accidentally arrested. Leng Qinghen was also not good to let the two junior brothers leave it alone, so he immediately found a lawyer and went to the official mansion. After more than half a day of tossing, things were finally done. Because of insufficient evidence, Yi Junlin and Qin Yi were temporarily released. Yi Junlin and Qin Yi were sure that they were passing by and heard someone shouting for help, and they went over with the intention of saving people. And the reason for Xiao Yu's death was that his heart pulse was broken by the true qi. There are no scars on the surface. The initial judgment of the official side on Xiao Yu's death was an accidental sudden death. However, there are still some doubts about this matter. Although Yi Junlin and Qin Yi are released, they are not allowed to leave Qingling, and they need to accept summons at any time. Wang Zhenxing contacted Shen Yu and was not very surprised after getting the news from Shen Yu that Yi Junlin and Qin Yi had been released. Yi Junlin's luck value is so high, Qin Yi and he act together and follow the light. If the two of them go directly into the squat so easily, it will be strange. After Yi Junlin and Qin Yi came out, their mood was still slightly dignified. At that time, the two could have easily cleaned up the scene and ran away, but they were imprisoned by a mysterious strong man, and they were arrested. The two couldn't estimate the purpose of the mysterious powerhouse, and now they couldn't leave Qingling, so they naturally felt apprehensive in their hearts. Yi Junlin and Qin Yi discussed a little and explained the matter with Leng Qinghen. As soon as Leng Qinghen heard it, he knew that this matter was related to Wang Zhenxing, but he pretended not to know on the surface. This mysterious person is definitely friend or foe, let's inform master to come over. Yi Junlin suggested. I approve. Qin Yi raised his hands. The two reached an agreement, looked at Leng Qinghen, and waited for her to make a statement. I'm in favor of it too. Leng Qinghen said. She was worried about what reason to use to trick master into going down the mountain, and Yi Junlin's proposal just relieved her worries. After agreeing on the opinion, the next step is who to send the message. The three of them knew that master would not go down the mountain easily, even if the three encountered difficulties. The calamity encountered by disciples entering the WTO is also one of the experiences. Under normal circumstances, the division gate will not care. It may not be easy to move master down the mountain. No one wants to be scolded by this, but someone must always speak. Qin Yi was the least status among the three. Therefore, this black cauldron fell directly on Qin Yi's head. Qin Yi was helpless about this, so he could only agree, contacted the Shimen side, and then waited for a reply. On Kunlun Mountain, there are no modern facilities, whether it is the architecture or the clothes of the disciples, they all retain the ancient style. The place where Qin Yi contacted was a small town not very far from Kunlun Mountain. This town is similar to a transit point for the sect. The materials used by the disciples on Kunlun Mountain are also sent by the town on a regular basis. The town received the news, and then used the flying pigeon to transmit a message to inform Qin Yishimen. Qin Yi's master received the message, immediately gave a reply, and threw the flying pigeon. Master agreed, saying that he would leave immediately. Qin Yi was surprised and delighted when he received a phone call from the town. Leng Qinghen and Yi Junlin looked at each other, feeling a little surprised, feeling that the master had agreed too quickly, and did not even have a word of scolding. Master really still loves me the most. Qinyi originally thought that he would be scolded, but at this moment he couldn't help but feel a little proud, and said to his senior brother and senior sister. Lang Qinghan and Yi Junlin sounded a little jealous, but they couldn't refute it. 2 days later, Lang Qinghan, Yi Junlin, and Qinyi received a fairy-like woman at the airport. This fairy-like woman is the master of the three, named Yun Qinxian. Qinyi and Yi Junlin were a little excited when they saw the shallow clouds. Lang Qinghan was also a little excited, but in addition to being excited, he felt a little sad in his heart. On the other hand, looking at the shallow clouds, there was actually some obvious joy on the calm face of the ancient well, looking back and forth at the three apprentices. Lang Qinghan and the others were a little puzzled, and after thinking about it, they could only think that the master had not seen the disciples for a long time, so they were a little happy. Half an hour later, the three apprentices came to a large hotel to eat and wash the dust for Master Yunsha to catch the wind. During the dinner, Yun Qinsha tested the three apprentices and talked about Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong. Yi Junlin and Qinyi were both confused. Yi Junlin was currently practicing another supreme technique in the sect, the 8 Wilderness Sovereign exercise, and had no intention of practicing the Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong at all. As for Qinyi, he was practicing Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong, but his understanding was not particularly high, and he had not yet started, and he had not even reached the first realm. Yun Qinsha directly ruled out Yi Junlin and Qinyi, and focused his attention on Lang Qinghan. Cold, his face showed a different color. Seeing this, Yunsha already had a bottom in his heart. I got some accurate information from the door when I went down the mountain. There is a strong man of the Demon Dao sect who appeared in the world's Qingling. It is estimated that it is the mysterious strong man you encountered. The other party does not hurt you. I expect it should be self-respecting identity, so as not to kill your juniors. You don't have to worry too much. Yun Qian talked about another thing, relieved the three apprentices, and made the three of them not too worried. The evil way acts ruthlessly, but there are also some scruples. You must know that the Demon Dao sect also has junior talents. If they really casually attack the junior talents, this is a heavy price that neither sect can bear. And for many years, the righteous path and the demon path have been contested, and there has never been a situation of killing the younger disciples of the junior generation with big bullying. When Yi Junlin and Qinyi heard this, they both breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and at the same time had some doubts. Since there is no need to worry about the Demon Dao powerhouse, then why did the master make an exception to go down the mountain himself? The dinner is over. Under the astonished gazes of Yi Junlin and Qinyi, Yun Qinsha sent the two away first, leaving only Lang Qinghan alone. Lang Qinghan found a good place to live yesterday and bought a villa directly near Qingling University. She herself is more casual and can live in the apartment. But you can't wrong master. And the villa bought will not be wasted, and after the master leaves, Lang Qinghan plans to live by himself. On the other side of the apartment, the cold are a little unable to stay now. In recent days, Lang Qinghan went out and met the female university teacher next door, and the female teacher always looked at her with a kind of envy and jealousy. This made Lang Qinghan quite embarrassing. But this is also a matter of no way. The soundproofing of the apartment house is a little worse. Qinghan, now that there is no one else, are there still some things you haven't told me? When he came to the villa, Yun Qinsha sat down in the hall and said to the female apprentice. Lang Qinghan did not speak, but he knew that he was wrong, so he knelt in front of Yunsha and hung his head. Yunsha gently flicked his sleeves, and an invisible force lifted up the cold. Master, the apprentice knows that he is wrong and is willing to accept any punishment. Lang Qinghan hung his head, and his tone was full of self-blame. Fool, if I really blame you, I won't let you get up. Yun Shallow spoke calmly, and some faint smiles appeared on his bright and flawless beautiful face. Master, the apprentice has not obeyed your orders. Stay away from the private affairs of your children. Don't you really blame me? It's hard to believe. As soon as I saw you just now, I found that you exuded the breath of Zhou Tian's divine skill. You were originally determined to take the ruthless path, and now you will transfer to this exercise. It must be that the Dao heart is broken, and it is expected to indulge in the private affairs of your children. Yunsha Shallow. Apprentices are not only obsessed with their children's private affairs but also have other faults. Lang Qinghan said hard. Yun was stunned, and then seemed to guess something. His face changed slightly, and then he pinched Lang Qinghan's wrist and probed it. Not pregnant. What is the fault you are referring to? Is it practicing Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong without my permission? Yunsha said. It's not. Lang Qinghan shook his head, looking trembling. If you have something to say, just by perfecting the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, even if you make a greater mistake, you can make up for it. Yunsha shallow. Lang Qinghan was stunned when he heard this, knowing that when Master had just taken his pulse for himself, he also sensed that the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong true qi that he was practicing was even stronger. It's just that Master misunderstood. There is someone else to perfect. But Lang Qinghan was afraid of punishment, and did not explain for a while, but said, I leak the sect exercises to outsiders. Leaking exercises violates the door rules, but as long as it is not an important exercise, it is not a major crime. Yun Qinsha was particularly tolerant of this proud disciple. If it is it Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong? Lang Qinghan whispered. What? Yun Qinshian's voice lost its normal peace, became slightly sharper, took a deep breath, and continued. Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong is one of the supreme exercises in the sect. You won't know the importance, how can it be leaked to outsiders? Lang Qinghan saw that the master was angry, and shrunk his neck in fright. Yun Shallow was silent for a moment with a slightly calm face, and then said, You violated these door rules, it is no longer something I can say and forget can do. You must go and explain to the uncle in charge, but you are my disciple, and the master will bear everything for you. Master, wouldn't that have you? Lang Qinghan blamed himself. It's better for me to bear it than for you, but don't worry, it'll be fine for the teacher. Although she seems to be majestic as the master of several cold people, she is the youngest junior sister among her peers and is favored by all senior sisters. Although the master sister in charge was strict, Yun Qinsha believed that as long as he was coquettish, there would definitely be nothing wrong, and at most he would be symbolically punished to the back mountain wall for a period of time. Master Lang Qinghan's eyes were red with emotion. Yun touched Lang Qinghan's head with a shallow smile and looked at her expectantly. Her master is so generous and bears all the responsibilities for the apprentice, so should the apprentice also express something. It's a pity that Lang Qinghan didn't understand what she meant. The exercises were given by Wang Zhenxing, and Wang Zhenxing also explained to her that she was not allowed to pass them on to others at will. Yun Shallow looked at Lang Qinghan expectantly, seeing that she did not express it. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but he didn't have the face to take the initiative to mention it. As a master, he tried to enlighten the exercises for a long time but did not make any progress, and now he was rushed by his apprentice, and Yun Qinshian's face was certainly a little unbearable. How embarrassed to take the initiative to say, let Lang Qinghan share the exercises after the epiphany. That man of yours, who deceived Zhou Tianshengong from you, is probably malicious in his heart. What is his origin? Yun Qinsha temporarily put away his thoughts, remembered another important thing, and asked like this. With medical saint-level medical skills, she could naturally see that Lang Qinghan had that kind of experience. I don't know very well. Lang Qinghan knew that he couldn't hide it, but he was broken by the master in front of him, and his pretty face was a little red. You and here, how could you not know his origin? Yunsha frowned slightly. I really don't know very well, I just know that he and master should know each other. Cold. Oh, Yunsha was slightly surprised. Master, when you entered the world to practice before, did you have any unknown past with which man? Lang Qinghan asked boldly. Ridiculous. The clouds are shallow and shallow. She is innocent and has never had emotional entanglements with men. But I can see from what he means that he does have an old relationship with master. Lang Qinghan said carefully. Yun pondered for a moment before saying, when I joined the world to practice before, there were many young talents who pursued me, maybe he was one of the ones who was rejected by me. Then I understand, it must be because master you rejected him, so he hated because of love. Lang Qinghan analyzed. Yun Shallow nodded, agreeing with the apprentice's judgment. This person obviously has the intention to approach you and become a teacher through your calculations. I know, but I don't regret it. Lang Qinghan's expression was resolute. You confused, for practitioners, the affair of children is a stumbling block. Yun Shallow looked at the apprentice with hatred that iron is not steel, raised his hand and wanted to slap the apprentice awake, but he was reluctant. Find a chance to bring him to me. Yunsha put his hand down and sighed. Master, what do you want to do? His cultivation is estimated to be not much worse than yours, and even if you can win in a real fight, it will be a miserable victory. Lang Qinghan whispered. You traitor! Yun Qinsha almost broke his defense, and at the same time his heart was shocked. The demon Dao powerhouse appeared in the world, and this information is very true. When Yun Qinsha heard Lang Qinghan's threat that his partner's cultivation was similar to hers, Yun Qinsha inevitably connected with the demon Dao powerhouse. Yun Shallow even guessed that the trouble encountered by her 3 apprentices was that the demon Dao powerhouse was behind the scenes. And the purpose is to lead her down the mountain. Master, don't be excited, I just want to tell Master, you have something to say. Cold and cold, weak and weak. Yun Shallow gradually calmed down, pinched his fingers to measure his recent situation. After the results came out, his face was a little solemn and strange. She calculated that she would soon usher in a second calamity. The first calamity was a serious injury, and the second calamity was marriage. As for the specific situation of these 2 calamities, Lang Qinghan did not dare to calculate it too clearly. The matter of divination is inherently bad luck, even Shouyuan, especially the things related to divination to oneself. Demon Dao masters appear in Qingling, and it is inevitable to fight with one, but my marriage is here. Yunsha Shallow wondered in his heart. Lang Qinghan looked at the time, said goodbye to the master, and left the villa for the apartment. Yunsha is staying in the villa and meditating. Late at night. Yun Shallow sensed something, sneered slightly, and Chenying shook and disappeared in place. A few minutes later, she appeared in a secluded park, and in front of her, there was a thin old man in a black robe. The sect leader of the Demon Dao 10,000 Poison sect, the black-hearted old devil. Yunsha learned the information before going down the mountain, and immediately recognized the black-robed old man. Little girl, when the old man became famous, you were still in your mother's arms, knowing the old man's name, and daring to chase after you. The black-hearted old demon said sadly. The mysterious person who imprisoned my 2 apprentices with true qi in the alley, and the person who broke the heart of my female apprentice, is that you? Yun Shallow said angrily. It's really inexplicable, what does this have to do with the old man? The black-hearted old demon was a little confused. He came to the world, just to catch some people to test the poison refining, and accidentally found the shallow traces of the clouds, so he secretly spied. Don't talk nonsense, see the real chapter under your subordinates. Yun Shallow was very decisive, putting all his true qi into action, vowing to kill the black-hearted old devil. The black-hearted old demon is good at using poison, and instead of being attacked by him, it is better to use thunder to result him. You're crazy. The black-hearted old devil's thin face twitched, and he was a little caught off guard. He really just passed by to take a look. Even if he was refining poison, he didn't plan to make a move on Yun Qinshian. A vicious war broke out. A few minutes later, the black-hearted old demon fled with serious injuries. The corners of Yunsha Shallow mouth spilled blood, his steps were vain, and he stumbled to the nearby road, and then fell down on the side of the road. A Rolls-Royce Phantom passed by and stopped on the side of the road. Soon, a man walked in the car. Yunsha took advantage of the loss of consciousness and tried to open his eyes to look at the man. I saw that this man had sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. But without waiting for Yunsha to think more, he fell and fainted. Taoluk is different, you can pick up big beauties on the road in the middle of the night with some joy, Wang Zhenxing muttered to himself. Wang Zhenxing originally planned to go to find Lang Qinghan, but he didn't expect to have this kind of unexpected gain halfway. The corner of the woman's mouth was overflowing with blood, and her face was covered with a faint black qi. It is clearly a sign of poisoning, and this poison is still somewhat powerful. Wang Zhenxing did not dare to touch the woman directly, wrapped his hands with true qi, carried her into the car, and pulled her home. With this woman's current situation, she could not be treated when she was sent to a major hospital. If you want to treat this woman, you need at least Grandmaster level medical skills. And Wang Zhenxing's current medical skills have reached the level of medical saints. It was not difficult to save this woman. Wang Zhenxing restarted the car, turned around and left. In just a minute after he left, Yi Junlin suddenly arrived. He ran past the park at night and noticed the movement of the fight, so he rushed over to take a look, followed some traces, and came to the side of the road. Just the traces arrive here and disappear. After Yi Junlin paused in place, he left, but he felt that his heart was inexplicably empty, as if something was missing, but what it was, he couldn't say. Host cut off the protagonist Yi Junlin, pick up the heroine Yunsha and get 1200 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junline Chi luck value -120, host Chi luck value +120 on. The way home, Wang Zhenxing received the news and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Yi Junline also possessed Dao Yun, but it was elementary, while he was intermediate. In the end, it is still intermediate peach luck that is better. Wang Zhenxing smiled, stepped on the accelerator to speed up, and returned home as soon as possible. Yun Shallow was poisoned very badly. Fortunately her cultivation was extremely profound, otherwise she would have burped a long time ago. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing also found that Yun Shallow practiced Zhou Tianshan Jiao Gong. Based on this information, Wang Zhenxing could already guess Yun Qinxian's identity. This was Qin Yi and the Cold Fairy Master. Wang Zhenxing looked at it appreciatively, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. There is no need to say more about appearance and figure. As long as it is a heroine, there is basically nothing wrong with it. The key is that the temperament is particularly good. Yun Qinxia was better than Zhang Yi. Wang Zhenxing was lost for a while. At this time, Yun Shallow Pain attacked, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, which pulled Wang Zhenxing back to reality. Wang Zhenxing found a large bucket filled with hot water, and then threw Yunxia into it, piercing dozens of silver needles for her to slowly draw out the toxin. Of course, in order to facilitate the piercing of silver needles, but also for toxins to ooze from the pores, some unnecessary things cannot be kept. This is really not Wang Zhenxing's work, but an indispensable process. After the needle was applied, Wang Zhenxing quietly waited for the shallow clouds to slowly disperse the poison, and occasionally replaced it with new hot water. According to the speed of this poison dispersal, Wang Zhenxing estimated that he would need to wait all night, but he was still patient. Just after half an hour, Wang Zhenxing heard movement in the yard, opened the perspective and found that there was a man in a black robe who fainted in the garden. Wang Zhenxing got up and went out to take a look. From far away, he could feel a faint dangerous aura from this black-robed man. Wang Zhenxing was very cautious and did not dare to approach the past, but just looked at the situation of the black-robed man with perspective. He soon discovered that this black-robed man had the true qi of Zhou Tiansheng's Jiaogong in his body, and he was frantically destroying his meridians, which had already broken his meridians inch by inch. The black-robed man's injuries were too serious. Even if it was a medical saint-level medical skill, it had to be treated with the elixir of the heavenly material and earth treasure. Wang Zhenxing did not have such a thing on hand, and even if he did, he would not cure it. This black-robed man is an old thing, and he is not a beautiful heroine. Whether he is dead or alive, it is a matter for him. One was poisoned, and the other was injured by Zhou Tianshan Jiaogong. Wang Zhenxing's heart moved, and he suddenly turned his head to look in the shallow direction of the clouds in the room. It seems that the two fought viciously and ended up losing both, but Yunxia was a little luckier, and when he met me and saved his life, this black-robed man was more unlucky. Wang Zhenxing judged in his heart. Cough. Wang Zhenxing was thinking, only to hear the black-robed man who fainted suddenly coughed a few times and regained some consciousness. Old thing, what are you doing in my garden? Wang Zhenxing questioned, not afraid of the other party at all. The meridians of the black-robed man were almost all broken, and his life was at stake, and he was no longer able to use true qi, and it was very difficult to move. Okay, finally, God has an eye, let me meet a qualified guy before I die. The black-robed man opened his gray eyes and examined Wang Zhenxing, and some joy appeared on his dry old face. It's just that this person has a strange appearance and laughs a little terrifyingly. Especially now it's still night. I am the sect leader of the Demon Dao 10,000 Poison Sect, nicknamed the Black-Heart Old Devil. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? The black-hearted old demon said. Wang Zhenxing stared at him seriously. Although this person who called himself a black-hearted old demon was not a good person at first glance, there was kindness in his eyes at the moment, and it was not like lying. Could it be that this is my chance as a villain? Wang Zhenxing said to himself. When the protagonist's luck is high, it will trigger some adventures. For example, falling off a cliff and not dying, and then finding a superior inheritance in a cave, and so on. Similarly, when the villain has high luck, it can also trigger an adventure. However, the adventures of the villain are somewhat different from those encountered by the protagonist. It's like the current Wang Zhenxing. Even if you encounter an adventure, it is a chance from the magic path, and it does not match the right way at all. What is the benefit of worshipping you as a teacher? Wang Zhenxing asked the black-hearted old devil. You worship me as a teacher, I will immediately appoint you as the holy son of the 10,000 poisons sect. You only need to study the poisonous skills I left behind, and when the time comes, you can take my token and go to the position of the sect leader. There are hundreds of people in the sect, including many beautiful women, their life and death, all in your thoughts. The voice of the black-hearted old demon was full of demagoguery. I'm a serious businessman, but I don't want to be some evil devil. Wang Zhenxing complained. I have the art of voyeurism, and I can see that your mind is not right, and you are by no means a serious person. The eyes of the black-hearted old demon flashed with a strange brilliance. Wang Zhenxing was stunned and secretly scolded the old guy for something. So what do I have to pay? Wang Zhenxing asked. The black-hearted old demon said gratifyingly, Sure enough, you are a smart person, you are under my mantle, you should carry forward my 10,000 poison sect, and if you have the opportunity, I hope you will find someone named Yunxian. That's it. Without me teaching you hand in hand, your poison skill achievements are limited, and it may not be easy to pass on my 10,000 poison sect. My limit is approaching, you kneel down and kowtow, and call me master. The voice of the black-hearted old demon became weaker and weaker. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to knock a little, and he was stunned and didn't move. It's really like when I was young, I didn't respect the teacher at all. The black-hearted old demon was not angry, but a little playful. With that, he took out 2 books from his body, as well as a token. A book is yellowed and looks very quaint, with the 4 words 10,000 poisons secret written on the cover of the book. Another book is newer, a summary of the black-hearted old devil's refining poison. The 10,000 poisons secret code was handed down by my ancestors. I only learned 50%, and I was almost able to cross the world. And the other book is the preparation method of more than 100 powerful poisons that I have spent my whole life working hard and refined and developed. You study it well, how much you can learn depends on your skills. The black-hearted old demon said with the last strength, and died directly. Wang Zhenxing found that the black-hearted old demon was out of breath, and couldn't help but sigh for a while, and then put away the 2 books and a token he left behind. Inside the house, Yunxia was still in a coma. Accepting the inheritance of the black-hearted old devil, Wang Zhenxing naturally didn't want Yun to know about it. Wang Zhenxing looked at the body of the black-hearted old demon and thought for a while. The poisonous skills practiced by the black-hearted old devil, after death, the poisonous skills are dispersed, and if they are not done well, disasters will break out. Wang Zhenxing didn't want his house to become a dead place. Taking advantage of the fact that Yun Qinsha had not yet regained consciousness, Wang Zhenxing went to purchase some medicinal materials to neutralize the poisonous skills emitted by the black-hearted old devil, and buried the black-hearted old demon overnight. The place of burial Wang Zhenxing has thought of it. Right in Yong'an Cemetery. Wang Zhenxing spent money to find a good feng shui tomb to let the black-hearted old demon sleep forever. It is also worthy of the black-hearted old devil's teaching. Things are rushed, but it's easy to get things done with money. Before dawn, everything was done. Wang Zhenxing worshipped and then went home. At this time, a touch of fish belly white appeared in the sky. After Wang Zhenxing returned home, he changed the hot water for Yunxia again, and then secretly began to study the things left by the black-hearted old devil. The 10,000 poisons secret code contains various toxicologies, poison techniques, and so on. It's just that the secret code is too profound, and if it is a little white, it is difficult to learn in a short time. However, Wang Zhenxing's medical saint-level medical skills are used as a foundation, and they are relatively quick to learn. Toxicology and medicine actually have something in common. For example, in the treatment, doctors will often use the method of fighting poison with poison. And when poisoners refine poisons, they often also refine antidotes. Doctors and poisoners can save or harm people. Wang Zhenxing read a few pages of the secret code, and only felt that he had benefited a lot, and even his understanding of medical skills was deeper. Continuing to flip through the secret code, a secret technique on it attracted Wang Zhenxing's attention. This secret technique can converge the breath and change the appearance. When poisoners harm people, they sometimes need to get close to their goals. This secret technique can help the poisoner hide the appearance and make the target let his guard down. Wang Zhenxing was very moved and immediately practiced. About half an hour. Wang Zhenxing can almost completely converge his true qi, making it impossible to see that he can do martial arts. It's just that in terms of transfiguration, it is somewhat difficult. The principle of transfiguration contained in the occult technique is to change muscles and bones, plus some auxiliary things, so that the appearance changes. However, this requires a great deal of control. Without a certain amount of time to practice, there will be no results. Put away the secret code. Wang Zhenxing flipped through another poisonous book left by the black-hearted old devil. The poison book records the poison developed by the black-hearted old demon over the years, and there are all kinds of strange poisons. For each poison, there are detailed recipes and how to make them. The answer has already been written, almost without using a brain. Wang Zhenxing has medical skills as a foundation, and it is easy to make it. In addition to the two books, the black-hearted old demon left a token. Wang Zhenxing flipped and looked at it casually, estimating that this was a token of the sect leader. For the position of the sect leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, Wang Zhenxing was actually not much interested, and this token was the thing he valued the least. Of course, if there is a need in the future, he does not mind taking out this identity to make a messenger. Between thoughts, Wang Zhenxing heard screams coming from the next room. Quickly hide the things left by the black-hearted old devil, and then go to the next room to check. But it was the shallow cloud that regained consciousness, and found that his body was cool, and he was still soaking in a big wooden wall, so he exclaimed subconsciously. Listening to your voice, it seems that you have passed the danger. Wang Zhenxing spoke up and said to Yun Qinxian. After shouting for a while, Yunsha regained his composure, recalled the situation before fainting, and quickly judged the situation in front of him. Yes, you saved me. Yun only showed one head, looked at Wang Zhenxing seriously, and at the same time realized some of the conditions treated during fainting, and his pretty face instantly rose red clouds. The heroine Yunsha has a favorability of +50 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 800, the protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -80, and the host's Qi luck value is +80. Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing remained calm on the surface, and stepped forward to take the pulse for Yun Qinxian. 8 or 9% of the toxins have been expelled. I will go and grab a pair of medicine for you. You can take a few days, you can drive out all the remaining toxins. Wang Zhenxing said. Thank you for saving me, but I have to go or I might get you in trouble. Yunsha looked worried. She only knew that she had seriously injured the black-hearted old devil, but she didn't know that the black-hearted old demon was already cold if he didn't hold on, and she was worried that the black-hearted old demon would kill it immediately after the injury was better, or that she would call other experts of the 10,000 Poisons sect to kill. You're still weak and can you go anywhere? Are you having any trouble? You might as well tell me, maybe I can help you. Wang Zhenxing naturally didn't want Yunsha to leave. In addition to being poisoned, Yun Qinxia also suffered some internal injuries, and could not use true qi for a short time, similar to ordinary women. At this time, the clouds are shallow, and the psychological defense line is the weakest. A great opportunity to develop a relationship with her. You can't help me with the trouble I'm having. Yunsha shook his head. My place is still quiet, you might as well recuperate here and leave when you're completely well. Wang Zhenxing said. Aren't you afraid that the trouble I encounter may cost you your life? Yun Qinxia looked serious. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he pretended to be frightened, but quickly said squarely, but you are a weak woman, I really don't worry about you leaving. We met in Pingshui, why are you so nice to me? Yunsha asked softly. The heart of the healer's parents. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Hearing this, Yun Qinxian's heart was slightly lost, and he no longer spoke, but he acquiesced and continued to stay here to recuperate. The other side, Yi Junline, Qin Yi, and Leng Qinghan found that the master was missing, and they jumped up and down in a hurry. Last night I ran when I heard movement, followed the sound to a park. There was a mess, there was obviously a martial arts master fighting there. Could it be that master's disappearance had something to do with this? Yi Junline remembered something and suddenly said. Leng Qinghan was a little shocked when he heard it, because he thought that this might be Wang Zhenxing's hand. So what are you waiting for? Go there and see if you can find any clues. Qin Yi said urgently. The three soon arrived at a park. Countless trees have fallen in the park, and some facilities have been damaged, making the scene like a typhoon passing through. It is a trace caused by Zhou Tianshan Gong, and master has definitely appeared here. Leng Qinghan touched a fallen tree, and saw that the body of the tree was full of holes, like a divine light penetrating, so he judged like this. Senior brother and sister, you can see that these trees are black and withered, as if they are signs of poisoning. Qinyi also discovered something. It seems that the person who fights with master is a master of poison in the demon Tao. Yi Junline's face was solemn, and he immediately made such a judgment. After hearing Yi Junline's judgment, Lang Qinghan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Wang Zhenxing is not a poison master, so the disappearance of the master obviously has nothing to do with him. The next few days, Yi Junline, Qin Yi, and Lang Qinghan searched everywhere for the shallow traces of the clouds, but there was no progress. Senior brother and sister, will master already encounter an accident? Qin Yi said bitterly. Yi Junline's eyes flashed coldly, and he directly gave Qin Yi a slap. Shut up, don't say such things. Qin Yi was stunned, and he was furious after reacting. Both of you say a word, as long as you don't see master's body, there is still hope. Lang Qinghan stopped it in time to avoid the escalation of the conflict between the two. The three of them continued to look for the shallow traces of the clouds. Meanwhile, in the garden of a mansion, there was some laughter. But it was Wang Zhenxing and Yun who exchanged knowledge about medical skills, and when they talked about the interesting points, they smiled in unison. After these few days of getting along, Yun Qinsha felt more and more that Wang Zhenxing's medical skills were not simple, and he was not under him. Two people who know how to heal, the conversation is particularly speculative, there are endless topics. Where did you learn your medical skills? Yunsha asked curiously. Handed down by the ancestors, what about you? Where did you learn it? Wang Zhenxing said. In the same way, I am also an ancestral medical skill. Yun's shallow gaze dodged and lied. After understanding in the past few days, she knew that Wang Zhenxing was just a fairly successful businessman in the world, and he did not know martial arts. Yun Qinsha is a person who hides in the world, and he doesn't want Wang Zhenxing to know too much, so as not to make him troubled. Where is your home? Wang Zhenxing asked casually. My home is in a remote place far away, and you probably haven't heard of it. The clouds shallow flickered. Then what are your plans after you recover from your injury? Wang Zhenxing asked. Go fix some trouble, and then I should go home. Yun Qian's expression darkened slightly. Well, let me take your pulse again. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand. Yun nodded shallowly and exposed Hao's wrist. The toxins have been expelled and the body is recovering quite well. Wang Zhenxing said. It's thanks to you. Yunsha was very grateful. It's a small matter. As a doctor, if anyone is in danger to fall on the side of the road, I will also come to the rescue. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand and continued. I have to go to work during the day. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time, I won't send it. Although Yun Qinsha already had a heart of admiration, Wang Zhenxing could clearly feel that she deliberately distanced herself from herself. Obviously, it is a matter of feelings, with a respectful attitude and a stay away. After all, he has been practicing for a long time, and Yunsha Shallow's concentration is much stronger than Lang Qinghan. Wang Zhenxing knew that taking the initiative to come together would never have any results, so he wanted to try it with a different idea. Yun Qinxian was stunned when he heard this, and he only thought that it would bring some trouble to Wang Zhenxing, and after thinking about it, he tentatively said. After living in your house for a few days, why didn't I see your wife? Wang Zhenxing is not a cultivator, and according to his age, he should have already married in the world. I'm not married yet, where is the wife? Wang Zhenxing smiled. That girlfriend should always have it, right? Yunsha Shallow slightly rejoiced and asked again. Busy with business, how can you have this leisure? Wang Zhenxing shook his head. The host deceives the heroine Yun Shallow, and the villain Halo points are +30. After listening to it, Yun did not doubt it, but he was especially able to understand Wang Zhenxing. Just like Yun Shallow himself, in order to practice, he also abandoned the private affairs of his children. Or to be more precise, before this, Yunsha Shallow was a person who had not met his heart. Have you ever met someone you like? Yunsha asked. Yes. Wang Zhenxing's eyes were deep, as if he was recalling something, and his tone was complicated. What about her? Yun Shallow smelled the breath of the story from his expression and asked. She married to someone else. The corners of Wang Zhenxing's mouth are full of bitterness, and the actor's acting skills allow him to easily grasp various emotions. Yun Shallow saw a pain in his heart. Your conditions are so good, why is she not with you? I was poor back then, but I wasn't as rich as I am now. Wang Zhenxing sighed. She doesn't know to cherish you, it's her loss, you don't have to mind. Yunsha said with relief. I have long looked down on it, and there is no true love in this world. Two people together, to put it bluntly, is the exchange of interests, just like doing business. The essence of business is the exchange of resources. Wang Zhenxing's expression was cold, like a businessman who had been in the mall for a long time and saw through all the essence. Seeing this, Yunsha frowned slightly. Although she has no previous emotional experience, she still has reverence for love. You just encountered a failed emotional experience, so you just beat yourself up, and there is still true love in the world. Yunsha retorted. Sounds like you're experienced. Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. I don't have any emotional experience. Cloud shallow correction. Yes. Wang Zhenxing's face was full of disbelief. What kind of look are you? I really don't. Yunsha shallow and hurried. Well, no wonder you believe that there are true feelings in this world. It turns out to be a little white without any emotional experience. Wang Zhenxing scoffed. Isn't that shameful? Yunsha was a little angry. It's not shameful, it's just ridiculous. You actually believe that there is true love in the world. Wang Zhenxing said. I don't agree with your point of view, because not all women are so bad. Yunsha was obviously on the top and quarreled with Wang Zhenxing. Maybe. Wang Zhenxing shrugged. What is called maybe? I am telling the truth. Yunsha shallow and hurried. Oh, for example, me. If I were with a man, I would absolutely love him from the beginning to the end, and I wouldn't let him hurt a little. You'll say it too, that's if. Do I look like a bad woman? I've only known you for a few days, how do I know if you're a bad woman? Yunsha clenched his fists, feeling the urge to punch people. Don't get excited, just discuss it. Wang Zhenxing smiled. In short, you are wrong, I am right. Yunsha said indignantly. Okay, you're right. Wang Zhenxing's tone was perfunctory. Yunsha shallow gritted his teeth in anger. Since her practice, her emotions have never been as out of control as they are today. Wang Zhenxing took her look in his eyes, smiled secretly, and pondered the next plan in his heart. Late at night, Yunsha was meditating, and his mind always remembered the issues he argued with Wang Zhenxing during the day, and he was a little quiet. At this time, the sound of doors and windows breaking came from next door, followed by a scream. Yunsha was shocked and hurriedly went to the next door to check. I saw the window broken, and it was obvious that someone had broken in just now. Wang Zhenxing was lying on the ground, with black qi lingering on his face and a painful expression. This is 7 poisons, damn black-hearted old devils. After Yun Shallow identified the poison in Wang Zhenxing's house, the killing intent all over his body seemed to condense into substance, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to instantly drop to the freezing point. The 7 evil poisons are absolutely poisonous, and there is no other medicine to solve them except for the unique antidote of the Black Heart Old Demon himself. This kind of poison has made many righteous path masters hate. For this poison, Yunsha is helpless. If you want to save people, there is only one way, that is, Luck Gong sucks out the 7 poisons and exchanges lives for lives. After the black-hearted old demon was poisoned, he immediately fled away. Yun Shallow knew that it was impossible to catch up. Kneeling beside Wang Zhenxing, Yun looked at Wang Zhenxing, who was about to die with a painful face, and countless thoughts flashed in his heart, but they were all replaced by one thought in the end, that is, to save him. What are you going to do? Don't mess around, this poison attacks too fast, you can't save. Wang Zhenxing was trying to dissuade, but before he finished speaking, his mouth was blocked. With the transfer of the 7 poisons, the black qi lingering on Wang Zhenxing's face gradually subsided, but black qi gradually emerged on the beautiful face of Yunsha and pale. At the same time, Yunsha also fell to the ground. Why? Wang Zhenxing's lips trembled, and there was a look of doubt and shock on his face. During the day, you argued with me, saying that you don't believe that there is real love in the world. You don't believe it, I'm not proving it to you, said Yun Qinsha with a bit of gambling. I'm not a good person, and it's not worth it. Wang Zhenxing rarely said a word of truth. It's not important anymore. In Yun's shallow eyes that were as bright as autumn water, 2 lines of clear tears flowed out, and his expression was a little sad. She calculated that she had a marriage, but she did not expect that she would pay for it with her life. However, she does not regret it, she just feels some regret. Wang Zhenxing stopped talking. If you have anything else to say to me, then say it quickly, if you don't, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to hear it. Yunsha looked at him softly. Wang Zhenxing just doesn't say. I'm so cold. Yun Shallow only felt cold all over his body, and couldn't help but tremble. You can't die, I'll save you. Wang Zhenxing also learned from Yun Qinxian's actions to save people just now. It's useless. Yun Qinxia supported his shoulder with his hand. You are not a cultivator. Not only will learning my method not save me, but you yourself will be recontaminated with the 7 evils. Yun Qinxia didn't finish speaking, and his mouth was already blocked. She is now poisoned, unable to use true qi, extremely weak, and has no strength at all. You yes dead. Yunsha shallow and anxious, the way of the support. Die so you won't be so lonely. Wang Zhenxing took the time to respond. Yun Shallow was startled, and a burst of warmth appeared in his heart, and at this moment, he was suddenly not afraid of death. In the last moment of her consciousness, she hugged her beloved, a little selfless, and did not even know that each other's lips were broken. If there is a next life, will you marry me? Whispered. Good. In the moment before losing consciousness, Yunsha heard a subtle response, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The heroine Yunsha has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host affects the direction of the plot and obtains a counterattack point of 1000. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. B. Night passed. The sun rises. Sunlight shines through the windows and gently spills into the room. Yun's shallow fingers moved gently, and then this subtle movement gradually spread throughout the body, and then slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. I'm not dead. Yun was startled, and at the same time he was aware of the heartbeat of the man who was embracing him. Wake up. Yunsha Shallow shook Wang Zhenxing slightly. Wang Zhenxing also slowly opened his eyes, looking dazed. Aren't we going to die? What's going on? Yun Shallow was silent, pursed his lips and thought. There was a trace of bitterness and blood in his mouth, and he was slightly stunned, only then recalled the events of last night, and his pretty face couldn't help but blush a little. At the same time, she is also enlightened. You and I should both be doctors since elementary school, have been in contact with various medicinal materials for a long time, and our blood has a certain anti-poison ability. Perhaps our blood fusion has a wonderful reaction and accidentally cracked the 7 poisons. In addition to this possibility, Yunsha could not think of other possibilities. After all, it can't be the conscience of the black-hearted old devil, who found out and saw a pair of bitter mandarin ducks when he looked back, so he moved his compassion to save people, right? It seems that our lives are not deserved. Wang Zhenxing rejoiced. When preparing the 7 evil poisons, he naturally also prepared the antidote and hid it in his mouth. As long as he bit the sack of the cracked medicine, the antidote in it could be dissolved. Yun Shallow interacted with it, and naturally also ate part of the antidote. What you said to me yesterday, but is it true? Yun asked with a shallow red face. For the rest of her life, when she thought of last night's events, she felt ashamed. But the window paper has been broken, and she naturally faces it calmly. What did I say yesterday? Wang Zhenxing pretended to be stupid and stunned. You said will marry me. Yunsha reminded. Oh, I remembered, but you were asking about the next life. Wang Zhenxing said. This life counts. Yun Shallow looked unreasonable. I'm actually just worried that I, a businessman covered in copper smell, is not worthy of a fairy like you, although you didn't say the origin, but I feel that your background is not simple. Wang Zhenxing said. Fairies don't dislike you. Yunsha snorted a little arrogantly. This demeanor, if Leng Qinghan's 3 apprentices saw it, it was estimated that their jaws would fall to the ground in shock. Then I'll go back with you to meet your family. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be enthusiastic. Nope. Yunsha was startled. Not to mention taking Wang Zhenxing back to the sect, even if he took Wang Zhenxing to open up the relationship in front of the 3 apprentices, Yun Qinxia did not have the courage at present. It is a taboo for those who practice to be emotional. Yun Qinxiao has always admonished his apprentices like this, and at the same time, there are 6 senior sisters above as examples. Why? Wang Zhenxing asked knowingly. The situation in my family is complicated, and it is not suitable to take you to meet my family now. Yunsha sighed. So Wang Zhenxing sullen. I'm sorry, I really have bitterness, but since I have identified you, I must not marry you in this life. Yunsha said softly. Then I won't ask more. Then according to your meaning, is our relationship still not public? Wang Zhenxing asked again. Yes. Yunsha nodded embarrassedly. Wang Zhenxing looked lost on the surface, and secretly he was happy, because it was just what he wanted. It's not safe here now, let's get out of here. Yunsha shallow. Where to? Wang Zhenxing asked. I'll take you to my apprentice, let me have a few apprentices protect you, I'm going to find that poisoned bastard. Yun Qian's expression was solemn. The black-hearted old devil is not removed, and she has trouble sleeping. Wang Zhenxing took Yun's shallow look in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. In a villa, Lang Qinghan, Yi Junlin and Qin Yi met and exchanged the news they got from each other. I took some toxins from the place where the incident occurred to find someone to check and determined that it was a unique poison belonging to the Black Heart Old Demon of the 10,000 Poison Sect, and the person who fought with the master should be the Black Heart Old Demon of the 10,000 Poison Sect. Yi Junlin said. The Black-Hearted Old Demon is a demon Dao master who became famous many years ago. That master Qin Yi looked worried, and stopped talking. Yi Junlin glared at Qin Yi, who subconsciously took a step back, guarding against being slapped. Master and the black-hearted old demon both disappeared. It seems that the battle should be a defeat for both, it depends on who can recover first. Lang Qing said in a deep voice. This is no longer something that our disciples can handle, let's inform the master over there, right? Yi Junlin suggested. I approve, Qin Yi quickly answered. Yi Junlin looked at the cold when he was in the air. Inform the division. Lang Qinghan responded to Yi Junlin's words. A master of the level of the Black Heart Old Demon is indeed not something that a disciple can handle. Yi Junlin nodded and looked at Qin Yi. Let me contact again. Qin Yi was aware, but a little unhappy. When voting, Yi Junlin ignored him, and now that the vote is over, he asked him to contact. As disciples, several people knew that the masters of the previous generation of the master sect would not go down the mountain at will. Before, you contacted the master to let the master go down the mountain, and now that the master is missing, you have the greatest responsibility, of course, let you contact. Yi Junlin is justified. Junior brother Qin, don't shirk. Lang Qinghan also followed. Qin Yi was helpless, plus he was indeed worried about master's safety, so he could only follow the decision. After about an hour or so, things came to an end. The division gate said that it would send the 6th senior uncle down the mountain. Qin Yi told Lang Qinghan and Yi Junlin the result, and when he spoke, his expression was a little strange, as if he remembered something terrible. 6th senior uncle is greedy and playful, is she reliable? Lang Qinghan hesitated, and the image of a beautiful loli appeared in his mind. Although the 6th master loves to play and his cultivation is slightly inferior to that of the master, the ice silkworm she raised can cure 100 poisons, plus her divine secret weapon technique, it is most suitable to deal with the people of the 10,000 poison sect. Yi Junlin spoke. Lang Qinghan and Qin Yi and Yi Junlin's common master is Yun Qinxian. Lang Qinghan and Qin Yi's 6th master, that is, Yi Junlin's 6th master, named Mu Linger. Mu Linger's practice exercises are very magical, and after the exercises reach the state of perfection, she can change between childhood and adulthood at will. However, because Mu Linger was too playful and her practice was not particularly concentrated, the exercises were still a long way from completion. Therefore, Mu Linger's image has always stayed at the appearance of 13 or 14 years old. When Qin Yi mentioned Mu Linger, his face was different, because when he was studying art in the master's sect, Mu Linger brought him some shadows. Mu Linger is a foodie, and often instructs Qin Yi to find some ingredients, such as going to the edge of the cliff to dig a honeycomb, going to catch fish in a river with piranhas, and so on. While a few people were talking, someone came in outside the door. Master. Lang Qinghan and several people were overjoyed, and quickly asked what happened to Yun Qianxiao. Yun Qianxia only briefly mentioned that he fought with the Black Heart Old Devil, both defeated, and then hid to recuperate, and after the injury was healed, he immediately came to find several disciples of Lang Qinghan. Because Yunxia had just descended the mountain, there were no modern communication tools on his body, and he couldn't use true qi during the injury, so he came out rashly and said that he might leak his tracks, so he could only wait until the injury was almost healed. After hearing the cold few people, they could naturally understand the shallow clouds. Master, we are worried that you have something, so we notified the division over there, and the other side said that they would send the 6th senior uncle down the mountain. You are okay now, is there no need for the 6th senior uncle? Qin Yi asked expectantly with some joy. It's good that your 6th senior uncle goes down the mountain. I want to track down the traces of the black-hearted old devil. I can't take care of you, your 6th senior uncle goes down the mountain, just so that I don't have worries. Yunsha shallow. Isn't there a rule in the two ways of righteousness and devil, and senior masters are not allowed to make a move against junior talents? Qinyi still wanted to struggle. After all, it was not easy to get rid of the fear of being dominated by Mulinger. I'm not worried about you. Yunsha shallow. Leng Qinghan, Yi Junlin, and Qinyi looked at each other, and they all felt a little puzzled. And when the three were curious and wanted to ask questions, Yunsha turned slightly and said in a soft voice in the direction of the gate behind him. Come in. This voice was so gentle that Leng Qinghan and several people looked at each other a little. Wang Zhenxing slowly walked into the villa, and smiled at Leng Qinghan. Hello. The three disciples had different expressions. Leng Qinghan was stunned with some joy. Qinyi gritted his teeth. Yi Junlin's eyes were dazed and a little hostile. During my injury, I was saved by him. This is my lifesaver. The black-hearted old demon knows that he can't count me in secret, so he wants to kill him to vent his hatred. Fortunately, there are no dangers. Yun explained in a shallow way, and at the end, some indetectable blush appeared on his cheeks. Wang Zhenxing looked friendly, came to Leng Qinghan, Yi Junlin, and Qinyi, and first stretched out his hand to Leng Qinghan, which seemed to obviously mean to shake hands. After Yi Junlin and Qinyi saw it, they felt a little disdain in their hearts. How could a person as tall and cold as senior sister Leng shake hands with a layman he didn't know? And then the next moment. Thank you for saving my master. Leng Qinghan smiled like a flower, reached out and shook Wang Zhenxing. Yi Junlin and Qinyi looked at each other in amazement. It's also a coincidence. I went to see a friend in the middle of the night a few days ago, and I saw a person lying on the ground on the road, so I took it away for treatment, busy me overnight, and changed the hot water several times. Wang Zhenxing said seemingly casually. Leng Qinghan listened to her ears, and finally understood why Wang Zhenxing would not make the appointment that day, causing her to wait hard all night. At the same time, the clever Leng Qinghan also understood that Wang Zhenxing was hinting to her that the two should pretend not to be familiar with each other, and not disclose the relationship between the two to the people here. After Yi Junlin and Qinyi heard Wang Zhenxing's words, they narrowed their eyes almost at the same time, and their brains made up for the process of Wang Zhenxing's treatment. Both of them know how to heal, and just by listening to the words changing hot water, you can roughly guess how it was treated. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. The host caused the protagonist Qinyi's mentality to be damaged and obtained 300 counterattack points. Yun Qinxian's face was a little unbearable, and he quickly gave Wang Zhenxing a look, with a pleading in his eyes, asking him not to mention this. Wang Zhenxing received the look thrown by Yunxian, pretended to be willing, and cast her an apologetic look, indicating that he knew, and it was a slip of the tongue just now. Letting go of Leng Qinghan's hand, Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand towards Qinyi. Qinyi glanced his head to the side, ignoring Wang Zhenxing, but the next moment, he inexplicably felt a chill in his back, turned his head and looked, only to understand that it was Master Yunsha who frowned at him. Thank you for saving my master. Qinyi said reluctantly. You're welcome. Wang Zhenxing smiled. I'll see my mom more when I have time. Qinyi immediately let go after shaking his hand, and said with some malice. The amount of information contained in this simple sentence is simply too large. As soon as these words came out, Yun Shallow, Cold, and Yi Junlin were all stunned, and their eyes widened slightly. I want to hit my master's idea, but there is no door. Qinyi looked at Wang Zhenxing with some pride to see how he coped. Yun Shallow, Cold, and Yi Junlin all looked at Wang Zhenxing, waiting for his reply with doubts. I probably won't see your mother in the future. Wang Zhenxing did not panic at all, looking sad, and said to Qinyi. I knew you would abandon my mother sooner or later. Qinyi sneered. You are a child, you know a fart about the previous things. When I studied with your mother, you still don't know where. In short, it's not that I'm sorry for your mother, it's your mother who is sorry for me. Wang Zhenxing was sloppy. How is this possible? Qinyi wondered. Shuyuru's good treatment of Wang Zhenxing had reached the point of being outrageous. Why did he suddenly break it? In short, don't mention your mother to me again. Anyway, I am good to her. She has not paid attention to it from beginning to end. I want to start my life again. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Qinyi had some doubts in his heart, and planned to go back and ask Shuyuro about the situation. If Wang Zhenxing really separated from Shuyuro, he would be quite willing. Qinyi's single parents matter, this Yun Shallow knows. Yun Qinsha listened to the two of them, and probably guessed the situation. Qinyi's mother should have abandoned the bad woman who Wang Zhenxing married someone else, and Wang Zhenxing should still have contact with Qinyi's mother over the years. It's just that Qinyi's mother, a bad woman, doesn't know how to cherish Wang Zhenxing's goodness, and Wang Zhenxing is too disappointed. Yun Qinsha felt a little sorry for Wang Zhenxing, but these three apprentices were present, and it was inconvenient to step forward to give Wang Zhenxing a hug, comfort him. Qinghan, a few of you go out first. Yunsha suddenly said. Leng Qinghan and several people were suspicious, but did not dare to refute it, and honestly walked out of the gate, but left the crack in the door and observed in secret. With Yun's shallow perception, of course, he knew that a few apprentices were secretly peeping. When my sixth senior sister comes, I will leave your side for a while and look for the traces of the black-hearted old devil. Yun said in a voice that only Wang Zhenxing could hear. Sixth senior sister. Wang Zhenxing's eyes lit up slightly. Yi Junline's 7 female masters must all be female masters. Now that he has a relationship with Yun Qinxian, Wang Zhenxing is still pondering how to contact another person. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Wang Zhenxing was very glad that yesterday's clever move made a wave of existence for the black-hearted old demon buried in the soil. Otherwise, Yun Qinsha estimated that he would not be in a hurry to chase and kill the black-hearted old devil, and Yun Qinxian's sixth senior sister would not go down the mountain. I buried the black-hearted old demon in the treasure land of Feng Shui, originally hoping to obtain some blessings through the bond of master and apprentice. It seems that the black-hearted old demon is the last one, and there is no descendant to receive blessings, so all the blessings have come to me, a cheap apprentice, otherwise I should not have acted so smoothly recently, almost as a wish. Wang Zhenxing said secretly in his heart. How is your sixth senior sister, do you get along? Wang Zhenxing lowered his voice and shallow sounded with Yun Qinxian, wanting to make some preparations in advance. Yun listened to the inquiry and told Wang Zhenxing about the sixth senior sister's temperament and basic preferences. Beautiful lowly image, gluttony, playfulness. Wang Zhenxing roughly summed up from the information that Yun said in a shallow way. During this time of my absence, you take good care of yourself. Yun explained shallowly. Don't worry, I'm just afraid I miss you too much. How about you go to my house in the evening and we have a good chat? Wang Zhenxing blinked. Yun Shallow was stunned for a moment, only then did he realize this, and his face blushed for a while. My sixth senior sister can also heal, not much worse than me, my demeanor is different, she must be able to see it. Yunsha Shallow. Doesn't that mean that I have to treat you with respect until my family recognizes me? Wang Zhenxing said lost. Even if you get the approval of my family, you may not be able to do so. Yunsha is also a little worried. What do you say? Wang Zhenxing didn't understand. I have been practicing since I was a child, I am 24 years old, my cultivation talent is quite good, plus I work hard, and 4 years ago, I reached the point of no leakage. You don't know martial arts, you may not understand when I say this, let's put it another way. Yun Qinsha approached Wang Zhenxing a little, and whispered with a red face. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing suddenly gained insight, but his face was a little strange. According to Yun Qinxian's statement, with his current cultivation, even if he marries Yun Qinxian, he can only offer. So what should I do? Wang Zhenxing wanted to see if there was a faster shortcut. So we want to really be together. In fact, there are many difficulties. I see that your root bone is still reluctant, just a little older, slightly bigger. But if you can understand it, it's not too late to learn martial arts. I will copy the Zhou Tian Shen Jiao Gong of my practice to you later. You practice well, if you can reach the third realm, you should be, that's no problem. Yun Qinsha has long thought of a good idea, but he just thinks that this is difficult for Wang Zhenxing. So, after Wang Zhenxing heard this, he also had a bottom in his heart. Yin Yang Chongchun Gong and Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong are both top-level exercises, although the latter is a little higher in the list of 36 peerless exercises, but the gap is actually not big. Practicing Yin and Yang Chongchun Gong to the third layer, the effect is the same. Can break defenses. Wang Zhenxing's Yin Yang Chongchun Gong is currently in the second realm, only one step away from the third realm. It's just that these things, Wang Zhenxing does not intend to disclose to Yun Qinsha for the time being. He used the secret technique recorded in the 10,000 Poisons secret book to converge all his true qi, but he didn't want Yun to find out that he had the fluctuations of true qi of Zhou Tianshan Jiaogong on his body. Once Yun Qinsha knew this, then he and Leng Qinghen's affairs could not be hidden. What if, in case, if I can't practice the realm you said, then what can I do? My old royal family is a single inheritance of 9 generations, and I am really afraid that I will die in the future, and I will not see the ancestors of the old royal family. Wang Zhenxing said worriedly to Yun Shallow. This Yun Shallow listened a little worried, thought about it and said, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you really can't practice, then I will allow you to find the small one. This Wang Zhenxing was startled. He just tested it a little. He didn't expect Yun Qinsha to be so considerate. But thinking about it, Yun Qinsha is one of the many heroines in Yi Junline's plot, and it is normal to be generous. The finale in Shuangwen's novel is basically a happy reunion, and the heroine's tolerance is generally relatively high. If not, the heroine is all you compete with me, isn't that chaotic? After saying the matter, Wang Zhenxing excused himself to walk away and secretly talked to Shu Yuro, lest Shu Yuro be asked by Qin Yi if he broke it, and then he was confused. Yun Shallow called Leng Qinghen in, and had something to say to her. Leng Qinghen saw that Yun Shallow and his expression was stern, and he had some doubts and apprehension in his heart. Yun looked at the female apprentice with a calm face, and after a long time, he asked aloud. Qinghen, what is the relationship between you and the black-hearted old devil? What is the relationship with the black-hearted old devil? Hearing this, the question mark in the cold head. Master, what can I have to do with this heinous devil? Leng Qinghen guessed that Yun Qinsha suspected that his man might be a black-hearted old demon, so he replied like this. Although the black-hearted old demon is more than 100 years old, he can use a secret technique, but it is not impossible to change his appearance and turn into a handsome man to approach you. Yunsha Shallow. Leng Qinghen was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head firmly. He is not practicing poison skills, this is impossible. With the cultivation of the black-hearted old devil, it is not difficult to hide from you, a 21-year-old girl who has not been deeply involved in the world. Why are you so sure? Yun wanted to hear the judgment of the apprentice. This said coldly. After thinking about it, he said from another angle, the black-hearted old demon has been famous for many years, and he has practiced poisonous exercises, and it is not a practice of joint cultivation. Just like Master you said, he is more than 100 years old. This point cannot be fake, right? That's right. Yunsha nodded. Isn't that the end of it? These two cannot be the same person. Leng Qing said resolutely. What is your basis? Yunsha didn't understand. The black-hearted old demon is more than 100 years old, and it is not a practice of joint cultivation. Even if the cultivation is high, the strength must be bad, and my one is in the prime of life. Leng Qinghen with some shame, explained to Yun Qinshian. The black-hearted old devil, he can change his appearance and can disguise himself as a young man. Yun Shallow still didn't understand very well, and argued with Leng Qinghen. Morphology can be disguised, but some things cannot be disguised. Leng Qinghen felt for the first time that some knowledge of this master she respected was too poor, and with a little superiority of people, he said in an old-fashioned manner. Master, although you are well informed, there are some things that you don't know as well as me. Yun Shallow froze for a moment, and then reacted after realizing it, and said a little angrily, the rebel is presumptuous. Master forgives sins, but the apprentice is wrong. Leng Qinghen shrunk his neck and said in a weak voice. I told you before that I wanted to meet your man, did you mention it to him? Of course, Yun Qinsha did not think about the apprentice, and asked about another thing instead. Master, you have been missing for a few days, and my 2 junior brothers and I are so anxious that we haven't had time to say anything. Leng Qinghen explained. Then you go and talk to him as soon as possible, I want to see him. Yun Qinsha wanted to find out the details of Leng Qinghen's man, and did not want the baby female apprentice to be harmed. I want to see what he means. If he doesn't want to see you, then I can't help it. The cold rhetoric is the same as the other day. He must have some other purpose in approaching you, and even if he doesn't see me, I'll get him out sooner or later, unless the two of you don't meet. Yunsha Shallow. Other purposes. It's not just to get close to you, Master, who let you refuse people back then. I'm paying off the debt for Master. Leng Qinghen hung his head and muttered. Yun Qian heard clearly, but did not say anything more, intending to wait for the matter of the black-hearted old demon to be over, and then worry about the cold emotional problems. 2 days later, Mu Linger ate a lollipop in her mouth and came to the exit under the guidance of a hostess. Little friend, have you seen your family? The custodial service woman asked Mu Linger, who was only 13 or 14 years old. Mu Linger was dressed in a Chinese costume, like a porcelain doll, cute and beautiful, which attracted the eyes of many people around. See, there Mu Linger's mouth bulged and pointed in one direction. Yun's shallow eyes swept around, looking for Mu Linger's figure, looking east and west. Mu Linger also understood that she was too short and blocked by others, so she shouted, "Mom, I'm here Yun." Shallow almost stumbled under his feet when he heard this. "Your mother is too young, isn't she?" The custodial service woman glanced at Wang Zhenxing and Wang Zhenxing, who were coming, and her gaze finally fell on the former, and said to Mu Linger with some surprise, "Stepmother." Mu Linger grinned and explained. The custodial service woman was sudden. Wang Zhenxing wore a gold watch on his wrist, and his clothes were also very extraordinary, full of nobility, abandoned his wife, and married a young and beautiful woman, which is also reasonable. "Little friend, your parents are here, then the aunt is leaving." The custodial service woman is also a mother, very loving, and after gently pinching Mu Linger's tender little face, she waved away with a smile. "Auntie bye." Mu Linger also waved her hand, like a well-behaved and sensible little girl, until the custodial service woman left. She put away her innocent smile. "Little junior sister, I heard that you were injured, are you okay?" Mu Linger raised her little head and looked at Wang Zhenxing, asking with some of her sister's spoiling and concern. "It's a little weird to look at. It's okay anymore." Yun, shallow but accustomed to it, after a simple response, "Please Mu Linger for something. Let me be a bodyguard to protect this guy." Mu Linger was a little dissatisfied with the things arranged by Yun Shallow. "He has a life-saving grace for me, sixth senior sister, please." Yun's shallow tone had some pleading in it. "The black-hearted old demon is a long-known demon Dao master, I don't worry if you go to him alone." Mu Linger said worriedly. "He was injured by my Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong Tru Qi, and if he doesn't rest for a few months, he can't fully recover, and taking advantage of his injuries is the best time to kill him." Yunsha said resolutely. "Okay, then you be careful, don't force it." Mu Linger saw that she had made up her mind, so she no longer dissuaded her. Yun glanced at Wang Zhenxing and solemnly said to Mu Linger, "Then he will ask you." "Don't worry." Mu Linger nodded. After Yun Qinsha saw that Mu Linger should do this, he felt a little relieved in his heart, looked at Wang Zhenxing with some reluctance, and then left. "Hey, what's your name?" Mu Linger's voice was immature, and she asked Wang Zhenxing in an old-fashioned manner. "Wang Zhenxing. Oh, then I'll call you Xiao Wang." Mu Linger directly gave Wang Zhenxing a nickname. The corner of Wang Zhenxing's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he suspected that this little drum bag was taking advantage of himself. "How many years older are you actually than your junior sister?" "It's really rude, can a girl's age be asked casually?" Mu Linger hummed softly. "Listen to your junior sister, the exercises you practice are very magical, when will you become a normal age?" Wang Zhenxing asked again. "Practicing is boring and tiring, I don't want to practice, and I'm good like this, why should I grow up?" Mu Linger said lazily. Wang Zhenxing, who loves the mature type, sighed secretly when he heard it. "Xiao Wang, I'm so hungry, take me to eat." Mu Linger touched her flat stomach and urged. "Let's go." Wang Zhenxing led her to the parking place and drove her to the big meal. In the car, Mu Linger was lying by the window, her little face curious and happy to look at everything in the city. Wang Zhenxing took Mu Linger to a full meal, took her to buy a lot of snacks, and then returned to the villa where Yunsha lived before. Mu Linger has not been in the mundane world for a long time, and she is very curious about everything in the city, and she keeps eating snacks while asking questions about the East and West. Wang Zhenxing was initially quite patient and answered for her, but Mu Linger had too many questions, and Wang Zhenxing's head was almost bigger. After a little thought, Wang Zhenxing decided to find something to divert Mu Linger's attention. "Let me teach you how to play." Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and asked Mu Linger to play a 5v5 tower defense battle mobile game. This mobile game is very popular, with a huge player base, all ages. After Wang Zhenxing talked about some rules, Mu Linger immediately played after understanding it, and quickly became addicted to the game. "It's finally quiet." Wang Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief, went back to the room to lock the door, and then studied what the black-hearted old demon left behind. The next day, Wang Zhenxing slept and woke up, and Mu Linger was still on the sofa in the hall, playing games. It seems that he has not slept all night. However, Mu Linger did not feel tired, just wrinkled her little face and cursed, spitting on the friendly dishes of the team. Curious and glanced over, Wang Zhenxing found out who the dish was, but because of Mu Linger's force, he didn't comment. Wang Zhenxing took Mu Linger to eat breakfast and went to the company. On the way to the company, Wang Zhenxing saw the lights on the street, and even the billboards removed the various brand advertisements of the stars, and all replaced them with wedding blessings and other things. It seems that a rich family held a wedding and rented all the advertising space. Wang Zhenxing glanced at it casually, but did not pay attention to it. Although Lin Keqing is taking care of the company's side, it will be the company's 10th anniversary in a few days, and there are a lot of things. Wang Zhenxing was worried that Lin Keqing would not be busy. And the 10th anniversary celebration is very meaningful, and some things need to be personally shown by him, the boss. Good morning, boss. As soon as he entered the office, Lin Keqing said hello with a smile, and then noticed a little girl following behind Wang Zhenxing. What a beautiful little girl, boss, she is, Lin Keqing asked suspiciously. A relative of mine went to the far door and asked me to help see the child. Wang Zhenxing explained. Lin Keqing nodded, and then greeted Mu Linger with a friendly smile, and found some food for her. Mu Linger pretended to be a little fart for a long time. Plus the image was cute and beautiful, Lin Keqing did not see any problem at all. On the contrary, it provoked Lin Keqing's mother's love to flood, and frequently cast a longing gaze on Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to understand. After playing a game or two with Mu Linger, Lin Keqing began to work and report some things to Wang Zhenxing. The company's anniversary celebration was scheduled to be held at Xinhua Hotel, and Xinhua Hotel was originally negotiated, and the deposit was also paid, but Xinhua Hotel temporarily repented. Xinhua Hotel is willing to compensate 5 million liquidated damages. Boss, do you think we are changing places, or how? Lin Keqing asked. Do you know why the hotel suddenly repented? Wang Zhenxing was a little puzzled. 5 million liquidated damages are not a lot, and the hotel side would rather lose money than rent the venue to the revitalization group, which makes him wonder if he has offended anyone. I went to ask, and I heard that the meaning over there was that someone rented a venue for a wedding on our anniversary day, and this liquidated damages were not actually from the hotel, but from the person who rented the venue. Lin Keqing said. Does the other party know that we rented it for the anniversary celebration of our revitalization group? Wang Zhenxing asked. I know. Lin Keqing nodded. I really don't give face at all. What is the other party's origin? Wang Zhenxing frowned. The revitalization group is now a large company with a market value of tens of billions, and there are not many people who do not give face to the revitalization group in Qingling. Zhou Dafu. Lin Keqing replied. Wang Zhenxing was abrupt. Zhou Dafu is a textile giant, and if Qingling only talks about bright assets, only under Han Mei, he is the richest person who is expected to top Qingling. Is Zhou Dafu going to marry his wife? Wang Zhenxing didn't know much about Zhou Dafu, but he knew that his wife had been dead for a long time and had never married. It is Zhou Dafu's daughter Zhou Ningran who is married. The man is a talent, the two have ended 10 years of love and long-distance running, and they are finally about to achieve positive results. Lin Keqing said with some envy. How do you know so clearly? Do you know Zhou Ningran? Wang Zhenxing asked. Of course I don't know, it's just that their affairs were hot-searched some time ago, and the man almost lost his life in order to save Zhou Ningran. Why didn't you see the boss? I usually only follow financial news. Why is it said that almost lost his life? What is the situation? Show you this, and you'll know. Lin Keqing found a news report video in the like record. Wang Zhenxing took it and looked at it. The general situation is that Zhou Ningran has a rich second-generation suitor, who pursued Zhou Ningran unsuccessfully because of love and hatred, and then kidnapped Zhou Ningran in an attempt to disadvantage her. At the critical moment, that talent appeared and desperately saved Zhou Ningran, and then the rich second generation was also arrested. After reading the news report, Wang Zhenxing suddenly had a sense of déjà vu of reading the plot of the novel. You said before that the man is very talented, what does he do? Wang Zhenxing asked. It's called Liu Xiaofan, who writes martial arts novels. The man used to be very poor, and the woman's family looked down on him, but the man earned billions of dollars by writing novels, plus he fought hard to save Zhou Ningran not long ago, which won Zhou Dafu's recognition. Lin Keqing said. Is this Liu Xiaofan's pen name Jin Guan Liang Huang? Wang Zhenxing was slightly stunned. Yes, boss, you also read martial arts novels? Lin Keqing asked in surprise. Wang Zhenxing fell into deep thought after hearing this. He knew that this protagonist of Wenshao existed before, and the two sides had not been on the same side before, plus they were busy dealing with Xiao Yu and Qin Yi, so they did not specifically go to find this protagonist of Wencopying. Judging from the news obtained from Lin Keqing, Lu Xiaofan's plot should immediately enter the end. As long as he and Zhou Ningbran end the wedding ceremony and enter the marriage hall, it should be regarded as the finale. After all, the biggest villain in Lu Xiaofan's plot, that is, the rich second generation who likes Zhou Ningbran, has been arrested. The villain is caught, and the protagonist and the heroine enter the marriage hall, which is the regular closing plot of many novels. Or to be precise, it is the regular closing plot in the single heroine cool literary novel. Because if it is a multi-heroine cool novel, there must be more than two people when they get married in the finale. Boss, according to what you mean, do you want to accept 5 million compensation, or what? Lin Keqing was undecided about this matter and asked Wang Zhenxing. Although the other party is holding a happy event, our company's 10th anniversary celebration is also very important. I saw the company's anniversary plan a few days ago, and I also looked at feng shui with a master feng shui. The place and time are accurately calculated, which is beneficial to the future development of the company and cannot be easily changed. Wang Zhenxing is not a good old man, of course, he will not easily move places for others. Moreover, the place was set by him in advance. Zhou Dafu is not easy to mess with, he has a very wide network, and if he has a conflict, it may have an impact on our company. Are you sure, boss? Lin Keqing said with some concern. Sure, you go to contact the other side. You can ask for the venue, but the compensation must be given 50 million, otherwise you will file a lawsuit. Wang Zhenxing snorted and said fearlessly. Although Zhou Dafu is not easy to mess with, he has the support of two rich women, Han Mei and Song Jingxuan. Of course, he is not afraid of Zhou Dafu. If you really want to tear your face, it will definitely be Zhou Dafu's blood loss. Okay, I'll contact you right away. Lin Keqing complied with Wang Zhenxing's decision and immediately went to call. It took about 10 minutes. It said over there that the compensation would be given at most 5 million, and there was no more point, and said that if you really want to make a big deal out of it, it will be you who suffer. Lin Keqing reported the results to Wang Zhenxing. Who did you talk to? Wang Zhenxing asked. Originally, it was Zhou Dafu's assistant who answered the phone, and the assistant said to ask you to talk in person according to Zhou Dafu's instructions, but Lu Xiaofan took it halfway through the phone and said that it was Lu Xiaofan who gave up to 5 million. Lin Keqing said. What do you mean over there at the Xinhua Hotel? No one on the hotel side wants to offend, but I heard the person in charge cryptically hint that if no one on both sides really lets anyone, it is estimated that it will be biased towards Zhou Dafu. It means that the face of my king is not as big as Zhou Dafu. Wang Zhenxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you want me to inform the in-house counsel? Lin Keqing asked. Not yet. Wang Zhenxing thought for a moment and shook his head. It really takes too long to fight a lawsuit, and even if it can be won in the end, it will only be more compensation at most. He didn't want to wait so long. The company's anniversary celebration can't be delayed. First find another venue. Anyway, Qingling is more than a big hotel. Wang Zhenxing said. Okay, I see. Lin Keqing nodded. At this time, there was a knock on the door in the office, and it was the marketing director who came to report the work. At the anniversary celebration, the company will launch some new products, and the marketing department has formulated some marketing plans, which need to ask Wang to revitalize. Wang Zhenxing took the plan and looked at it, mainly focusing on the advertising investment funds. This advertising budget is too high, right? How you guys do things? Wang Zhenxing questioned. The director of the marketing department said bitterly, Boss, this is also a matter of no way. The billboards and TV advertising spaces in the bustling commercial streets of the city, and even the advertising positions of many media, have been rented at a high price for weddings, so that the advertising space is now very tight, and the advertising investment is naturally large. As soon as Wang Zhenxing heard it, he knew that it was related to Lu Xiaofan. Boss, someone said that they would rent you Lessels as a wedding car. After the director of the marketing department finished speaking, Lin Keqing received a special call from his side. I'm not driving a car dealer. Wang Zhenxing frowned, and after a pause, he asked suspiciously, who called? Zhou Dafu's assistant called. Listening to the meaning over there, it is to scrape together 99 Rolls Royces to use on the wedding day, and the asking price is 200,000. Lin Keqing said. It's so deceitful, do you look down on me, think I'm bad for this money? Wang Zhenxing was amused, lamenting that the protagonist and villain were really foul. The rich second-generation villains of Lu Xiaofan's plot were all arrested, and the wedding process ended up. It was clashed over the wedding and the anniversary celebration of the revitalization group. There will be a call over there later, how should I reply? Lin Keqing asked Wang Zhenxing. No need to reply, just hang up. Anyway, there are contradictions, of course Wang Zhenxing will not give the other party this face. In a mansion with happy characters posted on it. Assistant Zhang, what's wrong? Lu Xiaofan asked a middle-aged man. Lu Xiaofan looked ordinary, not tall or short, and was about 26 years old. I didn't say a word, I hung up directly. Assistant Lin was embarrassed and replied to Lu Xiaofan. 200,000 is too little, isn't it? Then let them make a price. Lu Xiaofan said. He waited too long for this wedding, and he paid for it, and the budget for the entire marriage contract was 1 billion. The pomp and circumstance of the wedding can be, of course, how big it is. Luxury cars are definitely indispensable. Qingling's Rolls-Royce has a few hundred cars. A small number are in rental car dealerships, and most of them are in the hands of the rich. It's quite difficult to put together 99. After all, the rich are not short of money. Fortunately, 98 cars have been negotiated so far, and there is only one shortage. 200,000 a day is a lot of rent, let's contact other Rolls-Royce owners. Assistant Zhang said. The main thing is that his Rolls-Royce has a good license plate, which means that it is long-lasting, and this car is suitable for a wedding car. Lu Xiaofan took out some information from his future father-in-law and showed it to Assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang saw it and felt that Lu Xiaofan was quite interested, so he called the secretary's office of the revitalization group again. It's just that Lin Keqing's side was instructed by Wang Zhenxing and didn't answer the phone at all. Assistant Zhang is also very helpless. Where is the company address of the revitalization group? I will go there to talk to the boss. I still don't believe it, I can't rent a car if I have money. Lu Xiaofan said persistently. How can people say that they are also the chairman of the tens of billions of companies? They are people with status. You go and talk to people in a good voice. Don't open your mouth and take money to say things. People at this level, really not inferior to your money. Assistant Zhang reminded. Got it. Lu Xiaofan left the newlywed mansion and went to the revitalization group. Zhou Ninggran, 23 years old, graduated from the literature department of Qingling University, and then entered the Qingling Literature and Art Publishing House in the office of the president of the revitalization group. Wang Zhenxing checked the information about Zhou Ninggran on the internet. For Zhou Ninggran's resume, Wang Zhenxing is not interested, mainly to see how Zhou Ninggran looks. Although Zhou Ninggran is not a public figure, as the daughter of the textile giant Zhou Dafu, she has also attracted much attention in life. There are some photos of Zhou Ninggran on the internet. Although there are not many photos, after Wang Zhenxing saw it, he basically had a preliminary understanding of Zhou Ninggran's figure and appearance. The appearance is basically full score. The person is very tall, especially this leg is really long, it is a little bit of princess typing. Wang Zhenxing commented in his heart. As a rich girl, when Zhou Ninggran grew up, there was definitely no shortage of nutrition. This condition is presumably inherited. However, if you understand things early, you can still greatly improve, not to mention reaching the point of pride. Reaching the standard level should be a problem. Zhao King said that Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ninggran ended a 10-year love run, that Zhou Ninggran should have known Lu Xiaofan when he was 13. Is Lu Xiaofan honest, or is Zhou Ninggran reserved? Wang Zhenxing secretly speculated, but without waiting for him to think more, a message sound came out of the mobile phone. But it was Tang Qingye who suddenly sent a photo wearing a wedding dress. Wang Zhenxing was startled when he saw it, thinking that she was hinting at something. I accompanied a good friend who was about to get married to see the wedding dress, and on a whim, I tried one myself. Does it look good? Tang Qingye sent another message. You look good in whatever you wear. Wang Zhenxing quickly replied to a message, and inadvertently looked at the message that Tang Qingye had just sent, and his heart moved. As a rich girl, Tang Qingye can become friends with her, and she is definitely not an ordinary person. What's your friend's name? Wang Zhenxing edited the message and asked. Zhou Ninggran. You shouldn't know her, but you definitely know her father, whose name is Zhou Dafu. Tang Qingye replied to the message. Zhou Dafu, textile giant, I must have heard this. Which bridal shop are you in? Wang Zhenxing asked. Are you coming? Tang Qingye was overjoyed and sent a positioning to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing, no, I will ask casually, the company is busy with the anniversary celebration, I can't be busy. Tang Qingye, okay then. Wang Zhenxing, you try a few more wedding dresses and send me a few more photos to see. Tang Qingye, you want to marry me? A shy expression. Wang Zhenxing, I want to think about it, I dream about it, but old Tang won't let me get my wish easily. Tang Qingye, my dad is also true. Wang Zhenxing, let's not be in a hurry, just spend time with old Tang. Let's not talk about it, you slowly try on the wedding dress, I have something busy here. After ending the chat, Wang Zhenxing left the office directly and went to the parking lot to pick up the car. The reason why Tang Qingye was asked to try more wedding dresses was mainly to let Tang Qingye stay in the wedding dress shop for a while. Because in this case, Zhou Ningran will also stay there for a while. Wang Zhenxing wanted to look at Zhou Ningran. After coming to the parking lot to pick up the car, Wang Zhenxing went to the wedding dress shop according to the positioning sent by Tang Qingye. Just out of the parking lot. It's that Rolls-Royce. Lu Xiaofan happened to drive to the side of the revitalization group, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing's car, he immediately followed. After about 20 minutes, Wang Zhenxing came to the vicinity of the bridal shop where Tang Qingye was. Opening the perspective, Wang Zhenxing quickly found Tang Qingye's figure. Beside Tang Qingye, there was also a beautiful woman in a beautiful wedding dress. Wang Zhenxing had seen Zhou Ningran's photo in advance and recognized it at a glance. Zhou Ningran was wearing a wedding dress and asked Tang Qingye's opinion. After the two exchanged a bit, they both felt a little dissatisfied. Zhou Ningran went to change into another wedding dress. Sure enough, it's untouched. After Wang Zhenxing glanced at it a few times, he immediately judged something. It is worthy of being the heroine in the single heroine Shuangwen novel, and the plot progress is about to end, and she is still a girl. Although there was such speculation for a long time, when it was really determined, Wang Zhenxing was still inexplicably a little excited. Knock knock. A young man knocked on Wang's car window, pulling his thoughts back. When the window fell, Wang Zhenxing looked at the young man suspiciously, and a disgust rose in his heart for no reason. You should be the boss of the revitalization group, my name is Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan remembered Assistant Zhang's words and wanted to be polite, but when he saw Wang Zhenxing's appearance, he was inexplicably unhappy in his heart, forgot to show a smile, and made a face. I don't know you. Wang Zhenxing knew that this was the protagonist of the copy. Then the pen name of Jin Guan Liang Huang, you should have heard of it, right? Lu Xiaofan said with some pride. What he is really famous for is his pen name. Because of the film and television adaptation of the novel, many people have known him. Walking out into the street, he was often even asked for an autograph. Jin Guan Liang Huang, this is too familiar to me. Wang Zhenxing smiled meaningfully. Lu Xiaofan looked at his smile, always felt a little hairy in his heart, and after fixing his mind, he said what he meant. The day after tomorrow, I get married, I want to rent your car as a wedding car. Someone has already contacted your secretary before, you should know about this, right? That's what you're asking for 200,000, right? Wang Zhenxing said. The price can be negotiated, if you are not satisfied, you can re-offer. Lu Xiaofan said richly. Why do you have to rent me this car? Your license plate is good, long-lasting, and the meaning is good. Wang Zhenxing was stunned after hearing this. He really hadn't thought of this before. Some time ago, the temporary license expired, and Wang Zhenxing wanted a better license plate, so he asked Han Mei to help get it. Han Mei got one of these license plates. It seems that this is still Han Mei's intention. Use your car as a wedding car, you can also get some joy, there is nothing bad about this, you say a price, I definitely don't bargain. Lu Xiaofan was very persistent and wanted to rent Wang Zhenxing's car as a wedding car. Wang Zhenxing stretched out a finger. $1 million is too high, forget it, just as you say, $1 million. Lu Xiaofan said with some pain. Did I say $1 million? Wang Zhenxing smiled. You wouldn't want 10 million, would you? Lu Xiaofan was stunned. Add another zero. Wang Zhenxing corrected. 100 million, you are also embarrassed to say it. Lu Xiaofan's eyes widened. Didn't you pretend to make me make a random offer? Wang Zhenxing asked rhetorically. I said so, but you can't be so outrageous. Lu Xiaofan said. That's no more to talk about. Wang Zhenxing said with a regretful face. 100 million is definitely impossible, just $1 million to rent your car for a day, how about everyone make friends? Lu Xiaofan endured the unhappiness in his heart and stretched out his hand and said. Who are you and deserve to be friends with me? Wang Zhenxing disdained. I'm also a famous talent, some big stars have to be polite in front of me, begging me to let them play characters in novels, are they not worthy of making friends with you as a businessman? Lu Xiaofan said with his arms folded. A porter is also worthy of being called a talent. The corners of Wang Zhenxing's mouth lifted with some mockery. Lu Xiaofan's expression changed slightly, what do you mean by this? Here, get in the car and talk. Wang Zhenxing said. Lu Xiaofan was a little apprehensive in his heart, opened the door and got into the Rolls-Royce. Wang Zhenxing came by car, and now he and Lu Xiaofan are in the car. No matter what is talked about, people outside can't hear it. What did you mean by that? Lu Xiaofan asked repeatedly. Jin Guan Liang Huang has so many martial arts novels, how many have you copied? Wang Zhenxing directly broke. You are also wearing. Lu Xiaofan was shocked, and finally understood what the strange smile on Wang Zhenxing's face was when he mentioned the 5 words, Jin Ji Yu Wen Liang Huang, before. Shish, whisper, this kind of thing can't be silent. Wang Zhenxing stopped him from yelling. Since everyone is a fellow countryman, you should help me even more. Lu Xiaofan was afraid that the matter would be exposed, and pretended to be almost. You copied martial arts novels written by others, didn't your conscience feel uneasy? Wang Zhenxing asked. It's just a mixed meal, and it doesn't affect anything, and if the original author knows, I guess he will have to thank me for helping to promote the novel in another world, are you right? Lu Xiaofan showed a smirk and tried to persuade Wang Zhenxing. Wouldn't your fiancée be very sad if she knew that you were a copyist, but in fact she didn't have any literary brilliance at all? Wang Zhenxing said again. What the hell are you trying to do, expose me for plagiarism, right? This will not do you any good, and even if you want to expose me, there is no evidence at all. Lu Xiaofan heard that his words were wrong, and gradually put away his fake smile. In his opinion, although he is also a traverser, Wang Zhenxing also knows those novels, and it is impossible to know the details. Lu Xiaofan is different, when he crossed, he carried a library in his head, which he could copy word by word. Hearing Lu Xiaofan's words, Wang Zhenxing smiled. You can copy according to other people's results, but you can't copy this kind of thing. I have a way to let you show your stuffing, do you want to try it? Lu Xiaofan was silent for a while when he heard this. It is true that he can copy the contents of the library, but this kind of thing cannot be copied. Over the years, I have encountered some embarrassing situations many times. For example, when discussing and communicating literary matters with scholars in the literary world, he often does not interject. For example, if a university invites him to give a speech, he can't write a speech with brilliant and enthusiastic blood, and he needs to find someone to ghostwrite it. But fortunately, he was lucky and got through every time. Since everyone is a fellow countryman, looking at the face of the fellow villager, you don't have to do such a thing that harms others and is not good for yourself, right? There is something to say. Lu Xiaofan played the affection card, stretched out 3 fingers, and gestured. How about this number? Although he did not think that Wang Zhenxing could directly expose him as the Duke of Wen copy, he was afraid that this would cause rumors and affect his reputation. You go and inquire, who doesn't know that I am a famous charity entrepreneur in Qingling, how can I blackmail you? Wang Zhenxing Zhengse wrote. Lu Xiaofan was overjoyed when he heard this, but his mouth just grinned, and he only listened to Wang Zhenxing and said. I am going to buy a film and television company and sell me the full copyright of the adaptation of the novel you wrote. Directly asking Lu Xiaofan for money, this is definitely inappropriate. In case Lu Xiaofan backhanded a report, it would be troublesome. The smile on Lu Xiaofan's face froze and gritted his teeth, you don't call this blackmail. I can't take you for nothing, I will definitely use money to buy your copyright. Wang Zhenxing said. Okay, I'll sell you the copyright according to market conditions. Lu Xiaofan was interested in selling the copyright. The 2 books Condor and Condor have been adapted for film and television and are very successful. The adaptation of these 2 novels made him almost 300 million. And the income of these 300 million is still only TV series adaptations, not counting movies, anime and game adaptations. He still has the rights to dozens of novels in his hands, and if he can adapt them all, it will definitely make money. Didn't you say before, are we fellow villagers, don't you sell the copyright to fellow villagers, don't you have a little discount? That's not going to be true. Wang Zhenxing had a kind smile on his face. You, how much do you want to discount? Lu Xiaofan chuckled in his heart. No hurry, let's talk about it when I buy a film and television company. Wang Zhenxing said. Lu Xiaofan sounded a little worried, but there was no way to take Wang Zhenxing, so he could only say. Okay, just make a friend, since you are a friend, can you rent this Rolls-Royce to me on my wedding day? Of course, Wang Zhenxing said generously. Then it's settled, you are not allowed to repent, when you have time to drink my happy wine. Lu Xiaofan hurriedly said. Even if I am busy, I will take time to drink the happy wine of your fellow countrymen. Wang Zhenxing smiled, and the smile was somewhat meaningful. My wife was looking at a wedding dress at a nearby bridal shop, and I went to find my wife. Brother, let's exchange numbers and contact when the time comes. Lu Xiaofan said. Good. When exchanging numbers, Wang Zhenxing saw a young beauty with a delicate look on the background of Lu Xiaofan's mobile phone screen. Wang Zhenxing recognized that this was what Zhou Ningran looked like when he was young. This is my fiancé, Lu Xiaofan said as if it were a pose. Your fiancé is so beautiful. Wang Zhenxing did not hesitate to praise. When Lu Xiaofan heard his praise, he felt a little strange in his heart, and quickly turned off the screen of his mobile phone, stopped showing him, and prepared to get out of the car and leave. But when he turned around, he felt a gentle pat on his waist. Lu Xiaofan looked back at Wang Zhenxing suspiciously. Help you pat the dust. Wang Zhenxing explained. Oh, thanks. Lu Xiaofan didn't think much about it, and after speaking, he walked straight towards the bridal shop. The host destroys the male ability of the protagonist Lu Xiaofan, and the villain aura points are +40. The host greatly affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 1000. The protagonist Lu Xiaofan's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. Wang Zhenxing received the news, and looked at Lu Xiaofan's back as he walked into the wedding shop, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After inquiring in the bridal shop, Lu Xiaofan quickly found Zhou Ningran. Zhou Ningran just changed into a wedding dress, turned around in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, admired himself, and asked Tang Qingya's opinion. Wife, you look so beautiful in your wedding dress, let your husband hug. Lu Xiaofan took the conversation, said with an exaggerated expression, and embraced it with open arms with a playful smile. Zhou Ningran took a step back, and his long legs skillfully kicked over. Lu Xiaofan couldn't react, was hit by the point, frowned and knelt on the ground, only to slow down after more than 10 seconds. However, you are also too ruthless, always come to this trick, we are almost married, can't we even hug it? Lu Xiaofan said with a sad expression. I told you a long time ago, before you get married, you give me honesty, otherwise be careful I kick you. Zhou Ningran snorted. If you kick me out of the way, then it's too late for you to regret it. Lu Xiaofan slowly got up from the ground. Didn't I kick you for the first time, didn't you always have nothing to do? Zhou Ningran said. Lu Xiaofan was speechless for a while, feeling very humiliated. The two have been in love for almost 10 years, but so far he has only held hands with Zhou Ningran at most, and there is no other further move. It's not that Lu Xiaofan is too honest, but Zhou Ningran is very traditional, and a little spicy, and has practiced self-defense techniques. Lu Xiaofan can't remember how many feet he has been hit over the years, but fortunately his body is tough and he has not been kicked out of trouble. When you're married, see how I teach you. Lu Xiaofan had been holding this breath for a long time, and seeing that he was about to get married now, he felt some irrepressible excitement and joy in his heart. Zhou Ningran continued to pick out the wedding dress, and after changing a few more sets of wedding dresses, he took a fancy to a white mopping wedding dress with a conservative style. Qingya, what do you think of this? Zhou Ningran asked. I tried this one just now, I think this one is very good, I just sent it to my boyfriend, and he also thinks this one looks the best. Tang Qingya said in surprise. Oh yes, that's it, Zhou Ningran decided. I'm a groom, why don't you ask my opinion? Lu Xiaofan said in a weak voice beside him. You go cool on the side. Zhou Ningran grimaced at Lu Xiaofan, turned around and took Tang Qingya's hand, and said urgently. You hid your boyfriend so well, even I hid it, it's too uninteresting, when will you bring it out for me to see? I'll help you refer to it. My boyfriend is busy at work, and I sometimes have a hard time seeing him. Holding Zhou Ninggran's white and tender hand, Tang Qingya's pretty face showed some sadness. There will always be a time to rest, there will be a chance to bring it out for me to meet, I would like to see what kind of good man abducted you. Zhou Ninggran said with a smile. However, you are so curious about what people's boyfriends do, you have to look at men, look at your husband. Lu Xiaofan said without skin and face. Cut, what do you have to look at? Zhou Ninggran pouted. Lu Xiaofan is mediocre in terms of appearance, belonging to the inconspicuous kind that is thrown in the pile of people. A man's appearance is not important, talent is important. Lu Xiaofan had already been hit by Zhou Ninggran countless times, and he had long been used to it. Okay, Casey, you hurry up, have you forgotten that it's best not to meet a few days before marriage? Zhou Ninggran said. Yes, forget about this stubble. Lu Xiaofan just thought about seeing Zhou Ninggran and ignored this matter, this will hear the reminder, and quickly left. Outside the bridal shop, Wang Zhenxing also drove away after watching for a while. Lu Xiaofan is just a protagonist of the Duke of Wen copy, and there is no force value at all. It was too simple to kill Lu Xiaofan. However, Lu Xiaofan still has many novels that have not been written. Leave Lu Xiaofan and you can use him as a cash cow. What Wang Zhenxing has to think about now is a formal channel to effectively get Lu Xiaofan's money. Lu Xiaofan seems to be quite afraid of Zhou Ninggran, a man who is afraid of his wife. It is also reasonable to give money to his wife after marriage, right? Wang Zhenxing quickly thought of a way, but how to have a good relationship with Zhou Ninggran. Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ninggran have known each other for 10 years and are about to get married. Let's not say how much Zhou Ninggran loves Lu Xiaofan, but since they have all reached the point of marriage, they should at least like it. Wang Zhenxing did not think that he could easily let Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ning separate, and then let the latter empathize and fall in love. The normal way is definitely not good, you can only come to the wild road. The black-hearted old demon left a poison cheat book with some poison used against women. There are those that are disposable, and there are long-term permanent ones. Wang Zhenxing wants to raise a cash cow, of course, he can only choose a long-term one. There is something called infatuation in the cheats. It's just that the main material for making infatuation is very rare. It takes at least 50 years of grubs. This thing may have been possessed by the black-hearted old devil, but now that he is cold early, it is naturally impossible to get it from the black-hearted old devil. Wang Zhenxing could only entrust people to go to the southern Xinjiang side to buy clams. The southern Xinjiang side specializes in this kind of thing, which is famous. About the day will look like, and there will be news. Someone has 2 55-year-old clams, and the offer price is 200 million, and there is no bargain. After Wang Zhenxing heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But thinking that this money can be reimbursed from Lu Xiaofan in the future, it doesn't matter. Half a day after the payment, Wang Zhenxing got the cheat, and at the same time paid the sender $1 million intermediary fee. While waiting for the cheat, Wang Zhenxing had also prepared other materials for refining the infatuation. After getting the clam, he found a quiet place where no one disturbed him, and began refining the infatuation clam. The two most important things for refining infatuation are more than 50 years of life, and the second is the blood of the heart. Wang Zhenxing wants to be the target of love, and it is naturally his own blood. The black-hearted old demon explained in his notes that the blood of the heart should not be taken lightly, and at most 2 drops should be taken within 3 months, and exceeding this number would cause damage to the body. Therefore, Wang Zhenxing was extra careful when refining, for fear that if he accidentally practiced wrong, the materials would be wasted. Fortunately, with the experience summed up by the black-hearted old devil, the refining process was relatively smooth. Wang Zhenxing made 2 infatuated pills into the shape of small sugar pills, wrapped them in sugar paper and carried them with him for easy access. Afternoon. There is still a day and a half before Lu Xiaofan's wedding. What are you doing? Wang Zhenxing sent a message to Tang Qingya. I'm choosing a bridesmaid dress with a few friends, what's the matter? Tang Qingya quickly replied to the message. Wang Zhenxing, it's nothing, I just missed you suddenly. Tang Qingya, are you free now? It's a pity that I can't walk away. Wang Zhenxing, it's okay, I can come to you. Tang Qingya, okay, I'll send you a positioning, come over quickly, my friend also mentioned to me before, very curious about you, I want to see you. Wang Zhenxing had already guessed that Tang Qingya might be a bridesmaid, and she should be basically inseparable from Zhou Ningran recently, and after chatting with her, she would leave immediately. Mu Linger originally wanted to protect Wang Zhenxing, but she was now addicted to playing games and couldn't help herself, and she didn't have the heart to pay attention to other things. Wang Zhenxing came to a dress shop in the middle of a busy street. Tang Qingya was discussing with a few friends who were also bridesmaids about which dress to choose. There was no figure of Zhou Ningran next to him. Wang Zhenxing opened the perspective and looked at it, only to find that Zhou Ningran would be in the bathroom. Hey, you're here. Tang Qingya quickly saw Wang Zhenxing, stopped talking to his friends, and walked towards Wang Zhenxing happily. After Tang Qingya's bridesmaid friend saw Wang Zhenxing, she gossiped and asked what the relationship between the two was. Tang Qingya was afraid that these bridesmaid friends would have big mouths, so she replied that Wang Zhenxing was just an ordinary friend of herself. Wang Zhenxing waited and looked for opportunities. At this time, a takeaway guy from the dress shop walked in. It turned out that the milk tea ordered by Tang Qingya and others arrived. Tang Qingya and a few bridesmaid friends each picked up the milk tea they had chosen and drank it. After taking it, there is 1 cup left. That's the bride-to-be, didn't order yours, do you want to drink it? Mine to you, Tang Qingya said. I don't drink it, you drink it. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand, walked around casually, walked to the remaining cup of milk tea, and took advantage of no one's attention, and added a little ingredient to the remaining cup of milk tea at a lightning speed. There is surveillance in the store. However, Wang Zhenxing did not pay attention to it. With his current poisoning methods, ordinary surveillance cannot be filmed. Unless it is that kind of high-speed recording monitoring, it is possible to shoot clearly. But this is just a dress store, ordinary monitoring can meet the demand, it is impossible to install high-speed monitoring. I'll go out for a cigarette. Wang Zhenxing couldn't talk to these women, and felt that it was not interesting to wait, so he said hello to Tang Qingya and walked towards the outside of the dress store. Sisters, have you agreed on it? Zhou Ningran came to Tang Qingya and the others, asked with a smile, and at the same time picked up the remaining cup of bubble tea and drank it. After taking a few sips, I was suddenly choked. Are you all right? Tang Qingya nervously walked over and asked. I accidentally swallowed the pearl, it's okay. Zhou Ningran quickly eased up. After discussing, choose this light blue dress. After discussing with the bridesmaids for a while, Tang Qingya replied to Zhou Ningran. Isn't that a bit strangled? After Zhou Ningran glanced at the style, he was slightly worried that Tang Qingya and they were not comfortable dressing. Specially chosen, it's better to make a point, so that it won't steal the limelight of your bride. Tang Qingya tried hard to hold back a smile and said in a low voice. Zhou Ning froze for a moment, subconsciously lowered his head, and suddenly saw his toes, and suddenly felt a little heart-piercing. You. Zhou Ningran glanced at Tang Qingya enviously and jealously, and reached out to pat her. Tang Qingya took a step back and dodged, comforting, after you get married, the situation will definitely improve a lot. You know a lot, how do you know? Zhou looked at her nervously. Of course I've heard that. Tang Qingya blushed a little. Zhou Ningran saw the clue and walked closer to her. Speaking of you and your boyfriend, how far have you developed now? Just like you, hold hands at most. Tang Qingya's eyes flickered. Zhou Ningran didn't believe her, but there would be people around, and it was not easy to ask the bottom of it, and turned around. Didn't you say before that your boyfriend was coming to see you, why haven't you come yet? He's already here, and he's going to be smoking outside. Tang Qingya pointed to the outside of the dress shop and said to Zhou Ningran. Oh yes. Zhou Ningran became curious, and couldn't help but walk towards the outside of the dress store, and soon saw the back of a tall man. Because of his back, Zhou Ningran couldn't see the other party's face clearly, so he went around and thought of going in front of the man. Unexpectedly, I didn't pay attention to my feet, and my feet on high heels were unstable, and I was about to fall. Fortunately, a strong arm stretched out. Zhou Ningran grabbed his arm as a support, only then did he stand firm and did not fall. At the same time, Zhou Ningran also raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. With just one glance, Zhou Ningran froze, and his snow-white pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heroine Zhou Ninggran has a favorability of +50 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 600, Lu Xiaofan's luck value is -60, and the host's luck value is +60. Wang Zhenxing received the news and was not particularly satisfied. According to the records of the black-hearted old devil, the role of infatuation should be more than that. Because the black-hearted old demon clearly stated in his notes that infatuation can easily make some righteous women uncontrollable. It seems that it is because Zhou Ninggran's heart secretly agreed before this, so it affects the effect of infatuation. If you want infatuation to fully play a role, let Zhou Ninggran completely empathize with me, and love me so much, it is estimated that it will take 10 days and a half month. After thinking for a while, Wang Zhenxing quickly judged the reason. Lu Xiaofan is about to get married. Wang Zhenxing also planned to make a whole play when he got married, and he didn't want to wait 10 days and a half month. In order to let the demon quickly exert its effect, letting Zhou Ninggran be separated from Lu Xiaofan is the only way. Wang Zhenxing turned his brain and thought of countermeasures. Zhou stared at Wang Zhenxing for a while, knowing his gaffe, and quickly withdrew his gaze, but a doubt arose in his heart. We know each other before? Zhou Ninggran felt that he had a sense of déjà vu for Wang Zhenxing, which is why he asked this question. Maybe. Wang Zhenxing knew that Zhou Ninggran was affected by infatuation, so he deliberately responded to her ambiguous words. Zhou Ninggran's feelings are a bit like the 7-life grudge couple in folklore, which probably means that two people who love each other have a 7-life relationship, but they are resisted from all sides and cannot be together until death. When we meet and reunite in each life, there is a feeling of déjà vu and an urge to get close to each other. Of course, this strange feeling is only unilateral by Zhou Ninggran, and Wang Zhenxing is not affected. But what's wrong with you? Tang Qingye followed out and took a look. It's okay, I accidentally broke my foot. Zhou Ninggran let go of Wang Zhenxing's arm and replied, looked at the no outsiders next to him, and asked in a low voice, he is your boyfriend? Yes. Tang Qingye nodded with a smile. Your boyfriend is really handsome. Zhou Ninggran glanced at Wang Zhenxing slightly, and said to Tang Qingye sincerely. Ahem, watch your words, but you're a woman to get married. Tang Qingye quipped. These words were originally just a joke, but Zhou Ning listened to it in his ears, but he was weak for a while. Zhou Ninggran, you sober up, don't think about it, that's your girlfriend's boyfriend. Zhou Ninggran took a deep breath and admonished himself seriously in his heart. After the bridesmaid dress was selected, Zhou Ninggran and the others went to pick out the souvenir. Wang Zhenxing accompanied him. During this period, Zhou Ninggran's eyes always looked at Wang Zhenxing nonchalantly. Wang Zhenxing also frequently responded with his gaze. This strange and familiar feeling made Zhou Ninggran more and more puzzled in his heart. Did I really know him before? But I really didn't have the slightest impression. Did you know each other before? When Tang Qingye and the others went to choose a souvenir, Zhou Ning inadvertently came to Wang Zhenxing's side and asked him again. Do you like Lu Xiaofan because of his literary brilliance? Wang Zhenxing replied to what he asked. Sort of. Zhou Ninggran seriously thought about this question and nodded back. Lu Xiaofan's family is ordinary, and his appearance is also unremarkable. And Zhou Ninggran is super white and rich, and the reason why he looks at Lu Xiaofan is indeed because of his literary brilliance. If one day, you find that Lu Xiaofan is actually not literate, then will you regret being with him? Wang Zhenxing asked. What do you mean by that? Zhou Ninggran didn't understand. You answer my hypothetical question first. Wang Zhenxing looked serious. Yes. Zhou Ninggran nodded. At the beginning, she was completely indifferent to Lu Xiaofan, and it was precisely because of her admiration of Lu Xiaofan's literary brilliance that she turned from worship to admiration. Why are you telling me these meaningless hypothetical questions? Zhou Ning asked puzzled. But what if that's not an assumption? Wang Zhenxing took a deep look at her, and then took out his mobile phone to play a recording. Jin Guan Liang Huang has so many martial arts novels, how many have you copied? What the hell are you trying to do, expose me for plagiarism, right? This will not benefit you, and even if you expose me, there will be no evidence at all. This intercepted recording is the conversation between Wang Zhenxing and Lu Xiaofan in the car before. Lu Xiaofan was still too tender in the end, without a sense of defense, and he didn't even notice that the conversation was recorded by Wang Zhenxing. How How is it possible? Zhou Ningbran's heart trembled after hearing this, and he was a little unbelievable. Actually, you've known him for so long, and you've more or less doubted him, right? The truth of this recording aside, but if you have doubts, you can find the answer yourself. Wang Zhenxing said slowly. After Zhou Ningbran listened to Wang Zhenxing's words, he fell silent. Seeing this, Wang Zhenxing did not continue to say anything. Tang Qingye and the bridesmaids chose several souvenirs and asked Zhou Ningbran's opinion, and only then did Zhou Ningbran pull back from his thoughts. Zhou Ningbran was absent-minded and casually said a souvenir. Approaching the time to eat, Zhou Ningbran invited everyone to the restaurant to eat. While waiting for the food to be served, Zhou Ningbran left the private room, found a quiet place, and dialed Lu Xiaofan's phone. "Wife, I haven't seen you for most of the day, so you miss me." After the phone was connected, Lu Xiaofan's laughter sounded on the other end. Zhou Ningbran was sullen, without a smile on his face. "I haven't heard you compose poetry for a long time, I want you to write an ancient love poem for me." Zhou Ningbran suddenly said. "A trifle, let me think about it." Lu Xiaofan flipped through the library in his mind and looked for love poems that he had never told Zhou Ningbran. "I have a request, but not just write any poem, the poem must have 4 images of Changwan, chintz, autumn water, and fallen leaves." Zhou Ningbran immediately added. "This, why is it still with a proposition?" Lu Xiaofan exclaimed. "It's just 4 very common ancient poetic images, how can your writing be so good, how can it stump you?" Zhou Ningbran said. "Okay, let me think about it and tell you tomorrow." Lu Xiaofan felt that this was a big project, and he was ready to stay up late to flip through the library. "Why wait for tomorrow? I'll give you 10 minutes, and you'll tell me in 10 minutes. Zhou Ningbran wanted to verify Lu Xiaofan's literary brilliance, and naturally he would not agree to wait until tomorrow. As a talented woman who graduated from the Department of Literature, Zhou Ningbran's literary style is also very good. It's autumn now, and it has some atmosphere in itself, and it's not difficult to compose a poem with 4 common ancient poetic imagery of Changwan, chintz, autumn water and falling leaves. 10 minutes is totally enough. Zhou Ningbran himself can even do it. 10 minutes to make a propositional poem, you are embarrassing me." Lu Xiaofan cried bitterly. "Yun wants to wear clothes and flowers, the spring breeze blows Revlon, if it is not for the Jade Mountain, it will meet the Yaotai moon. Even this kind of amazing verse you can make at will, how can you be stumped by a simple propositional poem?" Zhou Ningbran became more and more suspicious. Lu Xiaofan was speechless. This Qing flat tune was written by Li Bai to praise Yang Guifei's beauty, but it was stolen by him to praise Zhou Ningbran. When Zhou Ningbran heard Lu Xiaofan read this poem, he was simply shocked. "Writing poetry also requires inspiration, you give me 4 image propositions, I really can't do it." Lu Xiaofan pulled up. "But I just want to hear it," Zhou Ningbran said persistently. "The proposition is the framework, which affects my inspiration very much, and if I play freely, I can compose poetry at my fingertips." Lu Xiaofan said. "Then you improvise and I listen." Ahem. Lu Xiaofan cleared his throat and slowly read, "Guan Guan Ju, in the river continent it." Took more than a minute before he finished reading the entire poem. "How?" Lu Xiaofan looked forward to Zhou Ningbran's praise. Zhou Ning was silent for a while and did not answer. Judging from the level of this poem that Lu Xiaofan reads, it is naturally top-notch. But with such a level of literary brilliance, how can you not write a poem with only 4 common ancient poetic images? "Ranran, why don't you talk?" Lu Xiaofan saw that Zhou Ning did not squeak for a long time, and asked suspiciously. "I'm about to open dinner here, so I won't tell you." After Zhou Ningbran said sullenly, he directly hung up the phone. "How does it feel?" A little strange. Lu Xiaofan looked at the mobile phone where the call was interrupted, and his heart drummed. After eating, Zhou Ningbran's bridesmaid friends temporarily dispersed, and Tang Qingye was also ready to leave with Wang Zhenxing. "Bye-bye, I'll be there at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning." Before leaving, Tang Qingye said to Zhou Ningbran. Tomorrow is the day of Zhou Ningbran's wedding, and it takes a lot of time to get up in the morning to put on makeup and so on. Tang Qingye, as a bridesmaid, also had to come over very early. Zhou Ningbran was full of thoughts, and did not pay attention to Tang Qingye's words. Tang Qingye saw that her expression was not right, so she asked with concern if she was uncomfortable. Zhou Ningbran was about to shake his head to indicate that he was fine, but after seeing Wang Zhenxing next to Tang Qingye, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind, pretending to be uncomfortable and saying to Tang Qingye, "I may be the one who came, can you help me buy something nearby? I'll go right away, wait for me." Tang Qingye nodded quickly, and asked Wang Zhenxing to take care of Zhou Ningbran, and he went to the nearby supermarket. He is really strange, casually can make amazing verses, but give him a simple proposition, he can't do anything. I think you should know the reason, can you tell me? Taking advantage of Tang Qingye's absence, Zhou Ningbran asked Wang Zhenxing. The answer is already in the recording you listened to, you actually understand it in your heart, so why ask again? Wang Zhenxing said. But what I don't understand is where these poems and novels of his came from, because those things are completely absent in this world. Zhou Ningbran still had a trace of luck in his heart. Wang Zhenxing sensed from her tone, thought for a while, and said, "You are right, there is no such thing in this world, because it is something from another world." How is this possible? This was beyond Zhou Ningbran's understanding, and she was a little unbelievable. Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and looked through some information about Lu Xiaofan on the internet, and then said, "He posted news on social platforms some time ago, and he was writing the third part of the Condor and the Condor Eagle, that is, relying on the sky. Do you know the content of relying on the sky?" He wrote about 200,000 or 300,000 words, but it hasn't been officially released yet, but I've seen it. Zhou Ningbran likes the words written by Lu Xiaofan, and she has always been the first reader of Lu Xiaofan's novels. Did you just write 200,000 or 300,000 words? Then you must think that the heroine is Zhou Zhiro, right? Wang Zhenxing has seen Yishan once and has a general understanding of its contents. Impossible, how do you know the heroine's name? Zhou Ningbran was surprised. Who said she was the heroine? The real heroine has not yet appeared. Wang Zhenxing said. Zhou Ningbran was half convinced and sent a message to Lu Xiaofan to inquire. How did you guess that the heroine is not Zhou Zhiro? Lu Xiaofan was stunned and immediately replied with a message. The host affects the direction of the plot, causing the heroine Zhou Ningbran to centrifuge the protagonist Lu Xiaofan and obtain a counterattack point of 500. The protagonist Lu Xiaofan's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Zhou Ningbran completely believed Wang Zhenxing's words, looked at him in amazement, and asked, "According to what you mean, Lu Xiaofan is from another world, so you are also from another world? It's not just me and Lu Xiaofan, but you too." Wang Zhenxing said something that shocked Zhou Ningbran even more. "I'm from another world too." Zhou Ningbran looked at Wang Zhenxing, the whole person was stunned, and after slowing down, he immediately asked. "But I obviously don't have any memories of another world, why would you say that?" "Perhaps, you may not be." Wang Zhenxing sighed. "There must be a reason for what you just said, right? Can you talk about it?" Zhou Ningbran wanted to know the answer. "Because in another world, you and I looks exactly like someone I know." Wang Zhenxing looked complicated and looked at Zhou Ningbran. "What is that person's relationship to you?" Zhou Ningbran could see some hot brilliance from his eyes, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. The heroine Zhou Ningbran's favorability to the host is +10, and the current total favorability is 60. Adoration. Wang Zhenxing did not immediately answer Zhou Ningbran's words, but inadvertently raised his hand and wanted to touch her cheek. But when he saw that he was about to meet, he slowly put his hand down. "It's me, friend," Wang Zhenxing said. "Friends, I guess it's your lover, right?" Zhou Ning looked at his expression, determined that he was lying, and asked. "It doesn't matter what it is anymore, you're just like her, but it's not her." Wang Zhenxing is equivalent to acquiescence. "Is it possible that I am her?" Zhou Ningbran remembered the familiar and unfamiliar feeling when he first saw Wang Zhenxing in the dress shop, and said on a whim. "Do you remember something?" Wang Zhenxing showed joy at the right time, grabbed her hand and asked. Zhou Ningbran did not struggle, let him grab his hand, and threw Lu Xiaofan out of Cloud 9, revealing his heart with his eyes downcast. "I don't have any memories of anything other than this world, but as soon as I saw you, I was interested in you. I have a strange feeling for you, as if I have known you for a long, long time, and I would love to be close to you. Maybe I'm the person you know, but when I came into this world, I didn't have the same memories as you." After speaking, Zhou Ningbran slowly raised his head, looked at Wang Zhenxing's gaze, and waited for his response. Wang Zhenxing was stunned, and then showed some excitement and tilted his head forward. Zhou Ning seemed to feel something, and his long legs subconsciously wanted to kick out, but fortunately he suppressed this thought in time, and then closed his eyes with a slightly red face. The heroine Zhou Ninggran has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host affects the direction of the plot and gets a counterattack point of 800. The protagonist Liu Xiaofan's luck value is -80, and the host's luck value is +80. Wang Zhenxing received the news, and at the same time used his clairvoyance's farsightedness to see Tang Qingye walking towards this side after shopping, and quickly let go of Zhou Ninggran. Even if you are her, it is too late, you and I each have our own lives. Wang Zhenxing looked at the blushing Zhou Ninggran and said. This sentence pulled the confused Zhou Ninggran back to reality in an instant. Wang Zhenxing is now with her good friend Tang Qingye, and she will get married tomorrow. Why didn't we meet earlier? Zhou Ninggran's expression was as pale as paper, complaining that fate was playing tricks. Wang Zhenxing did not speak, but showed a regretful expression. He didn't plan to stop Liu Xiaofan from getting married, he just wanted to do something on the wedding day. Because if he didn't get married, Zhou Ninggran wouldn't have an honest reason to manage Liu Xiaofan's money. So Liu Xiaofan and Zhou Ninggran need to have a nominal wedding. Soon, Tang Qingye had already appeared in the normal vision of Wang Zhenxing and Zhou Ninggran. The two had a tacit understanding, each looked away, and no longer looked at each other with affection. But why is your face so white and uncomfortable? Tang Qingye took a package of things bought from the supermarket and came to Zhou Ninggran, thinking that she was so pained that her face turned pale, and asked with great concern. Zhou Ninggran was indeed uncomfortable at the moment, but this discomfort was emotional, and Tang Qingye thought so. Accompanied by Tang Qingye, Zhou Ninggran symbolically went to the bathroom for a spin, covering up the lie that pretended to be uncomfortable. Qingye, I really envy you, said Zhou Ninggran in a complicated tone. What do I have to envy? It's because I envy you, I can finally marry someone I like and achieve positive results. Tang Qingye sighed sincerely. Hearing this, Zhou Ninggran secretly smiled bitterly. If she could, she would rather replace each other's lives with everything she had. The time quickly came to the next day. Tang Qingye came to Zhou Ninggran's house early and accompanied her to dress up. It turned out to be a joyful atmosphere. But Zhou Ninggran's expression was dull and sullen. But what's going on with you, why do you seem unhappy? Tang Qingye found that something was wrong and asked suspiciously. Can I regret not marrying? Seeing that there would be no one else next to him, Zhou Ninggran secretly said his thoughts to his good friend. But you're okay, don't you like Liu Xiaofan's talent? How could you suddenly think that you don't want to marry? What happened? Could it be that he was with other women behind your back? Tang Qingye looked solemn and asked. Yes. Zhou Ninggran did not dare to tell Tang Qingye the reason, but he did not want to marry in his heart, so he admitted Tang Qingye's statement. How can it make sense? I'll go find him. Tang Qingye was indignant, looking at the situation to find Liu Xiaofan theory. Don't go. Zhou Ninggran quickly grabbed this good friend so as not to expose the lie. What are you planning? Tang Qingye calmed down her emotions and asked. If, I'm talking about if, don't take it seriously. Zhou Ninggran was afraid that she would be angry, so he spoke first. But you say, if today is you and your boyfriend going to get married, but you suddenly don't like your boyfriend and don't want to get married, what will you do? Zhou Ninggran spoke cautiously. This wedding was too big, inviting many distinguished guests with heads and faces in Qingling. If the wedding was really cancelled suddenly, then her father Zhou Dafu would definitely lose face. Zhou Ninggran is a very filial person and does not want his father to face this kind of problem. But she really didn't want to get married again. Under this tangled emotion, Zhou Ninggran wanted to get some support and encouragement to make her determined to do this. This was why Zhou Ninggran asked Tang Qingye like this. For me, if this is impossible, I like him and dream of marrying him. Tang Qingye responded to her good friend's question. I've already said it, this is if. Zhou Ninggran was a little tired. There is no such if. Tang Qingye's tone was resolute. Then let me put it another way, if you find out that your boyfriend has someone, will you still get married? Zhou Ninggran turned around. Tang Qingye hesitated for a moment before replying, if it was an accident and it wasn't his fault, I would definitely still get married. What if it's his fault? Zhou Ninggran gritted his teeth slightly. Liu Xiaofan pretended to be a talent to deceive women, which was Liu Xiaofan's fault. It's his fault, I'm sure. Tang Qingye was stubborn. You're going to repent of it, right? Zhou Ninggran took her words and asked happily. I probably, maybe, or maybe I'd still be willing to marry him. Tang Qingye said spinelessly. Zhou Ning was speechless for a while, and at the same time realized that Tang Qingye could not be separated from Wang Zhenxing. After sorting these out, Zhou Ningran couldn't help but feel a little lost in his heart. Of course, I don't know what happened, but if you really want to repent of marriage, then you must be clean, but at the same time, you must be mentally prepared to meet the consequences. Tang Qingye said solemnly. Zhou Ning hung his head, his eyes flickering. Even if you repent of marriage, what can you do? Wang Zhenxing and Tang Qingye could not separate, and they had no chance. As the single heroine of Shuangwen's novel, Zhou Ningran has a very strong sense of territory and is not very willing to share it with others. In her heart, she actually hopes that Wang Zhenxing will stand up bravely and then take her away desperately. If you really bear to watch me marry and do nothing, then I will marry you, with some sadness and gambling emotions, Zhou Ningran said to himself in his heart. Early morning. Lu Xiaofan was so excited last night that he didn't move all night. Before dawn, I went to the wedding shop to put on makeup and got a big back haircut. Let the original image of his words add a bit of handsomeness. Returning to the newlywed mansion, Lu Xiaofan looked up, looked at Ji Shi, and found that there was still an hour to go. Why hasn't that guy's car arrived yet? So it won't be a temporary repentance, right? Lu Xiaofan looked around, did not see the Rolls-Royce that Wang Zhenxing, and was a little worried in his heart. Wang Zhenxing's car is to be used as a wedding car, and it needs to be decorated. In other words, the car must come some time in advance to catch the auspicious time. Taking out his mobile phone, Lu Xiaofan was ready to urge. But just as I was about to make a call, I saw a Rolls-Royce approaching. Lu Xiaofan smiled and walked over. The car was parked, and a strange middle-aged man wearing white gloves walked down, looking at the obvious driver. Why didn't your boss come? Lu Xiaofan asked. What is my boss's status? How can I be a wedding car driver? The driver explained with a smile. Lu Xiaofan was a little disappointed after hearing this. He actually really wanted Wang Zhenxing to be a driver. After all, Wang Zhenxing's identity is not ordinary. If he can be a wedding car driver, it is absolutely full of ranks. However, Lu Xiaofan also knows that this is somewhat unrealistic. After all, it is magical to let the chairman of a $10 billion listed company be a wedding car driver for him. When the auspicious time arrived, the wedding car team set off. 99 Rolls-Royces lined up, which still looks very spectacular. When walking down the street, everyone cast shocked eyes. The wedding car team came to the Zhou family. Lu Xiaofan took a few best men, and after some torture and danger, successfully received the bride. Zhou Ningran and Lu Xiaofan walked into the wedding car and went to the newlywed mansion. In the car, Zhou Ningran tensed his face and looked sullen. But what's wrong with you? Today is your big day, why don't you look happy? Lu Xiaofan asked suspiciously. Zhou Ning ignored him, and was even separated from him by a seat. Lu Xiaofan only thought that Zhou Ningran was a little apprehensive about life after marriage, so he quickly swore and said a lot of nice things, wanting Zhou Ningran to believe that he would be good to her. But Zhou Ningran was still unmoved. I borrowed this car from the boss of the Zhenxing group, the license plate has a very good meaning, and the homophony is long-lasting. Lu Xiaofan looked for a topic and chatted with Zhou Ningran. Zhou Ningran originally didn't want to deal with him, looking at the scenery passing outside the car window, but after hearing the words revitalization, he subconsciously turned around. What's the name of this man you're talking about? Zhou Ningran couldn't help but ask. Wang Zhenxing. He also lent you his car as a wedding car. Zhou Ningran clenched his teeth. Yes, what's the problem? Lu Xiaofan was a little dazed, not understanding why Zhou Ningran was suddenly so excited. Zhou Ningran's eyes were red, he sobbed softly, and continued to turn his head to look out the car window. But there won't be any ambiguous relationship with that surnamed Wang, right? Lu Xiaofan saw her reaction and was suspicious. It's impossible, Ran likes me so much, how can it have anything to do with that surnamed Wang? Lu Xiaofan quickly comforted himself and chose to believe Zhou Ningran. 10 years of relationship between the two. How can it be easily shaken? The wedding car team came to the newlywed mansion. The sound of firecrackers and fireworks sounded and lasted for a long time before it stopped. Zhou Ningran, accompanied by Tang Qingye and other bridesmaids, went to the mansion room to sit. Didn't your boyfriend come with you? Zhou Ningran asked Tang Qingye in a low voice. His company is holding its 10th anniversary celebration today, and if you can't leave, it is estimated that you can come over in the evening. Tang Qingye spoke with Wang Zhenxing on the phone in advance and naturally knew his itinerary. After Zhou Ningran listened, he felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. When the evening came, the wedding ceremony would have been over long ago. However, thinking that it was the 10th anniversary of Wang Zhenxing Company, Zhou Ningran could also understand. Evening, night, as long as you can come at the last moment, I will give you a chance, Zhou Ningran said silently in his heart. After staying at the wedding mansion for a while, the wedding cart team set off again and rushed to the Xinhua Hotel for the wedding ceremony. Outside the Xinhua Hotel, luxury cars are like rain. The textile giant Zhou Dafu married his daughter, and many figures with heads and faces in Qingling gave face, and took time out of their busy schedules to congratulate them. During the wedding ceremony, there was also a big star Jiu Feiyao who came to the scene and sang to send blessings to the couple. Lu Xiaofan felt extremely proud. The only regret was that Zhou Ningran was almost expressionless the whole time, which made Lu Xiaofan's face hang. After seeing this, some guests also looked at each other, wondering whether Zhou Ningran was forced to marry. This goes against the rumored story of the two falling in love and ending a 10-year love run. Lu Xiaofan felt very embarrassed, and when he moved, he took the microphone and explained to the guests with a smile. However, my health is not good, and I hope that all my relatives and friends will forgive me, but don't worry, it's a happy event. Hearing this, many people immediately speculated that the two should be married to Feng Ji. If a woman is happy, she will naturally feel very uncomfortable, and it can be said without a smile. Some of Zhou Dafu's friends listened to it and quickly congratulated Zhou Dafu and congratulated him on becoming a grandfather soon. After Zhou Dafu listened, he couldn't keep his mouth shut with a smile. There was a lot of laughter in the room. Zhou Ningran was furious, staring at Lu Xiaofan with big black eyes, complaining that he had ruined his reputation. After Lu Xiaofan saw it, he took a few steps back in fear and begged in a low voice, Ran gave some face, you wouldn't want to kick me on this occasion, would you? Zhou Ningran calmed down for a moment, and also knew that it was not appropriate to move his feet on this occasion, and forcibly suppressed the idea of beating Lu Xiaofan. The feast is over. The guests gradually dispersed. Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ningran's friends returned to the newlywed mansion to celebrate the newlyweds until nightfall. Lu Xiaofan was worried that his friends would make trouble at night, so he secretly stuffed 10,000 red envelopes one by one in advance, begging these people to leave quickly after dinner and not to disturb people. Fellow countrymen, during the day my company celebrated its 10th anniversary, I couldn't be there in person to congratulate me, it's really unbearable. Wang Zhenxing rushed to Lu Xiaofan's newlywed villa with a meal, and congratulated empty-handed. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Xiaofan waved his hand generously, and he didn't bother to curry favor with gift money and the like. Zhou Ningran was originally chatting with Tang Qingye and a few people in the house, and after hearing this voice, he immediately walked out. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ningran's beautiful cheeks that had been modified by makeup and made people look a little enchanted showed a smile for the first time today. As a bride, with a straight face during the wedding, this will actually smile. With some doubts, Lu Xiaofan followed Zhou Ningran's gaze and determined that she was looking at Wang Zhenxing. The host caused the protagonist Lu Xiaofan's mentality to be damaged and obtained 300 counterattack points. Is there really some unknown relationship with Wang Zhenxing? No, this is impossible. I have been in a relationship with Ran for so many years, it is impossible for her to turn her head and like Wang Zhenxing. It must be Wang Zhenxing and Ran who said something, let Ran know that I am a copyist. Lu Xiaofan was angry at first, and then gradually calmed down and analyzed for a while. Fellow, you came just in time, you are going to eat, are you leaving after eating? Lu Xiaofan was between Wang Zhenxing and Zhou Ningran, stopping the two from looking at each other, and said politely. Okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded and agreed. Lu Xiaofan squeezed out some smirks. He actually hoped that Wang Zhenxing would be busy, politely refused the offer to eat and leave. The family feast soon began. Wang Zhenxing also did not eat, directly opened a few bottles of wine, and then glanced at Lu Xiaofan, but felt that Lu Xiaofan would most likely not drink with himself. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing took a glass of wine and came to Zhou Ningran. I wish you and Lu Xiaofan to grow old and tie the knot forever. Wang Zhenxing had reluctance and regret in his eyes, and congratulated Zhou Ningran with a complicated expression. Zhou Ningbran was stunned, his heart felt like he was pricked by countless needles, and he understood that Wang Zhenxing still did not have the courage to leave everything behind in the end. Painfully picked up the wine bottle and poured some wine into the cup, Zhou Ning stubbornly met Wang Zhenxing's gaze. I also wish you and Qingye a blind date and love, happiness and happiness. The corners of Zhou Ningbran's mouth were full of bitterness, and he responded to Wang Zhenxing's blessing, and then closed his eyes and raised his head to drink the wine. While raising his head and drinking the wine, 2 lines of tears overflowed from Zhou Ningbran's eyes as if they were uncontrollable. Lu Xiaofan was stunned. Tang Qingye and the other people present were all stunned. Looking at the posture of the two, it is obvious that they have an old relationship. But for various reasons, the two did not come together. But seeing that each other belongs, I am still willing to bless each other. But anyone can see that these two people with old feelings regret each other. Because after the two of them blessed each other, as if venting their inner emotions, you drink a glass of wine with me. The host caused the protagonist Lu Xiaofan's mentality to be damaged and obtained 300 counterattack points. Lu Xiaofan saw this scene and clenched his fists, and he couldn't understand when the two intersected. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Ranran, don't drink it. Lu Xiaofan hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the wine glass in Zhou Ningbran's hand to stop her from getting drunk. People come to bless me with kindness, and come to toast me, how can I not drink it? Zhou Ningbran smiled bitterly with some desolation and loneliness. You can't drink so much wine, if you want to return to people, let me come. After Lu Xiaofan finished speaking to Zhou Ningbran, he turned his head to look at Wang Zhenxing, hiding anger in his eyes, and said, I'll drink with you. Lu Xiaofan's amount of alcohol is not bad. With anger and unhappiness, he wants to pour Wang Zhenxing down first. Just wait for everyone to disperse, this evening is over. Tomorrow when he wakes up with Ranran, then Ranran will completely bid farewell to the past and draw a line with Wang Zhenxing. Because Lu Xiaofan knew in his heart that Zhou Ningbran was a very traditional woman, as long as she really passed that step, she would definitely treat herself wholeheartedly. Okay, fellow, then I'll drink with you. Wang Zhenxing saw Lu Xiaofan take the bait, and smiled secretly in his heart. 2 glasses of wine were poured, and both sides drank them all at once. After repeating it several times, neither of them was much drunk. Isn't it pleasant to drink like this? Change to a big cup, dare you? Lu Xiaofan said magnificently. Why don't you dare, one of us will surely fall today. Wang Zhenxing's words carried an extraneous voice. The surrounding atmosphere was suddenly a little wrong. It turned out to be a good family banquet, but it turned out to be a fight between 2 people. But some people were also happy to watch the excitement and did not stop anything. Tang Qingye walked a little closer to Wang Zhenxing, opened her mouth to ask Wang Zhenxing not to drink so much, but finally swallowed the words back. Because Tang Qingye suddenly remembered that when Wang Zhenxing was no one else, he had taught her to give face to her man when she was outside. If there is really something that is not unpleasant, then you have to hold it and go home. I've always been the only one who drank down others, and I've never been drunk down, come. Lu Xiaofan felt that Wang Zhenxing was provoking, and naturally refused to admit defeat, because it meant the dignity of a man, so he released a cruel word. Another 3 glasses of wine in a row. Wang Zhenxing's face was a little red, and his eyes were slightly sluggish, obviously he was a little drunk. Lu Xiaofan felt that he was still very awake, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing like this, he immediately let people directly take the big bowl, wanting to pour Wang Zhenxing down with a bang. But after drinking a few bowls of wine, Wang Zhenxing still maintained a faintly drunken appearance, and did not have the slightest tendency to fall. Lu Xiaofan, on the other hand, was confused, his head was swollen, and he couldn't hold it up. Xiaofan, come on. Lu Xiaofan's friends saw that he was in decline, so they all shouted encouragement. Hearing the surrounding sounds, Lu Xiaofan also had no way. Relying on his tenacious willpower, he continued to consume with Wang Zhenxing, wanting to drink him down. This was followed by a few more bowls of wine. Wang Zhenxing was still the same, but a little drunk, without the slightest momentum to fall. No, disgusting Lu Xiaofan really couldn't stay up, and vomited on the spot. If he drinks it again, he really feels like he'll go to the hospital. In order to compete with Wang Zhenxing, it is really not worth it. Even if Wang Zhenxing and Zhou Ningbran have an old relationship, in the end, Lu Xiaofan is the winner. After all, the person who marries Zhou Ningbran now is Lu Xiaofan, not Wang Zhenxing. You won the fight, but you lost someone. I am the one who laughs last. Silently whispering in his heart, Lu Xiaofan no longer struggled to support with willpower, and his consciousness quickly blurred. Seeing this, Lu Xiaofan's friend simply helped him clean up the filth on his body, and then carried him to the guest room. Lu Xiaofan carried a strong smell of wine, as well as some filthy breath after vomiting. Carrying it directly to the new house will definitely stain the quilt sheets or something, which is definitely not suitable. Zhou Ningran didn't look at Lu Xiaofan much the whole time, and his eyes were almost on Wang Zhenxing's body. Have you had enough? If you don't drink enough, I'll accompany you to drink again. Zhou Ningran's eyes were red, and he also wanted to use wine to relieve his worries. Good. Wang Zhenxing's face was drunk, agreed, quickly poured a glass of wine, and then raised the glass, but suddenly seemed to be unable to hold on, and his eyes closed and fell forward. Fall into a warm embrace. In order to avoid Wang Zhenxing falling, Zhou Ningran helped him in time. The people around looked at each other in their eyes. Just because, the place where Wang Zhenxing's pillow is a little inappropriate. But fortunately, Lu Xiaofan would rest in the bedroom, and no one jumped out to stop anything. Tang Qingye paused, and also stepped forward to help Wang Zhenxing, allowing Zhou Ningran to get out of the embarrassing situation. Wang Zhenxing was drunk, and Tang Qingye wanted to ask someone to help carry it, throw Wang Zhenxing in the car, and then send Wang Zhenxing home. Qingye, are you okay to stay here? I want to talk to you. Zhou Ningran felt a little sorry for Tang Qingye, and wanted to talk to her alone. But what about him? Tang Qingye was also very curious about the matter between the two, and wanted to ask Zhou Ningran, which was considered to be a hit-off. There are more rooms here, lift him to a room to rest. Zhou Ningran said. That's fine. Tang Qingye nodded, asked a few friends to help with the handle, and dragged Wang Zhenxing to a bedroom in the newlywed mansion. The feast continued. Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ningran's friends continued to stay for a while after eating, and left one after another. When everyone left, Zhou Ningran also chatted with Tang Qingye for a while, ready to say the so-called old love. In order to avoid Tang Qingye feeling outrageous, Zhou Ningran did not say that he and Wang Zhenxing were lovers in his previous life, but only showed that the two had a relationship when they were young, and they also swore an oath. But for some reason, the two broke off contact and only recently met by chance. After Tang Qingye heard this, she didn't mean to blame, but she just felt a little sorry for the affairs of Wang Zhenxing and Zhou Ningran. No wonder you suddenly regretted your marriage, it turned out to be like this, but you have now completed your wedding with Lu Xiaofan, and it's too late to say anything. Tang Qingye sighed and hugged this good friend, wanting to give her some comfort and make her less sad. If I had made this clear to you in the morning, will you give him to me? Zhou Ningran said cautiously. Of course it's impossible for me to separate from him, but as a good friend, I don't resist becoming a sister with you, but now it's pointless to say this. Tang Qingye said. Zhou Ningran felt a pang of remorse. If she knew that Tang Qingye was so generous, she would have confessed to Tang Qingye a long time ago. Although she is reluctant to share one's good with others. But if between sharing with others and living with Lu Xiaofan at ease, she would definitely choose the former. Zhou Ningran really can't do it, live with someone you don't like for a lifetime. It's just a pity that that guy doesn't have the courage to only drink to relieve his worries, and he doesn't have the guts at all. Okay, don't think about it, go and rest. Tang Qingye got up too early today, and she had a busy day with the front and back, which would already be a little sleepy. Zhou Ningran was also a little tired, but at the moment, his emotions were surging, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. The two went to a room each. Tang Qingye quickly fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Ningran was lying in the new room with a red style, turning over and over, and couldn't sleep. At this moment, the night is quiet, and the temperature has dropped a little. Outside the half-open window, a night breeze blew into the room, making people feel a little chilly. He's not going to catch a cold, is he, Zhou? Ningran was a little worried about some drunken unconscious guy, so he got up lightly, ran to a guest room to check and covered the people inside. Through the moonlight spilled in outside the window, Zhou Ning looked at the sleeping man with resentment, and various emotions surged in his heart. But in the end, it all turned into a helpless sigh. As a woman, she now has nominal constraints, and it is impossible to take the initiative to do anything out of the ordinary. And the man next to him, who was sleeping soundly, only knew how to escape, obviously reluctant in his heart but only dared to paralyze himself with alcohol. Maybe we really have a fate. Zhou Ning looked lonely, and slowly turned around to leave the guest room. But just as she turned around, she felt her hand suddenly being held. Zhou Ninggran was stunned. The morning sun gently pours into a new room with a red style. Zhou Ninggran's pretty face had a sweet and happy smile. Turned his head and looked at the red pillow next to it embroidered with joy characters. Although the person has left, there is some temperature left on the pillow. Tang Qingye also got up at this moment, bidding farewell to Zhou Ninggran and leaving. She held an important position in the Tang Jade Company, because her good girlfriend was getting married. She gave herself a few days off and left everything to old Tang. But now that everything is over, it is natural that she should go back to work. Soon, in the entire mansion, Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ninggran were left. Lu Xiaofan drank too much and woke up near noon. Shaking his groggy head, Lu Xiaofan walked out of the bedroom and saw Zhou Ninggran reading a book in the hall. I really shouldn't have drunk so much yesterday, I'm sorry wife. Lu Xiaofan smiled blandly, and made amends to Zhou Ninggran for missing the key process of the last step of marriage last night. Zhou Ninggran glanced at him, ignored him, and continued to look at the book. There were only 2 people in the entire mansion, plus it was legal. Lu Xiaofan naturally had no scruples in his heart. After brewing emotions, Lu Xiaofan was ready to walk without completing the process. 10 years of talking. Lu Xiaofan just held hands, and he felt aggrieved when he thought about it. But fortunately, I finally survived and finally got my wish. But after Lu Xiaofan brewed emotions for a while, he actually found that there were no fluctuations in his heart, comparable to a high-ranking monk. What's going on? Why am I like this? Lu Xiaofan was puzzled in his heart. What are you doing in front of me? Go away and don't disturb me reading. Zhou Ninggran saw Lu Xiaofan stretching out his 2 paws, looking malicious, and immediately frowned and drove away. Don't do anything. Lu Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, and then went to the bathroom with a solemn look and looked at his hands. After a while, Lu Xiaofan finally determined that he had a problem. Is it because that day in the bridal shop, I was kicked by Ran Ran, and there was really something wrong with the kick? Cold sweat fell on Lu Xiaofan's forehead. However, the publishing house is looking for me, I'll go out. Walking out of the bathroom, Lu Xiaofan came to the hall, made up a reason to perfunctory Zhou Ninggran, and then drove to the hospital immediately. After coming to the hospital, Lu Xiaofan put on a mask and hat to avoid being recognized, and then went to hang up the andrology. Half an hour later. Doctor, it's like this. In an examination room, Lu Xiaofan explained to an elderly male doctor that he had been kicked, trying to get the doctor to prescribe medicine as soon as possible to treat himself. Your situation has nothing to do with trauma. After hearing this, the elderly male doctor said to Lu Xiaofan with a solemn face. It has nothing to do with trauma, so what does it have to do with it? Lu Xiaofan asked the elderly male doctor nervously. You are young and your body is too weak, is your life more chaotic in that aspect? The elderly male doctor asked. Of course not, I still am, or whatever. Lu Xiaofan was a little ashamed. Then comfort yourself, there is always such a situation, right? The elderly male doctor asked again. No. Lu Xiaofan shook his head. To be honest, if you hide the situation like this, how can I treat you? The elderly male doctor saw his eyes dodge. Okay, there is. Lu Xiaofan said hard. That's right, most of your situation is formed by lack of self-control, otherwise it would not be possible to become like this at such a young age. I heard that you are an authority in this area, you should be able to cure my disease, right? Lu Xiaofan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and asked nervously. The elderly male doctor's face was solemn, and he was silent for a while before saying, I'll prescribe some medicine to you first, you go back to eat it first, and check it again later. Well, thank you doctor. Lu Xiaofan was in a heavy mood, and he was a little breathless while wearing a mask, so he pulled the mask down a little. The elderly male doctor wrote the prescription and then handed it to Lu Xiaofan. Alas, wait. Lu Xiaofan pinched the prescription and prepared to leave to the pharmacy to get the medicine, but when he just turned around, he was stopped by the elderly male doctor. What else is going on? Lu Xiaofan asked. You are that Jin Guan Liang Huang, I am your book fan, can you sign my name? The elderly male doctor took out a paper version of the novel from the drawer, and then walked happily to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan's face twitched, and he signed his name helplessly, and asked him to keep this matter secret. The elderly male doctor nodded solemnly, saying that the patient's privacy was absolutely confidential. Looking at the news, he seems to have got married yesterday, it's really pitiful looking at. Lu Xiaofan's departing back, the male doctor let out a long sigh. Revitalization Group. Wang Zhenxing came to the office leisurely. Boss, what's so happy? Lin Keqing saw something and asked Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Naturally, people are in good spirits at happy events. Wang Zhenxing replied vaguely. The ancients said that there are 3 great happy events in life, which are when the golden list is inscribed, the night of the candle in the cave and the meeting in another country. Wang Zhenxing's happy event is naturally the middle one, which can be regarded as a real experience of that atmosphere. Sitting in the office chair and flipping through the documents at random, Wang Zhenxing secretly communicated with the system and checked some of the messages received last night. The host is bad customs, and the villain halo points are +80. The host captures the heroine Zhou Ninggran and obtains the ability of the protagonist Lu Xiaofan, book library. Did not go against the heroine's will, and received a normal double reward. The host and the heroine Zhou Ning became his good deed, and was blessed by the fortune of his descendants, and the winning rate increased by 10%. The heroine Zhou Ninggran's favorability to the host is +20, and the current total favorability is 90, unswerving to death. The host affects the finale direction of Lu Xiaofan's plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 2000. The protagonist Lu Xiaofan's luck value is -200, and the host's luck value is +200. Overall, the harvest is rich, but what makes Wang Zhenxing gasp a little is the third news. He did not probe Zhou Ninggran's information, or through the reward news, he learned that Zhou Ninggran had a fate of descendants full of descendants. But when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. After all, Zhou Ninggran is the female protagonist in the single female protagonist Shuangwen novel, and after the finale and the male protagonist are married, it is natural that the children and grandchildren are full. This is in line with the happy ending. It's just that Wang Zhenxing is a little depressed. The winning rate increased by 10%, which is not good news for him. At the very least, not at the moment. It seems that we will pay more attention to safety in the future, Wang Zhenxing said silently in his heart. The other side. Lu Xiaofan was in a depressed mood, wandering aimlessly outside until dark. Zhou Ninggran stayed in the new room, dressed up in makeup. When Lu Xiaofan came to the new house, he was stunned at first. When Zhou Ninggran was during the day, he obviously didn't wear makeup. Why did he still wear makeup at night? Are you going out? Lu Xiaofan asked. Don't go out. Zhou Ninggran shook his head. Lu Xiaofan was overjoyed after hearing this. If you don't go out with makeup, it means to show yourself. It seems that he has recognized it, and wants to be my wife wholeheartedly, so he is deliberately hinting at me, but I am now. Lu Xiaofan's heart was full of bitterness, very uncomfortable, and felt particularly indebted to Zhou Ninggran. However, the publishing house is urging the manuscript. I have to write the manuscript all night recently. You can rest yourself, I will sleep in the study during this time. Out of dignity, Lu Xiaofan didn't want to be discovered by Zhou Ninggran that he had a problem, so he found a reason to avoid contact with Zhou Ninggran. I plan to wait for the disease to be cured, and I will fulfill Zhou Ninggran's wish. True fruition. After hearing Lu Xiaofan's words, Zhou Ning was stunned for a moment before replying, then you go and get busy. Lu Xiaofan nodded and turned to leave. Ran seems to be very disappointed. Lu Xiaofan sighed helplessly after walking away. Over there in the new house. Zhou Ninggran silently put the scissors hidden behind him into the drawer. She was also worried that Lu Xiaofan would mess around, so she made some preparations. Dead. Lu Xiaofan stayed in the study, writing manuscripts. I hope that by placing my heart on work, I can forget the things that are wrong and reduce my inner anxiety. When he wrote that he was a little sleepy, Lu Xiaofan walked out of the study and went to make a cup of coffee, ready to refresh himself. But suddenly I heard some strange movements. Lu Xiaofan followed the voice and soon came to the source, which was outside Zhou Ninggran's room. With his ear pressed against the door, Lu Xiaofan listened carefully for a while with bated breath. Why is Ran crying, and calling her husband a villain? Lu Xiaofan was stunned for a moment, and then a little stunned. Before Zhou Ninggran stayed in the room to make up, dressed up beautifully, obviously expecting something. But Lu Xiaofan disappointed her because of his own reasons. I must get better quickly and do my duty as a husband. As a responsible man, Lu Xiaofan felt extremely guilty and said this to himself in his heart. Lu Xiaofan stretched out his hand and wanted to knock on the door and enter to comfort Zhou Ninggran. But after the hand was raised, it suddenly froze, and then slowly lowered. For Zhou Ninggran to do this, he can also understand. Pretending not to know anything is best. Because Lu Xiaofan knew that Zhou Ninggran was very thin in some things. If it is exposed, Zhou Ninggran is estimated to be embarrassed to the point of self-containment. Lu Xiaofan left quietly, and after drinking coffee, he felt more energetic and continued to return to the study to catch up with the manuscript. The sky was just shining. Wang Zhenxing leisurely sneaked out of Lu Xiaofan's house, contacted Han Mei, and had breakfast with her. I want to buy an entertainment company, the budget is about $1 billion, do you have any channels? While eating breakfast, Wang Zhenxing asked Han Mei. I have a friend who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, I'll help you ask. Han Mei valued Wang Zhenxing's affairs more seriously than her own. After breakfast, Han Mei immediately called the friend to chat, and learned from the friend that there was currently an entertainment company ready to sell. Han Mei wanted to come to the company's contact information and handed it to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing put away the contact information, returned to the company, handed the number to Lin Keqing, and asked her to talk to the other side. For business matters, he can now do the handshake cabinet, so he will never interfere to mix. After all, there are too many things he has to be busy with now. It is not an exaggeration to describe it with every opportunity. In a cafe. I haven't seen it for a few years, and Xiaoyezi has grown into a handsome guy. An intellectually elegant mature beauty took a sip of coffee and said to Yi Junlin in front of her with a chuckle. Auntie, why did you suddenly come to Qingling? Looking at the woman in front of him, Yi Junlin's cold face rarely showed a warm smile. I plan to make a martial arts movie, and come here to talk to a famous martial arts novelist about buying the copyright. The intellectual beauty explained a little. Yi Junlin nodded. Her sister-in-law is Xu Yunyan, a well-known female director. Since you went down the mountain after learning art, why didn't you go back to Guangling? Xu Yunyan asked. That home can't accommodate me anymore, what else am I going back to? Yi Junlin regained his usual indifferent look. As long as you confess your mistake to your father will forgive you. Xu Yunyan persuaded. I didn't do anything wrong back then, it was the woman who wronged me, she wanted to break the marriage contract with me, so she deliberately framed me. Yi Junlin's face was gloomy. It's been so long since that incident, and your marriage contract with her has been dissolved. In fact, it doesn't matter who is right and who is wrong, or the right or wrong of this matter itself is not important, because there are so many things involved. Xu Yunyan was relieved. Yi Junlin was silent for a while. Well, let's not talk about this, even if you don't want to see your father, you always want to see your sister, right? Xu Yunyan said again. Mom, how is she doing? Yi Junlin's face softened a little and asked. It's good, I just think about your son from time to time. Xu Yunyan's eyes flickered for a moment before replying. I left Guangling to study art, and during the period I inquired about the news from the family side. I heard that the old thing married another small one, and my mother must have been left out in the cold, right? Yi Junlin sneered slightly. He is still your father in the end, and my sister does not want your father-son relationship to be so bad all the time. Xu Yunyan said. Yi Junlin's expression changed, there was a cold gleam in his eyes, and after a long while, he said, sooner or later, I will return to Guangling and get justice for myself. He actually wants to return to Guangling as soon as possible, but because Xiao Yu's death is involved, he is not allowed to leave the scope of Qingling now, and he must accept summonses at any time. Xu Yunyan knew that he was stubborn, so he didn't persuade anything more, casually looked at the time, asked the waiter to bring a glass of boiled water, took out 2 brown pills made of Chinese medicine from his bag and ate it. Auntie, how is your strange illness now? When Yi Junlin saw Xu Yunyan's action of taking medicine, he remembered an important thing. It's still the same, I have always had to take medicine to control it, but over time, the amount of medicine has been increasing, and on the whole, the condition can still be controlled, which is not a big deal. Xu Yunyan said. Let me give you a pulse. Yi Junlin was not at ease. Does your master teach medicine? Reliable or not? Xu Yunyan was surprised, and stretched out his hand half-believingly. Yi Junlin smiled silently, his fingers rested on Xu Yunyan's wrist, and his face gradually became solemn. Auntie, your situation is very bad. According to my judgment, if you do not treat within a month, I am afraid that the condition will completely break out, and it is definitely not something that can be controlled by taking medicine. You, don't scare me. Xu Yunyan's face turned pale. She had an attack on this strange disease, and her whole body was as miserable as if she was burned by fire. How could I possibly make such a joke with you? Yi Junlin looked solemn. So what to do? With my current medical skills, it is a little difficult to cure you, but my sixth master is in Qingling. She has raised a strange thing, specializing in toxin. With my medical skills plus the help of that strange thing, it should be able to cure your auntie's disease, but it's just that during the treatment, it can be a little awkward and you need to be honest. Yi Junlin said slowly. Stinky boy, you are the opposite. I still hugged you when you were in your infancy. Xu Yunyan's face turned red, and she was a little anxious. Don't get excited, cure your disease, it's inevitable. Yi Junlin swore an oath. I remember you said that your master is a woman, so let your master heal me. Xu Yunyan proposed. My seventh master has gone far away. I don't know when I will be able to come back. With her medical skills, even if there is no strange thing that eats toxins, it can cure you. My sixth master is slightly inferior in medical skills. The level of medical skills is similar to mine, but she's not very reliable, and I really don't worry about her. Yi Junlin said. You make me think. Xu Yunyan was worried. Although Yi Junlin called her aunt, the two were actually not related, and Xu Yunyan and Yi Junlin's mother were sisters who worshipped her. If you really treat according to what Yi Junlin said, how embarrassing would it be to meet again in the future? Xu Yunyan didn't know what Yi Junlin thought, but what she could be sure of was that if this kind of thing really happened, she would definitely not be able to face Yi Junlin calmly in the future. Okay, but you must not think about it for too long. It is best to reply to me within 10 days, because your current situation cannot be delayed. Yi Junlin instructed. After these words fell, the two did not continue to speak, and after drinking coffee, they waved goodbye. Yi Junlin went to the villa where Mu Linger lived and asked her for peace. It happened that Mu Linger was playing a game. The ice silkworm is Mu Linger's treasure and will not be easily lent. Yi Junlin watched from the sidelines, ready to do what he liked, and proposed to play a game with Mu Linger. Apprentice, do you also play games? Mu Linger asked curiously. Haven't played. That master teaches you to play, and then takes you to kill all sides. Mu Linger's voice was immature, but she was arrogant and dry. Yi Junlin nodded, listened to Mu Linger's explanation, and then played a game with her in a black double row. Yi Junlin and Mu Linger teamed up to play games in the dark. Mu Linger, in the posture of a great god, wanted to take Yi Junlin to lie down and win, but after a game, she was stunned. Apprentice, have you been playing this game for a long time? Mu Linger asked. No, just played. Then why are you so powerful? This is all master, you taught well. Yi Junlin fawned. Whether he studied martial arts, medical skills or anything else, he always knew how to get started. It's an innate gift. Otherwise, she would not have been accepted as a disciple by Yun Qinsha and the other 7 people at the same time. Then team up and go black. Mu Linger had already seen Yi Junlin's talent, and after being surprised, she quickly calmed down and pulled him to continue playing the game. To be honest, this is the first time Mu Linger has had such a good game experience since playing this game. In the whole game, there was not a single death. Okay, 6th master, I'll assist you, you can just kill all sides. Yi Junlin said. After playing for a while, Wang Zhenxing returned after work. During this time, he did not return to his home, either staying in this villa with Mu Linger, or secretly staying at someone's house. Xiao Wang is back, did you bring me something delicious? Seeing Wang Zhenxing come back, Mu Linger asked habitually. Brought it. Wang Zhenxing nodded and placed a large pile of snacks beside Mu Linger. Why is there no candy? While playing games, Mu Linger took the time to flip through the snacks, and did not find her favorite candy from them. The supermarket is out of stock, I will definitely buy it next time. Wang Zhenxing casually perfunctory. This was bought with the help of Lin Keqing, and he forgot to instruct Lin Keqing to buy candy. That then remember next time. Mu Linger stuffed a handful of high-calorie snacks into her mouth, said a slurred sentence, and then continued to play the game. Seeing this, Wang Zhenxing was helpless. After a period of contact, he also had some preliminary understanding of Mu Linger. Although this Mu Linger is Yunxian's senior sister, her psychological age is far worse than Yunxian's. Wang Zhenxing didn't try to provoke Mu Linger. But Mu Linger didn't react at all, didn't mean that. For example, Wang Zhenxing discharged her, she thought Wang Zhenxing's eyes cramped. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing prefers the more mature ones, and he really has no feeling for this little man. After trying several times, I almost completely dismissed the idea. According to the usual time, after Wang Zhenxing threw the snack to Mu Linger, he would definitely go directly to the room. But because Yi Jun is here today, Wang Zhenxing also stayed in the hall, took out his mobile phone and replied to some messages while staring at Yi Junline. Avoid the protagonist and heroine being alone. Usually, the protagonist and the heroine get along alone, and most of the time there is a plot. Yi Junline and Mu Linger played several games in a row, and the latter had an excellent game experience and was very happy. Sixth Master, my aunt has a strange disease, and if not treated in time, it may be life-threatening, but my current medical skills are limited, so I want to borrow the ice silkworm you raised to treat my aunt. Yi Junline did not take such a businessman as Wang Zhenxing in his heart at all, and he was not afraid that he would hear it, and said this to Mu Linger. A small matter, I'll borrow you. Mu Linger readily agreed. Then thank you Sixth Master. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, Yi Junline couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then play the game, Mu Linger urged. Yi Junline nodded, continued to play a few games with Mu Linger, and left. Mu Linger was too addicted to games, and Yi Junline was afraid of being pulled by her to play an all-night game. Although he was happy to stay with Mu Linger, Yi Junline needed to prepare some medicinal herbs to treat Shu Yunyan. Some of these medicinal herbs are quite rare. Yi Junline wanted to prepare in advance, lest when Shu Yunyan agreed, he would have to temporarily go to find medicinal materials. Wang Zhenxing was listening, and his heart moved, and he was sure that Yi Junline should trigger the plot. After Yi Junline left, Wang Zhenxing contacted Leng Qinghan and asked Yi Junline's background. Leng Qinghan hesitated and told the truth. After Wang Zhenxing got the background information of Yi Junline's life, he obtained Yi Junline's kinship network through Yang Yuchen. Shu Yunyan, 30 years old, well-known female director. Wang Zhenxing got the relevant news from Yi Junline's aunt, and also went to check Shu Yunyan's photos on the internet. This appearance and body condition are basically the heroine. Yi Junline is simply frustrated, this is his sister-in-law. After seeing Shu Yunyan's photo, Wang Zhenxing secretly complained for a while, and at the same time couldn't help but be a little moved. Wang Zhenxing's first-gear mate selection criterion is a mature beauty. Shu Yunyan was very much in line with his heart. After contacting Yang Yuchen again, Wang Zhenxing asked her to inquire about Shu Yunyan's itinerary. Yang Yuchen also quickly replied. Shu Yunyan arrived in Qingling by plane from Guangling yesterday, and there is no record of Qingling at present. In other words, Shu Yunyan is definitely in Qingling at the moment. Moreover, judging from Yi Junline's words to treat Shu Yunyan before, Shu Yunyan's current condition is relatively critical, and it should be impossible to leave Qingling before he is cured. Shu Yunyan, as a well-known female director, is also half a public figure and has opened an account on social platforms. Just search for it, you can find it. On the information interface, the contact information of the studio is written to facilitate business cooperation. With Wang's current business status, as long as he finds a random reason, he can contact Shu Yunyan, and even ask her to come out to meet and discuss business cooperation. It's just that it's not easy to get the other party quickly. Since Shu Yunyan can become a well-known female director, her social experience is definitely not low, and her vigilance is relatively heavy, but she is not as easy to coax as young girls. By the way, there's one more infatuation left. Wang Zhenxing suddenly thought of something, reached out and fumbled in his pocket, and touched a small sugar pill. He always carries this thing with him, so he can easily access it at any time. After the infatuation is made, it cannot be stored for too long, and it will expire after a certain period of time. And in addition to Shu Yunyan, there is no more suitable target. Xiao Wang, aren't you busy? Play games with me. Just as Wang Zhenxing was thinking, Mu Linger's shouting planned his train of thought. I'm too tired from work today, I'm going to take a shower and rest, you can play by yourself. Wang Zhenxing stayed away from this little drum bag, and after finding a reason, he went directly to the bath. After Mu Linger tried the pleasant game experience of being taken to bed, she didn't want to be alone in a single row, because the game experience in a single row was too poor. But Wang Zhenxing didn't take her to play. Mu Linger was not happy, and with a move of her ingenuity, she came to the outside of the bathroom, took away Wang Zhenxing's coat hanging outside, retrieved her mobile phone from it, and prepared to blackmail him into playing a game with him for a while. After Wang Zhenxing came out of the wash, he found that his mobile phone was missing, and calmly went directly to the living room to find Mu Linger, stretched out his hand and said, "Don't make trouble, I asked my little secretary to accompany you to play games in the dark, you quickly returned the mobile phone to me." "Okay, the phone is for you." Mu Linger nodded, chewed something in her mouth, and returned the mobile phone to Wang Zhenxing. She just needs a powerful teammate, and she doesn't have to be Wang Zhenxing to team up with her. "Are you eating sugar?" Wang Zhenxing glanced at her, a little puzzled, obviously did not buy sugar today. "Yes." Mu Linger nodded her little head, and she was already eating the sugar while speaking. Wang Zhenxing was stunned, and at the same time saw a familiar sugar paper on the tea table in front of Mu Linger. I quickly reached into my pocket and searched for it, but it was empty. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching, and Wang Zhenxing stammered a little and asked Mu Linger, Where do you get the sugar? Where does the sugar come from?" Hearing Wang Zhenxing's inquiry, Mu Linger said in a childish voice, "When I took your mobile phone just now, I took it in your pocket." Depressed patted his forehead, Wang Zhenxing gritted his teeth slightly. "You just flipped through my things, why don't you eat my things casually without my permission? Isn't it just a candy, petty?" Mu Linger pouted. That was Wang Zhenxing stopped talking. "What is it?" Mu Linger asked innocently with a small face. "It was I who went to drink joy wine the day before yesterday, and the joy candy that others gave me had special meaning to me." Wang Zhenxing flickered for a moment, and at the same time looked at Mu Linger's expression seriously, and saw that her face was not different, and it seemed that she did not find a problem with the sugar pill. "Well, I'm sorry." After Mu Linger heard this, she apologized in a low voice. "Forget it." Wang Zhenxing waved his hand, and according to the agreement, Lao Catching and Mu Linger teamed up to play black games. Soon the game began, and Mu Linger seriously played the game. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, he was suspicious. At that time, Zhou Ningran ate the infatuation, and it soon took effect. Why didn't Mu Linger react at all? Could it be that it was because Mu Linger was a cultivator, and her cultivation was still relatively high, so she had resistance? "My sugar pills, it's wasted like this." Wang Zhenxing was a little depressed. It is quite difficult to make two infatuated moths, let alone other materials, just one clamor is 100 million. In other words, Mu Linger had just eaten a sugar worth 100 million. Wang Zhenxing's heart ached, calmed his emotions, and went to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Zhenxing washed and cleaned up and prepared to go out. Mu Linger, who usually stayed on the sofa in the hall and played games all night, actually disappeared. Opening the perspective scan, Wang Zhenxing found that Mu Linger was meditating in the room, and there was an extremely strong fluctuation of true qi around her body. What's going on with this little bulge? He actually started cultivating for the first time. Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised. Until now, it was the first time he had seen Mu Linger practice. After looking at it suspiciously for a while, Wang Zhenxing didn't think much about it, went out and started the car to prepare to go. But at this moment, Mu Linger, who heard the movement, hurriedly walked out from the house. "Why don't you call me when you go out?" Mu Linger asked with a small face. "I'll go to work, what are you doing with me? Don't you stay at the villa and play games?" Wang Zhenxing said. "I promised my junior sister to protect you, of course I will follow you." Mu Linger got directly into the car. "Don't make trouble, I'll give you money, you go buy candy and eat it yourself." Wang Zhenxing took out a handful of bills from his body and wanted to send her away. "I'm going to follow and protect you." Mu Linger shook her head. Wang Zhenxing, who was suspicious, but did not say anything more, and drove her to the company. Along the way, Mu Linger sat quietly, actually stopped playing games, and whispered something in her mouth, which seemed to be a matter of enlightenment and cultivation. Something is wrong with this little bulge. Wang Zhenxing was puzzled, and the communication system checked it and saw that a message had been received last night. The content is that Mu Linger's favorability towards him has increased, reaching the point of 49th closeness, which is only a line away from heartbeat. Wang Zhenxing suddenly had some understanding and guessed that this was because of the sugar pill. Mu Linger is a cultivator, and her medical skills are not low, and she does have a certain resistance to moths, but she is not completely immune. Now this change in Mu Linger is obviously affected by infatuation. Over time, this effect grows. After sorting these things out, Wang Zhenxing finally had some comfort in his heart, because the 100 million was not lost. Come to the company. Lin Keqing told Wang Zhenxing that he wanted him to appear in person today and sign a contract. Previously, through Han Mei, Wang Zhenxing contacted an entertainment company to be sold and left the matter to Lin Keqing. After Lin Keqing negotiated with the other party, the acquisition was also decided, and the purchase price was 1.2 billion. All the details have been negotiated, and Wang Zhenxing does not need to worry about it, as long as he signs the contract and pays. There is nothing wrong with the operation of this entertainment company itself, but because of industry competition, it has been compressed to survive, and the profit is too small. Therefore, the original owner of the entertainment company wanted to sell the company and cash out to invest in other industries. On the company's personnel issues, Wang Zhenxing basically does not need to move. There is only one missing to preside over the big picture. Because the entertainment company is small, there is no board of directors. The original owner of the company himself served as the executive director, and now that the original boss has left, this position is also vacant. Wang Zhenxing did not have time to serve as this executive director to maintain the normal operation of the company. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Zhenxing wanted to find someone trustworthy and capable to take up this position. Among the people around Wang Zhenxing, Xu Yuro is the most idle, and he is also a college graduate. At the beginning, Xu Yuro founded a clothing company by herself, and it was doing quite well. It was only because of Han Mei's suppression that the company collapsed. Xu Yuro has the ability and does not currently have a job. You can try this position. Taking out his mobile phone, Wang Zhenxing contacted Xu Yuro and explained the matter of making her the executive director of the entertainment company. Xu Yuro was surprised when she heard this, but she didn't shirk it. She also hopes to help her loved ones in her career and realize some of her values, instead of staying at home all day and talking most of the time. After negotiating, Xu Yuro avoided Qin Yi and sneaked out to meet Wang Zhenxing. In order to cover up the matter with Xu Yuro in front of Yun Qinxian, Wang Zhenxing told Qin Yi to break up with Xu Yuro. Afterwards, Qin Yi also asked Xu Yuro, and did not suspect anything. Because Wang Zhenxing had passed the oral style with Xu Yuro beforehand. Although Xu Yuro didn't understand why Wang Zhenxing did that, he still said it to Qin Yi according to his meaning. What has your son been up to lately? After seeing Xu Yuro, Wang Zhenxing casually inquired about Qin Yi's condition. I've been staying at home lately, and I'm in a bad mood all day, and I ask him what's wrong, and he doesn't say. Xu Yuro replied. Wang Zhenxing nodded, and then took Xu Yuro to the entertainment company under the plate to familiarize himself with the situation. Xu Yuro was not engaged in this industry before, and she still needed to adapt for a while. But the truth in operation and management is the same, and Wang Zhenxing is still very optimistic about Xu Yuro. Xu Yuro is also determined to behave well and not let him down. The selection of executive directors has been settled, and Wang Zhenxing has gone to busy himself with another matter. To develop this entertainment company, Lu Xiaofan is the top priority. In a consultation room, Doctor, I've been taking medicine for a few days, how do I feel like it's useless? Lu Xiaofan came to the elderly male doctor who saw the doctor last time. The medicine I prescribed you need to take at least one course of treatment, that is, half a month. How long has it been? The elderly male doctor said. Lu Xiaofan sighed after hearing this. If it weren't for the special hurry, he wouldn't have come here so quickly. Is there any quick-acting medicine that can solve my urgent needs? Lu Xiaofan asked embarrassedly. Yes, but your current body is relatively weak, it will hurt the body, and it is not necessarily effective. The male doctor said. Give me some quick acting, I'll give it a try. Lu Xiaofan said. The male doctor hesitated for a moment, thinking that Lu Xiaofan had just married, and guessed that he was in a very embarrassing situation, so he said, okay, but you have to use it carefully, eat a few pills to try, if it doesn't work, then don't eat it. Okay, doctor, you can prescribe medicine quickly. Lu Xiaofan urged, and after successfully getting the medicine, he left the hospital with some expectations. Unexpectedly, when I was going to the parking lot to pick up the car, I met Wang Zhenxing. Hey, Fellow, what a coincidence. Wang Zhenxing took the initiative to say hello. Why are you here? Lu Xiaofan felt a little surprised. Of course, I came to the hospital to see a doctor. What disease did you have? Wang Zhenxing glanced at Lu Xiaofan's hand, and saw that he was holding a transparent plastic pouch the size of 3 fingers, and some small blue pills of about 10 could be seen in the bag. I didn't cover my quilt when I slept at night, and I just caught a cold. Lu Xiaofan squeezed out some smile to explain, and put the medicine in his pocket a little nervously. Fellow countrymen, no, I know the medicine in your hand. Wang Zhenxing directly broke. His appearance here was not a coincidence, but he came with Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan left the house with his front foot, and Wang Zhenxing heeled on his back foot. Lu Xiaofan was in the consultation room, and what he said to the male doctor, Wang Zhenxing knew all by reading lips. You don't get me wrong, I've just been too tired lately, so I came to the hospital to prescribe some medicine. Lu Xiaofan hurriedly said. Understand. Wang Zhenxing smiled, and then entered the topic. Didn't we talk about acquiring copyright before? Now that I've acquired an entertainment company, find a place to talk about rights acquisition. Lu Xiaofan was actually not in the mood to talk about this now, but he had the handle in Wang Zhenxing's hands, but he had to agree. After a while, the two arrived at a nearby tea house. I will package all the unsold novel copyrights for all your current works, and you will set a price. Wang Zhenxing did not grind, and after coming to the tea house to sit down, he said to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan thought for a while. I still have 23 novel copyrights in my hand, basically all of them are popular novels, and the sales of novels after publication are very good, and the copyright one sold before a novel is about 50 million. 20 or 30 novels are more than 1.1 billion, for the sake of fellow countrymen, I will sell you cheaper, and count you 100 million. From the heart, he was reluctant to sell to Wang Zhenxing cheaply, but because he had some scruples about Wang Zhenxing, he endured a loss of more than 100 million. Wang Zhenxing smiled after hearing this, and after taking a sip of tea, he said, let's take a 3-fold discount. Are you kidding, thinking I'm a clothing store clearance sale? Open your mouth as a 3-fold discount. Lu Xiaofan said anxiously. You still say it's a fellow countryman, don't give this bit of face, right? Wang Zhenxing asked. There is no need to talk about 3 discounts, this is impossible, at most give you a 9.5 discount. Lu Xiaofan's tone was resolute. Well, since I don't have to talk to you, then I'll go talk to Zhou Ninggran. Wang Zhenxing said lightly, stood up and prepared to leave. The firm look on Lu Xiaofan's face instantly collapsed, and he quickly stopped him. Hey, there is something to say, the price can be discussed again, don't go to my wife. 300 million package the copyright of your 23 novels, is there a problem? Wang Zhenxing sat down again and asked. All the copyright of 23 popular novels, 300 million is too little, you add more. Lu Xiaofan cried bitterly. Wang Zhenxing did not respond, but pretended to call Tang Qingya's phone. Qingya, how much is your friend Zhou Ninggran's phone, tell me one. Lu Xiaofan interrupted him and reluctantly agreed. Wen Jiao Gong plus the 2 handles of hidden diseases in the body, no matter which one, Lu Xiaofan did not want Zhou Ninggran to know. Thank you fellow. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan felt aggrieved in his heart and shook his hand. Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and dialed a number to go out, and about half an hour later, the employees of the company's legal department drew up the copyright acquisition contract and sent it over. Lu Xiaofan and Wang Zhenxing signed the contract, and the latter immediately made a payment, and the contract officially took effect. That's it, the copyright is sold. Anyway, the library of books in my mind. There are many books, with my current fame, writing one is a big fire. After Lu Xiaofan was depressed for a while, he quickly looked away and hurried home. In the evening, he secretly took a few pills taken in the hospital, and then waited nervously. Half an hour passed, and Lu Xiaofan still felt like a Buddha. Obviously, this quick-acting medicine doesn't work either. Lu Xiaofan was disappointed. At this time, there was a sound of the door opening. But it was Zhou Ninggran who came home from work. My wife is back, are you tired from work today? Lu Xiaofan ran over and asked warmly. It's fine. Zhou Ninggran responded simply, and his tone was a little distant. Lu Xiaofan also felt it, and he blamed himself even more in his heart, because he felt that it was his own problem that caused this situation. Wife, This is my card, I will hand it all over to you for safekeeping in the future, and the password is the last 6 digits of your birthday. In order to make up for Zhou Ningran, Lu Xiaofan only left tens of thousands as a pocket use, and handed over all the remaining cards to Zhou Ningran. The sum of the money in these cards is about 2.5 billion. This is what you earned, you just keep it yourself, you don't have to give it to me. Zhou Ningran was not short of money, even richer than Lu Xiaofan. Because Zhou Dafu gave a large dowry when his daughter Zhou Ningran got married, including real estate, company shares, etc. The monetary value of these things adds up to nearly tens of billions. My husband's money is handed over to my wife to manage, this is a natural thing, my wife, you can help me keep it. Lu Xiaofan wanted to establish his image as a good man, and said to Zhou Ningran with a persistent look. I don't need to, I'm not short of money. Zhou Ningran refused. Wife, I know you have money, but your money is yours. Now that we are married, I should raise you, you just take it, or I will spend it with you today. Lu Xiaofan said. Okay then. Zhou Ningran was afraid that he would pester, so he could only reluctantly agree. That's right. Lu Xiaofan smiled. It was getting dark. After the question of who was in charge of the money was solved, both Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ningran temporarily lost the topic to talk about. Both of them casually looked at the darkness outside the window, each with their own thoughts, but very tacit understanding that they did not disturb each other. One went to the study, the other went to the new room. One villa outside. Wang Zhenxing was ready to drive out after dark. Xiao Wang, where are you going so late? After Mu Linger heard the sound of the car starting, she walked out of the house. There's a drinking party, I'm going out. Wang Zhenxing lied. Since Mu Linger's state of mind changed, she became like an ass. If Wang Zhenxing wants to do something, he has to find a reason to support Mu Linger. Then I'll go with you. Mu Linger wanted to get into the car. Wang Zhenxing raised his hand to stop it. I'm going to talk about business, it's not appropriate for your image to follow me. But what if you're in danger? Mu Linger's little face was a little worried. You were playing games before, didn't you leave me alone? I'm not okay, nothing will happen, in case something happens, I'll call you again, isn't that okay? Wang Zhenxing said. Then pay attention to your own safety, don't drink too much, and come back early. Mu Linger instructed, so she didn't insist on following, intending to stay at home and cultivate well. Good. Wang Zhenxing nodded and closed the car door, but suddenly remembered something, opened the car window again and said. I heard that you seem to have an ice silkworm that feeds on toxins, can you lend it to me? What do you want the ice silkworm to do? Mu Linger asked. I'm a little curious and want to borrow it to study it. Wang Zhenxing said. Yes. Mu Linger promised. She knew that Wang Zhenxing knew how to heal, and she heard that she had ice silkworms, a strange thing that feeds on toxins, and it was normal to be curious to borrow it to study it, so naturally she didn't think much about it. When do you want an ice silkworm? Mu Linger asked. She also remembered that her apprentice Yi Junlin borrowed the ice silkworm, and she was worried that the time borrowed by the two would conflict, so she asked this question. When you come back after entertaining, you can borrow me to study for one night. Wang Zhenxing replied. That's totally fine. Mu Linger nodded. Wang Zhenxing drove out and came to the vicinity of Lu Xiaofan's home. The mansion in Lu Xiaofan's home has 2 rooms with lights on. One is a study room, the other is a new room, both rooms are on the 3rd floor, but a few rooms apart. Wang Zhenxing performed light skills and easily jumped onto the balcony outside the new house. He stayed at Lu Xiaofan's home for about an hour and a half before leaving. Wang Zhenxing went to the pharmacy to buy some things, and then returned to the villa and asked Mu Linger for ice silkworms. Early the next morning, Xiaoyezi, it's really like you said, my condition has worsened, and now I need to take 4 pills to stabilize my illness. Yi Junlin was woken up by Xu Yunyan's phone. That treatment matter can't be delayed, if it drags on, Auntie you may be in danger of life. Yi Junlin's sleepiness disappeared instantly, and with a hint of excitement, he said to Xu Yunyan on the phone. This statement has an exaggerated element. According to Yi Junlin's estimate, Xu Yunyan will not be life-threatening within 20 days, but it is really difficult to say more than 20 days. However, Yi Junlin lied, also with good intentions, did not want Xu Yunyan's illness to have unpredictable changes, and wanted to cure her as soon as possible. Xu Yunyan did not doubt Yi Junlin's words, but he had concerns and remained silent. Auntie, your illness can't be delayed. I'll go get something and I'll come to you in a moment. Yi Junlin didn't care if she agreed or not. After hanging up the phone, he went to find Mu Linger in a hurry. The other medicinal materials for Shu Yunyan's treatment had been prepared, only Mu Linger's ice silkworm. As long as he got Mu Linger's ice silkworm, he could immediately treat Shu Yunyan. Yi Junlin rushed to the villa where Mu Linger lived as quickly as possible. Sixth Master, the ice silkworm will borrow me quickly, I will treat my sister-in-law. After Yi Junlin saw Mu Linger, he hurriedly said. You wait a bit, I'll go find Xiao Wang to get it. Mu Linger wore a cute cartoon pajamas and went to knock on the door of Wang Zhenxing's room. Wang Zhenxing heard the voice and opened the door bare-chested. Is there something wrong? Mu Linger glanced at it with her little head, then quickly looked away and whispered. My apprentice wants to use ice silkworms, have you finished researching? Oh, it's done. Wang Zhenxing nodded, walked into the room, picked up a 2-fist-sized gourd, and handed it to Mu Linger. In this gourd, it is loaded with ice silkworms. After Mu Linger took the gourd, she glanced at the shirtless Wang Zhenxing before leaving. Using the gourd with an icy chill, covering her somewhat hot little face, Mu Linger took a slight deep breath, and then returned to the hall and handed the gourd containing the ice silkworm to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin took it happily, and opened the lid of the gourd to take a look and confirm it. Sixth Master, how is this ice silkworm? How do you get fat? Yi Junlin glanced at the light inside the gourd, and immediately asked Mu Linger in surprise. It was not the first time he saw Mu Linger's ice silkworm, and after seeing that the ice silkworm had a strange condition, he naturally found a problem. Yes, Mu Linger was surprised, took a look at the gourd, and found that the body of the ice silkworm was rounder than normal, and the skin was faintly transparent. This is obviously because of eating too much. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 700, the protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -70, and the host's luck value is +70. Sixth Master, I want to take the ice silkworm to save people, what should I do now? Yi Junlin became anxious. This little guy eats too much, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 days to completely digest, and it is not suitable to eat toxins before this, otherwise he will be held to death. Mu Linger expressed helplessness. This ice silkworm was obtained by her with great difficulty, and she has been raising it for at least 5 years, and she has some feelings. She also didn't want to sacrifice this ice silkworm in order for Yi Junlin to heal. Sixth Master, I told you before to borrow the ice silkworm, why do you feed the ice silkworm to eat so much? Yi Junlin said depressedly. I didn't feed it. Mu Linger hummed. It's not Sixth Master you fed it, who fed it? Yi Junlin was stunned. Before Mu Linger could answer, she heard a sound of footsteps. But it was Wang Zhenxing who came to the hall. What did you do with my ice silkworm last night? Mu Linger asked curiously. Research. Wang Zhenxing said. How did you study it? I bought half a kilogram of arsenic cream at the pharmacy and fed it to your ice silkworm, wanting to see if this ice silkworm is really that amazing. Wang Zhenxing explained with a smile. Yi Junlin's eyes darkened a little when he heard this. Do you know how precious this ice silkworm is? You actually feed ice silkworms to eat arsenic, an inferior poison. He was furious. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and when he came to Wang Zhenxing's face, there was a surge of true qi around him, and there was a faint tendency to move. However, just when he was still a meter away from Wang Zhenxing, a small hand grabbed Yi Junlin's arm, and then threw Yi Junlin back. A figure flew out, smashed into the wall, and then tumbled to the ground. After climbing up a little embarrassed, Yi Junlin looked at the immature but oppressive calm little face in disbelief, and said in disbelief. Sixth Master, you actually did it to me. Yi Junlin has a true qi protective body, and although he seems to have been thrown away, he doesn't even have skin trauma. What hurts him is the heart. Mu Linger is playful by nature, and has never been fierce to Yi Junlin before. But now, Mu Linger actually made a move on his own apprentice for the sake of an outsider. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. He's just an ordinary person, what did you want to do just now, can he withstand your touch? Mu Linger questioned Yi Junlin with a calm little face. Whether it was out of emotion or Yun Qinxian's explanation before leaving, she couldn't let Yi Junlin make a move on Wang Zhenxing. Even if this person is her apprentice. Sixth Master, don't you treat the ice silkworm as a treasure, he actually fed the ice silkworm to eat such an inferior poison as arsenic, aren't you angry? Yi Junlin asked incredulously. It'll be completely digested in a few days, it's not a big deal. Mu Linger didn't care. But my aunt's current situation is very critical, the ice silkworm can't be used in the past few days, she may be in danger. Yi Junlin turned around. Mu Linger was silent for a while before she said, you bring your sister-in-law over, I'll see if I can heal her. Sixth Master, your medical skill level is comparable to mine, I can't cure it without an ice silkworm. You can't cure it either, unless Master 7 is there, but she has been away for a few days, and I don't know when she will return. Yi Junlin said. It's up to me for this, I'm just on a whim and want to study the ice silkworm. Wang Zhenxing took the responsibility and said enthusiastically, I have the same level of medical skills as your 7th master, you bring your aunt over, I can treat your aunt. No thanks, Yi Junlin immediately refused. Shu Yunyan's strange disease is caused by poisoning when he is young, and to eradicate the strange disease, it is necessary to remove the toxin. Although he didn't know what Wang Zhenxing's specific treatment was, he was sure that it was basically the same, and Shu Yunyan must not leave too much cover during treatment. Didn't you just say that your aunt is in critical condition? It seems that you are exaggerating the facts. Wang Zhenxing directly broke. Your treatment method should be roughly the same as mine, the so-called male and female are not related, my aunt is not married, if you let me treat my aunt, how will she marry in the future? Yi Junlin said coldly. Question, you are not a woman, the difference is not to give and receive, if you heal her, she is not in a different embarrassing situation. Or maybe you have evil thoughts about your sister-in-law, so you resist other men touching him, oh, I see, forgive me. Wang Zhenxing said. Mu Linger's eyes couldn't help but widen after hearing this, and she looked at Yi Junlin strangely. I am her relative, this is different from you, there is no problem of male and female. Yi Junlin explained. You also have some truth, but the healer is actually more indiscriminate between men and women, you have evil thoughts in your heart, you will have many concerns, am I right? Wang Zhenxing said slowly. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Junlin was anxious and took a step forward. But soon saw that Mu Linger's little face wrinkled slightly, which forcibly suppressed the idea of making a move on Wang Zhenxing. Although Yi Junlin is a demon genius, his ability to debate and manage emotions is far worse than Wang Zhenxing, an old fritters who have been crawling in the business field for many years. I am frank and open, without any evil thoughts, you do not slander me. Yi Junlin said after taking a deep breath. I have always observed people, in fact, you have evil thoughts not only for your sister-in-law, but also for your masters. Wang Zhenxing, this is not slander, Yi Junlin, as the protagonist, how can he not have special thoughts about these heroines? And Yi Junlin's eyelids jumped sharply after hearing Wang Zhenxing's words. This was a secret he kept in his heart, and he didn't understand why Wang Zhenxing knew this. It's a joke, I think it's you who has evil thoughts, but instead came to frame me, it's just a bad intention. Yi Junlin sneered and said to Mu Linger. Sixth Master, this person is plotting against you, you have to be careful with him. You are right, I have evil thoughts about your master, but I dare to admit it, do you dare? Wang Zhenxing smiled. Yi Junlin's face turned gloomy, and he looked at Mu Linger, expecting her to be angry and teach Wang Zhenxing. But I saw that Mu Linger didn't look the slightest bit angry, and even had some subtle and undetectable redness on her small face. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Sixth Master, didn't you hear what he said? He has strange thoughts about you. Yi Junlin shouted and said to Mu Linger. What you do so loudly, I heard it, during this time he took me to play, bought me a mobile phone to play games, and bought me a lot of delicious things, how could I beat him? As for evil thoughts, I'm so cute and beautiful, isn't it normal to be likable? Mu Linger didn't take it seriously at all, and even inadvertently remembered the picture of Wang Zhenxing opening the door bare-chested. If you really think about it, she also had a strange thought. Young man, you are anxious when you hear that I have evil thoughts about your master, it seems that you really have thoughts about your master, and you are afraid that I will snatch your master. Wang Zhenxing said. Don't talk nonsense, I don't. Yi Junlin's eyes widened. Look, it's urgent again. Wang Zhenxing said to Mu Linger. Mu Linger looked at Yi Junlin a little strangely. Compared to usual, Yi Junlin was indeed very gaffed today. Sensing Mu Linger's mood change, Yi Junlin secretly panicked for a while, and quickly adjusted his emotions. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Junline's mood gradually stabilized, and he looked at Wang Zhenxing with some doubt. His emotions have rarely been so out of control, but I don't know why. As soon as he saw Wang Zhenxing's heart, he inexplicably had a kind of uncontrollable anger, and he wanted to slap this guy to death. It seems that this person is in conflict with me, Yi Junline said silently in his heart after thinking for a while. Sixth Master, count me begging you, my aunt is still waiting for the ice silkworm to save her life, don't borrow the ice silkworm recently. Yi Junline pleaded with Mu Linger. Got it. Mu Linger promised. Yi Junline is her apprentice after all, and besides, it is to save people, she will definitely give this face. Please, Master 6, I'll accompany you to play games in the dark. Yi Junline fawned. I don't play anymore, I plan to quit the game and concentrate on cultivation in the future. Mu Linger's small face was full of seriousness. You're not kidding, are you? Yi Junline was stunned, only thinking that he had heard it wrong. Your 7th Master's martial arts cultivation has surpassed me, and I, a senior sister, can't hang on to my face as a senior sister, and I can't waste my practice anymore. As Mu Linger spoke, the corner of her eyes swept Wang Zhenxing. The brain made up for the enlarged version of Mu Linger's appearance. Yi Junline felt a burst of anticipation in his heart, and immediately said. So that's the case, then I wish the 6th Master that your exercises reach the complete realm as soon as possible. Mu Linger wanted to cultivate, and Yi Junline naturally did not dare to disturb. Leaving the villa where Mu Linger lived, Yi Junline called Shu Yunyan. I didn't expect that there was a problem with the ice silkworm before, so exaggerating the condition scared Shu Yunyan. Ice silkworms are now unusable for at least 3 days. In order to avoid Shu Yunyan's worry during this period, Yi Junline told her on the phone that because of the problem of the ice silkworm, the treatment would be postponed for 3 days, but she would not have any danger during these 3 days, so let her not worry. Shu Yunyan actually can't pass the psychological threshold at present, she has been hesitant, and she was relieved to hear Yi Junline say that she would postpone it. Where does your master live in Qingling? I want to visit her. Shu Yunyan said. She actually wanted Yi Junline's master to heal, because Yi Junline's master was also a woman, so that she would not be too embarrassed. I just met my 6th master, she wants to practice, little sister, you better not bother today, you go to your affairs first, tomorrow I will visit with you. Yi Junline said. Okay. Shu Yunyan nodded. After ending the call with Yi Junline, she flipped out a phone number to reach through the relationship. The owner of the number is none other than Liu Xiaofan. Today's most famous author of martial arts novels, Liu Xiaofan is called the first, and no one dares to call the second. Shu Yunyan wants to make a wonderful martial arts movie, naturally picking Liu Xiaofan's works. The copyright to my novel has been sold and is no longer in my hands. Shu Yunyan contacted Liu Xiaofan to explain his intentions, but he got such a reply. May I ask Mr. Liu, who packaged the copyright of your novel? Shu Yunyan asked. Director Shu, I'm really sorry, this is a trade secret of others, and it is not convenient for me to disclose it. Liu Xiaofan lied. Those copyrights in the hands of Wang Zhenxing, even if they are sold for the second time, they can make a lot of money. He didn't want to pull the strings, so that Shu Yunyan could directly contact Wang Zhenxing, and let Wang Zhenxing, an abominable middleman, make the difference. Shu Yunyan was a little helpless after hearing this, and it was not good to force it, so she could only check it herself. Midday. Qingling University cafeteria. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo gathered together to eat, while chatting about the school flower ranking voting list initiated by Good Deeds in the campus forum. Shady, definitely shady, why are our votes so much worse than the first place? Qin Yiruo complained. The gap is a bit big, and this Yan Yu's votes are almost twice as large as ours. Zhang Yi was also a little surprised. On the list, Zhang Yi is second, Qin Yiruo is third, and Lin Yumeng is fourth. But the votes of the three of them were actually similar, and Yan Yu, who was in first place, had almost twice as many votes as Zhang Yi. That's a bit outrageous. But this Yan Yu is indeed quite beautiful. After Zhang Yi was puzzled for a while, he remembered the relationship with Yan Yu and couldn't help but sigh. Yan Yu is beautiful, but we are not worse than her, there is no reason why the votes are so much worse. Qin Yiruo had also seen Yan Yu, and was not very convinced. Perhaps, Yan Yu's type of girl is more pleasing to boys. Zhang Yi analyzed it. I will serve you first, and I will not accept anyone else. Qin Yiruo hummed. This is nothing to worry about, first or second, it doesn't matter to me, I don't care about other people's evaluations. Zhang Yi didn't care. It is. Qin Yiruo nodded in agreement, no longer entangled in this issue, and turned to a problem that both of them cared about. He hasn't come to us since the last time we made things clear, what do you say he thinks? Zhang Yi frowned, and then replied, he should have felt that the two of us were a little impulsive, so he made the decision, he didn't come to us, he wanted to give us a period of time to calm down. So, do you still have the same idea as before? Qin Yiruo asked a little apprehensively. Of course, I wasn't impulsive, did you? Zhang Yi said. I think you're good and want to be your sister. Qin Yiruo looked at Zhang Yi affectionately and said. Zhang Yiguan smiled, understood what she meant, and then said, then call him, this will make him rest, it is estimated that he is free. Who called? Qin Yiruo asked. Of course it's you. Zhang Yi pointed at her. You know him well, or you come to call. Although Qin Yiruo's personality is jumpy, he is also shy and pushes up. And said treat me as a sister. Zhang Yi snorted softly. Okay, I'll come. Qin Yiruo was helpless, nervously flipped to a number and dialed out. After about a minute, the call ended. He said he'll come over in a moment. Qin Yiruo said the result. Zhang Yi nodded happily, stopped eating, took out a makeup mirror and some other things from his bag, and prepared to put on light makeup. Although she is naturally beautiful and looks very good without makeup, she will look more beautiful and attractive with light makeup. Help me draw too, Qin Yiruo said with a blank eye. Her hands are relatively clumsy, and her makeup skills are slightly poor, so she can only turn to Zhang Yi, who is skillful. After painting light makeup, the two left the cafeteria and prepared to find a quiet place to wait. On the way, a sound of fireworks sounded not far away. Fireworks spread out in the air, revealing some text. But someone was celebrating the birthday of the school flower Yan Yu. It's a big show. The fireworks continued for a long time without stopping, and Qin Yiruo's ears felt buzzing. I've heard that Yan Yu has many excellent suitors, and one of them is a top male star. Zhang Yi had heard some rumors and shared them with Qin Yiruo. It seems that it is really like you said, this Yan Yu is very likable. Qin Yiruo said. As a school flower, she naturally has many suitors, but it is almost limited to Qingling University. But this Yan Yu has attracted top male stars, which is very incredible. Near Qingling University. A street outside a restaurant, congested. Wang Zhenxing was about to go to Qingling University, and when he came to this road, he was blocked for 15 minutes, and there was no momentum for passage. Waiting a little impatiently, Wang Zhenxing opened the perspective to see the situation in front, but the vehicles and people in front of him were black, and for a while they couldn't tell what caused the congestion. Wang Zhenxing opened the car door and came down, found the informed passers-by who were watching the lively and inquired, only to know that some people lined up to celebrate the birthday of Yan Yu, one of the flowers of Qingling University, making all kinds of pomp and circumstance, so this road was congested. These people who lined up to celebrate Yan Yu's birthday were all extraordinary. There are top male stars, overbearing presidents, wealthy heirs and so on. In short, everyone's identity is not ordinary. After listening to the narration of passers-by who knew it, Wang Zhenxing was stunned. Qingling University has 4 school flowers, which he has known for a long time, and he also knows Zhang Yi, Qin Yiruo, and Lin Yumeng. Shoulder to shoulder with the 3 heroines and becoming one of the school flowers, that Yan Yu is definitely not a passerby character. Looking at the situation in front of him, it can be determined that this Yan Yu is definitely not a passerby, but at the same time, he is not very like a heroine. Because these suitors of Yan Yu are really like those male protagonist templates in the female frequency and cool articles. Top male stars, overbearing presidents and wealthy heirs. With some doubts, Wang Zhenxing opened the perspective search, and found a beautiful girl who was held by the stars in the crowd in front. Just by looking at this beautiful girl, Wang Zhenxing suddenly froze, and he actually gave birth to a kind of thought in his heart that he wanted to throw off all the women around him and take care of the girl wholeheartedly for a lifetime. Fortunately, this thought was only for a moment, and after Wang Zhenxing fixed his mind, he returned to normal. Taking a slight breath, Wang Zhenxing used a probing technique on this girl. Female protagonist, Yan Yu. Qi luck value, 979. Protagonist aura, 632. Combat power value, 33. Charm value, 193. Ability Goldfinger, everyone sees love. Note. This talent is only effective for the opposite sex. You can easily get the favor of the opposite sex. When you meet the opposite sex for the first time, there is a 50% chance of making the opposite sex fall in love at first sight, and there is a 25% chance of making the opposite sex unswerving. There is a 10% chance that the opposite sex will die. Full talent for singing and dancing, acting skills after films. Fortune. The star road is smooth and cannot be desecrated. Note. Let the opposite sex rise up a strong sense of awe, and dare not go against its will and make the slightest frivolous behavior. It's really the female protagonist. Wang Zhenxing said to himself, and the guess in his heart was also verified, and he was also a little lucky. Yan Yu's protagonist aura is only more than 600, while his villain aura is as high as more than 900, and the gap is obvious. Because of the suppression effect of the character's aura, Wang Zhenxing was immune to Yan Yu's ability to see and love. If Wang Zhenxing saw her when her halo points were lower than Yan Yu, and had a little luck and fell in love with Yan Yu out of control, then he might be involved in Yan Yu's plot and become one of the many suitors licking dogs. Wang Zhenxing felt terrifying just thinking about it. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Yan Yu's talent of seeing people loved and the luck of not desecrating are like decorations for Wang Zhenxing now. Looking at the pomp and circumstance ahead, this road will not be accessible for a while. Wang Zhenxing directly parked the car on the side of the road and took the path to Qingling University. Anyway, this place is not far from Qingling University, and it is only a few minutes walk away. On the way, Wang Zhenxing pondered. Whether it is a male protagonist or a female protagonist, as a villain, he can't look good. To deal with the male protagonist, it is more convenient to start with the female protagonist. But to deal with the female protagonist, it is not suitable to start from the male protagonist. What's more, he won't be able to tell who the male protagonist is. Because these domineering presidents and top male stars, just from the perspective of identity background, they all have the potential of male protagonists, and Wang Zhenxing has no way to judge who is the male protagonist for a while. Exploration can be queried, but that requires the consumption of counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to waste it at will. And even if you know who the male protagonist is, it doesn't mean much. As far as the male frequency Shuangwen is concerned, dealing with the female protagonist can obtain part of the protagonist's ability, which Wang Zhenxing has known for a long time. But what about female frequency cool text? If you want to obtain the natural ability of the female protagonist, do you directly deal with the female protagonist or the male protagonist? The answer to this question needs to be verified to know. But no matter what, Wang Zhenxing really won't be so frustrated that he uses the method of dealing with male frequency female protagonists to deal with female frequency male protagonists. Therefore, there is no need to know who is the female frequency male protagonist. In short, you can only start from Yan Yu's side. Coming to Qingling University, Wang Zhenxing chatted with Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo for a while, and the scene was harmonious. Wang Zhenxing was still busy, so he didn't talk for long, and planned to go to them later. In the process of chatting, he learned that Qin Yiruo had moved to Zhang Yi's villa, and the two now lived together. Leave Qingling University. Wang Zhenxing went to a medicinal herb store, bought some medicinal herbs, and came to a place where no one was quiet. According to the notes left by the black-hearted old devil, he refined a new poison. According to the records of the black-hearted old devil, young people will often use this poison to deal with righteous women, and there are many righteous way women, almost tried. Is always chased and killed by the husband of the righteous woman afterwards. Late at night, Yan Yu passed through an alley, ready to go to Qingling University. Her family is relatively ordinary, singing part-time in a formal music pub to earn money to share the financial pressure for the family. It is very dangerous for such a beautiful girl to pass through such an alley alone at such a late hour. However, around the alley that Yan Yu could not see, there were people silently guarding it. There are overbearing presidents with bodyguards, top male stars with extraordinary skills, and young pub owners who have won boxing championships. But if Yan Yu shouted if something happened, they would rush over. If there is an eyeless street slipper, if you stare at Yan Yu, it will definitely be blood mold. Save help me. In the alley, there was a sudden call from Yan Yu. The overbearing president, the top male star, and the tavern owner and others, hearing the sound, almost sprinted at the speed of 100 meters, and rushed towards the source of the sound. In about 20 seconds, they arrived at the source of the sound. It's just that Yan Yu's figure is missing. Yan Yu's suitors looked at each other. They knew that each other was there, so they didn't feel puzzled after seeing each other, and the doubt was, where did Yan Yu go? The alleys were lined with high walls, and they came from all directions. It stands to reason that he will definitely bump into Yan Yu. But after exchanging some information, everyone said that they did not see it. But Yan Yu's voice did come from here. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Yan Yu would fly off the wall? After some exchanges, everyone came to such a strange conclusion. But no matter what the truth is, finding Yan Yu is the key at present. With a murderous aura, they held the idea of crushing the bad guy who kidnapped Yan Yu to ashes, and mobilized all the connections they had in their hands to find someone. Around the alley, in a long vacant residential building. "You, who are you?" Through the dim moonlight spilling in outside, Yan Yu nervously asked a man with a hooded face in front of him. The man didn't answer, just turned his gaze slightly, and glanced at the burning sandalwood in the corner. Yan Yu was subject to others, and did not dare to shout for help at will, so as not to anger the other party. The scene was silent. Yan Yu saw that the man did not speak, nor did he hurt her, and her heart gradually became less afraid. She had been in danger before, but every time she was able to turn the corner. Either someone came to save herself, or the bad guy woke up in time, willingly being brought to justice, and easily released her. This time I believe that it is no exception. However, Yan Yu soon knew that she was wrong. "You, what did you do?" Yan Yu felt that she was a little strange, and at the same time, she noticed that something was burning in the corner, and immediately asked the masked man in a panic. The masked man still did not speak, but silently hit a bunk. Night. Top male stars, domineering presidents, wealthy heirs, music pub owners and many other men with good social status are frantically looking for news about Yan Yu. In recent days, everyone who had had a little conflict with Yan Yu was tortured by them. But the result is still nothing. They were going crazy. Host is evil, villain aura points plus 100. The host captures the female protagonist Yan Yu and obtains part of the ability of the female protagonist Yan Yu. Everyone sees people love. Against the wishes of the female protagonist, the reward is halved. The specific effect is that it is easier to get the favor of the opposite sex, and when you meet the opposite sex for the first time, there is a 25% chance of making the opposite sex fall in love at first sight, there is a 12.5% chance of making the opposite sex unswerving, and there is a 5% chance of making the opposite sex unswerving. The host and the female protagonist Yan Yu become their good deeds and obtain the identity of the female frequency villain male protagonist, the only male protagonist of Yan Yu's plot. The female protagonist Yan Yu's favorability to the host is plus 70, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host modifies the plot direction of the female protagonist Yan Yu, and the plot of Yan Yu has changed from the pet flow of the entertainment industry group to the sadistic flow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 counterattack points after being busy for a while. Wang Zhenxing received the news, and the previous doubts were also answered. Obtaining Yan Yu's 5-fold innate ability, which he had expected for a long time. But what I didn't expect was that he gained Yan Yu's favor, and also added the identity of a female frequency villain male protagonist, as well as modified Yan Yu's plot direction. But if you think about it, there are traces to follow. Wang Zhenxing's own background identity actually fits with the female frequency male protagonist template of the overbearing president. And some female protagonists already have some strange attributes, obviously this Yan Yu is one of them. Once something happens, the man is identified, dead or alive, although the surface may be very hard-mouthed. For example, in some genres of female novels, the female protagonist is even the demon male protagonist at the beginning. Afterwards, the female protagonist did not report to the official, and after a series of sadistic plots, the female protagonist and the demon male protagonist finally fell in love with each other and had a happy ending. Late in the middle of the night, after Yan Yu eased over, he stumbled back to the dormitory sullenly. Several excellent suitors got news from Yan Yu's roommate and called one after another to inquire. Yan Yu didn't say a word about what happened to her. Although those suitors felt puzzled, they did not dare to entangle and ask, which made Yan Yu unhappy. Who the hell is this bastard? It was late at night, and her roommates had rested, but Yan Yu always inadvertently recalled some pictures of love and hate in her mind, causing her to be upset and unable to sleep. The guy was masked, and she couldn't see the other party clearly, just a pair of eyes. Those eyes are very strange, but they are extremely good-looking, like starry eyes, especially attractive. Yan Yu could be sure that this was definitely not someone he knew. However, she has the confidence that if she looks at that person face to face, she will definitely recognize it. This bastard, how the hell did I provoke him to do such a hateful thing to me? Yan Yu cursed in her heart, feeling very aggrieved in such an unclear way. After Wang Zhenxing finished the big event, he rushed several times in a row, and only secretly returned to the villa when it was close to dawn. Mu Linger, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, heard the movement and came out of the room to take a look. How did you come back? Mu Linger asked suspiciously. I had a hand game with a few friends in business, and it didn't end until this time. Wang Zhenxing explained a little, lest Mu Linger ask, and quickly took out a handful of candy from his body. That's a lot of sugar. Mu Linger took the candy with her small hand, her little face was full of joy, and she looked at Wang Zhenxing with big eyes with her little head raised. The heroine Mu Linger has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 54 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot and gets a counterattack point of 500, the protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. When Wang Zhenxing received the news, he couldn't tell whether it was because of the influence of infatuation or the influence of everyone seeing and loving. The role of infatuation goes without saying. In addition to the chance of getting different degrees of goodwill when you meet for the first time, it is also possible to get a good impression by doing something small and warm. My friend just finished a happy event, and there was still a lot of sugar left at home, and I remembered that you like to eat sugar, so I brought you some. Wang Zhenxing explained to Mu Linger with a smile. In fact, this was taken by the hand when leaving Zhou Ningran's house. But it is indeed for Mu Linger. After all, Wang Zhenxing himself doesn't eat much sugar. I'm going to rest, so are you. Gently touching Mu Linger's little head, Wang Zhenxing was ready to rest for an hour or two to recover his state. Not often. It was dawn. Early in the morning, Yi Junline brought Xu Yunyan here to visit and rang the doorbell. Mu Linger heard the voice and went to open the door. This is my sixth master. Yi Junline introduced. Huh. Xu Yunyan saw the image of Mu Linger's beautiful lowly, and she was a little unbelievable. It's like this. Yi Junline spoke up to explain why. Xu Yunyan was stunned after hearing this. Walk into the house. Xu Yunyan chatted with Mu Linger for a while, bringing some feelings closer. Immediately afterwards, Xu Yunyan proposed to let Mu Linger diagnose and treat herself. Mu Linger looked at the face of the apprentice, of course, she would not refuse. Can you heal me? After Mu Linger finished taking her pulse, Xu Yunyan asked expectantly. The cure can be cured, but I am not particularly proficient in medical skills, and I may not be as sure as my apprentice. If he is 90% sure, then I can only look 80%. Mu Linger's cute little face showed some embarrassed looks, and replied with some shame. This Xu Yunyan suddenly felt a little difficult. The difference between 90% certainty and 80% certainty seems to be small, but this is a matter of life. Even if the difference is 1%, it cannot be ignored. Yi Junline had a deep heart for Mu Linger's medical skills, and after hearing Mu Linger say this, he was not surprised. Auntie, depending on your own choice, let me rule or let my sixth master govern, but you are responsible for the consequences. Yi Junline said beside him. Mu Linger took the conversation and said to Xu Yunyan, in my opinion, it is better for you to choose someone you trust. She had basically stayed on the Kunlun mountain before, either eating or playing all day, although she had learned medical skills, but she had hardly practiced, and she was afraid that she would make a mistake and cause Xu Yunyan to fall into danger. Let me think about it. Xu Yunyan said worriedly. Whether it's me or my apprentice, you need to borrow the ice silkworm, but the ice silkworm still has 2 days to use, and you have 2 days to think about it. Mu Linger said with relief. Xu Yunyan nodded, and after chatting a few words, he was ready to get up and leave. But at this moment, I heard a sound of the door opening, followed by a sound of footsteps. But after resting for an hour or two, Wang Zhenxing, who had recovered his spirits, came to the hall. Hey, there's a guest. Wang Zhenxing smiled and looked towards Xu Yunyan. In fact, when he was in the room, he noticed the movement on this side of the hall, and also heard some conversations among several people in the hall. Xu Yunyan didn't expect that there were other people in this villa, and he also looked at Wang Zhenxing curiously after seeing him. Just by glancing at it, Xu Yunyan's gaze seemed to be frozen. The heroine Xu Yunyan has a favorability of +50 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot and obtains a counterattack point of 500. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. After receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was overjoyed and knew that this was the natural ability of seeing people love and successfully triggered. Auntie, let's go. Yi Junline hated Wang Zhenxing very much, and did not want the people around him to meet Wang Zhenxing, and wanted to say something to call Xu Yunyan to leave. But after the words fell, no response was heard. His gaze was unhappily withdrawn from Wang Zhenxing, and Yi Junline looked at Xu Yunyan suspiciously. I saw Xu Yunyan's eyes looking directly at Wang Zhenxing, and he froze. Auntie. Yi Junline raised his voice and called. Ah, what's wrong? Xu Yunyan woke up in shock. It's all over, it's time for us to go. Yi Junline reminded. Who is this? Don't you introduce me. Xu Yunyan thought that Wang Zhenxing was the master here, and felt that it was a little impolite to leave like this, so he asked Yi Junline like this. I'm not familiar with him. Yi Junline pouted, just wanting to leave with Xu Yunyan quickly. Of course, Wang Zhenxing would not let him get his wish, continued to look at Xu Yunyan a few times, and then said with some surprise. You are the famous female director Xu Yunyan, right? Whatever, I'm just a small director. Xu Yunyan didn't expect to be recognized by him, and her face blushed slightly. You are too modest. Wang Zhenxing knew the existence of Xu Yunyan a few days ago. Naturally he had done his homework in advance, checked the information on the internet, and immediately counted several award-winning directorial works of Xu Yunyan and praised. Xu Yunyan felt like he had met his soulmate. His eyes couldn't help but shine, looked at him directly, and politely asked his name. Wang Zhenxing took out the business card he had with him and handed it to Xu Yunyan. Wang Zhenxing, chairman and president of Zhenxing Group. Xu Yunyan took a look and was slightly surprised. From Wang Zhenxing's temperament and conversation, she guessed that Wang Zhenxing was not an ordinary person, but she did not expect that Wang Zhenxing was actually the chairman and president of a group. Mr. Wang, it's nice to meet you. Xu Yunyan took the initiative to stretch out his white hand, showed a gentle smile, and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing also smiled, stretched out his hand to shake it, and then naturally let go of his hand. Both of them are over 30 years old, have good experience, and are truly successful people in the eyes of the public. Although the industry is different, the social experience is rich, can speak well, and has endless topics. Auntie. Yi Junline spoke up and wanted to call Xu Yunyan to leave, but she and Wang Zhenxing were chatting so well that she didn't hear Yi Junline talking. Auntie, it's time for us to go. Yi Junline was helpless and raised his voice. You have something to do, you go first. Xu Yunyan heard his words, and after quickly responding, he continued to chat with Wang Zhenxing. Yi Junline couldn't help but glare at Wang Zhenxing, and the corner of his eyes twitched. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junline's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 200 counterattack points. Click. When Yi Junline stared at Wang Zhenxing with unkind eyes, there was a faint cracking sound on the side. But it was Mu Linger who gritted her teeth and chewed the hard candy in her mouth, making a sound. Yi Junline noticed the movement and looked towards Mu Linger, only to see her pair of crystal eyes looking back and forth at Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yunyan, and that cute and beautiful little face had obvious vinegar intent. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junline's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Originally, you planned to make a martial arts movie. What is the current progress? Wang Zhenxing chatted with Xu Yunyan and talked about this. I wanted to remake a martial arts novel, and I fancy the work of the famous novelist Liu Shaofan, but unfortunately all the copyrights in his hands were sold. I asked him who he sold to. He said that this is a business opportunity. He does not want to disclose it to me. I am still asking people to inquire. Xu Yunyan had some sadness between her eyebrows. I know what's going on. Wang Zhenxing smiled after hearing this. Do you know who bought the rights? Xu Yunyan asked. I know. Who? Of course, it's far away, it's close at hand. Liu Shaofan and I are fellow countrymen. He doesn't want his works to be arbitrarily adapted, but he doesn't want to be bothered all the time, so he asked him to buy the copyright, so he sold it all to me. Wang Zhenxing said. I will definitely not spoil the original work. Mr. Wang, can you resell me the copyright of a novel film adaptation? Xu Yunyan asked solemnly. I just acquired an entertainment company not long ago and am preparing to enter the film and television industry, and the copyright was originally not intended to be sold, but Director Xu, since you are so sincere, it is not that you can't talk about it. Wang Zhenxing said. I'm hosting at the Xinhua Hotel at noon. Mr. Wang, are you free? Xu Yunyan felt that there was a drama, so she quickly expressed her kindness. Director Xu, you have spoken, how can I not give face? Wang Zhenxing agreed. Auntie, I also want to go to dinner at noon. Yi Junlin didn't want Xu Yunyan and Wang Zhenxing to be alone, so he quickly said. Xu Yunyan did not respond, ready to see what Wang Zhenxing meant. Xiao Wang, I want to eat a big meal, and I want to go with you too. Mu Linger also said to Wang Zhenxing. Then go together, there are more people. Wang Zhenxing is not against it. If he wanted Xu Yunyan to have a good chat, there were more opportunities, and it didn't have to be at lunchtime. In contrast, Wang Zhenxing is more willing to talk to Xu Yunyan at night. After all, there is a more atmosphere at night. According to scientific studies, people are more emotional at night, and their psychological defense line is lower than during the day. The same decision, and still the same person, but the choice made at two time periods of the day and night, may be very different. Midday. After the dinner, Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yunyan talked about business. Xu Yunyan took a fancy to the novel and prepared to adapt it into a movie. Because it is a separate film adaptation copyright, not a full copyright, based on the film copyright previously sold by Liu Xiaofan, the market price is about 20 million. But Xu Yunyan felt that he was in love with Wang Zhenxing, and added 2 million more when he opened the price, that is, 22 million. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing expressed his willingness to make friends with Xu Yunyan, minus a fraction. The final transaction price was still set at 20 million. After talking about the matter, Wang Zhenxing had some ideas about adaptation, and said it and communicated with Xu Yunyan. Although Wang Zhenxing does not know how to make movies, he has seen a high-grossing movie version Xiaoao in another world. With the experience that has been successful, Wang Zhenxing has expressed some ideas. As a well-known director, Xu Yunyan also has a certain level and strength, and after hearing the advice given by Wang Zhenxing, he felt very feasible. After the matter was over, Wang Zhenxing and several people dispersed. Auntie, there are still 2 days to go, you think about it, whether to choose to let me treat, or let my unreliable sixth master treat, I will wait for your reply. After a while, Yi Junlin sent a message to Xu Yunyan. Xu Yunyan, who was originally immersed in joy, also regained some sadness because of this news. Chatting with Wang Zhenxing was too speculative, she had been immersed in pleasure, and she almost forgot about curing the disease. But before she could think more, another message came. It was sent by Wang Zhenxing. The content is roughly that I want to invite Xu Yunyan to watch a martial arts movie with good reviews and good reputation at night. Xu Yunyan saw the message, replied to the message almost in seconds, and agreed to the invitation. As a director, she is of course very interested in tasting the excellent works of her peers. What's more, he was accompanied by a very talkative friend. 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yunyan met as scheduled and walked into the cinema together. In the first half of the movie, the two watched intently and occasionally communicated. Because of the occasion of the cinema, the chat voice should naturally not be too loud. The two spoke and communicated, almost whispering. This unprecedented encounter made Xu Yunyan feel extremely nervous, but his face remained as peaceful as possible, and he did not dare to show his abnormality. Xu Yunyan, don't think about it, just watch a movie normally with friends, maybe people also have a girlfriend. Xu Yunyan admonished herself in her heart. Although she is very moved by Wang Zhenxing, as a woman with certain experience, she is still more able to control her emotions. The second half of the movie. Xu Yunyan, out of reserve and unclear about Wang Zhenxing's emotional state, suppressed his inner thoughts, and tried not to take the initiative to whisper with Wang Zhenxing and exchange viewing experiences. Wang Zhenxing could not feel Xu Yunyan's psychological state, so he did not take the initiative to say anything to Xu Yunyan, but tilted his head and leaned on the chair and pretended to sleep. During this period, Xu Yunyan often cast a gaze, with some faint resentment in her eyes. On the one hand, she wants to keep her heart quiet, but on the other hand, she expects Wang Zhenxing to take the initiative. This is a very contradictory sentiment. After another while, Xu Yunyan felt Wang Zhenxing's head leaning on his shoulder. Xu Yunyan's heartbeat accelerated a little, but it did not push Wang Zhenxing and disturb his clear dreams. But gradually, Wang Zhenxing's head had a tendency to move down from his shoulders and pillowed to other places. Xu Yunyan was startled and almost slapped over. But it was just a thought, and it passed by. Xu Yunyan was very embarrassed, looked around, and found that he did not provoke any eyes. The theater was dimly lit, and everyone thought the two were a couple. It's really not surprising that you are dozing off next to your partner like this. Xu Yunyan breathed a slight sigh of relief, hesitated for a while, and finally did not disturb Wang Zhenxing. Moreover, in order for Wang Zhenxing to sleep peacefully, he also reached out to help him fix his head a little. The heroine Xu Yunyan has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. Time passed, and the movie ended soon. The moviegoers got up and dispersed, leaving the theater a little noisy. Wang Zhenxing also pretended to be woken up and found that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. "Sorry, I didn't rest well last night, I was so sleepy," Wang Zhenxing said. "No, it's okay." Xu Yunyan shook her head, a little afraid to look at him. The two slowly walked out of the theater and onto the street outside. Xu Yunyan suddenly felt unwell, her hands trembled a little, searching for something in her bag, and said to Wang Zhenxing like a help. "Can I trouble you to help me buy a bottle of water?" "Of course." Wang Zhenxing nodded, quickly bought a bottle of water, and intimately unscrewed the cap of the bottle. Xu Yunyan stuffed a handful of medicine into her mouth and took it with water, and soon the discomfort was relieved and gradually disappeared. "I have a strange disease and need to take medicine regularly, which makes you laugh." Xu Yunyan hung her head and said with a little inferiority. "I overheard this." After responding, Wang Zhenxing walked along the street. Xu Yunyan folded her hands behind her, pursed her mouth, and silently followed behind. Soon, the two came to a river and stopped by the railing. On the other side of the river, fireworks soared into the sky, rendering the dim sky brilliant. "You were lucky and met Qingling's semi-annual fireworks festival," Wang Zhenxing said to Xu Yunyan. "The light of the fireworks illuminates the face of a mature and charming handsome man, which makes people stunned." The heroine Xu Yunyan has a favorability of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 60 adoration. "It's really beautiful." Xu Yunyan looked at him, and then looked at the colorful explosion in the sky, smiling and speaking, and didn't know whether he was praising the scenery or praising people. "I decided to find a master in King's Landing to treat me, although I am only 80% sure, but I think I should not be so unlucky." Xu Yunyan squeezed out some smile and looked at Wang Zhenxing. "Give me your hand," Wang Zhenxing said. Xu Yunyan was stunned, and his heart was apprehensive. Is this a confession? What should I do? There was a short circuit in his brain, and Xu Yunyan didn't know what to do for a while. "I'll take your pulse for you." Wang Zhenxing. This explains why. Xu Yunyan was stunned, only to realize that he had thought too much. There was a hint of panic and he stretched out his hand to relieve the embarrassment. It's a tricky situation, but it's not hard to cure it completely. After taking the pulse, Wang Zhenxing said, "How do your medical skills compare to Xiaoyezi's sixth master?" Xu Yunyan could feel his confidence from his tone, so he hurriedly asked. "If I treat you, I don't need to borrow ice silkworms, you can understand that my medical skills are at a higher level," Wang Zhenxing said pertinently. "So if it's your treatment, how sure are you?" Xu Yunyan asked. "Your poisoning has been too long. No matter how powerful the doctor is, he dare not say that he is 10% sure. I can only answer you, there is a 1 in 100,000 chance, you may be in danger," Wang Zhenxing said. Xu Yunyan listened with great peace of mind, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she couldn't be ashamed, and said bluntly, "Then can you heal me?" Yes, but the process of treatment may." Wang Zhenxing stopped talking. "I've heard Xiao Yeji talk about it, I understand." Xu Yunyan was completely mentally prepared, but when he answered, his face was still slightly red. After the agreement, Xu Yunyan came to his mansion the next day according to the address given by Wang Zhenxing. Xu Yunyan's strange illness was caused by poisoning, and the poisoning time was relatively long, and it took about 2 days to completely remove the toxin. 2 days passed in a flash. Early morning, Yi Jun came to the place where Mu Linger lived just after dawn, asked Mu Linger for the ice silkworm, and checked the status of the ice silkworm for peace of mind. The ice silkworm has returned to its normal size and is ready to use. With a great deal of determination, Yi Junlin quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Xu Yunyan's number. Hey! A somewhat familiar man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Junlin was dumbfounded. Who are you? How can my aunt's mobile phone be in your hands? After reacting, Yi Junlin asked impatiently. Oh, you're Yi Junlin, can't you hear who I am? The man on the other end of the phone said. You are Wang Zhenxing. Yi Junlin finally heard who this somewhat familiar man's voice belonged to. Yes, it's me, Wang Zhenxing said happily on the phone. Where's my aunt? Why would you have her phone? Yi Junlin had a bad premonition. She will fall asleep and has no time to answer your phone. I see that you called, so I took it. Wang Zhenxing's tone was not hurried, and he replied patiently. After hearing the words, she will fall asleep, Yi Junlin thought about it and became angry. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Why are you with my aunt? Yi Junlin's voice was a little sharp, and through the phone, Wang Zhenxing could feel that his emotions were out of control. When your aunt wakes up, let her talk to you. Wang Zhenxing also didn't say anything, just to make Yi Junlin anxious and cranky. After saying this sentence, he hung up the call directly. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 400 counterattack points. Exclamation mark. The newly bought mobile phone was directly crushed by Yi Junlin, who did not control his emotions. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Junlin calmed down a little. Looking at the shattered phone, he regretted it a little. This phone is broken. How to contact Xu Yunyan? Fortunately, the phone card has a large life and is not broken. Yi Junlin took out the calling card, then went out to a nearby mobile phone store and chose a new mobile phone. Turning to Xu Yunyan's number, he dialed it out again. However, the phone prompts that the other party has turned off the phone. Yi Junlin was furious and wanted to vent his emotions, raised his mobile phone and wanted to drop it on the ground, but fortunately pressed it in time. In a mansion with a large rooftop, Xu Yunyan woke up slowly, and as far as her eyes could see, there was no one. She got up and walked around, and in the garden of the mansion, she saw a figure of Wang Zhenxing. You're awake. Wang Zhenxing, who was pruning flowers and plants, put down the tools in his hand, and then motioned for Xu Yunyan to sit in the small pavilion in the garden, taking the pulse for her. The toxin is completely cleaned up, and you don't have to take that medicine in the future. Wang Zhenxing said. Xu Yunyan pursed her lips and nodded slightly, thinking of some scenes of multiple treatments in the past 2 days, and she couldn't help but blush. How much is the consultation fee? I'll call you. After taking a deep breath to calm the chaotic emotions, Xu Yunyan asked. Since they are all friends, the fee does not have to be given. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand. Hearing this, Xu Yunyan did not insist on giving money. After all, the boss of a listed company of tens of billions is not bad money. In the future, if you have a place where you can use me, just open your mouth. Within my ability, I will definitely do it for you, and if it is beyond my ability, I will do my best. Xu Yunyan promised. Will you say yes no matter what I ask you to do? With an inexplicable smile on the corner of Wang Zhenxing's mouth, he examined Xu Yunyan. In these 2 days of treatment, Xu Yunyan's emotions have also gradually risen, and her love for Wang Zhenxing has risen to the point of unswerving affection. Xu Yunyan listened to his tone a little strange, couldn't help but think cranky, tried to suppress the tension in his heart, showed a mature and charming smile, and calmly replied. Your life is saved by you. As long as you open your mouth, I will agree to any request. She is an extremely traditional woman, and although she is 30 years old, she has no emotional experience. Growing up so big, it was the first time I was attracted to a man. Plus some embarrassing things happened because of the treatment. In her heart, she had actually identified Wang Zhenxing. After feeling that Wang Zhenxing might be hinting at something, he also responded with a hint as a trial. I haven't thought of what I want you to do yet, let's talk about it when I think of it. Meeting Xu Yunyan's expectant gaze, Wang Zhenxing said. Okay, tell me when you think of it. Xu Yunyan tried hard to squeeze out a smile to hide some of the loss in her heart. Did he mean that, or didn't he mean that? It's always impossible. Let yourself be a woman to take the initiative, right? Xu Yunyan was in a state of confusion. By the way, when you were in a coma, someone called you. I saw that it was your relative, so I took a call and reported that it was safe, so as not to worry people. Wang Zhenxing reminded. Thank you. Xu Yunyan nodded with a smile, feeling that Wang Zhenxing thought very thoughtfully. Back in the house and picked up her mobile phone, she flipped to Yi Junline's number in the call log and dialed it. The other side. Yi Junline kept holding his mobile phone and waiting. When Xu Yunyin's call came, he answered it instantly. "Is it Auntie?" "It's me, Little Leaf." Xu Yunyin replied. "Auntie, why would you stay at a man's house? Nothing must have happened to you, right?" Yi Junline asked in a panic. "This is my private matter, you kid asks so much what to do." Xu Yunyin was unwilling to answer. Yi Junline is a generation behind him, and her emotional problems, of course, do not need to explain to the juniors. "Auntie, I'm afraid that you will simply be deceived, not to manage your private affairs." Yi Junline said bitterly. "I'm not a little girl who doesn't know the world, how can I be deceived so easily?" Xu Yunyin was a little crying and laughing. Although it was embarrassing during the treatment, it was only Xu Yunyin's own feelings. Wang Zhenxing looked very indifferent from beginning to end, applying needles normally, and his eyes did not look randomly. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a decent gentleman. "Auntie, in short, you must keep your distance from that Wang Zhenxing, this person is extremely deep." Yi Junline reminded. Xu Yunyin said indifferently, "The boss of a listed company of tens of billions of yuan, if he didn't have a city government, he would have been eaten up in the business field. You don't speculate about people, I have my own guard against dealing with people, I have already secretly understood, he is a businessman who is passionate about philanthropy, and he will not be a bad person." Yi Junline was dumb for a moment after hearing this, and turned to another thing. "Don't mention him for now, Auntie, your illness. My disease has been cured, you don't have to worry." Xu Yunyin replied. Yi Junline's fists clenched after hearing this, and his bones clicked. When he knew that Xu Yunyin and Wang Zhenxing were together, he actually had this kind of speculation in his heart, but he didn't dare to be completely sure. "When that guy was treating your sister-in-law, did he make a fuss?" Things have already happened, and Yi Junline can't change it, so he can only start from other angles and try to keep Xu Yunyin away from Wang Zhenxing. "You don't have anything else, no me to hang up." Xu Yunyin really didn't want to talk about these topics with the junior, and there was some displeasure in her tone. "There are other things." Yi Junline hurriedly stopped it. "Say." Yi Junline heard that his aunt was already a little angry, and it was difficult to continue to ask more, but he wanted to watch his aunt during this time to avoid her being tricked away. After thinking about it, he said, "Auntie, aren't you planning to make a movie? Where are you going to shoot it?" Qingling is one of the famous ancient capitals, many places still have ancient styles, and there is also a film and television city. I am ready to shoot in Qingling. There are many suitable places for framing, but Xu Yunyin wants to stay on Qingling's side, and doesn't want to go anywhere else. "Auntie, I want to play a role, anything." Yi Junline just wanted to find a convenient reason to go to Xu Yunyin at any time to prevent her relationship with Wang Zhenxing from developing further. "Okay, I'll see what suits your role then." Xu Yunyin had no reason to refuse such a simple request. After ending the call, Xu Yunyin returned to the garden. "In the next period of time, I will find someone to write the script and recruit actors, and the filming location will be set on Qingling's side. What do you think?" Xu Yunyin told Wang Zhenxing about his recent plans, and it was also a hint. "Very good." Wang Zhenxing replied briefly. Xu Yunyin couldn't figure out his thoughts, and continued, "Are you interested in making a cameo appearance in a role in a movie? If you have the right role, you can experience it, but it's better to have a dragon-set role." Wang Zhenxing overheard the conversation between Xu Yunyin and Yi Junline just now. Even if Xu Yunyin didn't say it, he actually intended to ask for a role. In this way, there is a reason for Zheng Delight to appear in front of Xu Yunyin. "I understand, you are a busy person, even if you are asked to play important roles, you do not have this time," Xu Yunyin said thoughtfully. After continuing to chat a few words, Xu Yunyin reluctantly left and prepared to go back to the hotel. During the time she came to Qingling, she had been staying in the hotel. Wang Zhenxing also wanted to go out, so he sent Xu Yunyin by the Trent. "Yao Yao, a martial arts movie I am planning to make, missing a movie theme song, have you been busy lately?" In the car, Xu Yunyin was on the phone. While driving, Wang Zhenxing glanced at Xu Yunyin, who was on the phone, in surprise. Because of the woman who was talking to Xu Yunyin on the phone, the voice was somewhat familiar. "I got a female star friend and was going to ask her to help write a song." A few minutes later, Xu Yunyin ended the call and explained to Wang Zhenxing. "Which star?" Wang Zhenxing asked. Gu Feiyao. She. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Xu Yunyan in surprise, no wonder he felt that the voice was familiar. Do you know her? Xu Yunyan asked curiously. Big star, I know more people, but I know her, she doesn't know me. Wang Zhenxing's words carried some deep meaning. It's just that Xu Yunyan doesn't know the reason and can't understand the meaning of these words at all. Some time ago at Gu Feiyao's concert, something pleasant happened to Wang Zhenxing and Gu Feiyao. It's just that Wang Zhenxing will wear a mask. Gu Feiyao only heard his voice, but she couldn't see his appearance. Are you familiar with Gu Feiyao? Wang Zhenxing asked again. When she didn't become famous, we met, let's be considered girlfriends. Xu Yunyan replied. Wang Zhenxing did not speak, thinking that this circle is really small. Xu Yunyan and Gu Feiyao are best friends. After sending Xu Yunyan to the hotel, Wang Zhenxing returned to the company. After spending some time dealing with the company's important affairs, Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone, opened the Shark Live broadcast platform, and browsed at random, wanting to see if there were any particularly excellent female anchors. But after watching it, I found that most of them were supported by beauty and makeup, and there was no such natural beauty. Slightly disappointed, Wang Zhenxing was about to exit the platform, but then suddenly noticed a game live broadcast room on the home page. The anchor in this live broadcast room did not show his face, but his popularity is very hot, and his popularity ranks first in the current time period. Wang Zhenxing was a little curious, clicked in and looked at it, wanting to know what is so remarkable about this anchor that can attract many people to watch. The live broadcast room broadcasts a 5v5 battle mobile game. It was Mu Linger's favorite game before. After watching for a minute or two, Wang Zhenxing was stunned. The degree of rookie chicken played by this female anchor is simply comparable to Mu Linger. As soon as he died, he shouted. Of course, this is not the reason why Wang Zhenxing is stunned. What surprised Wang Zhenxing was that the voice of the female anchor of this game was very familiar. It was the petite eldest lady Qin Yiruo. Is there a new story trigger? Wang Zhenxing secretly guessed, so he recharged a wave and swiped a lot of gifts for Qin Yiruo, so that her live broadcast room could increase some heat. Qin Yiruo's live broadcast time is very short, just 10 days or so, and the gift contribution list is not high. Wang Zhenxing directly picked the most expensive gift brush, and after a few minutes of brushing, he reached the first place in the overall list. Banner announcements sounded continuously throughout the platform. Mr. Wang, which is the nickname of Wang Zhenxing's platform, appeared in everyone's field of vision. In the live broadcast room, some netizens mourned for Qin Yiruo while marveling, because they felt that Qin Yiruo wanted to have some stories with the big brother. Many netizens are brushing the screen, saying that President Wang must be gentle with Qin Yiruo. Qin Yiruo always hangs when playing games, and he was already a little irritable, and after seeing some filthy words in the barrage, he was even more angry. Look down on whom, brush hundreds of thousands is amazing. Qin Yiruo also felt that this President Wang wanted to dive into himself, and was a little angry, and directly threw President Wang out of the live broadcast room with the authority of the anchor, and did not allow him to enter again. Wang Zhenxing, who had been brushing the gift, was thrown out, feeling a little speechless but did not call Qin Yiruo. Instead, he planned to go to Qin Yiruo later and ask her if she had contacted any special people recently. Qingling University. Chu Chen, let's break up. A handsome-looking girl said to an ordinary-looking boy with an indifferent face. Xiao Yun, after 3 years of our relationship, do you really endure it? Chu Chen's face was pale, and there was some pleading in his tone. You will also say that the relationship has been 3 years, I celebrated my birthday, and you actually gave me a broken doll with hundreds of dollars, are you okay? My friend's birthday, people's boyfriends give thousands of mobile phones. Xiao Yun hummed. Feelings are not measured by material things, and I have worked very hard, and when your birthday next year, I will definitely give you your mobile phone. Chu Chen assured. Next year, I won't bother you to spend money, someone will send me. Xiao Yun pouted. Chu Chen was stunned after hearing this. Soon, a boy wearing a name tag came over. Okay, no, break up and grind. The boy urged impatiently. Honey, I've made it clear with him, let's go. Xiao Yun affectionately took the boy's hand and walked away. When Chu Chen saw this scene, the love in his heart dissipated, and he was extremely angry, but at the same time, he also felt a little relieved. After 3 years of love with Xiaoyun, he didn't even hold hands, and he had to save money to give Xiaoyun gifts. Dog men and women, you wait, lousy I will develop sooner or later, and when the time comes, swell your face. Looking at the departing pair of men and women, Chu Chen roared in his heart. Student Lin Yumeng, good morning. At this time, a girl next to him walked by holding a book, and Chu Chen immediately greeted him in a friendly manner after seeing it. Up, good morning. Lin Yumeng hung his head, looked up after hearing the voice, and after seeing that it was a male classmate, he responded politely. Then, continue to hang his head, hold the book and continue to walk forward. If only Lin Yumeng could be my girlfriend. Chu Chen looked at Lin Yumeng's departing figure, and couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Lin Yumeng is a school flower, shy and gentle, and simply the love object that boys dream of. It's just that Chu Chen also knows in his heart how many pounds he has, and he can't even keep Xiaoyun's girlfriend. How can he catch up with the kernel flower? If only I had a lot of money. Chu Chen suddenly felt a little irritable, and kicked the tree trunk next to him with his foot. At this time, some strange voices suddenly sounded in my mind. After Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, he was suddenly ecstatic. 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Yiruo leaned lazily on the sofa, broadcasting the game live. Zhang Yi, who was also in the villa, was playing the guqin in the piano room. Then, there was a doorbell ringing outside. Qin Yiruo heard the movement, but this would not be empty, so he called out Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi came out of the house, vigilantly glanced through the monitoring at the door, and then ran to open the door happily. It was Wang Zhenxing's visit. Qin Yiruo was playing the game, and just happened to die again, and shouted again. But after seeing Wang Zhenxing coming, he instantly converged and became like a lady. If I'm streaming the game, this will be free. I was just playing an ancient song, and I happened to encounter a place I don't understand. Can you teach me? Zhang Yi took Wang Zhenxing's hand and shook it, and smiled sweetly. I'm free, just turn off the live broadcast. Qin Yiruo turned off the live broadcast radio and said to Zhang Yi. No, you live stream the game first. Wang Zhenxing finished saying to Qin Yiruo, and then turned to look at Zhang Yi. Where you don't understand, take it and let me see. Zhang Yi walked out of the house and took out the score. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, he solved Zhang Yi's confusion, and then asked Qin Yiruo if he had encountered strange people recently. I haven't met any strange people. Qin Yiruo shook his head, then remembered something, and quickly said, during the day, there was a man named President Wang, who swiped hundreds of thousands of gifts in my live broadcast room. Does this count? This is me. Wang Zhenxing looked strange. I thought that this Wang always brushed me so many gifts. There was some strange idea, so I kicked him out at that time and forbade him to enter the live broadcast room. I'll untie you right away. Qin Yiruo was a little embarrassed, and quickly operated in the background of the live broadcast room to unban the account President Wang. I accidentally recognized it as you, so I brushed you some gifts and boosted your popularity. Wang Zhenxing said. I'll just live broadcast it casually. It doesn't matter what popularity is, and the platform has to be divided, and only a small part of the gift money brushed goes to my hands, which is too wasteful. Qin Yiruo never felt distressed about spending his father Qin Peng's money, but this would save Wang Zhenxing. If Qin Peng knew this, I don't know how he would feel. No waste, the boss behind this platform is me. Wang Zhenxing said. In this case, then I will broadcast more live in the future to help you work and earn more money. Qin Yiruo said happily. By the way, have you ever shown your face until now? Wang Zhenxing asked. I only showed my face once, but I didn't mean it. Those water friends watched me play game dishes, and always shouted, calling me ugly. I couldn't get angry and turned on the camera to prove myself. Qin Yiruo explained in a weak voice, thinking that he didn't like to show his face, so he was a little nervous. Is it because you have shown your face, so you are on fire? Wang Zhenxing answered. Yes, I was also recognized as the school flower of Qingling University, and some people in Qingling University knew that I was streaming games on the Shark platform, and I became popular like this, but this is really not what I wanted. I want to rely on game technology to catch fire. I really don't want to rely on appearance. Qin Yiruo has the heart to become a great god, and he is quite persistent. You play the game well, I'll brush you some more gifts. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Qin Yiruo's live broadcast room, and saw that her game characters were hanging up, causing a crowd of barragists to ask questions and ask the anchor what he was doing. Received. Qin Yiruo turned his attention to the game, turned on the live radio, and continued to broadcast the game live. During the day, Wang Zhenxing charged 1 million, and some of it was not finished. While Qin Yiruo was still live broadcasting, he wanted to brush all the rest. But just brushed the appearance of 100,000 gifts, a person nicknamed Brother Chen appeared in the live broadcast room, and brushed up with Wang Zhenxing. After Wang Zhenxing's remaining hundreds of thousands of gifts were swiped, this Chen brother continued until he surpassed Wang Zhenxing to become the big brother on the overall list. It's a newly registered number. Wang Zhenxing clicked on the information of Brother Chen on the contribution list in the live broadcast room and glanced at it. After a little thought, Wang Zhenxing recharged another 1 million, wanting to regain the first place in the list. Brother Chen was not far behind, and he had been brushing gifts. After Wang Zhenxing finished brushing 1 million, he directly rushed 8 million and brushed against Brother Chen. Of course, he is not fighting with people, he just wants to test this Brother Chen. After all, the female anchor who received the gift is all around. As for fighting with people, Wang Zhenxing brushed for more than an hour, during which he clicked the mobile phone screen a little boringly, and asked Zhang Yi to help click for a while. But the scene is still scorching. Brother Chen's status as the first in the overall list is still unshakable. Calculated from the contribution value, Brother Chen has already swiped more than 10 million gifts. This is obviously somewhat normal, and simply does not treat money as money. Wang Zhenxing contacted the platform and asked the platform to provide the registration information of Brother Chen. However, the people from the platform information department are off work and will not find out until tomorrow morning. Qin Yiruo symbolically thanked the President Wang and Brother Chen who gave the gifts, and then broadcast live until 11 o'clock in the evening, and then it was broadcast. In the private message, there was a message from Brother Chen, Qin Yiruo, guess who I am. Qin Yiruo also did not deal with boys, and he was inseparable from Zhang Yi all day, and he couldn't guess the identity of the other party at all. However, it is certain that the other party must know Qin Yiruo. And most of them are still people from Qingling University. After all, Qin Yiruo's name is only particularly famous in Qingling University. It's going to be late, it's time to rest. There are quite a few rooms in the villa, but only 2 bedrooms have been taken care of. One was where Qin Yiruo lived, and the other was where Zhang Yi lived. I'll be fine on the couch for the night, you guys go and rest. Wang Zhenxing lay upside down on the sofa. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi looked at each other, each with their own thoughts, but they didn't say anything, just silently went back to the room, and then they both secretly left the door. 1 dormitory. Cut. What, Mr. Wang, even if you have money, can you compare with me? My money is unlimited. Chew. Chen smiled triumphantly at the mobile phone, feeling unprecedented joy, sweeping away the depression of falling in love during the day. Clicking on some private messages in the account, Chu Chen checked it. The person who sent the private message has netizens and female anchors. Netizens basically said to borrow money, and the female anchor sent a social account to let him add friends. Chu Chen ignored them all, waiting for Qin Yiruo's private message. But after waiting for half a day, I didn't see any response. Qin Yiruo definitely didn't see it. If she did, it would be impossible not to return the message, although she is a rich girl, but I brushed her 10 million at once, she can't be indifferent. Wait for her next broadcast, and then brush again, although her family has money, it can't withstand me desperately brushing gifts for her. But it's a pity, she shouldn't know me, but it's okay, she will know me Chu Chen sooner or later. Chu Chen thought beautifully in his heart. Early the next morning. As soon as Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi opened their eyes, they saw each other. Both turned their heads at the same time, both a little embarrassed. However, thinking that they had seen the other unknown side of each other, I thought that it was leveled. No one can laugh at anyone. The person in the hall who had slept on the sofa had already left early. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi got up, washed and dressed up, left the villa, and went to Qingling University arm in arm. Another villa 100 meters away. Wang Zhenxing was called by Mu Linger to eat breakfast together. While eating breakfast, Wang Zhenxing received a reply message from the platform and got the registration information of Brother Chen. There is a name, there is a certificate number. Wang Zhenxing sent his name and certificate number to Yang Yuchen, asking her to help check the identity background of this person. Yang Yuchen is now used to it, and without even asking the reason, she directly helped check it, and quickly sent the results to Wang Zhenxing. Chu Chen, the third year of the history department of Qingling University, is studying after breakfast. Wang Zhenxing asked Mu Linger to go back, and he walked towards the history department building of Qingling University. The history department is preparing to visit the Qingling Museum, and each class is organizing to collect 500 yuan per person as the fund for this activity. 500 yuan is not much for most college students, but some of them are a little embarrassed by students from poor families. Lin Yumeng is one of them. Visit the museum to see your wishes, you can choose to go or not. But this opportunity was rare, and some historians were present to explain during the event. For those who read history, missing out is definitely a great loss. Lin Yumeng also wanted to go, but once she went, the living expenses this month would not be enough, so she was in a dilemma. Chu Chen, who was in the same class as Lin Yumeng, saw her embarrassment. Snap! Chu Chen took out 1,000 yuan and slapped it on the table of the female class leader. Chu Chen, you're going to die. The middle-looking female squad leader complained, blaming Chu Chen for startling her, and then said, 500 is enough. There are still 500. Lin Yumeng, I helped her hand it over. Chu Chen said in an atmospheric manner. Oh, I won the lottery ticket, so generous all of a sudden. The squad leader was a little surprised, with some ridicule in his tone. Chu Chen is a well-known poor boy, plus he is particularly picky, and when he had to pay fees for collective activities in the past, he always pushed 3 and 4, and only paid the last one. Whatever you do, you just have to remember it. Chu Chen said. The female squad leader pouted, picked up a pen in the notebook and prepared to write. At this time, Lin Yumeng, who could hear the conversation, came over. Thank you for your kindness, I will hand it over myself later. Lin Yumeng said. You're welcome, just let me help you hand it over, you can just give me money then. Chu Chen knew that she was a girl with great self-respect, so he did not directly say that she did not need to return her. Don't bother you, I'll go and withdraw the money to pay it now. Lin Yumeng didn't want to owe something to others, and after speaking, he walked outside. There are ATMs in Qingling University, and it won't be long before you walk over. It's just that after paying this fee, for the next half a month, you can only eat some steamed buns and the like, and there are not too many nutritious things to fill your hunger. Seeing Lin Yumeng leaving, Chu Chen followed directly. Classmate Lin Yumeng, you just accept my kindness, you take the money and pay it over first, and I can pay it back whenever you want. After quickly catching up with Lin Yumeng, Chu Chen stopped in front of her and said. No thanks. Lin Yumeng shook his head and wanted to bypass Chu Chen and walk forward. Chu Chen blocked sideways and stopped in front of Lin Yumeng again. If you don't accept my kindness, I will keep stopping you. Chu Chen saw Lin Yumeng's good bullying look, and immediately played a scoundrel. He didn't dare to do this kind of thing before, but now his pockets are bulging, people are confident, and their courage is naturally bigger. You let Jean. Lin Yumeng was a little annoyed. I won't let it. Chu Chen opened his arms to stop it, just not letting Lin Yu dream past. Lin Yumeng to the left, Chu Chen also to the left, Lin Yumeng to the right, Chu Chen also to the right. Lin Yumeng was helpless for a while. Fortunately, at this time, she saw a familiar figure. Professor Wang, this person stopped me and didn't let me pass. Lin Yumeng complained to Wang Zhenxing, who came over. Dare to play hooligans, which department are you? Wang Zhenxing grabbed Chu Chen by the collar, pressed him against the wall, and questioned. Chu Chen glanced at Wang Zhenxing, and a wave of disgust rose in his heart, but thinking of Lin Yumeng calling him professor, he didn't dare to attack for a while, so he could only reply in a good voice. Professor, I'm not playing hooligans, I want to help her kindly. Girls can still wrong you, follow me to the principal. Wang Zhenxing grabbed him and walked straight to old man Yang's office. From Yang Yuchen, he only got some basic information about Chu Chen, and did not see Chu Chen's photos. According to past experience, it was immediately determined that this guy was Chu Chen. That kind of impulse to give each other a big mouth when they first met, Wang Zhenxing is simply not too familiar. Lin Yumeng followed behind and came to the office of Principal Yang Jing with Wang Zhenxing. Yang Jing had a hidden illness before, and Wang Zhenxing prescribed medicine for him. After taking the medicine for a period of time, Yang Jing also raised his eyebrows in front of his wife, and was grateful to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing briefly explained the situation. Wang Jing was convinced, gave Chu Chen a punishment, and asked him to write a review, and read it in the broadcasting room. Chu Chen was stunned for a while. He just blocked Lin Yumeng's way. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 600. The protagonist Chu Chen's luck value is -60, and the host's luck value is +60. Wang Zhenxing received the news and took advantage of Wang Jing's teaching of Chu Chen to use the probing technique on Chu Chen. Protagonist, Chu Chen. Chi luck value, 416. Protagonist aura, 213. Combat power value, 63. Charm value, 61. Ability Goldfinger, Licking Dog Shenhouse System. Note: the system has unlimited money, but the host cannot directly consume for itself, and can only spend money on top beauties so as to get equal cashback. Fortune, the King of Licking Dogs. Glanced at Chu Chen's information, and Wang Zhenxing suddenly understood why Chu Chen didn't treat money as money. Chu Chen seemed to be brushing gifts for Qin Yiruo, but he was actually making money. At the same time that Qin Yiruo received 10 million gifts, Chu Chen also received the same amount of 10 million cashback. The protagonist of Chu Chen, a god and hero, is too easy to deal with. Wang Zhenxing thought for a while, and he had an idea in his heart. Chu Chen left Wang Jing's office with a gray face and went to write a review. Wang Zhenxing soon left with Lin Yumeng. I heard you say just now, you are going to withdraw money to pay the event funds, right? How much do you have to pay? After walking some distance, Wang Zhenxing asked. 500. Lin Yumeng replied. Wang Zhenxing looked left and right and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he took out a stack of tickets from his wallet and stuffed them into Lin Yumeng's hand. And on the mobile phone, transferred 50,000 yuan to her. In fact, Wang Zhenxing can give more, just worried that Lin Yumeng will resist. But even if he didn't give too much, Lin Yumeng was still very scared and wanted to refuse. Accept it for me, this is not for you for nothing, I have some important things after that I need your help, this is some remuneration given in advance. Wang Zhenxing made up a reason at random. What's going on? Lin Yumeng asked solemnly. Don't disclose it to you for the time being, then you will know, in short, let you do the right thing, don't worry. Wang Zhenxing swore a word. That all right. Lin Yumeng was convinced. Also, talk as little as possible with that Chu Chen, this guy is not a good person at first glance. Wang Zhenxing advised. I never took the initiative to talk to him, it was he who inexplicably said that he wanted to pay me the activity funds, and if I didn't agree, he stopped me. Lin Yumeng explained in a weak voice, his eyes were still timid, and he was looking at Wang Zhenxing's expression. Seeing Wang Zhenxing's face, she quickly added. I don't have a boyfriend, and I never even take the initiative to talk to boys. After speaking, Lin Yumeng suddenly regretted it. Because it sounded like a misunderstanding between the couple, and the girl explained to her boyfriend's statement. Hanging her head, Lin Yumeng did not dare to speak, because she knew that this was a luxury. It was just an accident. He is good to himself, or maybe he just feels indebted to himself. If something happens, contact me at any time, no one can bully you except me, you know. Wang Zhenxing reached out and touched Lin Yumeng's black hair and said softly. The heroine Lin Yumeng's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. Raising his watery eyes, he nervously looked at the handsome man's face in front of him, and suddenly lowered his head quickly and responded in a low voice. Bidding farewell to Lin Yumeng, Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and flipped to Shen Yu's number. Shen Chaodo, I want to report. After the phone was connected, Wang Zhenxing said straight to the point. Near Qingling University, a large mobile phone store. Take a look at your most expensive new domestic phone. Chu Chen, who was dressed very ordinarily, said to a clerk in the mobile phone store. The clerk glanced at Chu Chen and frowned. Chu Chen's whole body is estimated to be no more than 100 pieces combined. Hello sir, our most expensive domestic new mobile phone, priced at 12,999 yuan, are you really sure? The clerk was afraid that this customer did not understand the market, so he reminded him between words. It's just sold for 12,999, it's not expensive, take it to me. Chu Chen said in an atmospheric manner. The clerk was half convinced, took the model machine over, and handed it to Chu Chen to experience. After Chu Chen fiddled with it casually, he was very satisfied. Not bad, I'm going to have this. Chu Chen immediately decided. The clerk was overjoyed after hearing this, and went to get the new machine that had not been opened for Chu Chen, and signaled Chu Chen to go to the front desk to settle the bill. But at this moment, a discordant woman's voice sounded. Hey, isn't this Chu Chen? Buy a mobile phone in installments, is it 24 installments, or 36 issues? Chu Chen was very upset when he heard this voice, and turned his head to look at a couple approaching. It is his ex-girlfriend Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun's current boyfriend. Xiao Yun also came to buy a mobile phone, and he also fancied this one chosen by Chu Chen. Lao Su bought it all. Chu Chen said to Xiao Yun. Bragging, where do you get so much money? Xiao Yun sneered and took the new machine from the clerk's hand. This one is given to me first. This one belongs to this gentleman, shall I get you another one? The clerk said. I want this Xiao Yun Dao. Everything has to be said first come, I'll come first. My boyfriend gives the full amount directly, and you go later in installments. Chu Chen sneered, determined to hit Xiao Yun's face, and said to the clerk, why did you just take a mobile phone? I just said, take all the most expensive new mobile phones in your store, I bought them all. This the clerk was confused. It's really bragging about not making drafts. Xiao Yun laughed hilariously. Chu Chen also smiled and let the clerk calculate the account. The clerk held the mentality of giving it a try and calculated it for Chu Chen. The latest and highest priced domestic brand mobile phones, a total of 39 units, and not discounted. If you count it, it's more than 500,000. After Chu Chen listened, he didn't blink his eyes, and went directly to the cashier to swipe the card to pay the bill. The mobile phone store suddenly became a sensation, and they all looked at Chu Chen incredulously, and they admired and envied. This time I paid more than 500,000, how is this possible? Xiao Yun looked confused. After 3 years of love with Chu Chen, she knew Chu Chen too well. Chu Chen's family is ordinary, and he is obviously a poor boy. Life is only a few $100s a month. Nothing impossible. I used to want a sincere love, so I kept a low profile everywhere and pretended to be a poor boy, but it's a pity that you can't stand the test. Now I don't pretend, I have a direct showdown. Lousy is the second generation of super rich. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows, and said such words to Xiao Yun in a downward posture, wanting Xiao Yun to regret it. After Xiao Yun heard this, his face couldn't help but be moved. Although her current boyfriend's family is good, he only has 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Like Chu Chen, 500,000 flowers go out without blinking in one breath, and the gap is very large. Did I really miss a super rich second generation and lost the opportunity to become a wealthy young grandmother? This thought popped up in Xiao Yun's mind, and his face turned pale. But at this time, someone from the official office came to the mobile phone store and arrived in front of Chu Chen. Mr. Chu Chen, we have received a reliable report that there is a problem with the funds in your account. Please go back and cooperate with us to assist in the investigation. The catcher who took the lead said quickly. This guy can really pretend, and I thought he was really a super rich second generation, and he was almost deceived by him. After watching Chu Chen being taken away, Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh. Those in the mobile phone store who were originally stunned by Chu Chen's banknote ability were also a little crying and laughing. The host reports the protagonist Chu Chen, prevents the protagonist Chu Chen from pretending to affect the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 600. Chu Chen's luck value is -60, and the host's luck value is +60 Wang Zhenxing received the expected reward. The next day, after more than a dozen hours of investigation, the results came in. The source of money in Chu Chen's card was clean, and no obvious problems were found. But a poor boy with no background in Chu Chen suddenly developed, which is indeed a strange thing. After Chu Chen was released, Shen Yu's side was still tracking, paying attention to Chu Chen, trying to find other evidence later. After Wang Zhenxing got the news, his expression was calm. I was not surprised by this result. The money that Shenhao's system feeds back to the host must have been properly processed. Shen Yu's side couldn't find a problem, which was also excusable. However, when Wang Zhenxing reported Chu Chen, he did not expect to let Chu Chen squat. Chu Chen has a Shenhao system. As long as the layout is appropriate, this is definitely a bigger cash cow than Lu Xiaofan. Keeping Chu Chen would benefit Wang Zhenxing even more. Of course, it is still necessary to give some restrictions to Chu Chen. It's like restricting Lu Xiaofan. Coming to Qingling University, Wang Zhenxing found Lin Yumeng and talked to her alone. You should have heard the news that Chu Chen was arrested, right? Wang Zhenxing asked. When Chu Chen was arrested, there were many pairs of eyes in the mobile phone store, including Chu Chen's ex-girlfriend Xiao Yun. Under Xiao Yun's ill-intentioned propaganda, this matter has already spread in Qingling University. Well, I heard, but I saw Chu Chen on the way here just now. Lin Yu dreamed. There is insufficient evidence from the official office, and Chu Chen was temporarily released, but it is still under investigation. Wang Zhenxing looked solemn. I have been in the same class as Chu Chen for 3 years, he really doesn't look like a rich second generation, and he has won a scholarship before. Lin Yu dreamed. There must be something wrong with this Chu Chen. The information I learned from the official government is that he cooperated with the illegal agency to turn some money of unclear origin into legitimate money, but their operation is very clever, and it is difficult for the official government to collect evidence. This Chu Chen looks quite honest. I really didn't expect it to be this kind of person. Remember before I asked you to cooperate with me to do something? Wang Zhenxing mentioned yesterday's incident. Of course, remember, what do you need me to do? Lin Yumeng asked. Chu Chen, a poor boy suddenly became rich, he must wantonly consume and pursue girls, and you are one of the targets to fancy. I don't accept his stuff. It's not unacceptable, you should be able to play games, right? You go to the Shark platform to register and apply to become an anchor, and Chu Chen will definitely brush gifts for you. Isn't there a problem with Chu Chen's money? If I accept the gift, Lin Yumeng was a little uneasy. If you feel that you are responsible, you can give me the gift money when the time comes, and I will use it for charity. Wang Zhenxing is not too much money. That's a good idea. But what if I accept his gift, and he has to step in? Lin Yumeng was worried about being taken advantage of, and she had some concerns. This problem Wang Zhenxing has naturally considered for a long time, and there are also ways to deal with it, but it is inconvenient to talk to Lin Yumeng in detail. Don't worry, I guarantee he won't dare. Wang Zhenxing had already thought of a way to deal with Chu Chen. Lin Yumeng was completely relieved when she heard this, and waved goodbye to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing stayed in place for a while, and was also ready to go to the history department to take a stroll and pat the dust for Chu Chen. It's just that on the way, Wang Zhenxing first met a person. It was Yan Yu. Yan Yu's whole person looked sullen, obviously he had something on his mind. He didn't look up when he walked, and he didn't pay attention to Wang Zhenxing's encounter, and he hit Wang Zhenxing's shoulder directly. I'm sorry. Yan Yu's shoulders hurt, but he knew that it was his own problem, so he subconsciously glanced at Wang Zhenxing to apologize, and then continued to walk forward. But just after taking a few steps, Yan Yu suddenly stopped, her eyes widened little by little, and she looked at Wang Zhenxing incredulously. Or to be precise, it was looking at Wang Zhenxing's pair of peach blossom eyes with extraordinary lethality. Being watched by Yan Yu, Wang Zhenxing chuckled in his heart, but he was silent on the surface, and wanted to pass by Yan Yu. It's you. Yan Yichao's face turned red. Are you talking to me? Wang Zhenxing looked left and right, pretending to be puzzled. I recognize your eyes, it's you. That night Yan Yu paused, ashamed to speak. I don't know you, you recognize the wrong person, right? Wang Zhenxing continued to quibble. It's you who won't admit it. Yan Yu's tone was affirmative. I don't even know what you're talking about. Wang Zhenxing crossed Yan Yu and walked forward. Yan Yu did not hesitate, and followed behind him from a distance. Wang Zhenxing naturally found out, and with some teasing thoughts, left Qingling University and walked towards an alley. Yan Yu came to the vicinity of the alley, remembered something, and suddenly hesitated, but still forced to keep up. Still coming. Wang Zhenxing smiled and continued walking along the alley. But at this time, he suddenly saw many people in front of the alley with perspective. But it was several of Yan Yu's suitors, and some professionals with modern scientific instruments were collecting evidence. Yan Yu's previous disappearance was too suspicious. But Yan Yu was secretive and unwilling to tell the truth. From Yan Yu's friends, they inquired about Yan Yu's condition. Knowing that Yan Yu's mood has been very low recently, he guessed that something bad must have happened to Yan Yu that night. Yan Yu is the person they want to protect with their lives. Of course, they will not allow Yan Yu to be harmed. All those who hurt Yan Yu must pay a heavy price. They joined forces and spent a lot of money to find a professional institution to try to find out the truth about Yan Yu's disappearance that night. And found the place of the incident, probably guessed what happened to Yan Yu. The domineering president, the top male star and the wealthy heir are all murderous and want to find out the murderer behind the scenes. Wang Zhenxing stopped and looked at it for a while, read his lips, and learned some of the content of their chat. For this matter, Wang Zhenxing did not panic at all. First, there is no evidence for this. Second, the parties themselves are not held accountable. On the contrary, because of their conversation, Wang Zhenxing's mind flashed, and he thought of a good idea to deal with Chu Chen. You like to follow, don't you? Then come with me, there are some things that happen to be clear to you. After turning around, Wang Zhenxing encountered Yan Yu who followed, and after dropping a word to Yan Yu, he led the way in front. After a while, Wang Zhenxing and Yan Yu appeared on a mountain inside Qingling University. It's quiet and good for conversation. You bastard, where the hell did I offend you? Yan Yu and Wang Zhenxing were actually not afraid to get along alone, and even had some iron, and shouted at him to know the reason. You really don't remember me. Looking at Yan Yu, who was very embarrassed with a pink fist, Wang Zhenxing was sloppy and said coldly. We know each other before? Yan Yu froze for a moment. You really can't remember? Wang Zhenxing sneered. Yan Yu was surprised, racked his brain to recall for a moment, seemed to remember something, and said in amazement, Are you the guy the first rejected before? When she was young, Yan Yu had many suitors, who were not very sensible at that time, and were often very indifferent when rejecting others, and may even humiliate each other. Yan Yu guessed that Wang Zhenxing was a certain suitor who had been hurt by himself before, and now he was developed, so he found himself to take revenge. Because in addition to rejecting the boy's pursuit, Yan Yu really didn't offend anyone. You finally remembered, do you know what it's like to be hurt now? Wang Zhenxing also has a certain understanding of the routines of female frequency shuangwen, and after fraudulently showing some of Yan Yu's past, he said by the trend. You should be older than me, you should be a social person when you pursue me, and I am still studying, of course it is impossible between us, but I may have said something heavy to hurt you, I can apologize to you, but how can you do that to me, that kind of abominable thing? Yan Yu said angrily. If an apology is so useful, then I will also say sorry to you, we are both clear. Wang Zhenxing said. How can this be the same? I'm going to sue you. Yan Yu is fierce and inward. Do you have proof? Of course, Wang Zhenxing knew that she would not. If she really wanted to report it, she would go after the incident, and it was impossible to wait until now. No. Yes, I have it on my phone. If you want, I can publish it on the internet. You go directly to the internet to download it. Wang Zhenxing said. The host intimidates the female protagonist Yan Yu, and the villain Halo points are +30. You bastard, scum, actually recorded it with your phone. Yan Yu was a little confused at that time, and she couldn't estimate whether Wang Zhenxing had taken a mobile phone. Don't believe it, do you? Come, I'll show you, your eyes are wide open. Wang Zhenxing pretended to take out his mobile phone and gestured to show her a non-existent video. You go away. Yan Yu was ashamed and turned his head to the side. You go do one thing for me, I can delete the video. Wang Zhenxing, this is where we get to the point. Why should I trust you? Yan Yu said. Now it's not a question of whether you believe it or not, but you must do it, do you understand? Wang Zhenxing showed his domineering president's momentum, pinched Yan Yu's chin, and said coldly. Yan Yu glared at Wang Zhenxing with an angry face, looked at him for a while, and finally lost. What do you want me to do for you? That's like words. Wang Zhenxing smiled gratifyingly and released Yan Yu's chin. Yan Yu rubbed his snow-white chin with a faint fingerprint, inadvertently looked at his smile, couldn't help but froze for a while, and after reacting, he felt that this was too shameful, so he angrily twisted his head to the side again. You remember what I said, you must strictly follow the process I said and do this, Wang Zhenxing instructed with a serious face. Got it, got it. Yan Yu nodded after hearing this, and then said a little uneasily, however, you must talk and count. After speaking, Yan Yu hesitated for a moment and prepared to turn and leave. What's the hurry, the scenery here is quite good, don't you see much? Reaching out to stop Yan Yu, Wang Zhenxing showed some strange smiles on his face. Yan Yu was stunned. Morning. Chu Chen went to the broadcasting room to finish the review, and then walked towards the history department building of Qingling University. On the way, Chu Chen cursed in his heart, cursed at Professor Wang, and made him lose face. Along, there were also many people who cast their gazes at Chu Chen, snickering, and pointing. Chu Chen felt very uncomfortable. But soon remembered that he was no longer the poor boy he used to be, but the super-rich second generation, and he didn't care about the eyes of others. This year, having money is the master. What do you think about the household? Return to the history department building. During recess, there was a noise in the corridor outside. Chu Chen looked at it curiously, and realized that it was Yan Yu, the most popular school flower of Qingling University, who came to the history department. With some excitement and curiosity, Chu Chen followed the movement and took a look, and soon saw Yan Yu's figure. It's so beautiful, if only Yan Yu could be my girlfriend. Chu Chen was dumbfounded, and couldn't help but fantasize again. He and Yan Yu were on the same school before entering Qingling University, but there was no intersection. In the doubtful gazes, Yan Yu walked in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked left and right suspiciously, and when he saw that the others did not react, he realized that Yan Yu might be looking for himself. With puzzlement, Chu Chen looked at Yan Yu and waited for her reaction. Syllable. Yan Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Chu Chen hard. Chu Chen was stunned, and he was a little confused about the situation. Why did you hit me? Yan Yu was silent, but tears flowed out, and her cheeks were wet in an instant, and then she sobbed and turned away. The people around looked at this scene and immediately aroused infinite reverie. Although Yan Yu did not say it explicitly, judging from her behavior, many people have already guessed something. Many of the boys present stared at Chu Chen with a look of envy and jealousy. As the party concerned, Chu Chen looked confused. He obviously has nothing to do with Yan Yu, but why did Yan Yu beat himself? Is it because of my own review on the radio just now? Didn't this Yan Yu always have a secret crush on me, knowing that I stopped Lin Yumeng from playing scoundrels, and felt very angry, so he came and beat me? Chu Chen had a whim, speculating about the reason why he was slapped. After possessing the Shenhao system, Chu Chen became particularly confident in his subconscious, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This possibility, although slightly outrageous, is only this possibility that can explain Yan Yu's bizarre reaction. A building in the distance. Wang Zhenxing saw the process of Chu Chen being slapped with perspective, and some gratifying smiles appeared on his face. Yan Yu deserves to have acting skills after film, tears come out instantly, and emotions are also in place. Just half a day. Yan Yu went to the history department building and slapped Chu Chen, which soon spread throughout Qingling University. For a while, rumors spread everywhere, and Chu Chen suddenly became a man who failed the school flower Yan Yu. Night. Chu Chen stayed in the dormitory, watching Qin Yiruo's game live broadcast, and frantically brushing gifts. At this time, the roommate came over to pass on the message, saying that there was a girl downstairs looking for him. Chu Chen was instantly excited when he heard this, and quickly ran downstairs to take a look, and saw a strange woman. I'm Yan Yu's roommate, someone is looking for you, you come with me. After the girl finished speaking to Chu Chen, she walked in one direction. Is Yan Yu looking for me? Chu Chen asked with a smile. The girl didn't answer, and took Chu Chen to a corner. Chu Chen's gaze swept around, and he did not find Yan Yu's figure, but saw several imposing men surrounding him. Chu Chen felt a little bad, just about to speak, but he felt a pain in the back of his head, and then fell to the ground weakly. In a daze, Chu Chen also heard some conversations. How is Xiao Yu? I kept hiding in the dormitory crying, asking her what was wrong, and she didn't say anything, and I found out that she was still today. It's still gagging, it looks a bit like. Okay, don't say it, you go back first. Morning. The sun shines on the playground of Qingling University. Some college students, 3 by 3, gathered together to talk. It revolves around a major event that happened last night. But it was Chu Chen who was cut and rushed to the hospital for treatment. There were also some photos sent by anonymous people in the forum, showing Chu Chen being carried on a stretcher with a painful face. The matter of Chu Chen being cut was spread by 10 and 100, and soon spread. Compared with this side, the Qingling entertainment industry and business circle have set off an uproar. Qingling entertainment and economic-related media each reported that a certain big star and a certain young and promising president were temporarily arrested and detained on suspicion of intentional injury. The host framed the protagonist Chu Chen, and the villain's aura points +40. The host caused the protagonist Chu Chen to be cut, which greatly affected the direction of the plot, and obtained a counterattack point of 1000. The protagonist Chu Chen's luck value was -100, and the host's luck value was +100. Wang Zhenxing received the reward and saw the news report at the same time, and felt very gratified. Because things were going almost in the direction he expected. Borrowing Yan Yu to buckle a black pot for Chu Chen caused Yan Yu's suitors to take revenge on Chu Chen in a frenzy. In this process, Wang Zhenxing has been secretly observing, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he reported to the officials. In the end, Chu Chen lost something important because of retaliation, but left his life. Moreover, those excellent suitors of Yan Yu were arrested for intentional injury and faced punishment. On the hill, Yan Yu received a message on her mobile phone and went to meet Wang Zhenxing. "I have done what you say, and you should keep your promise and delete the video," Yan Yu said sullenly. "There wasn't any video at all, I was very busy, I didn't have time to get my phone." Wang Zhenxing spread his hands. "You actually lied to me." Yan Yu puffed up. "It's you who are stupid and deserve to be deceived, I was going to show you your phone at that time, it was you who turned your head and didn't look at it." Wang Zhenxing snorted. Yan Yu clenched her fists, and she really wanted to reach out and pinch his neck, but this was just a thought, and she didn't have the courage to implement it. "I did what you said, and now I'm ruining my reputation, and because I pretended to be retching in front of my roommates, they really thought I was anyway, it's all your fault, now you say what to do." Yan Yu was expecting something in her heart. "The matter between you and Chu Chen is a misunderstanding, just find a reason to explain, and your acting skills are so good, I believe you can handle it yourself." Wang Zhenxing pretended not to understand her hint. Are you going to leave nothing at all?" Yan Yu was surprised. "Why should I care, do I know you well? In the future, we have nothing to do with each other, no one knows anyone, and you better forget all about the previous things, nothing has happened between us." Wang Zhenxing's tone was ruthless. Yan Yu's face was pale, her eyes were red, and she felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. "Okay, that's it." Wang Zhenxing turned around and prepared to leave. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. "Also, you don't attract bees and butterflies in the future, you have to keep your distance from all the opposite sex, understand?" Of course, Wang Zhenxing did not want to completely break off contact with Yan Yu, but he did not want Yan Yu to cause trouble to his usual life, so he showed indifference. "I didn't attract bees to attract butterflies," Yan Yu refuted. "There are many suitors, this really can't blame her, it's really because the charm is too great, people just see her, they fall in love with her, and they can't rush away. Then you go out and wear a mask every day, and others can't see your face, so naturally they won't think about you," Wang Zhenxing suggested. "Didn't you say that we don't have anything to do with each other in the future, why do you care about my business?" Yan Yu's snow-white face was full of anger, but secretly she was a little happy. "It's very simple, it's like buying new clothes, I don't want to wear them after wearing them a few times. There are generally two choices, one is to put it there and no one is allowed to move, and the other is to completely destroy the clothes and lose them," Wang Zhenxing said lightly. Yan Yu was happy, first angry because she was humiliated, and then a little happy because she was slightly cared for. It's just that the part of the emotions that followed was well concealed by her. "I don't need you to worry about my affairs," Yan Yu snorted, glared angrily at Wang Zhenxing with big eyes, and stomped away. Back in the dormitory, Yan Yu's mood has calmed down, and she took out her mobile phone to browse the online shopping platform and buy masks. Night. Top male stars are suspected of intentional injury in the luxurious suite of Xinhua Hotel. Xu Yunyan saw the news and couldn't help frowning. She is preparing to make a movie version of Xiaoao, and recently in the recruitment of actors, several important roles were contacted by her. "Because I want to find a character image that fits the characters of the novel from among the actors and stars." This top male star suspected of intentional injury is exactly what Xu Yunyan fancied and invited him to play the role of Lin Pingji in Xiaoao. Moreover, this matter has been negotiated orally and basically decided. But now that this top male star has an accident, it is obviously impossible to appear again. The recruitment of actors was almost settled, and the opening ceremony would be held in a few days. Now that the position of important role is vacant, who should I turn to? Xu Yunyan couldn't help but get annoyed. Then, Yi Junlin called. "Auntie, how are the preparations for the movie?" Yi Junlin asked on the phone. Originally, the opening ceremony was going to be held in a few days, but an actor who played an important role, something happened, and it may take some days to slow down. Xu Yunyan said. "Then give me the role, Auntie, you have already thought about it, right? Do I have many scenes?" Yi Junlin asked. I arranged a dragon set for you, and it was just a minute or two to appear, and there were no lines. Xu Yunyan saw that Yi Junlin was an outsider, and did not plan to arrange important roles for him at all to prevent him from messing up his own movie with poor acting skills. Dragon set. Yi Junlin was a little dissatisfied after hearing this. Because if it is a dragon set, there are too few scenes to stay on the set for a long time, paying attention to Xu Yunyan. Many stars start from the dragon set. Don't underestimate the dragon set. This is an opportunity to experience. Wait for your acting skills to improve somewhat. If you want to appear in the movie again, I will arrange more roles for you. Xu Yunyan said. Auntie, you are a martial arts movie. I am a martial arts learner. I have the aura of a martial arts learner. Starring in martial arts movies can be called true colors. Is there any important role such as young warriors in the movie? I think this is more suitable for me. Yi Junlin did not adhere to it. When Xu Yunyan heard it, he suddenly thought of something. Yi Junlin is young and looks very handsome, but it fits the image of a very important character in Xiaoao. There is a role of a young hero, and the scene is very important, but I'm afraid you can't control it. After a little thought, Xu Yunyan said to Yi Junlin. Auntie, don't worry, I start as a young hero. That is definitely a true color. I promise not to let you down. Yi Junlin was very confident. Okay, I'll send you the script. I'll take a closer look and figure out the characters. After speaking, Xu Yunyan hung up the phone and sent the script to Yi Junlin in the form of an email. After Yi Junlin received the script, he immediately watched it. Xu Yunyan, on the other hand, after ending the call with Yi Junlin, held his mobile phone and paced around the house for a while, and then made a video call to go out. A few seconds later, the phone was connected, and a shirtless man appeared on the phone. That just right muscle line made Xu Yunyan's heart beat a little faster. Is there something wrong with director Xu? Wang Zhenxing, who was preparing to release water to take a bath, said. I wanted to tell you about guest appearances in movie roles, but it doesn't seem to be the right time to disturb you. Xu Yunyan was a little apologetic, and a little shy. It's okay, you say first, I can wash it later. Wang Zhenxing walked out of the shower and walked towards the bedroom. Mu Linger passed by and saw him, and quickly covered her eyes, but she was peeking through her fingers. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to notice and went straight to the bedroom. I thought about it and decided to let you make a cameo appearance in the role of Lin Zhenan. What do you think? Xu Yunyan asked tentatively. Although this role is not particularly numerous, it is not a trick. Wang Zhenxing has seen Xiaoao and is familiar with this role. After Xu Yunyan listened, he was silent for a while. If it is a real dragon set actor, then Wang Zhenxing is estimated to act in a scene, and may stay on the set for half a day at most. In her heart, Xu Yunyan hopes to spend more time with Wang Zhenxing, so she arranged a role with some scenes, but not a trick. Your image and temperament make you make a cameo appearance as a trick actor and will steal the scenes of important roles, so I think it is better to give you a role with a little more scene, but you really have no words. I will arrange another role for you. Xu Yunyan was also not good at forcing Wang to rejuvenate, and said this after thinking about it. I seem to have heard that your relative also starred in your movie. What role did he play? Wang Zhenxing did not immediately respond to Xu Yunyan's question, but suddenly thought of something, so he asked. Lin Pingji. Oh, that means I'm playing Yi Junlin's father in the play, right? Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but smile. That's right. Then follow your arrangement. Wang Zhenxing happily agreed. Okay, the startup ceremony will be held in a few days. Can you come by then? Xu Yunyan hadn't seen him for some days, and he missed him strangely, so he sent out an invitation for this bright reason. I'll be sure to come over then. Wang Zhenxing guessed that Yi Junlin would definitely pass. Of course, he would not refuse. Days pass in the blink of an eye. Qingling Film and Television City. The smiling film crew is about to have a kickoff ceremony. Auntie, you obviously said that the young hero, but Lin Pingji's role, I think it's a little bad and not for me. Yi Junlin was a little embarrassed and said to Xu Yunyan. Lin Pingji is a beautiful man in the forefront of all the novels of the famous novelist Jin Guan Liang Huang, and his image is very consistent with your image. Xu Yunyan unraveled. Lin Pingji in the early stage, I feel that I am in line, but later when he practices swords, I feel that it is not suitable for me. I am a hot-blooded man, I really can't play that kind of femininity. Yi Junlin looked embarrassed. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Waiting until now to say that I don't want to act is deliberately causing me trouble, right? Xu Yunyan frowned. This will all be turned on, it is too late to change actors. Auntie, you misunderstood me, I didn't say no, I just wanted to discuss with you. Can I change the script? Don't let Lin Pingji practice the evil sword spectrum, you can change it to him to obtain other powerful martial arts. And I've thought of it all for you, this martial art is called the 8 Wilderness exclusive skill. Yi Junlin discussed in a good voice. It's okay to fine-tune the script, your proposal belongs to destroying the original, this is absolutely impossible, you have to practice this evil sword spectrum, and you have to practice if you don't practice. Xu Yunyan reprimanded, without the slightest room for negotiation in his tone. Yi Junlin listened, and only felt that this was a little strange, but seeing Xu Yunyan's angry face, he didn't say much. It's just that the scowl on Xu Yunyan's face only lasted for a few seconds, and it was suddenly replaced by a smile. Yi Junlin was a little puzzled, followed Xu Yunyan's gaze, and saw a tall handsome mature man slowly approaching. Seeing this person, Yi Junlin instantly narrowed his eyes. The company is a little delayed, I'm not late, right? Wang Zhenxing said to Xu Yunyan, who came up. No, there are still a few hours left in the opening ceremony, and there are still people who have not arrived. Xu Yunyan explained with a smile. That's good. Wang Zhenxing nodded, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yi Junlin with a cold face, and suddenly said to Xu Yunyan softly, don't move, you have something on your face. Wang Zhenxing said, slowly stretching out his hand towards Xu Yunyan's white face. Ah, yes. Xu Yunyan was stunned for a moment, stiff and motionless, allowing him to reach out and touch his face. Wang Zhenxing gently wiped her face with his hand, then brought his head slightly closer and blew on the white face. There's dust, now it's good. Wang Zhenxing explained. Thank you. Xu Yunyan's cheeks were rosy, and her voice was soft to express her gratitude. Duh. There was a voice next to him, but it was Yi Junlin who was emotional and pinched the prop sword that had just been issued to him. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points hearing. The cracking sound, Xu Yunyan turned his head to look at it suspiciously. This prop is so inferior that I broke it when I took it lightly. Without avoiding Xu Yunyan's responsibility, Yi Junlin said. I'll ask the prop team to get you a saber again, you can go to the dressing room and make up now. Xu Yunyan said to Yi Junlin flatly, then transformed into a soft voice, and said to Wang Zhenxing. I'll accompany you to walk, familiarize yourself with the environment first, and then accompany you to the dressing room to make up later. Wang Zhenxing nodded and prepared to walk with Xu Yunyan. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure walking towards this side. Fei Yao, didn't you have an announcement? How rushed over. When Xu Yunyan saw the person coming, she showed a happy smile. It's just an insignificant activity, it doesn't matter if you go or not, whereas the opening ceremony of your movie Sister Union important. Ji Fei Yao explained with a smile. Auntie, this is Yi Junlin looked at Ji Fei Yao's eyes and asked. You have really been in the mountains for a long time, and you don't even know Ji Fei Yao, a diva-level singer. Xu Yunyan complained that Yi Junlin had no eyesight, and then briefly introduced Yi Junlin to Ji Fei Yao and said, this is my sister's son Fei Yao. Xu Yunyan noticed that Ji Fei Yao was distracted, and after calling softly and without success, she looked carefully. I saw that Ji Fei Yao's snow-white face was full of joy, and with bright eyes, she looked directly at Wang Zhenxing beside her. Noticing Ji Fei Yao's unusual eyes, Xu Yunyan suddenly raised some doubts and vigilance. Fei Yao, you know me too, my friend. Xu Yunyan spoke up again. Only then did Ji Fei Yao come to her senses, sensing that she was a little gaffe, and quickly withdrew her gaze. I don't know, I just think he and a friend of mine is a bit like that. Ji Fei Yao squeezed out some smile to explain, but when her gaze crossed Wang Zhenxing's face, there was a flicker of color under her eyes. This person looks so good-looking, it can't be that lucky viewer Mr. Wang. Ji Fei Yao said to herself in her heart. At the concert before, Ji Fei Yao was impressed by Mr. Wang's talent, and then saved his life by him. Even though this lucky audience Mr. Wang has been wearing a mask, Ji Fei Yao still can't help but fall in love. When they parted, Ji Fei Yao offered to see Mr. Wang's true face, and Mr. Wang's response at that time was that the next time he had the opportunity to meet again, he would definitely let Ji Fei Yao take a look. Ji Fei Yao was more Buddhist and did not force it, but she was a little looking forward to meeting him again. The man in front of him was somewhat similar to that Mr. Wang's eyes. However, Jiyu Feiyao guessed at the concert at that time that the lucky audience Mr. Wang was the face of the tractor plus the figure of the Ferrari. And the man next to Xu Yunyan in front of him looked too outstanding. If you look like this, how can you be afraid to see people? His name is Wang Zhenxing, and he is also a very good friend of mine. Xu Yunyan took Jiyu Feiyao's hand and introduced Wang Zhenxing slightly. When Xu Yunyan heard the surname Wang, his originally calm heart fluctuated slightly. Hello. Wang Zhenxing smiled and kindly stretched out his hand to Jiyu Feiyao. And hearing this familiar voice, Jiyu Feiyao's heart also jumped violently. It was really him. Hello, my name is Jiyu Feiyao, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Wang. Jiyu Feiyao tried to control her emotions, kept her face as calm as possible, and shook hands with Wang Zhenxing. Hello, I'm glad to meet you too. Seeing this, Yi Junlin also showed a handsome smile and stretched out his hand to show favor to Jiyu Feiyao. However, Jiyu Feiyao only showed a polite smile. Yi Junlin could only withdraw his hand in embarrassment. Xu Yunyan took Jiyu Feiyao and Wang Zhenxing to visit this side of the venue. Yi Junlin also wanted to follow cheekily, and would not be stopped by Xu Yunyan. The reason is that in order to avoid the actors from putting on makeup for a while, he asked Yi Junlin to go to the dressing room to make up first, staggering the makeup time, so as not to keep the makeup artist busy. Yi Junlin was depressed after hearing this, but he didn't want to object, so he had to go to the dressing room first. It seems that the relationship between my sister-in-law and him is closer than I thought, and I definitely can't let them go on like this. If they continue to develop, he has to become my sister-in-law. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Looking at the three backs in front of him, Yi Junlin's eyes flashed coldly, thinking about the plan to deal with Wang Zhenxing. As long as the ant sees the true face of Wang Zhenxing, the ant will naturally stay away from him, but what to do? Yi Junlin pondered. At this time, a young and beautiful actress passed by. The actress saw that Yi Junlin looked handsome, stopped and took the initiative to talk to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin didn't want to pay attention to it. Although this actress looks good, she is a notch worse than Xu Yunyan, and he can't look at it. Moreover, judging from the actress's walking posture, her emotional experience is still very rich. Yi Junlin was proud and arrogant, but he didn't want to have anything to do with this kind of woman, even if this actress was really good. I pick, but others may not pick. Silently whispered in his heart, some smiles appeared on Yi Junlin's face, and then he endured his disgust and chatted with the actress. Time flies by. After the important actors of the crew dressed up, Xu Yunyan held a start-up ceremony when he was stuck in auspicious times. After the ceremony, some of the actors went to the scene to prepare for filming. Before filming began, some actors were facing each other in advance. I'm Lin Pingji, he's Lin Zhenan, that means he plays my dad. After Yi Junlin learned this, he was very unhappy in his heart. He himself has some contradictions with his biological father. For the role of father, it can be said that he is very disgusted. Especially the man who played his father was himself someone he hated. Yi Junlin was extremely resistant in his heart. Therefore, after the start of filming, Yi Junlin twisted when he said the lines to call Wang Zhenxing dad. After Xu Yunyan saw Yi Junlin's performance, she was very dissatisfied and interrupted the shooting many times to teach Yi Junlin. But even so, Yi Junlin was still the same. Xu Yunyan was angry in her heart, and when she saw that it was too late, she simply stopped shooting. After finishing work, Xu Yunyan immediately found an acting teacher and asked the acting teacher to step up teaching Yi Junlin. Although Yi Junlin is not the protagonist, the role he plays is also more important, but he cannot be sloppy, otherwise it will affect the final effect of the movie. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely study hard, and it will definitely not be like this tomorrow. Yi Junlin saw that Xu Yunyan was really angry, so he reassured. Hopefully, tomorrow morning's Lin family extinction scene, filming will start at dawn, you remember to get up early. Xu Yunyan instructed. So early, can the other actors come over? Yi Junlin asked. Don't you all live in the film and television city, how can you not catch up? Lin Zhenan also lives here. Yi Junlin glanced at Wang Zhenxing not far away. Hearing this, Xu Yunyan hesitated. This is the movie version of Xiao, not a TV series. Lin Zhenan, played by Wang Zhenxing, basically has a few scenes, and it can be finished after filming. Coupled with Wang Zhenxing's different identity, Xu Yunyan did not think of arranging for him to live in the film and television city. The living environment here is not comparable to a mansion. Xu Yunyan is afraid of wronging others. After all, he is the chairman of a $10 billion listed company. But tomorrow morning's play, Wang Zhenxing needs to come very early. Xu Yunyan lived in Wang Zhenxing's mansion for a few days, and naturally knew the address. Wang Zhenxing came to the film and television city from the mansion, not to mention half an hour. It's okay today, then I'll go back first. When will the shooting start tomorrow? Wang Zhenxing came over at this time, ready to say goodbye to Xu Yunyan. Because you have to make up in advance or something, it's best to come here at 4:30. Xu Yunyan felt that this was a little embarrassing, so when he said this, he was a little embarrassed. My energy is not bad, I don't need to sleep too long, I can catch up. Wang Zhenxing responded to Xu Yunyan. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Junline's yin and yang strange anger. I see you don't go back, just stay here, lest all the staff here be in place, and the result will be waiting for you alone. Wang Zhenxing looked at Yi Junline strangely, and naturally could feel that this guy was quite concerned about where he lived. Xiaoyezi, you don't say a few words, I blame you today, otherwise the first scene has already been filmed. Xu Yunyan frowned and accused. My first time filming, I have no experience, and tomorrow will definitely not be. Yi Junline smiled. It's more convenient to live here, but is there a place for me to live? Wang Zhenxing wanted to see what this Yi Junline wanted to do. Most of the crew live in a nearby star hotel, if you are willing to live here, I will arrange it for you immediately. Xu Yunyan said. No problem. Wang Zhenxing agreed. The crew finished work and went to a nearby star hotel. Some acquaintances gathered together to eat. Wang Zhenxing, Xu Yunyan, Jiyu Feiyao and Yi Junline, the four of them were in a private room, ready to order. Sister Yunyan, this is the music I composed, I played it on the piano, you listen to it and see if you are satisfied. After a few people finished ordering, Jiyu Feiyao handed the mobile phone to Xu Yunyan. Xu Yunyan picked up the mobile phone and clicked on the marked track to play. Feiyao, you deserve to be a talented musician, this song is full of pride, full of air, it completely meets my requirements, and it is most suitable to use as a smiling theme song. Xu Yunyan was overjoyed after hearing this, and praised with a smile. Wang Zhenxing was listening, and his eyes lit up and secretly approved. This song composed by Jiyu Feiyao is no less than the theme song of the movie version of Xiaoao in Another World, and just listening to the song makes me feel like a heartbeat. If you are satisfied, then the lyrics will be left to you, the expert. Jiyu Feiyao also smiled. Xu Yunyan is very literate, and some of Jiyu Feiyao's songs are written by Xu Yunyan. The two also met at the beginning and formed a deep friendship. I'm really afraid that my words are not written well and are not worthy of this song. Xu Yunyan was a little worried, but more modest. Auntie, let me try it. Yi Junline recommended himself. Xu Yunyan was very skeptical. Auntie, I'll write it when I go back, and show it tomorrow. Yi Junline said confidently. Or, let me try it, I don't have to wait until tomorrow, just give me 5 minutes. Wang Zhenxing made a splash, and did not want Yi Junline to be in the limelight. Hearing this, the three looked at him in unison. Yi Junline was a little disdainful, feeling that Wang Zhenxing was grandstanding. Jiyu Feiyao and Xu Yunyan thought that Wang Zhenxing was joking. 5 minutes is a little too little. It is too difficult to write good words in such a short time. As a professional, Xu Yunyan takes half an hour to write a poem, even if she is inspired. Because after a word is written, some places may not be satisfactory, and it needs to be revised and deleted. You are a big boss, let you write words, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay. Xu Yunyan quipped, trying to erase what he had just said under the steps for Wang Zhenxing. Jiyu Feiyao didn't speak, but it was similar to Xu Yunyan's thoughts. Auntie, what you said is not right, aren't you good friends, write a word in friendship, how can he accept your money? Yi Junline did not hesitate and took the conversation. Xu Yunyan glared at Yi Junline slightly, who pretended not to see it, but just looked at Wang Zhenxing, waiting for his reply. It makes sense, I write words in friendship, I don't charge money, I am afraid that the writing is not good, you don't laugh at me. Wang Zhenxing took the tea on the table and took a sip and said. I won't laugh at you, you just write. Yi Junline said. Xu Yunyan saw that he couldn't stop it, and he could only give up, asking Wang Zhenxing whether he wanted to write on his mobile phone or if he needed paper and pens. Wang Zhenxing said that it is more inspired to use paper and pen, and it is better to use brush rice paper. Yi Junlin was listening, and felt that Wang Zhenxing really asked for a lot, and wanted to complain. But Aunt Shu Yunyan's eyes widened, obviously warning. Yi Junlin was silent at this time. Shu Yunyan left for a while and found pen, ink and paper. Gently spread the rice paper on the table, and then personally polished the ink for Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing picked up the brush, stained the ink, paused slightly, and then wrote on the rice paper. After a few moments, the ink stops. Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyan cast their eyes on the rice paper, and their beautiful eyes were full of color. On the rice paper is a Xingshu font, the handwriting is flowing and beautiful, and it is simply breathtaking. Even those calligraphers in ancient times are probably just that. Female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 58. Heartbeat. The heroine Shu Yunyan has a favorability of the host +5, and the current total favorability is 75. Unswerving love. The two beautiful women present showed joy and adoration, and they all looked at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing's expression was flat, as if he had done something very ordinary. He had previously received a talent pack, which naturally included calligraphy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a wave of talent was shown. The host caused Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 200 counterattack points. Yi Junlin can also write calligraphy and write beautifully, but he is still a long way from the level of Grandmaster. Looking at the flowing handwriting on the rice paper, he felt a pang of jealousy in his heart. The words are good, but this is the lyrics for the song, and the words are the most important. Yi Junlin saw that Shu Yunyan and Ji Feiyao's eyes were a little wrong, so he spoke up and quickly diverted their attention. When Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyan heard this, they also reacted. Wang Zhenxing's writing is so good that everyone ignores the content for a while. After hearing Yi Junlin's reminder, the two began to silently recite the words on the rice paper. A laugh in the sea, the tide on both sides of the strait after. Reading the whole article, Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyanchao's faces showed appreciation at the same time. This poem is a masterpiece, not as stunning as Wang Zhenxing's calligraphy. But to think that it was written in a few minutes is also very remarkable, which shows that its writing is extraordinary. Female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability of +3 to the host, and the current total favorability is 61. Adoration. The heroine Shu Yunyan has a favorability of the host +3, and the current total favorability is 78. Unswerving. Ji Feiyao cooperated with the song on the spot and hummed softly. The lyrics complement each other and make people listen to it excitedly. Shu Yunyan even decided to let Ji Feiyao go to the studio to record songs. I want to see the final song with various instruments. This song is more suitable for men to sing. Ji Feiyao had different ideas. Shu Yunyan felt something reasonable when she heard it. Feiyao, do you have a suitable male singer recommendation? Isn't there a ready-made one? Ji Feiyao's eyes bent into a crescent, glanced at Wang Zhenxing next to her, and said to Shu Yunyan. Hearing Ji Feiyao's words, Shu Yunyan was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Zhenxing. You can actually sing. He is not only able to sing, but if he talks about singing skills, he is definitely no worse than any male singer in the music scene today. Why should you give up the near and far to find other male singers? Ji Feiyao said with a smile. How do you know he can sing? Shu Yunyan could see that these two definitely had stories. No wonder this good girlfriend looked at Wang Zhenxing's eyes a little strangely. Faced with Shu Yunyan's inquiry, Ji Feiyao subconsciously nervous, but soon thought, why should she be weak-hearted? Acquaintance with Wang Zhenxing is not something undesirable. What's more, Shu Yunyan is not Wang Zhenxing's girlfriend. I had a concert some time ago, and I occasionally met him during the lucky audience session. Ji Feiyao explained indifferently. Shu Yunyan was stunned after hearing this, but suddenly a little sour. It turned out that Ji Feiyao and Wang Zhenxing met before him. Yi Junlin on the side, seeing that the attention of the two women was always on Wang Zhenxing, felt unhappy for a while. Waiter, why don't you serve food yet? Not daring to attack Wang Zhenxing, Yi Junlin could only shout to the outside world and vent his emotions slightly. A waiter heard the voice come in, quickly apologized, and then urged the kitchen. After a while, the dish came up. After the meal, Ji Feiyao immediately arranged for the recording of songs. Yi Junlin wanted to follow him, but Shu Yunyan chased him away on the grounds that he needed to learn acting lessons. Shu Yunyan, Wang Zhenxing and Ji Feiyao went to the recording studio together. The whole process went relatively smoothly, and by 11 o'clock in the evening, the recording of the song was all over. The matter of the theme song of the movie is also completely done. Wang Zhenxing, Shu Yunyan and Ji Feiyao returned to the hotel together. Yi Junlin waited at the door of the hotel in advance, pretending to come back from the performance and meet several people. Afterwards, several people got on the elevator. Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyan arrived at the floor first, the elevator stopped, and the two walked out of the elevator to go to the room. The two had not seen each other for a long time and wanted to talk more, so they lived in the same room. After Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyan left, the elevator door closed, continued up, and came to another floor. Wang Zhenxing and Yi Junlin walked out of the elevator and into the two adjacent rooms. Back in the room, Wang Zhenxing and Yi Junlin each picked up their mobile phones, the former because they received small talk messages from Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyan, and the latter was taking the initiative to contact others. However, after Wang Zhenxing saw the information, he did not reply immediately, but looked at the movements of Yi Junlin next door with perspective. During the day, between Yi Junlin's words, he had the intention of letting him stay on the side of the hotel. Wang Zhenxing guessed that Yi Junlin must have taken action tonight. Turn on perspective viewing. Wang Zhenxing found that Yi Junlin was contacting someone. A few minutes later, a beautiful woman came to Yi Junlin's door. Wang Zhenxing remembered that this beauty was an actress in the crew, playing Yu Lingxian in the play, and Lin Pingji, played by Yi Junlin, had some rival scenes. This actress, her real name is Lin Shushuan. During the day, at the opening ceremony, everyone took pictures. Yi Junlin let the beauty into the room, told her something, and sprinkled a perfume-like thing prepared in advance on the beauty's body. 2 minutes later, Wang Zhenxing heard a knock on the door. But it was the actress Lin Shushuan who came over and knocked on the door. With some banter, Wang Zhenxing got up and went to open the door. Lin Shushuan wanted to chat with Wang Zhenxing on the grounds of discussing the script, and the hint between the words was very obvious. Wang Zhenxing said that it was too late, and it would be inappropriate to talk about the script. Seeing this, Lin Shushuan further hinted, pretending to fall into Wang Zhenxing's arms. Wang Zhenxing dodged and avoided, and then solemnly said to Lin Shushuan, "Please treat yourself with dignity. If you change your mind, you can contact me, you can do it before dawn, but it will be invalid after today." Lin Shushuan left his business card, said this to Wang Zhenxing, and left. Then, while no one was paying attention, he walked into Yi Junlin's room again. "Why did you come back so soon?" Yi Junlin asked Lin Shushuan. "People are very serious, they don't think this way about me." Lin Shushuan explained. "It can't be." Yi Junlin did not believe that Wang Zhenxing was a serious person, and after thinking for a while, he thought that Wang Zhenxing could not look at Lin Shushuan. "Eyes are high enough, they are actually as picky as me, but it's okay, you won't pick after a while." Yi Junlin said silently in his heart. "So what now?" Lin Shushuan asked. "No hurry, you go back to the room first, he will definitely contact you later." Yi Junlin said firmly. "Really?" Lin Shushuan's face showed some joy. Yi Junlin frowned. Lin Shushuan was fascinated by Yi Junlin, but also seemed to be fascinated by Wang Zhenxing. For Lin Shushuan, it is okay to have some stories with whoever of the two. But in contrast, Lin Shushuan is more inclined to Wang Zhenxing. Yi Junlin and director Shu Yunyan are relatives, and if they have a good relationship with Yi Junlin, then on the road of actors, they will definitely be able to go more smoothly and get more opportunities. Wang Zhenxing is the chairman of a listed company of tens of billions of yuan, and if he has a good relationship, then maybe he will not even need to work in the future, and he will have endless money. Yi Jun was naturally not stupid, and he could guess Lin Shushuan's careful thoughts in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel a little sour. However, this sourness did not last long, and Yi Junlin was relieved. He didn't plan to have anything to do with Lin Shushuan, he just wanted to use Lin Shushuan. Calculate it, each of them takes what he needs. I said he would look for you, then it will be. Yi Junlin's tone was affirmative and said to Lin Shushuan. The perfume he just used for Lin Shushuan was specially purchased by the pharmacy when Wang Zhenxing and a few people went to record songs. Perfume has the effect of inducing a certain mood in men, the effect is slow and extremely difficult to detect. This perfume was accidentally prepared by Yi Junlin when refining elixirs in Kunlun Mountain. Even a good doctor can find it extremely difficult to discern a problem. A decent gentleman who really sits still is not affected by perfume. And a person with evil thoughts in his heart is absolutely irresistible. The deeper the evil thought, the faster the onset. Yi Junlin pressed his ear against the wall and listened to the movement next door. However, I didn't know that the chat with Lin Shushuan just now was all known by Wang Zhenxing by reading his lips. It turned out to be to calculate me and destroy my impression in Shu Yunyan's heart. Wang Zhenxing guessed Yi Junlin's intentions. The perfume prepared by Yi Junlin really works magically. It's just that Wang Zhenxing saw Yi Junlin's move and was already on guard. During the time he spoke with Lin Shushuan, Wang Zhenxing held his breath the whole time and was not affected by the perfume at all. Sleep until dawn, and then give Yi Junlin the illusion that he is a righteous gentleman. It doesn't make much sense at all. Wang Zhenxing was more inclined to oppose the General Yi Junlin's army, so he immediately edited a message and sent it to Shu Yunyan. I want to talk to you about the script, can you come to my room? Hotel. A deluxe double room. Shu Yunyan and Ji Yu Feiyao were chatting about the past, and the former's mobile phone sounded a message prompt. After clicking on the message and looking at it, Shu Yunyan's face changed slightly. Whose news? Ji Yu Feiyao asked curiously. After hesitating for a while, Shu Yunyan replied, the crew has something to do with me, I'll take a look. Okay, then I'll go take a shower first, and we'll talk when we're back. Ji Yu Feiyao said. Shu Yunyan picked up her mobile phone and took the elevator to the floor where Wang Zhenxing's room was located. When passing by Wang Zhenxing's room, she looked back and forth, and after seeing no one, she knocked on the door. Come in. Wang Zhenxing opened the door. Shu Yunyan hurriedly walked in. As a director, she came to the room of a guest actor in the same crew so late, and if she was seen, it would inevitably cause some gossip. Although Shu Yunyan himself didn't mind much, he was afraid of causing trouble to Wang Zhenxing. Do you have any suggestions for the script? Talk about it. Shu Yunyan came to the room and sat down, flipped through the script on the table, and asked Wang Zhenxing. Next door. Yi Junlin's ear was pressed against the wall, and after hearing Shu Yunyan's voice, his face changed slightly, but he was still calm. This situation he had long anticipated. After Wang Zhenxing's evil thoughts gradually amplified, he could naturally choose who to find. According to preferences, contacting Shu Yunyan is also very reasonable. However, in Yi Junlin's opinion, Shu Yunyan would not agree to such a request. If Wang Zhenxing really messed up, it would cause Shu Yunyan's disgust. This is exactly what Yi Junlin wants to see. It's not a scripted thing, I have other important things I want to talk to you. Wang Zhenxing closed the script in Shu Yunyan's hand and threw it directly aside. Yes, what is the matter? Shu Yunyan noticed that Wang Zhenxing's eyes carried some hot brilliance, and his heart was a little panicked and a little expectant. Wang Zhenxing was very enthusiastic and directly showed his heart. Shu Yunyan was very happy in his heart when he listened, but he always felt that Wang Zhenxing was a little different from usual, not quite like his gentlemanly style. Instead, it feels like a rogue. Are you okay? Shu Yunyan asked. It's okay, you haven't answered my question yet, are you willing or not? Wang Zhenxing urged. Shu Yunyan's eyes flickered. Wang Zhenxing's words, she has been looking forward to for a long time. But she is a mature woman, although she has no emotional experience, but she has seen the emotional entanglements of some friends around her and understands some truths. Even if you like a person again, you can't show it too much, you must be reserved. Because men are too easy to be with a woman, they will not cherish it. Of course, although you can't easily agree to him, you can't make him wait too long, lest people lose patience and regret it. It's so sudden, let me think about it, okay. I'll get back to you in 3 days. After thinking about it, Shu Yunyan gave such a reply. After Wang Zhenxing heard this, he looked lost. Shu Yunyan looked a little distressed, but he was alerting himself that he must not be soft now, and he must not make him feel that he is a very casual person. But it's only 3 days, which is not too long. After waiting for 3 days, I promised him. Then I'll go back first, you have a good rest, don't think about it. Shu Yunyan's tone was soft and delicate, trying to alleviate his lost emotions. Wang Zhenxing was silent. Shu Yunyan hesitated for a moment and left with an iron heart. After Yi Junlin heard the conversation, his heart was mixed. Happily, Xu Yunyan did not immediately accept Wang Zhenxing. Worryingly, Xu Yunyan did not refuse. To sum up, Xu Yunyan has an interest in Wang Zhenxing, but seems to have some concerns, so he didn't agree for the time being, but after a few days, it's really difficult to say. Auntie is gone, then he should find Lin Shushuan, right? As long as he contacts Lin Shushuan, then my plan can succeed. Yi Zhenxing silently spoke in his heart, his ear pressed against the wall, and continued to listen to the movement next door. Xu Yunyan returned to the room and heard a message on the mobile phone on the table. That phone was Ji Feiyao. However, Xu Yunyan does not have the habit of reading other people's information. After a while, Ji Feiyao came out of the shower wearing a dressing gown. Feiyao, someone sent you a message. Xu Yunyan kindly reminded. Who is it? Ji Feiyao asked. She has 2 mobile phones that separate work from life. The work phone is kept by a female assistant. The personal mobile phone is carried by Ji Feiyao. I didn't read your news, I don't know who it is. Xu Yunyan explained. Ji Feiyao nodded, picked up her mobile phone and checked it, her pretty face was stunned. Who? Xu Yunyan could see that her face was a little strange. My female assistant asked me to talk about something, I'll go out. Ji Feiyao changed into her daily outfit, looked in the mirror, and applied lip stain to her mouth before leaving the room. Xu Yunyan was shocked. This girlfriend went to see the female assistant, and what did she do with lip stain? Ji Feiyao took the elevator and came to the floor where Wang Zhenxing's room was located. Compared to Xu Yunyan, she was more careful. She is a diva-level singer, and she has received more attention than Xu Yunyan, a female director. It's so late, why did you suddenly think of talking to me about music? Walking into Wang Zhenxing's room without risk, Ji Feiyao's lip-coated mouth curved in a touching arc. This is Ji Feiyao's voice was so late, he could actually call Ji Feiyao to the room. Yi Zhenxing next door heard Ji Feiyao's voice, and his heart was envious and jealous, so he took a deep breath and continued to eavesdrop. I didn't come to you to talk to you about music. It's not about music, what is that trying to talk about? After listening for a while, Yi Zhenxing sneered. I know that this Wang Zhenxing is a scumbag, and even the words of confessing to women are almost the same. After secretly complaining, he continued to listen, waiting for Ji Feiyao's response. My sister-in-law didn't agree, so Ji Feiyao probably wouldn't agree either, right? Yi Zhenxing guessed. But to her surprise, after Ji Feiyao hesitated for a while, she even confessed to Wang Zhenxing. Yi Zhenxing almost vomited blood on the spot when he heard this. The host caused the protagonist Yi Zhenxing's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 400 counterattack points. It seems that this Ji Feiyao is still too young, and she is more easily deceived than her sister-in-law. After being angry for a while, Yi Zhenxing guessed the reason. And the 2 people next door, after confessing to each other for a while, Wang Zhenxing also had to step up and make excessive demands. Ji Feiyao didn't agree at first, feeling that the progress was too fast, but after Wang Zhenxing's sweet words, Ji Feiyao seemed to have a hot brain and changed her mind. Not good. Yi Zhenxing saw that things were beyond expectations, and suddenly couldn't sit still, and wanted to kick the door to stop it. But the figure was suddenly limited by an invisible force, and it was almost impossible to move. This feeling of being restricted from movement was too familiar to Yi Zhenxing. When he first dealt with Xiao Yu with Qin Yi, he had encountered it once. Black-heart old devil again. Yi Zhenxing guessed the identity of the master in the shadows, and although he was shocked in his heart, he was not flustered. There is a default rule between the 2 paths of right and devil, that is, the senior masters cannot deal a heavy hand on their junior talents. Just like the situation that Qin Yi encountered before, although he was restrained, the other party did not really make a move. It just caused some trouble for the 2. What Yi Zhenxing is worried about now is not himself, but Ji Feiyao next door. This Ji Feiyao was too easily seduced, and actually agreed to Wang Zhenxing's excessive request. His figure was restricted, and Yi Zhenxing was helpless, keeping his ear against the wall, listening to the movement, and praying in his heart that things would turn around. I'll go take a shower. Well, there you go, I washed it before I came. Soon, Yi Zhenxing heard a short conversation. This was followed by the sound of doors opening and closing, followed by the sound of running water. Yi Zhenxing was secretly cursing, and Wang Zhenxing accidentally slipped and broke his head while taking a bath. Although this possibility is slim, it is the only thing he can do at the moment. A few minutes later, Yi Junlin was shocked when he heard a noise coming from the other side of his room. Patronizing the cursed person, but ignoring that he is still in a bad situation. The black-hearted old demon doesn't dare to hurt my life, but what the hell does he want to do? Yi Junlin said silently. Duh. The door was opened. Yi Junlin soon felt a pain in his neck, and then his consciousness gradually blurred. Vaguely, he felt pinched by someone and fed him something powdery. Looking at Yi Junlin, who was completely faint, Wang Zhenxing, who was in a stealth state, smiled. Quietly leaving Yi Junlin's room, Wang Zhenxing returned to the shower next door. 15 minutes passed. Wang Zhenxing saw that he automatically appeared, and only then came out of the shower. Ji Feiyao was sending a message, telling Xu Yunyan that she was going to talk to her female assistant for a long time, so she would not go back to live with her. After the news was sent, I just saw Wang Zhenxing come out. Ji Feiyao looked at it with wide eyes, and after realizing that it was a little shameful, she covered her head and hid in the quilt. The host captures the heroine Ji Feiyao and obtains part of the protagonist Yi Junlin's ability. Grandmaster level alchemy not against the heroine's will, get a normal double reward. The host and the heroine Ji Feiyao became his good deeds, blessed by his destiny big star fortune, and the charm value increased by 100. The female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 71, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1500. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -150, and the host's luck value is +150. Time passed and it came to 4:30 in the morning. Xu Yunyan organized the crew to start work on the set, but after counting the number of people, he found that Wang Zhenxing and Yi Junlin were missing. Knock knock. Xu Yunyan came to knock outside Yi Junlin's room, but found that the door was hidden. Little Leaf. After shouting and getting no response, Xu Yunyan walked into the room suspiciously. I saw Yi Junlin lying in the corner of the wall, breathing evenly, and sleeping quite soundly. Xiaoyezi, you wake up soon, it's time to start work. Xu Yunyan pushed and shoved Yi Junlin awake. Auntie. Yi Junlin was still a little confused. Why don't you sleep on the ground? What's wrong? Xu Yunyan complained. Yi Junlin's consciousness gradually became clear, and he suddenly remembered what happened last night, and immediately sensed himself but found no signs of poisoning. But the more he did this, the more flustered he became. The black-hearted old demon is a top poison master, and the poison he refines is unpredictable. I can't detect any poison, which is what is really terrifying. Why are you still stupid? Hurry up and wash up, go to the hotel downstairs to gather and take the car to the set. Xu Yunyan urged. Wang Zhenxing shouldn't be up yet, right? Yi Junlin thought of another important thing and couldn't help but grit his teeth. I didn't get up either, he lives next door to you, I'll call him. Xu Yunyan left this room, came to the next room, took a slight deep breath, took out the makeup mirror from the bag, and after seeing the beautiful self in the mirror, only then raised his snow-white slender hand and knocked lightly on the door. It's me, it's going to work, are you awake? Xu Yunyan's voice was soft, and she called through the door, and then waited a little. But after more than 10 seconds, there was still no response. Xu Yunyan could only call out again, but still did not get a response. Could it be that I made him sad last night, or do you want to directly agree to be with him today? Xu Yunyan was thinking about shortening the waiting time from 3 days to 1 day. While thinking, the door was suddenly opened. Wang Zhenxing's figure appeared, his face heavy. Xu Yunyan was distressed to see it, so. She said, I didn't rest much all night, I thought about it carefully and decided to answer. She said as she walked into the house, and when she saw someone obviously in the quilt, she was stunned. How can you do this? I said to get back to you within 3 days. Xu Yunyan's eyes were red and said to Wang Zhenxing. I don't want to. Wang Zhenxing looked ashamed. I'd rather see who it is. Xu Yunyan gritted her teeth and reached out to remove the quilt. Wang Zhenxing doesn't know anyone here, and the people who contacted him yesterday were all actresses from the crew. Xu Yunyan wanted to see which fox spirit who didn't have long eyes dug into her director's head. Don't want to mess around in this circle, do you? The corner of the quilt was lifted, revealing a beautiful face. Feiyao. Xu Yunyan's face froze with a scowl and was replaced by a look of stunnedness. Sister Yunyan is early. Ji Feiyao squeezed out a smile to greet her to ease the embarrassment. Although Xu Yunyan was angry, she was not enough to fight with this good girlfriend, and turned her head to look at Wang Zhenxing. I said to wait 3 days to reply to you, and I didn't agree. Are you taking revenge on me? Wang Zhenxing said ashamedly. Of course not, I don't know how, it's like being evil-spirited. I didn't drink last night, and I don't know what I committed. I called you over and said those words to you, and seeing that you didn't agree, I called Fei Yao over, and Fei Yao promised me, and then that's it. Did I think I was a little girl in my early 20s? Will you believe this? Xu Yunyan said aggrievedly. Don't think about it, I'm not trying to save anything, even if I can't even be friends with you in the future, I don't care, I just don't want to be unclear. Wang Zhenxing looked serious, and said that Lin Shushuan had come to find himself last night. I suspect I've been hit. After the explanation, Wang Zhenxing came to such a conclusion. After Xu Yunyan listened, he remembered that Wang Zhenxing was indeed a little abnormal last night, and called Lin Shushuan to confront him. While waiting for Lin Shushuan to come, Xu Yunyan asked Ji Feiyao to get dressed and avoid it. Any celebrity has a romance, it will affect popularity. Many agencies even explicitly stipulate that artists are not allowed to fall in love. Although Ji Feiyao did not have such contractual restrictions, Xu Yunyan did not want her career to be affected. Although this girlfriend did not lecture and dug her own corner. After a while, Lin Shushuan came to Wang Zhenxing's room. For what Wang Zhenxing said, Lin Shushuan initially denied it. But Xu Yunyan is not a vegetarian, and he used his identity as a director to coax and frighten, and finally let Lin Shushuan explain honestly. This is all directed by Director Xu, your relative Yi Junlin, not my intention. Please Director Xu, your subordinates show mercy. I like the profession of actor very much, don't ban me. Lin Shu preached. Little Yeji instructed Yu. Xu Yunyan's pretty face sank, and she went to the next door to call Yi Junlin. Auntie, I also want you to see the true face of Wang Zhenxing, I am afraid that you will be deceived. Yi Jun saw that the matter was revealed, and knew that he could not hide it. I have my own judgment, what do I want from you? Is there a problem with the perfume you used for Lin Shushuan? Xu Yunyan was furious. No problem. Yi Junlin was still hard-mouthed. You should have some perfume left, I'll look for it in your room. Wang Zhenxing went around the next door and found a small transparent bottle. That's right, that's the smell. Wang Zhenxing also opened it and sniffed. Alas, stop! Yi Junlin quickly held his breath and stopped it with a voice. And say perfume is okay. Wang Zhenxing closed the bottle and questioned. Yi Junlin couldn't quibble. Little leaf, take out the antidote. Xu Yunyan also realized the problem and hurriedly said. Didn't there is no antidote. Yi Junlin's face wrinkled like a bitter melon. Xu Yunyan was furious, if it weren't for the need to maintain her image in Wang Zhenxing's presence, she would have beaten Yi Junlin a long time ago. You go downstairs first, rot this matter in your stomach, don't mention it to anyone, if there is any news, I will only ask you. Xu Yunyan warned Lin Shushuan. Xie Shu Doan. Lin Shushuan was amnestied. After Lin Shushuan left, Ji Feiyao walked out of the compartment with a pale face. None of the things you said to me were sincere, did they? Ji Feiyao came to Wang Zhenxing, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although I am influenced by perfume, the words I said to you are not all false, and I will be good to you in the future. Wang Zhenxing looked tender and reached out to touch Ji Feiyao's snow-white cheek. Ji Feiyao turned worry into joy. Xu Yunyan heard it, and his face gradually turned a little pale. Draw a line with Wang Zhenxing, and have nothing to do with each other in the future, she really can't do it. Things always come first, you confess to me first, I will officially reply to you now, I promised your girlfriend. Xu Yunyan broke the jar and said to Wang Zhenxing. If it weren't for her reserve, there would be no Ji Feiyao's business at all. Now that things have developed like this, if he continues to be reserved, then there is no hope for Wang Zhenxing at all. Even if he is influenced by perfume, it is because of half-heartedness. Why are you still up to it, sister-in-law? Yi Junlin was anxious. Shut up for me, if it weren't for you, how could things have become like this? Xu Yunyan glared at him. Yi Junlin was dumb, regretting that he recklessly calculated Wang Zhenxing, but the result was not the slightest benefit, but he also fulfilled Wang Zhenxing. You don't embarrass me, okay? Wang Zhenxing said to Xu Yunyan. Xu Yunyan saw that he had feelings for him, and it was not good to force him to make a choice. Because no matter what he chooses, he will hurt another person. Unless who automatically logs out. Sister Fei Yao, we have been friends for so many years, you should pity me, you are still young, the future is long, but I am already a 30-year-old woman. Xu Yunyan said miserably. Sister Yunyan, I can let you do other things, but I can't let this matter alone. Ji Feiyao looked firm. Seeing this, Xu Yunyan knew that it was impossible to let Ji Feiyao take the initiative to back down. In a hurry, he caught a glimpse of a knife in the fruit bowl on the table. Walking over quickly, Xu Yunyan picked up the knife, as if to find a short sight. Sister Yunyan. Ji Feiyao was taken aback. Wang Zhenxing was calm in his heart, but he still pretended to be anxious on the surface. A true qi stimulus hit the blade, and the knife in Xu Yunyan's hand was knocked to the ground. But it was Yi Junline's eyes that were quick and stopped it in time. Ji Feiyao walked over, kicked the knife on the ground farther, and then grabbed Xu Yunyan's hands. There is something to say, don't do something stupid. Xu Yunyan was silent, looking unlovable. It's not really non-negotiable. Ji Feiyao didn't want to see her girlfriend like this, so she relaxed. How to discuss? Xu Yunyan's eyes moved slightly. Getting me out, certainly impossible, big deal, let's be good sisters. Ji Feiyao was soft-hearted and didn't want to see Xu Yunyan looking for death in life. This kind of thing is outrageous, don't force it. Xu Yunyan sobbed. Not reluctantly, you don't have to look for short-sightedness. Ji Feiyao gently hugged her for comfort. Xu Yunyan sobbed intermittently a few times, and at an angle that Ji Feiyao couldn't see, some sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wang Zhenxing looked at it in his eyes, and secretly felt a little funny. Ji Feiyao is indeed a little younger. But it saved him trouble. Women really can it be tolerated to such an extent? Yi Junline looked at this scene and froze, this is what he dreamed of. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junline's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 500 counterattack points. Give me back the things. Yi Junline was angry and stretched out his hand to Wang Zhenxing and asked. Wang Zhenxing shook the small transparent bottle in his hand, and there was still some perfume left in it. What else are you going to do, let you hurt people again? Wang Zhenxing was somewhat interested in Yi Junline's works, and wanted to study the ingredients in them. Of course, he would not return it to Yi Junline. Xiao Yeji, I warn you, you have to hurt him, be careful that I don't miss family affection. Xu Yunyan was solemn and admonished Yi Junline. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junline's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Auntie, my starting point is for your good, I really don't want to harm people. Yi Junline explained bitterly. Although he dug a hole for Wang Zhenxing, he really did not dare to take Wang Zhenxing. After all, the person who covered Wang Zhenxing was not only Xu Yunyan, but also Yunsha and Mu Linger. Forget it this time, let's not take an example. The crew is waiting, let's go downstairs. Xu Yunyan said. Wait a minute. Wang Zhenxing's face was different. What's wrong? Uncomfortable. Ji Feiyao and Xu Yunyan showed concern and asked one after another. Don't smell that perfume just now. Yi Junline's teeth crunched. After hearing Yi Junline's words, Ji Feiyao and Xu Yunyan understood the reason. Xu Yunyan hesitated for a moment, and then asked Ji Feiyao, you shouldn't have rested last night, right? Ji Feiyao lowered her head and spoke without a face. Auntie, you are the director, the crew needs you to organize, otherwise we can't start work. Let's go downstairs first, so as not to make everyone wait. Yi Junline said quickly. Xu Yunyan felt that it was reasonable when he heard it. Anyway, he came to Japan Fangchong, so he said to Wang Zhenxing, you try to hurry, I'll wait for you on the set. I'll be there in an hour, and I can't be any faster. Wang Zhenxing replied. It's only 15 minutes to take the car on the set here. Xu Yunyan subconsciously questioned, but quickly realized something, and quickly stopped talking. With some inexplicable expectations, Xu Yunyan looked Wang Zhenxing up and down before leaving. Arrive on set. After the relevant actors put on makeup, Xu Yunyan organized some actors to shoot other scenes first. About an hour later, Wang Zhenxing arrived as promised, and under the busy work of several makeup artists, he quickly put on makeup. The scene of the Lin family's annihilation of the door has also officially begun. Yi Junline's performance today was exceptionally good. When I acted in the scene after the Lin family was destroyed, I cried so much that it was painful. After the performance, Xu Yunyan also praised. Yi Junlin squeezed out some smiles, knowing that he was bitter. When he was acting in a crying scene, he thought about sad things in his heart, and naturally cried. And this sad thing naturally failed to dig a hole for Wang Zhenxing, and actually completed Wang Zhenxing's good deeds. 2 days later, Wang Zhenxing's personal scene ended, and then it was finished. Shu Yunyan held a celebration ceremony for him. Wang Zhenxing's task was completed, returned to his work, and took advantage of the leisure in the workplace to study the magical perfume made by Yi Junlin. Evening. Lu Xiaofan's newlywed mansion. My wife is off work, I wrote a part of it again, I sent it to your mobile phone, let you be the first reader. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Xiaofan walked out of the study and said to Zhou Ningbran. Zhou Ningbran as a response. Lu Xiaofan felt that Zhou Ningbran's tone was a little distant, but he really had more than enough energy, and he couldn't help but feel guilty and ashamed. It's been a while since they were married, and the two didn't even hold hands. I still have to work overtime to write at night, but this will be free, and we will go out to dinner. Lu Xiaofan wanted to use other ways to cultivate a relationship with Zhou Ningbran. No, I made an appointment with a friend, you can go out to eat by yourself. Zhou Ningbran walked towards the new house. Which friend did you date? Lu Xiaofan followed and asked. Wanqing. Zhou Ningbran replied. When Lu Xiaofan heard this, he immediately relaxed his heart. You didn't talk nonsense about Wanqing's marriage, did you? Zhou Ning stopped and asked Lu Xiaofan. Of course not, what good is it for me if I say it? Lu Xiaofan said. The Wanqing in Zhou Ningbran's mouth, whose full name is Fang Wanqing, is the president of a cosmetics company, who is very beautiful and looks no less than Zhou Ningbran. Fang Wanqing is also a married woman. But he was forced to get married by his family. For that husband, Fang Wanqing was very dissatisfied, so the wedding was not held and was hidden from the outside world. Only Fang Wanqing's few friends knew about her marriage. Zhou Ningbran and Fang Wanqing have known each other for a long time, and they have studied together before. Zhou Ningbran is naturally one of the insiders. The reason why Lu Xiaofan knew was that he overheard the conversation between the two. At that time, Lu Xiaofan was also warned by Zhou Ningbran that he must not tell Fang Wanqing's affairs. Zhou Ningbran returned to the room, locked the door, changed his clothes, and drove out. Half an hour later, Zhou Ningbran met a Fang Wanqing in a high-end restaurant and came to the private room booked in advance. In the end, it's a married woman, radiant, I really want to pinch your face. Fang Wanqing saw Zhou Ningbran's radiance, and couldn't help but ridicule. Whatever. Zhou Ningbran blushed and denied it. After marrying Lu Xiaofan, you should get along very well, right? Fang Wanqing chatted. Don't mention him. Zhou Ningbran rolled her eyes. Why, quarreled? Fang Wanqing asked. Don't talk about me, tell me about you, how are you and your husband doing now? Zhou Ningbran didn't want to tell Fang Wanqing about his current emotional situation for the time being, so he changed the topic. What else? I live alone, he lives elsewhere, we may not see each other once in half a month. Fang Wanqing said. So are you going to keep going like this? Zhou Ningbran asked. In order to cater to the marriage contract made by my elder, I have enough to give in and get a license with him. It was absolutely impossible for me and him to get along like a normal couple. Fang Wanqing said, her pretty face gradually became cold, obviously disgusted with the titular husband to the extreme. Is he really that bad? Zhou Ningbran had never seen Fang Wanqing's husband. I don't do anything all day, and I often go to places like bars and nightclubs. After a while, I'll find a chance to talk to him about the divorce. Fang Wanqing said. Do you have Zhou Ningbran gossiped? Fang Wanqing was stunned for a moment before reacting, of course not. That's fine, in this way, if you divorce, you will not have a major loss, that is, if you meet someone you like in the future, if you marry someone, it will be considered a second marriage. Zhou Ningbran felt worried about her. I just want to put all my mind on my company, I don't think about emotional things, there will be no such day. Fang Wanqing said seriously. It's hard to say what the future holds, but if you're happy, I'll always support your decision. Zhou Ningbran smiled. After dinner, the two went hand in hand to go shopping in the bustling area. Zhou Ningbran needed to buy intimate clothes, so he came to a brand name store. I remember that you were wearing a size smaller than this. When accompanying Zhou Ningbran to buy intimate clothes, Fang Wanqing found something incredible. One moment and another. Zhou Ningbran was a little proud and held his head high. Fang Wanqing glanced at her and said strangely, That's right, now it's already a woman, not a girl. Stop laughing at me, I'm too far away from you. Zhou Ningbran looked at Fang Wanqing with some jealousy. Don't envy, I think it's a burden. Fang Wanqing sighed. Zhou Ningbran gave her a blank look, feeling that she was in the blessing and did not know the blessing. After choosing their clothes, the two walked out of the store. But before taking a few steps, Fang Wanqing suddenly stopped and stared at the side of the road with a frown. Zhou Ning was puzzled and followed her gaze. I saw a mature man on the side of the road, supporting a woman in bold clothes, and got into a Porsche sports car together. The sports car roared and quickly flew away. That wouldn't be your titular husband, would it? Zhou Ningbran saw that Fang Wanqing's expression was a little wrong, so he asked cautiously. Fang Wanqing nodded. Don't think about it, this kind of man is not worth feeling sorry for him. Zhou Ningbran said with relief. Sad. I didn't have the slightest expectation of him, how could I be sad, but this bastard clearly saw me just now, and he didn't hide it at all, as if he was showing off his might to me. Did he think that I would go over and stop it? Fang Wanqing sneered. Let's not talk about that man. Zhou Ningbran changed the topic. After shopping, will you go to my house? You haven't lived in my house in a long time. Fang Wanqing said. I can't go back too late today, next time I'll go to live with you. Zhou Ningbran had an appointment with someone, so he politely refused Fang Wanqing. I took the liberty, you are married now, not as much as before. After Fang Wanqing reacted, she quipped. On the road, a Porsche sports car is speeding. Did that woman know you just now? In the passenger seat, the boldly dressed woman looked at the man in the driver's seat. The man's name is Shen Feng, he has some scum, he doesn't look very handsome, but he has a wild charm. Recognize. Shen Feng smiled playfully. Girlfriend. Wife. You have a wife. If you want to repent, you can leave at any time, I never force others. Actually, it doesn't matter, I also have a husband. Shen Feng was startled and looked at the woman in the co-pilot's seat in surprise. The two had just met at the bar, and they were not familiar at all. The reason for the acquaintance was because there were several hooligans who wanted to pull this woman for a drink. Shen Feng shot away a few hooligans and gained the favor of the woman. After that, the two chatted while drinking, and then agreed to go to the hotel together. You can also regret it at any time, my husband is not an ordinary person, if you let him know that you moved me, then you will die. The woman said. Who is your husband? Let's listen and see if it can scare me. Shen Feng was a little disdainful. Have you heard of the Joy Hotel chain? My husband is the chairman of Xinhua Hotel chain group and is worth nearly 10 billion. The woman replied slowly, tilting her head to look at Shen Feng's face, expecting him to be frightened. But to his surprise, Shen Feng's expression was flat, and he didn't take it seriously at all. The boss of a 10 billion group is just a fart. You can really brag, do you know how capable a boss of a 10 billion group is? It actually became a fart in your mouth. The woman smiled. Shen Feng also smiled. In foreign countries, he even slaughtered the boss of a 100 billion consortium. What is the boss of a 10 billion group? There are no people under the sky that I dare not move. Shen Feng said incomprehensibly. What do you do? The woman felt that Shen Feng was a little different from ordinary men, and the skill of easily dealing with a few hooligans alone was not something that ordinary people could have. Before doing it abroad doing business, only recently returned to China. Shen Feng explained. What business? The woman asked. Ping Shui met, ask so much what to do, don't you plan to develop with me for a long time? Shen Feng smiled. Don't say anything. The woman pouted. Don't talk about these boring things, sit tight. Shen Feng slammed on the accelerator. Hey, you drank, drive slowly. The woman looked at the fast-turning hands on the dial and the vehicle that streaked through the window instantly, and couldn't help but be startled. What's the tension, it's only 200 yards. Shen Feng was very calm and did not take it seriously. He is comparable to the top professional drivers, and this kind of operation is almost pediatric for him. But as soon as his words fell, a whistle sounded behind him. Shen Feng looked through the rearview mirror and saw an off-road vehicle with an official logo chasing him. Shen Feng was slightly surprised. There was a lot of traffic ahead, and he saw that he couldn't rush over for the time being, so he could only slow down the speed of the car and stop on the side of the road. Don't drive so fast, the woman in the passenger seat complained. This Porsche is hers. The off-road vehicle also stopped on the side of the road, and a heroic beauty walked from it. If Wang Zhenxing is here, he will definitely be able to recognize that this is Shen Yu, Shen Huntu. Shen Feng looked through the car window and saw Shen Yu's appearance, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Shen Yu's appearance is at least a notch higher than the woman on her co-pilot. Knock knock. Shen Yu reached out and knocked on the car window. The windows fall. Turn off the fire and show your driver's license. Shen Yu said to Shen Feng expressionlessly. Beauty, you have to let me see your documents first, otherwise how will I know if you are impersonating? Shen Feng smiled evilly and said to Shen Yu. In fact, he is tricking the other party, wanting to know the other party's name and work unit. Taking out the certificate, Shen Yu put it in front of Shen Feng's eyes and showed it to him. Shen Feng took a closer look, remembered it in his mind, and then smiled and said. It turns out that we are still our family. Les said almost, license. Shen Yu said coldly. This is not right, you are a criminal headhunter, and this traffic matter is not under your jurisdiction. Shen Feng questioned. Don't talk nonsense, I know the rules better than you just drove to 200 yards with less talk, and there is still alcohol on your body, suspected of dangerous driving, turn off the fire quickly. Shen Yu said solemnly. Good. Shen Feng seemed to cooperate and turned off the car. Shen Yu took out his mobile phone and went to the side to call, ready to notify his colleagues in the traffic management department. I heard the roar of engines behind me. But it was Shen Feng who restarted the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. The front is no longer so congested, of course Shen Feng will not stay stupidly. His driving skills are comparable to those of top professional drivers, but he has just returned and has not had time to get a driver's license. If you get caught, you're in trouble. When Shen Yu saw the other party running, he quickly got into his off-road vehicle and tried to catch up with full power. But the Porsche was so fast that it disappeared in a while. You're crazy, the headhunter is not low, if you are targeted by her, it will be a big trouble. After throwing off Shen Yu, the woman in the driver's seat complained to Shen Feng. It doesn't matter, she can't find me again. Shen Feng said. The car is mine, she can't find you, but she can find me. The woman is depressed. I'm sure you can level it out. Shen Feng drove past a hotel and stopped. It is the property under the name of the woman's husband, the Xinhua chain hotel. How about we stay here? Shen Feng asked. The woman was silent. I still say that, if you regret it, you can change your mind at any time, I will definitely not force it. Shen Feng said very gracefully. Just don't regret it. The woman was heartbroken and decided to give her husband a hat to wear. Spend a lot of time outside drinking, don't touch it at home. Which woman cannot be angry? Wang begged, don't let the old lady catch you, otherwise she will definitely rip off your skin. Shen Yu looked at the hood with faint white smoke, and jumped to his feet in anger in the middle of the road. Because she wanted to catch up with Shen Feng's car so much, she kept frantically stepping on the accelerator, causing the car to break down in the middle of the road. There is a lot of traffic in the middle of the road. Some male car owners saw Shen Yu so beautiful, so they enthusiastically offered to help. Shen Yu was very annoyed at the moment, and he was annoyed when he saw the man, and these guys who picked up did not please him. Until a Rolls-Royce passed by. Shen Chaodo, what's wrong with your car? Wang Zhenxing stepped down from the car and asked suspiciously. Mr. Wang. Shen Yu's anger converged a little after seeing Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing has reported many times before to help the government crack down on lawbreakers, and he is a rare and enthusiastic citizen. Shen Yu's impression of him was still very good. I saw a guy driving dangerously on the road, I stopped him for questioning, he cooperated on the surface, but he drove away while I was informing my colleagues, and I chased for a while and didn't catch up, so that my car still had problems. Shen Yu was still patient and explained the process. I'll help you see, Wang Zhenxing said. Mr. Wang, will you still repair cars? Shen Yu was a little surprised. I used to work as a car mechanic. Wang Zhenxing took off his coat and handed it to Shen Yu, who reached over, then rolled up his shirt sleeves and opened the hood to take a look. After tinkering for a while, the off-road vehicle successfully started. It should be that you press the gas pedal for too long, causing the engine temperature to be too high and malfunction, just drop the temperature. Wang Zhenxing explained to Shen Yu. It's really bothering you. Let a big boss worth tens of billions help repair the car. Shen Yu felt strangely embarrassed, took a bottle of water over, and washed Wang Zhenxing upside down. It's a trifle. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. Under the street lamps, a handsome and mature man's face showed a smile, and those eyes were like bright stars in the night sky, bright and moving. The heroine Shen Yu's favorability to the host is +10, and the current total favorability is 40 close. The host affects the plot direction and gets a counterattack point of 300. The protagonist Shen Feng's luck value is -30, and the host's luck value is +30. Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was slightly stunned. Oops, your shirt is dirty, and I don't know if I can wash it off. Shen Yu found that Wang Zhenxing's body had dark gray oil stains. Wang Zhenxing glanced at it and said indifferently, "It's okay, it's not far from the commercial street, I'll just go and buy a new one." "I'll pay you for how much you bought this shirt," Shen Yu said. "No thanks." "No, you must pay for it, how much did you buy?" Shen Yu insisted. 50,000 less apiece. Shen Yu was stunned for a moment, and then said a little embarrassed, "Or I'd better help you wash it. I really can't wash it off, and I will lose money to you again." She has an unusual background, but she has been self-reliant, and her own salary is not high. Nearly 50,000 yuan is a lot of money for her. "I'll send it to the laundry when I have time, and you don't have to pay for it." Wang Zhenxing did not think that Shen Yu would do this kind of housework. "This can't work, I will definitely compensate you for the money, but it will take a while," Shen Yu said. "I really don't need to, or else, you can treat me to a meal when you have time, as a thank you," Wang Zhenxing said. "Yes," Shen Yu nodded. "That guy who drove away dangerously, do you know his name?" Wang Zhenxing inquired. "I don't know, but he mentioned that I am from this family, and I should have the same surname." Shen Yu felt that there was no need to hide it, and replied immediately. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he probably had a bottom in his heart and said goodbye to Shen Yu. "I made an appointment to talk about things, so I won't talk to you. Goodbye." Shen Yu returned the coat to Wang Zhenxing and waved at him. Wang Zhenxing drove to a nearby commercial street, ready to buy a new shirt to replace. "I'll still be outside with friends, how long will it take to get to my house?" On the way, Wang Zhenxing received a message from Zhou Ninggran. "My shirt is dirty, now I'm going to buy one, I can get to you in about half an hour." Wang Zhenxing replied to the message. "Zhou Ninggran, my friends and I are shopping on this side of the commercial street, I'll help you buy it." Wang Zhenxing, "Then I will wait for you near the commercial street." Zhou Ninggran, "Okay, I'll see you later." Wang Zhenxing, "I'll see you soon." Zhou Ninggran, "Wait, my friend knows Lu Xiaofan, I'll go find you after my friend leaves." After giving instructions, Zhou Ninggran took Fang Wanqing into an international brand name men's clothing store and bought 2 expensive shirts according to Wang Zhenxing's code. "It's really virtuous, and I buy clothes for my husband," Fang Wanqing said with a smile. "That's not it." Zhou Ninggran didn't feel ashamed at all. "Lu Xiaofan's life is so good, to be able to marry such a virtuous wife as you." Fang Wanqing sighed. Zhou Ninggran didn't know how to answer, so he could only squeeze out some slightly embarrassed smiles. "Don't delay your time, go back and reunite with your husband," Fang Wanqing said sourly. "Wanqing, don't be frustrated, after you and the titular husband completely draw a line, you will definitely be able to find your own happiness." Zhou Ninggran thought of what happened to this girlfriend, and felt a little angry and sorry for her, so he was relieved. "I'm not rare, for me the dream is the first, I just want to run the cosmetics company I founded well, so that the company can grow and become a Fortune 500 company in the world." Fang Wanqing was arrogant and dry. "Okay, strong woman, then you come on," Zhou Ninggran wished. The two waved goodbye, and Fang Wanqing turned away first, walking towards where she parked. "Where are you in the high street?" Zhou Ninggran quickly took out his mobile phone and contacted Wang Zhenxing. "I met an acquaintance, have a few words with him, and come to you later." Wang Zhenxing replied with a message. He was actually 100 meters away from Zhou Ninggran, but he had no friends around him. When Zhou Ninggran was chatting with Fang Wanqing, he used perspective to find Zhou Ninggran's location, and then was attracted by Fang Wanqing. This beautiful woman Yin Tang is furious, it is estimated that there is calamity coming, but there is good luck, there should be no danger. Wang Zhenxing made this judgment after examining Wanqing's face. Soon, Fang Wanqing walked to the parking place, got into a Maserati, started the car and drove into the road, merging into the traffic. A van followed closely behind Maserati. There were 2 people in the van, a man and a woman, who looked fierce and vicious. Starting the Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road, Wang Zhenxing followed. Fang Wanqing drove smoothly on the road and returned home after a section of road with few people. But at this time, the car swayed violently, but it was rear-ended. Fang Wanqing parked the car and got out of the car to see the situation. "Beauty, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." A strong woman walked down from the rear-end van and apologized to Fang Wanqing. Fang Wanqing did not reproach, just took out her mobile phone, intending to follow the routine process to deal with the accident. But before the call went out, the strong woman took out a sharp weapon and put it against Fang Wanqing's neck. "Come with me," the strong woman said coldly. How do you want to be?" Fang Wanqing's face turned pale. "Do as I say, make sure you will be fine. If you disobey, then bear the consequences." The strong woman warned and took Fang Wanqing into the van. After getting into the van, the thin man in the driver's seat started the car. The strong woman handed over Fang Wanqing's mobile phone, flipped to Fang Wanqing's father's phone in the address book, and dialed it. Heart Joy Hotel. A luxurious suite. After Shen Feng took a bath, before he could do business, he suddenly received a call from his husband. "Dad, what's going on?" Shen Feng avoided the woman beside him and ran to the balcony to answer the phone. "Son-in-law, where are you? I just received a call saying that Wanqing was kidnapped," the old man said anxiously. "What?" Shen Feng was taken aback. "Aren't you with Wanqing to protect her?" the old man said angrily. "Wanqing, she won't let me follow, and I can't help it." "Then you won't follow secretly." I had a bit of a cold, so I ran to the hospital for an injection." Alas, what can be done now?" The old man was anxious. "Dad, don't worry, what did the bandit say on the phone?" Shen Feng asked positively. "It is said that it is to raise 10 million as soon as possible, wait for the notice in an hour, and let a person pay the ransom." The old man replied. Shen Feng was shocked for a moment, and then asked, "Dad, you can raise this amount of money in an hour, right? I just sold a few antiques yesterday, traded them with cash, didn't have time to save them, almost 10 million. The old man is humane. Interesting. Shen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued, "Since it is to seek wealth, then Wanqing should not be in any danger for the time being. You hurry up and come to my side, I will prepare the money, you go over to pay the ransom, you must not let Wanqing have trouble. The old man is humane. No ransom, Dad, you can just wait at home, I will bring Wanqing back safely." After a sigh of relief, Shen Feng hung up the phone, his face slightly gloomy. Although Fang Wanqing never gave him a good look, he still regarded Fang Wanqing as his wife in his heart. "It's really tired and crooked, which person on the road dares to tie even my Shira's wife?" Shen Feng sneered, left the balcony, and returned to the room to get dressed. "Are you leaving?" The woman was mentally prepared, and she was a little shocked after watching Shen Feng's actions. "I have urgent matters to deal with, and I will continue our fate next time I have the opportunity," Shen Feng said. "I may not be happy next time." The woman was very upset and felt that she had been played. "No, you'll be happy to do so." Shen Feng smiled badly, very confident. Although he does not look handsome, he has a very good figure, and the muscle lines of his whole body are very beautiful, full of manly charm. The woman was seen through her mind and did not argue, but asked with some curiosity, "Why do you have so many scars on your body? What exactly do you do abroad?" Next time I'm in a good mood, I'll consider telling you. Also, borrow the car for me to use." Shen Feng showed a bad smile, took his coat and walked out of the room, and came to the place where the Porsche was parked. After getting to the car, he took out his mobile phone, and Shen Feng dialed a number to go out. "Lord Shira, you are not busy with business at this point in time, you actually have time to find me. Or do you say that after returning to Huasha, you are not popular with women?" The man on the other end of the phone quipped in broken Chinese. "Charles, remember that last time I asked you to edit a location mobile phone virus? I now need the location of the phone, you share the location information with me." Shen Feng had no joking mind, and his tone was serious. Right away, the person on the other end of the phone heard that Shen Feng's tone was a little wrong, and he was also serious and quickly operated it on the computer. About 30 seconds later, Shen Feng received a link. After clicking on the link, the location tracking interface appears on the mobile phone screen. There is a red dot on the tracking interface that is moving towards the suburbs. After fixing the mobile phone with the mobile phone holder in the car, Shen Feng immediately started the car. The Porsche engine roared a few times and flew out like an off-string arrow. Night. A van with a slightly collapsed nose followed a road with little traffic heading towards the suburbs. 3 kilometers down this road, there is an abandoned factory, and we are set to trade there, and if something happens, we ride a motocross into the mountains, and no one else can catch up if they want to. The strong woman in the van said. It's still your wife, you think thoughtfully. The skinny man driving echoed. The two were chatting. A Rolls-Royce from the rear drove up and accelerated to the front of the van. The skinny man driving didn't take it seriously. The target has been tied hands and feet, and his mouth has been sealed, making it impossible to call at all. But after traveling for a while, the Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped. The van driver was startled, hurriedly applied the brakes, and stopped half a meter from the Rolls-Royce. Nima, how do you drive, don't you have eyes? The skinny man driving the van stuck his head out the window and scolded. Don't make too many troubles. The strong woman reminded to stop the thin man from cursing. This section of road is narrow and can only be used by 2 vehicles in parallel. Rolls-Royce is now in the middle of the road, and the van can't pass at all. Wait a moment. That Rolls-Royce did not move for half a day. The person in the car in front of you won't suddenly fall ill, right? The thin man asked the strong woman. You go down and take a look. The strong woman commanded. The thin man nodded, stepped out of the van, and walked around the front of the Rolls-Royce to check it out. But after a few minutes, they didn't come back. The strong woman was shocked for a while, pinched a sharp weapon, and carefully walked towards the Rolls-Royce. Soon I saw the thin man bleeding from his head and fainting on the ground in front of the Rolls-Royce, next to a stone the size of 2 fists with blood stains. The strong woman secretly shouted that it was not good, but without waiting for a reaction. There was a pain in the vulnerable place, but someone prodded a sneak attack on the point. After all, she is not a man, +5 big and 3 thick, more resistant to beating, although it hurts, but she fell directly to the ground. Instead, he turned back with a sharp weapon in his hand and prepared to fight back. But as soon as he turned around, a handful of mud was scattered in front of him, and he was temporarily blinded. The strong woman was in a hurry, holding a sharp weapon and attacking the air indiscriminately. A large rock was thrown and hit her head. The strong woman was hit and fainted directly to the ground. Wang Zhenxing, who saw the strong woman fainting to the ground, patted the injured dust. Taking out the rope pulling the cart from the trunk, Wang Zhenxing tied up the 2 bandits and then walked towards the van. The back seat of the van. Fang Wanqing was restrained, unable to speak or move. Taking off the gauze on Wanqing's eyes, as well as the tape on his mouth and hands, Wang Zhenxing said with gentle relief. Beauty, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. That what about the 2 people? Fang Wanqing glanced at it, but did not see the thin man and the strong woman. They were tied up by me, and you are safe now. Wang Zhenxing explained simply, and then took out his mobile phone and dialed Shen Yu's number. Shen Chaoto, I saw someone kidnapping on the road, the 2 bandits have been controlled, you send someone over. Send me the location, I'll come right away, Shen Yu hurriedly replied. Fang Wanqing saw that the crisis was lifted, and she breathed a long sigh of relief, and her eyes couldn't help but look at the lifesaver in front of her. The heroine Fang Wanqing has a favorability of +45 to the host, and the current total favorability is 45 close. The host cuts off the protagonist Shen Feng, saves the heroine Fang Wanqing, and obtains a counterattack point of 600. Shen Feng's luck value is -60, and the host's luck value is +60. Why do I think you are a little familiar? Are you the famous philanthropic entrepreneur Wang Zhenxing? After Fang Wanqing stared at Wang Zhenxing for a while, she vaguely recalled something. I'm too shameful to be famous, but I did do some philanthropy. Wang Zhenxing said. It's nice to meet you, my name is Fang Wanqing, and I am the president of Fenghua Cosmetics Company. Fang Wanqing stretched out her hand in a friendly manner. Wang Zhenxing smiled back, reached out and shook her gently, and continued. The space in this car is too small. Let's get off the car and wait. I have already reported to the official, just wait for the head catcher of the official office to come over. Saying that, Wang Zhenxing went down first. Fang Wanqing also walked down afterwards, but when her right foot just landed, she felt a little painful, and suddenly stumbled. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his arm and gave her support. Thank you. After Fang Wanqing stood firm, she thanked her in a low voice. You seem to have an injured foot. Wang Zhenxing saw that Fang Wanqing's ankles were a little red. When I was taken into the car by that woman with a tiger's back and a bear's waist just now, I accidentally twisted my foot. Fang Wanqing frowned and explained, holding the van in her hand to stand firm. If you don't mind, I can help you see. Wang Zhenxing said. Do you know how to heal? Fang Wanqing was a little surprised. Understand. That then you can help me see. Fang Wanqing wanted to find a place to sit down so that Wang Zhenxing could check it out, but the place on the edge of the van looked a little dirty. Go to my car, I'm clean. Wang Zhenxing said. Well. Fang Wanqing nodded, limping forward slowly, and with each move, there was a burst of pain in the red and swollen ankles, so that fine cold sweat broke out on her smooth forehead. The more you move around, the heavier it may be. I can carry you over, of course if you mind, when I didn't say. Wang Zhenxing spoke. Fang Wanqing has long heard of Wang Zhenxing's reputation, and the diamond old Wang Wu, who rejected so many excellent female suitors, is definitely not a rogue. That's bothering you, Fang Wanqing said. Wang Zhenxing got a response, and walked towards Rolls-Royce with Fang Wanqing in the posture of a princess. Fang Wanqing looked up and saw a handsome side face without blemishes. Before you know it, you will be next to the Rolls-Royce. Placing Fang Wanqing on the edge seat, Wang Zhenxing rubbed her hands hot, secretly using true qi to melt the blood on her ankles. Fang Wanqing gritted her teeth, closed her eyes slightly, and clenched her fists. It's not because of ankle pain, but because of some strange feelings. Ever since she was sensible, she never let anyone touch her feet. Today is really because of the special circumstances. However, looking at Wang Zhenxing's serious face during treatment, she did not have a little disgust, and her heart rippled slightly. The heroine Fang Wanqing has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot and gets 500 counterattack points. Okay, you walk around and see if your feet still hurt. Wang Zhenxing withdrew his hand, stood up and said to Fang Wanqing. Interrupted by this sound, Fang Wanqing took a deep breath and fixed her mind, then slowly stepped down from the seat, put her feet tentatively on the ground, and walked slightly. I actually moved freely, and I didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. It's amazing, you don't need to apply medicine. What is the principle of this? Fang Wanqing asked with a smile. Wang Zhenxing opened his mouth, and before he could reply, he suddenly saw a bright light in the distance. But it was Shen Yu who led the team to arrive. Wang Zhenxing and Shen Yu explained the process of outwitting the bandits. Shen Yu praised after hearing this, but he was afraid of Wang Zhenxing. Mr. Wang, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, call me directly. Don't act rashly, you are a noble person. If you are hurt, it will not be good. Shen Yu's tone was concerned. When Shen Yu's colleagues heard this tone, they all looked at her with strange eyes. The famous female Tyrannosaurus in this team can actually speak so gently. Isn't I okay? Wang Zhenxing smiled. Otherwise, I will teach you the skills of grappling when you have time, let you practice self-defense. You just need to study hard for a while, and deal with 2 or 3 people with your bare hands. Shen Yu said. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment before saying, let's talk about it when you have a chance. Fang Wanqing came over. Mr. Wang, is it convenient to tell me your contact information? Shen Yu glanced at her strangely. Fang Wanqing didn't look at Shen Yu's expression, tried her best to control her weak expression, and calmly explained to Wang Zhenxing. You risked saving me, but not 1 or 2 thank you can be rewarded. I want to invite you to have a meal together when you have time. And if you can, I also want to ask you about the way to run a company. Of course, give me your phone. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand. Fang Wanqing unlocked the phone and handed it to Wang Zhenxing. When taking over the mobile phone, when the fingertips of the two touched, Fang Wanqing's hand trembled obviously. Shen Yu is good at observing others because of the nature of his work. Fang Wanqing's subtle movements were somewhat unusual. It's just that this matter has little to do with her. Although he regards Wang Zhenxing as a good friend, he is not enough to manage people's emotional affairs. Wang Zhenxing took Fang Wanqing's mobile phone, and when he was about to dial his number, he quickly flipped through the call record and found a number with the remark Shen Feng. Shen Feng and Fang Wanqing seem to have met. Are they friends? Or is it something else? Wang Zhenxing was suspicious in his heart, and then dialed out, and when he heard his mobile phone ringing, he quickly hung up and returned the mobile phone to Fang Wanqing. Fang Wanqing took the mobile phone and noted Wang Zhenxing's number. At this time, there was a sudden roar of cars in the distance. A Porsche came quickly and came to a sharp stop. The Porsche door opened, Shen Feng rushed out of the car, His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and then ran to Fang Wanqing. Wanqing, you're not hurt, are you? Shen Feng asked with concern. Aren't you busy with things? How could it suddenly appear here? Fang Wanqing sneered slightly. That woman is just an ordinary friend of mine, you misunderstood. Shen Feng knew that she was referring to something she met by chance on the street. You don't need to explain it to me, it's none of my business anyway. Fang Wanqing's pretty face was indifferent. Shen Feng understood that it would take a long time to get along well with Fang Wanqing, and he was not in a hurry. Anyway, Fang Wanqing is already his wife, and he can't run away. With a slight shift in his gaze, Shen Feng looked at Wang Zhenxing, who was standing beside Fang Wanqing, and an inexplicable sense of disgust suddenly rose in his heart. Raising his wrist and looking at the time on the gold watch, Wang Zhenxing said to the other party Wanqing, "It's late, you go back and rest well, we will call when you have time." When looking at Wang Zhenxing, Fang Wanqing suddenly put away the indifference on her face, nodded her head and said gently, "Okay, call us." "What are you?" Shen Feng frowned and asked Wang Zhenxing. "I was in danger and he saved me," Fang Wanqing explained. So Shen Feng suddenly felt even more unhappy in his heart. If there were no such people as many things, then it would definitely be him who saved Fang Wanqing. If this is the case, the cold and estranged relationship between the two can definitely be greatly alleviated. Thank you for saving Wanqing. Although he was unhappy in his heart, Shen Feng was not good at showing it. What is your relationship with her? Wang Zhenxing felt that the two did not seem to be friends, so he asked. It's a friend, Fang Wanqing replied quickly, and glared at Shen Feng as a warning. On other occasions, Shen Feng would follow Fang Wanqing's meaning, but this moment was an exception. Wanqing is my wife. Shen Feng corrected Fang Wanqing's words, and looked at Wang Zhenxing with great might. Fang Wanqing saw that Shen Feng ignored her warning, and immediately had the mind to beat people, but what she was more concerned about at the moment was Wang Zhenxing's reaction. Your husband and wife. Wang Zhenxing showed some smiles, his eyes shining a little. Fang Wanqing froze. She also thought that Wang Zhenxing would be angry because she had deceived herself, or because she knew that she was married, and immediately distanced herself from herself. Maybe he didn't think that way about me at all, whether I was married or not, it didn't matter to him. How could there be disappointment if he didn't have hope? Fang Wanqing thought so in her heart. Yes, she is my wife. As a man, Shen Feng naturally knew men very well, and saw that Wang Zhenxing was smiling a little unusually, so he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, so he swore an oath again. I really envy you for having such a beautiful wife. Wang Zhenxing was obviously talking to Shen Feng, but his eyes were looking at Fang Wanqing. Shen Feng's brows wrinkled into Sichuan characters, but thinking that the other party was Fang Wanqing's benefactor, it was not easy to be angry, so he pretended to stretch out his hand and said in favor. Thank you for saving my wife, I will invite you to dinner when I have time. Wang Zhenxing looked at Shen Feng's calloused hand, paused, and then slowly stretched out his hand. Shen Feng held Wang Zhenxing's hand, and then the palm emitted 3% force. His strength can twist steel bars into twists, even if it is a 3% force, it is very terrifying. Ooh! A miserable howl suddenly sounded, but it was Shen Feng who lost his voice in severe pain and fell to the ground with his strength. Although I saved your wife, you don't have to give such a big gift, right? Wang Zhenxing looked at Shen Feng with a surprised look and slowly withdrew his hand. Shen Feng sweated coldly, but he didn't dare to speak up, silently received his red and trembling palm behind him, stood up and said. No wonder you can save my wife from the hands of bandits, you really have some skills. Although the tone sounded smooth, it was obviously unconvinced. In Shen Feng's opinion, it was he who carelessly only used 3 points of force just now, and Wang Zhenxing suddenly exerted all his strength and caught him off guard, which caused him to be embarrassed. If it comes again, it will definitely be Wang Zhenxing who kneels to the ground in pain. Looking at Shen Feng's expression, Wang Zhenxing just smiled. Your car is still left where it was touched before, do you want me to drive you to pick it up? Wang Zhenxing turned his head and said to Fang Wanqing. Don't bother you, I'll just drive my wife over. Shen Feng quickly answered. Your car seems to have been detained, are you sure you can send it? Wang Zhenxing pointed not far away, and reminded with some playfulness. Shen Feng was stunned, and when he turned his head, he noticed that several headhunters locked the Porsche. Shen Yu also walked towards this side, scolding and pointing at Shen Feng and saying. Wang begged, I almost didn't recognize it was you. At the moment, it is night, and there are no street lights around, all by car lights. Shen Yu didn't notice Shen Feng's appearance at first, but he still saw the Porsche that Shen drove from and recognized the license plate number, which found Shen Feng. Beauty, don't get excited, I left in an emergency. Shen Feng explained with a sneering smile. Handcuff him and bring him back. Shen Yu ignored Shen Feng's explanation and commanded a subordinate. A catcher came over and handcuffed Shen Feng. In the process, Shen Feng was quite cooperative, and did not run away this time, because he knew that it was useless to run away. Wife, I'm driving fast on the road, find a lawyer to catch me. Shen Feng asked for help. Take care of your own business. Fang Wanqing snorted coldly. Shen Feng went to fool around with a woman driving a Porsche, violated traffic laws on the way, and wanted her to go to get people. How is this possible? Wanqing, I'm so old too. Shen Feng said. Don't be so close, we don't know each other at all, you better let the woman who drives the Porsche catch you, she is more familiar with you. Fang Wanqing wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to draw a line with Shen Feng, and after speaking, her heart was crossed, and she turned to Wang Zhenxing and said. I'd better find someone to tow the trailer tomorrow, can you send me home? Of course, where is your home? Wang Zhenxing asked. Over there on Daxing Road in Zhejiang District. It's a bit far from where I live, it's too late now. Okay then, I won't bother you to send me. I didn't say no, I just wanted to say if I could stay at your house for one night, so as not to waste time running back and forth, and I would get up early tomorrow to go to work. Overnight, Fang Wanqing was stunned for a moment. She bought a house outside the home to facilitate work, and did not live with her parents, she lived alone. A few meters away, Shen Feng's breathing was slightly urgent. He was not worried that Fang Wanqing would agree to such a thing. Although he has not known Fang Wanqing for a long time, he knows that Fang Wanqing is a traditional woman who pays great attention to reputation. The reason why Shen Feng's mood fluctuated was that Wang Zhenxing actually dared to go to Fang Wanqing's house in front of him to spend the night. Shira's wife is also something that other men can make up their minds. This man already has a way to die. There was a flash of killing intent under Shen Feng's eyes. Inconvenient, isn't it? Forgive me, then I'll send you back and find a hotel nearby to stay in. Wang Zhenxing saw that Fang Wanqing was silent for a long time, so he changed his words. Don't bother so much, you live in my house. After a slight hesitation, Fang Wanqing raised her voice and replied. As the words entered his ears, Shen Feng's eyes gradually widened, like a copper bell. The host caused the protagonist Shen Feng's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 200 counterattack points. Shen Feng stared at Wang Zhenxing a few times with cold eyes, and the other party Wanqing persuaded and said. Wanqing, even if you are angry with me, there is no need to anger me with other men, otherwise it is you who suffers. I don't need you to take care of my affairs, and you can't manage them. Fang Wanqing hummed. I'm your husband, why can't I care about your affairs, you go back with me. Shen Feng had a tough attitude and walked towards Fang Wanqing, trying to take her away. But immediately behind him came Shen Yu's warning voice, you kind of run and try. I'm leaving, and no one can stop me. Shen Feng turned to look at Shen Yu, his tone full of confidence. You go down and try it, see if I can stop it. Shen Yu silently took out his weapon, and he was also full of confidence. Shen Feng was stunned for a moment. But it's just dangerous driving, do you need it? Don't think I don't know the rules, believe it or not, I can sue you. Shen Feng didn't take it seriously. Whatever, but anyway, you don't want to run today. Shen Yu opened the weapon insurance. Shen Feng frowned. Originally, he didn't believe that Shen Yu dared to come true, but after seeing Shen Yu's move to open the insurance, his heart suddenly beat a little. Shen Yu looks a bit of a tiger, maybe he really dare. Me and her are within 7 steps, if I really do it, I will definitely be fast, but there is no need. Shen Feng thought for a while, and gave up the idea of doing it. Originally, it was just dangerous driving, but once he started with Shen Yu, the nature was completely different. The other side. Wang Zhenxing had already started the car and left with Fang Wanqing. Shen Feng watched, but helpless. On the way to Fang Wanqing's house. Your relationship with your husband doesn't seem to be very good, I live in your house, it won't bother you, right? In the car, Wang Zhenxing played a soothing pure music and chatted with Fang Wanqing. He and I are just licensed, just a nominal husband and wife, there is no substantive relationship, originally each other, will not cause me trouble. I even want to take this opportunity to end this farcical marriage with him, but I am afraid of affecting your reputation. Fang Wanqing said with some concern. What is Shen Feng's origin? I see that he is flowing in anger, how can you marry him? Wang Zhenxing asked. I don't know the specifics, but I know that he went to work abroad after being discharged from the army, and only returned a few months ago. My dad and his dad met, and they made a contract to marry their children. I was very resistant to this marriage contract, but my father lied to me that he had a terminal illness and said that he wanted to see me get married before he died, and I agreed at that time, and only later learned that the checklist was forged. Speaking of this, Fang Wanqing breathed, and her breathing was obviously faster. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing can basically determine that Shen Feng is the protagonist of Bing Wanglu. King Bing was tired of the life of fighting and killing abroad, and then returned to China and married the wife of the president who had a marriage contract. This routine Wang Zhenxing is simply too familiar. It's all free love all these years, how can there be such a thing? Your father is also true, using your filial piety to deceive you and destroy your right to freely choose marriage. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing said with some indignation, feeling sorry for Fang Wanqing between words. Hearing that she was recognized, Fang Wanqing felt even more aggrieved, and couldn't help but sob a few times. Wang Zhenxing picked up a few tissues in the car and handed them to Fang Wanqing. You don't need to care too much about my reputation. If you want to use this matter to end the marriage farce with Shen Feng, then just do it, I fully cooperate with you. After a while, Wang Zhenxing said. We just met today, you not only saved me, but also sacrificed your reputation to help me, I really don't know how to thank you. Fang Wanqing said softly. Friends don't care how long they have known each other, but whether they are in love and whether they can talk. I feel that you are a very good person, so help you. Wang Zhenxing said. Fang Wanqing listened and felt quite reasonable, although she had only known Wang Zhenxing for a short time. She felt that she could talk to him very well, and she was very willing to get close to him and talk to him. This may be the legendary fate. Thinking of this, Fang Wanqing's always cold face couldn't help but show a little blush. Came to Fang Wanqing's house. The first room on the left-hand side in front is the guest room. The blankets and sheets in it are new, the cups and towels in the bathroom are not opened. You can use them with confidence, and what else you need, you can find me, I live in that room over there. Fang Wanqing took Wang Zhenxing up to the second floor and reached out to point to him. Wang Zhenxing has a reputation as a great benevolent person, plus today he is desperate to save people regardless of danger. Fang Wanqing did not feel afraid when she lived in a house with him, but worried that she would not be well entertained and snub the guests. Then I'll go to the room. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Well, good night. Fang Wanqing smiled. Back in the room, Wang Zhenxing dialed a phone out. Hey husband, what about you? Zhou Ningbran came out of the shower in the new room and just received a call from Wang Zhenxing. At the meeting in the commercial street, Zhou Ningbran waited for a while, and then received a call from Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing said at the time that he told her not to wait to go home first, and come to her later. I met a woman on the road who was kidnapped, and it was delayed for too long to rescue people. This will still send people back, a little tired, just come to your side. Wang Zhenxing explained simply. Hearing that Wang Zhenxing saw righteous and brave deeds, Fang Wanqing suddenly worshipped, and then asked nervously, You are not injured, right? I'm okay, don't worry. That's good, good night husband, rest well. Good night wife. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhenxing came to the window and looked in one direction. In fact, this is not far from Zhou Ningbran's new house, and it is only a 10-minute drive away, so you can rush over. However, Wang Zhenxing guessed that something was happening here tonight and did not want to leave here. Shen Feng was arrested, but he definitely didn't worry that a man living under the same roof with Fang Wanqing would definitely do something. In another room in the same house. After Fang Wanqing took a bath, she lay down to rest, but she always recalled some things that happened today in her mind, and she couldn't sleep over and over. Buzzing. Fang Wanqing's mobile phone sounded an information prompt. It was sent by Zhou Ningbran, asking if Fang Wanqing was asleep. Fang Wanqing happened to lose sleep, so she replied to the message, No, what's wrong? Zhou Ningbran, my husband can't sleep at home, I came to find you. Fang Wanqing, it's really shameless, my husband can't sleep when he's not at home, Zhou. Ningbran, you wait, I'll come to you right away. She has practiced self-defense techniques, and her strength is greater than Fang Wanqing. Hey, don't come, I want to rest, I have to go to work tomorrow morning. Fang Wanqing was anxious, and quickly edited the message and sent it out. But when he received Zhou Ningbran's news again, it was already 20 minutes later. I'm at your door, open the door. Seeing the news, Fang Wanqing was slightly depressed. Fang Wanqing came to the hall lightly and checked the monitoring outside the door, making sure that it was really Zhou Ning, and then opened the door. Shish, be quiet, follow me to the room. Fang Wanqing closed the door gently and said to Zhou Ningbran in a low voice. This is your home, how is it like being a thief? Zhou Ningbran was a little strange. I have a relative who is also staying at my house today, don't disturb people to rest. Fang Wanqing didn't want to be seen by her in a different light, so she lied. Your relatives, men and women. On the way to the room with Fang Wanqing, Zhou Ningbran asked. Female, female. Fang Wanqing repeated, leading Zhou Ningbran to the room. Night. In a garden house. Wanqing has already reported to me that you are safe, son-in-law, you are really powerful, and it will be solved as soon as you come out. After receiving Shen Feng's call, Fang Hongwen praised without hesitation. Wanqing hasn't told you yet, has she? She was not saved by me, but by a man passing by. After Shen Feng explained simply, he asked, Dad, aren't you busy now? Fang Hongwen stood at the door answering the phone, and after hearing Shen Feng's words, he was stunned for a moment, and looked back at his wife. Is there something going on? Fang Hongwen asked. I'm in a little trouble and I've been caught in the official office, said Shen Feng. What did you do? Dangerous driving. I'll find a lawyer to come and get you, don't talk nonsense yourself, keep silent, and wait for me to come. Fang Hongwen instructed. I understand, but Dad, you don't have to worry about my side, go to Wanqing's place first. Shen Feng said urgently. Is Wanqing injured? I didn't listen to her. Fang Hongwen said nervously. It's not an injury, he took the man who saved her home to anger me. Shen Feng sued. Son-in-law, you are laughing, although Wanqing has a cold personality, she is definitely a woman with a duty, how can she do such a thing? Fang Hongwen was a little unconvinced. Dad, how can I lie to you about this kind of thing? You hurry up and take a look, it may be too late to be late, Shen Feng urged. I'll go right away. Fang Hongwen hung up the phone with a slightly solemn expression, and then said to his wife Li Lan. The son-in-law said that Wanqing brought a man home, and I will go there to take a look. Li Lan is in her 40s, and there are some faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but she was born with a good foundation, and she still looks very charming. Fang Wanqing was born so beautiful because she inherited Li Lan's excellent genes. Is it really the son-in-law looking for you, not someone else? Li Lan said with some doubt. Fang Hongwen once had a history of first love at a night party, and Li Lan would not believe his words. However, Li Lan is more tolerant, as long as Fang Hongwen is not too excessive, and can fulfill her basic obligations as a husband, she cannot be pursued. It's really my son-in-law looking for me, I don't believe you, look at the call records. Fang Hongwen opened his mobile phone and gave Li Lan a look. Li Lan glanced at it a few times before he believed it. Wanqing is my daughter, I don't believe she did such a thing. Li Lan said again. I don't believe it either, but it should be impossible for my son-in-law to entertain me with this kind of thing, whether it is true or not, I will know it when I go. Fang Hongwen said. I'll go with you. Li Landau. It's a little cold at night, wife, you better stay at home, I can go alone. Fang Hongwen cared about Li Lan and didn't want her to toss together. Then I'll wait for you at home and come back early. Fang Hongwen nodded, picked up his coat and went out. The other side. Fang Wanqing and Zhou Ningbran did not have much sleep, turned off the lights and lay down chatting about the sky. I haven't seen Qingye for a while, what has she been doing lately? Fang Wanqing was much busier than Zhou Ningbran. Last time when Zhou Ningbran got married, Fang Wanqing couldn't be there to congratulate because of a business trip. Tang's Jade is expanding her business, busy with the company's affairs, and she is not free to come out to eat together. Zhou Ningbran said. I once saw a photo of her holding hands with a man but not showing her face in a message from her circle of friends, is she a prank or is she really in love? Fang Wanqing asked. In love? Have you seen her boyfriend? I haven't seen her hide her boyfriend from anyone else. Zhou Ning was weak-hearted. It's just that because the light was not turned on, Fang Wanqing couldn't see her expression clearly, so she didn't notice anything abnormal. Next time you have time to eat together, be sure to let Qingye take her boyfriend out and take a look. Fang Wanqing said. She's been busy lately, so let's talk about it when I have a chance. Zhou Ningran didn't want to tell Fang Wanqing about this for the time being. After all, this fact is a bit outrageous, and saying it may make Fang Wanqing laugh. Tang Qingye's side is actually okay, Zhou Ningran himself has a nominal constraint. If she said this, it might make Fang Wanqing think that she was a bad woman, and then alienate her. Zhou Ningran and Fang Wanqing have known each other for a long time, and their relationship has always been good, and they don't want to lose Fang Wanqing, a good friend. I really envy you, Qingye found a satisfactory boyfriend, and you married someone who has been in love for many years. Fang Wanqing sighed that she was a little miserable. Why are strong women sentimental? You are not invincible, you want to make a career. Zhou Ningran listened to her tone a little strange, and asked suspiciously. How sentimental, just suddenly sighed. Fang Wanqing denied it. Che, I didn't just meet you, let's be honest, did you encounter something special? Or is it someone special? Zhou Ningran gossiped. Nope, I'm still thinking of helping you come up with ideas, since you don't want to say it, forget it. Fang Wanqing hesitated for a while, and then said, actually, I met someone who thought it was good. Zhou Ningran asked. I didn't like people, I just thought he was good. Fang Wanqing said seriously. Lie, your heart beats so fast. Zhou Ningran took a lie detector on the spot and directly exposed her. You rascal. Fang Wanqing took her hand away. I really didn't expect that the iceberg would melt one day. Zhou Ningran sighed. I didn't expect anything, I just wanted to be friends with him, after all, you know my situation. Fang Wanqing's tone was tinged with some inferiority. It seems that his conditions are very good, actually let you have this idea, but you only have a nominal marriage contract. It's nothing, when you really get to that step, he will only feel surprised, and will definitely not look down on you. Zhou Ningran analyzed. Married women are just different, and they are not ashamed to speak at all. Fang Wanqing was stunned for a while before she understood what she meant. After complaining, she said again, do you really think I am hopeful? Why not, is it better to be confident? With your appearance and figure, there are a few men who are not moved. Zhou Ningran responded to Fang Wanqing's words. I have already thought about divorcing Shen Feng, and tomorrow I will prepare the divorce agreement. Fang Wanqing said. Your marriage is originally a farce, it's time to end, be brave to pursue your own happiness, don't always wait for men to take the initiative. Zhou Ningran sighed about his experience, so he gave encouragement to his good friend, not wanting Fang Wanqing to take a detour. Zhou Ningran was stunned at that time, waiting for someone to take the initiative, so there was an additional nominal constraint. Even if I still feel happy now, I always feel a little regretful. I remember that it was obviously Lu Xiaofan who pursued you cheekily. Fang Wanqing heard some of the breadth of the story from her words. Now I'm talking about your problem, not about me. Zhou Ningran wanted to divert her attention. Is there any problem between you and Lu Xiaofan? Fang Wanqing asked unrelentingly. There is a difficult scripture in the family, and this is a long story. Zhou Ning was embarrassed. Then make a long story short. I'm thirsty, go pour a glass of water. Zhou Ningran hesitated whether to tell Fang Wanqing, turned on the bedside lamp, got up and walked out of the room to pour water outside. Do you want to tell her? Zhou Ningran thought while walking towards the hall. As I passed the hallway, a door suddenly opened. Out of it came a man. Husband, why are you here? Zhou Ning was stunned and said subconsciously. I also want to ask why you are here. Wang Zhenxing smiled. He had actually heard the movement a long time ago, and looked through the perspective to know Zhou Ningran's arrival. He even knew the content of Zhou Ningran's chat with Fang Wanqing. And the reason why he bumped into her while Zhou Ning was pouring water was completely intentional. Because Wang Zhenxing knew that tonight would not be calm, and it was inevitable to meet Zhou Ningran, it was better to meet her in advance, lest Zhou Ningran be caught off guard at that time. The woman you said saved on the road is my friend Fang Wanqing. Zhou Ningran remembered the previous call with Wang Zhenxing, and only then reacted. Wang Zhenxing nodded. It's really a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be friends. You didn't hurt anything, did you? Zhou Ningran looked up and down and asked with concern. I told you on the phone, can I still deceive? Wang Zhenxing shook his head. That's good. The two chatted quietly in the corridor for a while. I don't dare to talk to Wanqing about our affairs, we pretend not to be familiar with it. Zhou Ningran said. Understood. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Zhou Ningran finished pouring water and returned to Fang Wanqing's room. The two were ready to continue making small talk. But at this time, Fang Wanqing's mobile phone rang. It was Fang Hongwen who called. Fang Wanqing hesitated whether to take it. At this late hour, my father called, there must be something special. Fang Wanqing guessed that this was mostly because of Shen Feng's complaint. However, escape is not the way. Isn't it because he wants to end the marriage farce with Shen Feng? Taking a slight deep breath, Fang Wanqing answered the phone. I heard Shen Feng say, you brought a strange man home, is there such a thing? Fang Hongwen asked on the phone. Yes, there is such a thing. Fang Wanqing flinched for a moment, and then plucked up the courage to reply. You and Shen Feng are married, how can you do such a thing? If it gets out, where do you let my old face go? Fang Hongwen said breathlessly. Dad, when you went to find the deceased without your mother, why didn't you care about face? Fang Wanqing shot back. Fang Hongwen froze for a moment after hearing this, and then the old face blushed and explained, my situation is different, and you don't understand after telling you. After being confused for a while, he continued, I know that Wanqing, you can't do that kind of outrageous thing, you just want to scare Shen Feng, you quickly let that man leave where you live. My marriage with Shen Feng was originally a farce, neither me nor him took this marriage seriously, he can linger in bars and nights all day, why can't I take people home? Fang Wanqing said coldly. Shen Feng's emotional experience is more, but before he and you received the certificate, he promised me that as long as you fulfill your obligations as a wife, he will absolutely abide by his duty, but you will not let Shen Feng live with you. Fang Hongwen said. He just talked about it, and Dad actually believed it. Then let me ask Dad, do you and your mother promise that after not meeting with the deceased, do you really not meet in private? Fang Wanqing's tone was sharp. Fang Hongwen was stunned, as if he had reacquainted himself with this daughter. Before this, Fang Wanqing would hardly go to bump her parents, now this is a bad study. Fang Hongwen was stunned, and for a while he didn't know how to refute it. Dad, if you don't speak, then you must have acquiesced. Fang Wanqing said again. Don't change the topic, now talk about your business, you quickly drive the man in the house away. Fang Hongwen said. I won't, I'll go to the room and talk to him. Fang Wanqing rebelled and changed her previous attitude of obedience to her parents. You rebel girl, you don't even listen to your father's words, do you? Fang Hongwen said slightly angrily. It's because I listened to your words that I caused this bad situation now, Dad, don't want to kidnap me with filial piety again. Fang Wanqing said. Daughter, I let you marry Shen Feng, then for your own good, do you think I am harming you? Fang Hongwen said bitterly. The Fang family itself has a family business company with a market value of about 3 billion. The old man of the Fang family is currently at the helm of the company, but now he is old, so he wants to hand over the company to a capable junior. The old man of the Fang family has 5 sons and 2 daughters, and the daughter's marriage is not mentioned. Fang Hongwen is one of 5 sons. To put it bluntly, the Fang family is now experiencing a trend of infighting because of the huge distribution of benefits. Fang Hongwen was afraid that his daughter Fang Wanqing would have something to do, and at the same time knew Shen Feng's past, so he insisted that Fang Wanqing and Shen Feng marry and let his daughter be sheltered. Isn't it hurting me? Fang Wanqing does not have her father's far-reaching vision, and at the same time firmly believes that family affection is precious, and she will not think about the aspect of killing relatives. Wanqing, sooner or later, you will understand your father's good intentions. Fang Hongwen sighed, and then said sternly. You now, hurry up and let the man in your house leave. I don't. Fang Wanqing said. Fang Hongwen's voice became cold. This matter is related to the reputation of the Fang family. The old man values face the most, if he knows, he will definitely be furious. You're my daughter, I won't do anything to you, but I won't show mercy to his men for that man. That man saved you, and you don't want anything to happen to him, do you? I'll go to you right now, and if the man hasn't left before I come, I'll have to break a few of his legs. Don't doubt that I can't do it, your dad and I used to be soldiers, you know that. After speaking, Fang Hongwen directly hung up the phone and drove to his daughter's residence. Looking at the mobile phone interface after hanging up the call, Fang Wanqing became worried. Fang Hongwen is a filial son, and he cares about old Master Fang's opinion. In order to protect the reputation of the Fang family, he may really be able to do something radical. However, you should have heard it all just now. I'm sorry I lied to you, the one who lives in my house is not my relative. Seeing Zhou Ningran's strange look, Fang Wanqing explained apologetically. Do you think the guy who is good is the man who lives in your house? Zhou Ningran heard the content of Fang Wanqing's call with Fang Hongwen. Yes. Fang Wanqing nodded shyly. Zhou Ningran heard her admit that her pretty face was full of strange colors, and it was normal to have similar interests as friends, but this was too much investment. Are you mad at me? Fang Wanqing asked. Nope. Zhou Ningran also had something to hide from Fang Wanqing. Of course, it was impossible to be angry. Well, I'll let him leave first, otherwise my dad will come over later, and he can do it. Fang Wanqing said. If you back down on this matter, then it will be even more impossible to untie the marriage in the future. Zhou Ningran knew Wang Zhenxing's ability, and he was not worried at all, but just kindly reminded his girlfriend. I understand this too, but my dad, Fang Wanqing said worriedly. You insist on protecting, your father is afraid of hurting you, he will definitely not take what people do, or take a step back and say, you directly say the official, see if your father is afraid. Zhou Ningran came up with an idea. Fang Wanqing was shocked for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that there was some truth, not to mention, Wang Zhenxing's identity was not simple, but not everyone dared to move. I'll go talk to him and see what he means. Fang Wanqing and Zhou Ningran talked for a while, then straightened their hair in the mirror and walked out of the room. Came to the corridor and walked for a while, stopped outside a room. Fang Wanqing knocked lightly on the door. The door is not closed, come in. Wang Zhenxing's voice came from inside. In the room, Wang Zhenxing was doing push-ups with his bare arms, and the perfect muscle lines of his upper body were like carefully carved works of art, which was very beautiful. Fang Wanqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen a little, staring straight at it, feeling embarrassed after reacting, so she hurriedly turned her head. Although I guessed that Wang Zhenxing's figure was very good, I didn't expect it to be so good. The heroine Fang Wanqing has a favorability rating of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. Is there something going on? Wang Zhenxing asked knowingly. If he hadn't seen Fang Wanqing knocking on the door, he wouldn't have done prone lying. It's like this. Fang Wanqing explained the matter and asked Wang Zhenxing's opinion. No problem. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he directly agreed to come down, put on a top and accompanied Fang Wanqing to the living room to wait. Fang Wanqing made tea over. Your family must be good, what's your father's name? Maybe I do. While waiting, Wang Zhenxing asked. My family is in the furniture business, and my father's name is Fang Hongwen. Fang Wanqing replied. I've never heard of that name. Qingling's surname Fang is in the furniture business, and I only know that there is one named Fang Yiwei. Fang Yi is my grandfather. Oh, Wang Zhenxing smiled. Some time ago, the company's 10th anniversary celebration, Fang Yiwei also watched the ceremony to congratulate him. It turned out that Fang Wanqing was Fang Yiwei's granddaughter, and things were easier to handle. What's your mother's name? Wang Zhenxing asked again. Li Lan. Fang Wanqing has questions and answers. After chatting for a while, Wang Zhenxing even knew the residence of Fang Wanqing's parents. At this time, the doorbell rang. It should be my dad coming. Fang Wanqing tensed up a little, got up and went to open the door. Soon, Fang Hongwen walked into the hall with a calm face and saw a man drinking tea in the hall. Fang Hongwen clenched his fists and walked angrily, and when he saw Wang Zhenxing's face, he was immediately stunned. Wanqing, is he the man you are talking about? Fang Hongwen put away the anger on his face and asked his daughter. Yes, Dad, if you start beating someone, I will report to the official. Fang Wanqing warned. Daughter, you are talking nonsense, what kind of beating people? Fang Hongwen quickly stopped his daughter from continuing, turned his head to look at Wang Zhenxing, and showed some polite smiles. Hello Mr. Wang, thank you so much for saving your daughter, I specially rushed over to thank you. Fang Hongwen said with a smile. Do we know each other? Wang Zhenxing was a little puzzled when he saw his reaction. Some time ago, at your company's anniversary, my father Fang Yi and I were present to watch the ceremony, but there were many people at that time, and you definitely didn't pay attention to me. Fang Hongwen said with a smile. Wang Zhenxing nodded, he was indeed very strange to Fang Hongwen and had no impression. The Fang family's family business has a market value of 3 billion. The Zhenxing Group is now thriving, and after the market value reaches tens of billions, it continues to maintain a rapid upward trend. Not to mention the little Fang Hongwen, even if his old son Fang Yi is only in front of Wang Zhenxing, he must be polite and lower his posture. After Fang Wanqing saw Fang Hongwen's attitude, she was stunned for a while, then reacted and took advantage of the situation and said, "Dad, I want to end the marriage farce with Shen Feng. Wanqing, let's find a suitable time to talk about family affairs, so as not to be seen as a joke." Fang Hongwen said. Fang Wanqing knew that the opportunity was rare. If she really listened to her father's words and found a suitable time to talk, it would definitely be very difficult to talk. Looking at Wang Zhenxing, Fang Wanqing's eyes showed a sense of help. Wang Zhenxing agreed, nodded slightly, and said that he could. "Dad, he's not an outsider, I want to be with him." Fang Wanqing sat next to Wang Zhenxing, and Fang Hongwen said, "What are you crazy about? You just met today." Fang Hongwen frowned. "I'm not crazy, I'm serious." Fang Wanqing said, "Do you know what you are talking about? Our Fang family has never been divorced after marriage. Do you want to be angry with your grandfather?" Fang Hongwen took into account his father's thoughts. "Fang Yiwei don't have to worry over there, I can talk to him to ensure that he is calm." Wang Zhenxing spoke. "Mr. Wang, I know that you are cooperating with my daughter in acting. This is our family affair, you don't care if it is not suitable, right?" Fang Hongwen sent a cigarette to Wang Zhenxing, and said with great embarrassment. "Oh, why do you think we're acting?" Wang Zhenxing took the cigarette. Fang Hongwen took out a lighter to help him light it and said, "I don't believe that my daughter will fall in love with a man all of a sudden, nor do I believe that you will fancy a married woman, because on your terms, you can find a single woman who is no worse than my daughter. But have you ever thought that I like married women?" Wang Zhenxing exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile. Through a faint cloud of smoke, Fang Hongwen looked at Wang Zhenxing, a little stunned, and for a moment he couldn't tell if he was joking or serious. Fang Hongwen fell silent, his eyes flickering. If Wang Zhenxing appeared before Shen Feng, then he would not consider Shen Feng at all, and would strongly approve of his daughter being with Wang Zhenxing. With the status of Wang Zhenxing, there is no need to marry Fang Wanqing, even if it is only a relationship of lovers. Those people in the Fang family will definitely not dare to take Fang Wanqing. Fang Wanqing was also drumming in her heart, not understanding whether Wang Zhenxing was telling the truth or falsehood. The scene was quiet for a while. After Wang Zhenxing finished smoking a cigarette, he said to Fang Wanqing, "I have something to tell you, you come with me to the room." "Huh?" Fang Wanqing was a little frightened, and then noticed that Wang Zhenxing blinked, and then suddenly, he quickly nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to the room." Wang Zhenxing took Fang Wanqing to the guest room. Fang Hongwen followed, wanting to hear what they had to say. Wang Zhenxing heard the footsteps behind and gave Fang Wanqing another look. Fang Wanqing thought, turned to Fang Hongwen and said, "Dad, it's late, you better go back to rest, my mother is more timid, and I will be afraid at home alone." When Wang Zhenxing heard this, his heart moved. "No hurry, I'll go back later." Fang Hongwen wanted to watch here. Regardless of whether Wang Zhenxing's words just now were true or false, in Fang Hongwen's view, it was necessary to prevent Wang Zhenxing from having a story with Fang Wanqing. If in the end Fang Wanqing insisted on ending her farcical marriage with Shen Feng and staying with Wang Zhenxing instead, then Fang Hongwen would definitely not object. But now Fang Wanqing has a nominal marriage. After all, the reality of society is such that it is not a shame for men to go out and spend all day drinking, but women will be spurned if they mess around. Fang Hongwen didn't want his daughter to bear this kind of infamy in the future. Wang Zhenxing and Fang Wanqing walked into the room, and the former locked the door. Fang Hongwen could only press his ear against the door, trying to listen to the conversation between the two inside. Fang Wanqing and Wang Zhenxing were in the same room, a little restrained, but they believed in Wang Zhenxing's character, and they were not afraid in their hearts. Wang Zhenxing looked at her somewhat relaxed look, and couldn't help but feel funny, a little wanted her to know that society is sinister. It's just that Wang Zhenxing has a better idea, so he still maintains a gentleman's style on the surface. Anyway, Fang Wanqing is now in love, and it is only a matter of time before it becomes a good thing. Wang Zhenxing is not in a hurry. "You stay in this room to sleep, I'll go to the next room through the balcony to sleep, and I'll come back to your side tomorrow morning. In this way, your father or Shen Feng thinks that we are raw rice and cooked mature rice, then you can easily get rid of this farce marriage." Seeing Fang Hongwen's ear pressed against the door, Wang Zhenxing did not go to talk to Fang Wanqing, but edited the mobile phone message to chat with her. Okay, thank you. Fang Wanqing gently pursed her mouth, replied to the message on her mobile phone, and at the same time sent a message to tell Zhou Ningran in her room to let her sleep alone tonight. After negotiating, Wang Zhenxing went down the balcony to the guest room next door. Fang Hongwen listened closely, did not hear any movement, and did not dare to push the door to disturb, but did not dare to walk away. Because I was worried that once I walked away and went back, something might really happen to the two of them. As an old man, Fang Hongwen knew too well how dangerous it was for a man and a woman to be in the same room. After standing by the door for about 20 minutes, Fang Hongwen's legs were numb, but he still had no intention of leaving. Born in the army, his willpower is still very tenacious. At this time, Fang Hongwen's phone rang. But it was Shen Feng who was in a hurry and called to inquire about the situation. The man took Wanqing into the room to talk, and locked the door, and I would eavesdrop outside the door. Fang Hongwen told truthfully. Dad, why do you let them get along alone? Wanqing is married, do you think this is appropriate? Shen Feng said urgently. This is not appropriate, then you go outside to fool around, have you thought it is inappropriate? Fang Hongwen was a little displeased. I really just went to drink and didn't do anything. Shen Feng said. Didn't you go to the hospital for an injection with a cold? How it became drinking again? Fang Hongwen snorted coldly. Dad, I know it's wrong, never again, you must not let Wanqing and that man have anything, I promise to treat Wanqing well in the future. Shen Feng swore an oath. As a man who often swears, Fang Hongwen knows that this kind of verbal oath bullshit is not, and naturally will not believe it. You and Wanqing go and talk about this, all I can do is stay here tonight and not let Wanqing cross the line. As for whether you and Wanqing will be divided or united after tonight, the two of you will discuss. Fang Hongwen said. Dad, if you want to say that, it won't be interesting. If Mom knows that you were eating in a restaurant with an aunt the day before yesterday, then Shen Feng was yin and yang strange. Fang Hongwen interrupted him and explained in a low voice, we haven't seen each other for a long time, we really just had a meal together. I definitely believe it, but I don't know if my mother believes it or not. Shen Feng said lightly. You count me afraid of you, you don't talk nonsense in front of your mother, what do you need me to say? Fang Hongwen said helplessly. Of course, I hope that Dad and you will try your best to maintain my marriage with Wanqing, a family and a beautiful family. Shen Feng said. I try my best, but this matter is not effective if I stop it now. I feel that Wanqing seems to have some interest in him. A woman whose heart is already in another man, it is almost impossible to recover. Fang Hongwen sighed. The host caused the protagonist Shen Feng's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 200 counterattack points. Shen Feng took a few deep breaths, tried his best to suppress the anger of his internal forces, and said after a long time, Dad, you need to try your best to persuade Wanqing, and leave the rest to me. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. And you're still being held. Fang Hongwen knew his past, and after hearing that there was something wrong with his tone, he immediately guessed his thoughts. Dad, you don't think this kind of place can trap me, do you? Fang Hongwen was silent. Shen Feng continued, think about it in another position, if this kind of thing happens to you Dad, can you endure it? You kid, don't give random examples, I am very affectionate with Wanqing and her mother, and your situation is different. Fang Hongwen complained angrily, and then reminded. That person has an extraordinary identity, and is keen on philanthropy, and has a very good relationship with the government. If something happens and has too much impact, I advise you to put away this bad thought. Don't worry, Dad, I'm measured. Shen Feng said. It better be so. Fang Hongwen breathed a slight sigh of relief. The relationship between this son-in-law is quite good, I just don't know if tomorrow will be so friendly. Wang Zhenxing, who was in the room a few meters away, muttered, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With the improvement of martial arts cultivation, his sense of understanding is getting better and better, and any sound within a few meters cannot escape his ears. Late at night, Shen Feng evaded all surveillance, sneaked out of his place of detention, and then walked to the vicinity of Fang Wanqing's residence. To solve that Wang Zhenxing, it's as simple as pinching an ant to death, but Dad has some truth. If something happens to Wang Zhenxing in Wanqing's house, even if it is accidentally killed, it will have a great impact. And this is my new house with Wanqing, I will definitely live here in the future, if someone dies, it will be too bad. Can't let him die here, and it needs to be an accident. Shen Feng thought to himself. I suddenly remembered that when Wang Zhenxing drove away with Feng Wanqing, he was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Shen Feng immediately had an idea, searched in the parking spaces around Feng Wanqing's downstairs, and successfully found a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a good license plate. That's right. After Shen Feng was sure, he scanned the surroundings to find the location of the monitoring. After successfully finding it, he sneaked into the community security monitoring room, destroyed all monitoring records, and turned off the monitoring. Shen Feng smiled and came back to the side of the Rolls-Royce. But just about to do something to the car, suddenly his neck hurt violently, and he directly fell and fainted. Soon, Shen Feng was thrown into the trunk of Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce started and drove away from the community. A garden house. Li Lan couldn't sleep over and over, waiting for her husband Fang Hongwen to come back. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I finally heard the doorbell ringing. Didn't you have a key? Li Lan was puzzled for a moment, got up and went to open the door. But a man came with a piece of cloth. Li Lan was shocked, his hands danced and struggled for a while, and then a feeling of vertigo hit, and then he completely lost consciousness. As the night passed, a ray of light appeared in the sky. It's about to dawn, my husband wakes up. Zhou Ningran pushed Wang Zhenxing's shoulder. This is not her home, but Feng Wanqing's room. It would be embarrassing to let Feng Wanqing know. Wang Zhenxing opened his eyes, walked to the balcony and secretly returned to the bedroom where Feng Wanqing lived, and then woke up Feng Wanqing in his sleep. Feng Wanqing had some insomnia last night, and she was sleepy an hour ago, so she fell asleep. She is not Wang Zhenxing, she slept for a while, she didn't sleep enough at all, and the whole person was still a little confused. Walking into the bathroom of the bedroom, Feng Wanqing poured cold water on her face, and the whole person was excited, which was a little more energetic. Good morning, did you sleep well last night? Feng Wanqing asked softly. Not bad. Wang Zhenxing nodded, looking very energetic. That's good. Feng Wanqing nodded, then looked in the direction of the door, and whispered, it shouldn't be possible for my dad to guard outside the door all night, right? Who knows? Wang Zhenxing shrugged. So let's go out now. Feng Wanqing asked quietly. Let's go. Wang Zhenxing nodded and went to open the room. I saw Feng Hongwen move a stool and sit in the corridor outside the door. His eyes widened, although his face had an obvious tired look, but he just couldn't sleep. Feng Wanqing was surprised when she saw it. Dad, if you are sleepy, go back and rest quickly. After all, you and Shen Feng have already obtained the certificate, and Dad still hopes that you will get along with him. Feng Hongwen remembered Shen Feng's instructions and persuaded. Dad, you are so satisfied with him, then simply you have been with him. Feng Wanqing hummed. I know that you are prejudiced against Shen Feng and look down on him very much, but in fact, he is really more than enough for you. Don't wait until you really miss it in the future to know that you regret it. Feng Hongwen revealed some information to try to change his daughter's mind. I don't care what identity Shen Feng has, in short, hate is hate, will not change because of what identity he is. I will definitely end this farce marriage with him. Feng Wanqing secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing, and then said resolutely. Shen Feng is now detained, you calm down and think about it, wait for him to come out. Feng Hongwen sighed, and then glanced at Wang Zhenxing before turning and leaving. Wang Zhenxing looked at Feng Hongwen's back, and some inexplicable smiles appeared on his face. I'm going to work too, bye-bye. After saying hello to Feng Wanqing, Wang Zhenxing also left, following Feng Hongwen's car through a distance. A scene directed by yourself, wouldn't it be a pity not to go and see it? Feng Hongwen drove home. Wanqing is really not worrying, I didn't come back last night, Lan Lan definitely didn't sleep well. Feng Hongwen said silently, took out the key to open the door, and then went to the kitchen to start making breakfast. It's still 7 o'clock in the morning. Feng Hongwen wants his wife Li Landuo to sleep, and then call her up when breakfast is ready. In about half an hour, Feng Hongwen made a hearty breakfast. He once fell in love at night, but he was able to get his wife Li Lan's forgiveness, but not for nothing. Feng Hongwen has a good cooking skill, plus his body is relatively strong, although he has entered middle age, but his energy is not much worse than that of a young man. Li Lan loves him more than he does, so the two still get along relatively well. It's almost time to wake my wife up for breakfast. Feng Hongwen left the restaurant. Where am I? Shen Feng gradually regained consciousness and found himself in a somewhat familiar bedroom, and when he turned his head, he could still see the back of a mature woman. Waking up with a woman next to him was really a normal thing for Shen Feng. Shen Feng recalled the events of last night. Last night, he was ready to do something to Wang Zhenxing's car, and then his neck hurt inexplicably. Not good. Shen Feng was shocked, realized that something was wrong, and wanted to get up and leave here, but he was horrified to find that his body was weak, and it was a little difficult to walk. At this time, the woman with her back to her body also slowly turned around. After seeing this woman's face, Shen Feng was so frightened that he almost died all over his life. This woman is none other than her mother-in-law Li Lan. No wonder I always felt that the arrangement of this room was a little familiar just now. Li Lan opened her eyes in confusion and saw that Shen Feng also realized something, and her face gradually overflowed with shock. Listen to me explain. Shen Feng wanted to reach out and cover her mouth to prevent her from yelling. However, when Li Lan saw this gesture of reaching out, she was even more frightened. Ah! Li Lan was out of control and screamed. Fang Hongwen, who had just raised his hand outside the door and was about to knock, was stunned for a moment, and then pushed the door in. Wife, what's wrong with you? Shen Feng, Fang Hongwen asked in a panic, seeing Li Lan covering himself with a quilt, and Shen Feng with a pale face with bare arms. Dad, you don't get excited. Shen Feng snorted. Fang Hongwen is a relatively rational person, but this scene in front of him really can't help but be excited. Rushing in front of Shen Feng, he punched him in the face. Shen Feng's nosebleed splashed and he was knocked over to the ground. Beast, you can do this kind of thing. Fang Hongwen stared at Shen Feng with a blank eye and said bitterly. The host framed the protagonist Shen Feng to affect the direction of the plot, and obtained a counterattack point of 500. The protagonist Shen Feng's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Shen Feng was in pain, and it took a while to slow down. I touched my nose with my hand and dyed my hand red. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't seen his blood, but now he couldn't use his strength. Even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything. Dad, calm down, this matter is absolutely strange. Even if I am bold, I will not do such a crazy thing. Shen Feng said. Fang Hongwen regained some sanity when he heard this. You appeared here, how can you explain it? I sneaked out of the place of detention last night, and then went to the vicinity of Wanqing's residence. I should have been beaten and lost, and when I regained consciousness, I appeared here. Someone must have calculated me and wanted to separate our relationship. Dad, don't be fooled, Shen Feng said. With your skills, there is still a stuffy stick that can beat you. Fang Hongwen looked at him suspiciously. Shen Feng was silent for a while. He also wondered about this, but this kind of thing did happen. I was careless and didn't pay attention to someone behind it. Shen Feng explained. Show me the back of your head and neck. Fang Hongwen said. Shen Feng nodded and turned to look at Fang Hongwen. You don't have any bruises on your neck and the back of your head, you can't have been beaten by a stick, Fang Hongwen said angrily. Shen Feng was stunned, reached out and touched the place where he was beaten last night, and there was indeed no pain at all. Could it be that after being beaten last night, someone treated themselves? But this is simply impossible, so heavy that even after treatment, it will not get better so quickly. Seeing that Fang Hongwen's face gradually surged with anger, Shen Feng quickly turned his brain and quickly asked Li Lan, who was pale. Mom, I'm next to you, how could you not notice it all night? Last night, I heard someone ring the doorbell, thinking that Hongwen came back without a key, so I went to open the door, and a person suddenly covered me with a cloth, and I quickly felt a sense of sleepiness welling up, and I just woke up. Li Lan said after carefully recalling. Mom, do you see what that person looks like? Shen Feng had not done this, and after hearing what Li Lan said, he felt that things had taken a turn, so he asked. Nope. Li Lan shook her head blankly. Surveillance, and surveillance. The surveillance must have filmed. Shen Feng said again. Fang Hongwen also thought of it at the same time, and without waiting for Shen Feng to finish speaking, he opened his mobile phone and went to the cloud to check the monitoring records. After checking for a few minutes, Fang Hongwen found the video of Li Lan being stunned at the door last night. After staring at the surveillance screen a few times, Fang Hongwen's face changed from shock to anger. Monitoring, did you get a picture of the man's appearance? Shen Feng felt a shiver in his heart after seeing the old man's face, and he had a bad premonition. Fang Hongwen didn't speak, but just responded to Shen Feng with a sandbag-sized fist. Shen Feng was punched in the face again, and the nosebleeds that had been hard to stop began to flow out again. See for yourself, what else do you have to explain? After Shen Feng eased up, Fang Hongwen put a video in front of Shen Feng's eyes. Because it was night, the picture was not very clear, but the man's silhouette and figure could be faintly seen. After Li Lan took a look, she immediately cried. After taking a look, Shen Feng hurriedly said, "Dad, this is not me, not me." Fang Hongwen was extremely angry and punched and kicked Shen Feng. When Shen Feng saw Li Lan at the beginning, he praised, saying that Li Lan was too young, and his daughter Fang Wanqing was like a sister. At that time, Fang Hongwen only thought that Shen Feng simply wanted to please his mother-in-law and wanted to maintain a good marriage with Fang Wanqing. Now that I think about it, it's really scary to think about. Shen Feng did not simply boast about this beast, but had thoughts about Li Lan in his heart. The more Fang Hongwen thought about it, the more angry he became, and knocked Shen Feng unconscious. After a short rest, Fang Hongwen called the official office. The family ugliness must not be publicized. Fang Hongwen did not have the face to report Shen Feng's animal behavior, but only reported Shen Feng for escaping from detention without authorization. After a while, Shen Feng woke up. Touching his somewhat deformed face, Shen Feng said angrily, "Dad, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be deceived so easily. If I really did such a thing, would I wait for dawn to be caught by you? Moreover, I know that there is surveillance. How can I let the monitor photograph the silhouette of the figure? Also, I was calculated by someone to be weak, otherwise with my normal skills, do you think you will be my opponent?" Fang Hongwen calmed down a little after he finished his breath, and after hearing Shen Feng's words, he couldn't refute it for a while. Because if you think about it, there are indeed many doubts. 10 minutes later, a catcher came to the door. Fang Hongwen asked Shen Feng to put on his shirt and immediately took him out. "Dad, I will definitely find a way to find out about this, and return my innocence. Wanqing will bother you to take care of it. Don't let him be deceived by other men," Shen Feng ordered, and then was handcuffed and taken away. 100 meters away, Wang Zhenxing looked through the distance and saw Shen Feng leaving in the car of the official mansion. "It's a pity that you can't imitate your facial features, otherwise Shen Feng will definitely not be able to argue." Wang Zhenxing slightly regretted. The transformation technique left by the black-hearted old devil, he would practice it when he had time, and now he could imitate the body shape and facial contours of others by changing bones and muscles. Evening, Fang Wanqing came to her parents' place to eat after work. During the meal, she mentioned that she wanted to divorce Shen Feng. Although she has made up her mind, she still hopes to get the support of her parents, although this possibility is relatively low. But Fang Wanqing still wanted to give it a try. After hearing this, Fang Hongwen and Li Lan unanimously agreed. Seeing the attitude of the two, Fang Wanqing was stunned for a moment, feeling that something special might have happened, but she didn't ask the bottom of it. Shen Feng is still in detention, and when his affairs are settled, you will go through a divorce agreement with him. Fang Hongwen said. "I understand." Fang Wanqing nodded. "As for your grandfather's side, if you can, you'd better let that Wang Zong come forward and say that he promised to admit this yesterday, so he shouldn't regret it, right?" Fang Hongwen was afraid of his father's anger and did not dare to say it himself. "It should know, I'll take him to grandpa then." Fang Wanqing's face showed some blush. Night. A hospital in Qingling. "Doctor, is there any hope of continuation? Money is not a problem." After Chu Chen woke up, with a faint hope, he asked an attending doctor. "What fell from your body was found too late, it has completely lost its activity, and it is impossible to continue it." The attending doctor replied. When Chu Chen heard this, he looked loveless. "Young man, in addition to the things of men and women in life, there are many things worth chasing. Realizing the value of their own life, isn't this a more meaningful thing?" The attending doctor is older, has rich life experience, and has become enlightened. Chu Chen was still very uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't have the idea of looking for death. Although he has lost some important things, he has the Shenhao system, and his future life is still promising. After the attending doctor left, Chu Chen calmed his emotions, and then took out his mobile phone to open the live broadcast of the Shark platform. Qin Yiruo was broadcasting the game again. Without saying a word, Chu Chen immediately brushed a gift for Qin Yiruo. When he heard Qin Yiruo say thank you, his heart was a little beautiful, which made his mood slightly better. Another girl who teamed up with Qin Yiruo, how is her voice a little familiar? Chu Chen watched the live broadcast for a while, and his attention was on a girl who teamed up with Qin Yiruo. That girl was very shy, different from Qin Yiruo's Twitter when playing games, and she was much quieter. In the barrage, someone was asking how much was the live broadcast room with Qin Yiruo to team up to open Miss Hay. An insider replied in the barrage. Chu Chen searched in and looked at it for a while, and finally understood who this young lady with a somewhat familiar voice was. This shy girl is Lin Yumeng, who is in the same class as him. Compared to Qin Yiruo, Chu Chen actually preferred Lin Yumeng. Just because, Chu Chen and Lin Yumeng have studied in the same class for 3 years and have met more often. Before Chu Chen did this, he had not fantasized about some things that were not enough for outsiders at night. Clicking on the gift interface, Chu Chen frantically brushed gifts for Lin Yumeng. Gift banners fluttered throughout the platform. Lin Yumeng's originally relatively deserted live broadcast room quickly poured in a large group of people, and his popularity continued to soar, and his attention was also rising. When a game was over, Chu Chen sent a message in the barrage, and also wanted to join the team. Just now, Qin Yiruo was a 3-team team. In addition to Lin Yumeng, there was also a person named General Manager Wang. It's just that this President Wang did not speak the whole time and kept typing and communicating. Wang is always the second eldest brother of Qin Yiruo and Lin Yumeng. It is very common for game streamers to bring big brothers on the gift list to play black games. Chu Chen, as the eldest brother of Lin Yumeng and Qin Yiruo, thinks that he has this face. When this request was made, Qin Yiruo did not object, and pulled the big brother named Brother Chen into the black team. Chu Chen has been playing this game for several years, his skills are not bad, and he wants to make a show and play C position. In the last game, Mr. Wang played the C position. Qin Yiruo and Lin Yumeng revolve around Mr. Wang, which is simply licking a dog in the game, and everything is given to Mr. Wang. Chu Chen was quite envious, and also wanted to experience the feeling of being assisted by a beautiful woman. In the team, Qin Yiruo spoke the most and occupied the command. Qin Yiruo rejected the proposal of Brother Chen and asked him to play auxiliary and protect the C position of the king. Chu Chen had no choice but to agree. Like Mr. Wang, he was typing the whole time and did not speak. Because Chu Chen was afraid of being recognized by Lin Yumeng. After all, he studied in the same class as Lin Yumeng for 3 years. He could hear Lin Yumeng's voice, and Lin Yumeng could naturally hear his voice. And now on the side of Qingling University, Chu Chen's bad luck has been known to everyone. Of course, Chu Chen did not want to expose his true identity and provoke discrimination from Qin Yiruo and Lin Yumeng. After several games in one night, Chu Chen's game experience was not very good. When the assist is too difficult, always contribute to the team. Wang in the C position is always having fun. Chu Chen was envious. Mr. Wang's game experience is exactly what he dreamed of. Let's stop here today, I'm going to rest on the air. After the last game, Qin Yiruo said in the live broadcast room. It's only 11 o'clock now, it's still early, play a few more games. Chu Chen typed in the live broadcast room. I'm really sleepy, tomorrow. After Qin Yiruo finished speaking, he went down at the speed of light and made a lazy waste on the sofa. On the side, Wang Zhenxing also turned off his mobile phone. Qin Yiruo's eyes secretly glanced at him, got up from the sofa, and walked towards his room. But when she walked to the door of her room, she suddenly paused, turned her head and entered Zhang Yi's room opposite. Anyway, when I get up tomorrow morning, I will definitely be in the same room with Zhang Yi, so it is better to go directly to find Zhang Yi and save trouble. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zhenxing went to the hotel where Shu Yunyan's film shooting crew lived. Ji Feiyao pushed off all recent announcements, occasionally went to Shu Yunyan's set during the day to see the liveliness, and stayed in the hotel room most of the time to write songs. Because Wang Zhenxing has already been completed, the room given to him before has long been returned. After Wang Zhenxing arrived at the hotel, he came to the room of Ji Feiyao and Shu Yunyan. At this moment, Shu Yunyan is ready to go out and take the crew to start work. Are you coming to see me, or to see whom? Shu Yunyan looked at Wang Zhenxing with some sourness. Look at the two of you. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. I'm going to the crew with someone now, and you're going with me too. Shu Yunyan asked. It's not even dawn now, I still want to sleep for a while, I'll go find you later. Wang Zhenxing said. Shu Yunyan sighed after hearing this, looked at Ji Feiyao, who was pretending to sleep, with some envy, and left. Morning. Lin Pingji, played by Yi Junlin, finished filming all the scenes and ushered in the finishing moment. Xiao Yeji performed really well. The contrast before and after the role training the evil sword spectrum is very good. It seems that you have quite a talent for acting. Xu Yunyan praised Yi Junlin. This is all auntie, you taught it well. Yi Junlin cocked his orchid finger and said with a sharp voice. Xu Yunyan was stunned for a moment, and then cried and laughed. This is all over, you speak normally. Some of them are too deep into the drama and can't be changed for a while. Yi Junlin squeezed out some smile to explain, and his voice was extremely feminine. He also wanted to speak normally, and he didn't want to pinch his orchid fingers, but he couldn't control it. Before being fed an unknown powder by the black-hearted old devil, Yi Junlin woke up the next day and found no abnormality. But after the third day, the body gradually developed some conditions. Yi Junlin found that he always subconsciously liked to pinch his orchid fingers, and his voice changed. Xiao Yezi, you have a good rest for a while, adjust yourself. If you are willing to take the path of actor in the future, I can give you more resources. Xu Yunyan didn't know the truth, but thought that Yi Junlin had great potential to be an actor, so he said to him like this. I haven't thought about it yet, let's talk about it when I think about it. Yi Junlin's pretty face squeezed out some smiles. At this time, Wang Zhenxing rushed to the set. Xu Yunyan greeted and chatted with Wang Zhenxing. After chatting for a while, Xu Yunyan was busy. Wang Zhenxing also took his leave and left. After Yi Junlin's scene ended, he also immediately left the crew and came to the villa where Mu Linger lived. Sixth Master, what do you look like? Yi Junlin hadn't seen Mu Linger for a few days, and found that her appearance had changed significantly. What's the fuss? The realm of martial arts has improved Mu Linger's previous appearance of 13 or 14 years old, but now she has grown a lot taller, and she looks more than 16 years old. Hey, what's going on with your voice? Sissy same. After explaining, Mu Linger asked Yi Junlin suspiciously. I was drugged. Yi Junlin said how he was knocked unconscious by the black-hearted old devil and then fed unknown powder. Mu Linger was shocked, took a pulse for Yi Junlin, and judging from your veins, the yin and yang are obviously out of balance, and it is estimated that you were fed with the essence extracted from the female animal, which caused you to become feminine. Yi Junlin nodded. I also think so. Sixth Master, do you have a way to expel for me? To some extent, you are not poisoned, ice silkworms are useless to you, luck cannot be removed, you can only let the body naturally metabolize these things gradually. According to my estimates, the appearance of 2 months should be completely dispersed. Mu Linger said. Although it doesn't affect my practice, I feel really uncomfortable in this way. Yi Junlin subconsciously cocked his orchid finger and said in a feminine voice. I don't think it's anything, you're so good lovely. Mu Linger smiled and pinched an orchid finger as she looked at him. Yi Junlin was speechless for a while. Oops, Xiao Wang, he's okay, right? Mu Linger suddenly realized something and asked nervously. He's okay. Yi Junlin knew that the little king in her mouth meant Wang Zhenxing. Mu Linger breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't understand a little. That black-hearted old demon has attacked me, but he didn't move the king to revitalize. Didn't the seventh master say that the black-hearted old demon hated the king to revitalize and save people, and poisoned him? Yi Junlin wondered. Why, do you really want something to happen to Xiao Wang? Mu Linger's immature face showed some displeasure. Of course not, I just think it's a little weird. Yi Junlin denied. At this moment, the black-hearted old demon should have some concerns now. Don't dare to kill Xiao Wang. Your 7 masters all ran to the old nest of the 10,000 poison sect in the barbaric land of southern Xinjiang. Although it did not hurt people's lives, but almost turned the 10,000 poison sect over, the black-hearted old demon is not in the lair, but presumably he also received the news. Mu Linger said. 7th Master really attaches great importance to Wang Zhenxing. Yi Junlin was a little jealous. However, although the black-hearted old demon has concerns, you still have to be careful. I will follow Xiao Wang to protect him recently. Mu Linger said this, and immediately contacted Wang Zhenxing. This Wang Zhenxing just got off work, and after receiving the call, he said that he would come over in a moment. In recent days, Wang Zhenxing has not lived in this villa. Mu Linger hadn't seen Wang Zhenxing for a few days. After about 20 minutes, Wang Zhenxing drove to the villa, still carrying a large bag of delicious food in his hand. Mu Linger was overjoyed, rummaged a few times in the bag, quickly took out a candy and threw it into her small mouth, and ate it beautifully. How do I think you? Wang Zhenxing also noticed that something was wrong after seeing Mu Linger. Grown up, huh? Mu Linger held her head high and looked at Wang Zhenxing and said. Wang Zhenxing glanced up and down, and nodded thoughtfully, it's grown up a lot. So do you think I looked good before, or do you look good now? Mu Linger asked with some expectation. It's all cute. Wang Zhenxing said perfunctorily. I'm not asking if you're cute, it's whether it's good looking. Mu Linger asked persistently. Does it make a difference? Wang Zhenxing smiled. Of course there is a difference, cuteness is generally used to praise children. Mu Linger said. That's right, but you're not an adult now. Wang Zhenxing reached out and touched her head. It won't be long before I become an adult. Mu Linger said. Then congratulations. Wang Zhenxing's eyes lit up slightly. Do you want to see me as an adult soon? Mu Linger blinked her eyes wide. Yi Junlin listened, and his heart suddenly became shocked. I thought that the sixth master worked hard to practice, could it be that it was actually for Wang Zhenxing? No, this is impossible, Wang Zhenxing deceived my aunt and Jiu Feiyao. Even if the sixth master is a cultivator, how can it be so easy to move the heart? Yi Junlin quickly denied the idea in his heart. But in order to prevent this from happening, Yi Junlin took advantage of Wang Zhenxing's question before he could respond to Mu Linger's question, and suddenly said to Wang Zhenxing. I really envy you. Envy him for what? Mu Linger was a little puzzled. Of course, I envy him for enjoying the blessings of others. Yi Junlin said enviously. Where did the blessing of cheap people come from? Mu Linger asked in surprise. My aunt, and one of my aunt's best friends, are all with him now. Yi Junlin said sadly. Mu Linger frowned, and looked towards Wang Zhenxing with a small face. Yi Junlin sneered, wanting to see how Wang Zhenxing responded. Wang Zhenxing's face was as usual, without the slightest panic. I can enjoy the blessings of cheap people, isn't this also thanks to you? If you hadn't plotted against me, things wouldn't have turned out the way they are. What's going on? Mu Linger listened to the clouds. Wang Zhenxing said what happened that night, and there was some chagrin between his words, as if he regretted the blessing of cheap people. But I have already made a mistake, but I have a helplessness that I cannot but take responsibility. Yi Junlin could be sure that Wang Zhenxing was pretending, but there was no evidence to prove it. Xiao Wang is your seventh master's lifesaver, how can you do such a thing? Mu Linger's little face was full of anger, glaring at Yi Junlin, clenching her small fists. Yi Junlin took 2 steps back in a little panic, and explained in a weak voice. I'm not harming him, I just want to prove to my aunt that he is a womanizer. This is not a big mistake, right? Why don't you count? Your aunt and that big star are now good with him, so what should I do? What's the point of me working hard to cultivate? Mu Linger huffed, and her brain was hot and blurted out these words. Yi Junlin stumbled under his feet after hearing this, and his feminine and pretty face instantly turned white. Sixth master, you must be laughing, right? Yi Junlin didn't want to believe that this was the truth, and asked Mu Linger, expecting her to say that it was a joke just now, not true. Mu Linger knew that she had lost her words, but the words had already been spoken, and she was too lazy to take them back. Xiao Wang, is it possible for you to separate from those 2 women? Mu Linger didn't have the energy to think about Yi Junlin's mistakes now, and she was more concerned about Wang Zhenxing's thoughts. I really can't do the things that have been abandoned all the time. Your heart I am very grateful, but fate is a thing that is destined by God. Maybe we don't have fate, let's always be friends in the future. Wang Zhenxing said with a sigh. Mu Linger's little face was sad after hearing this. Yi Junlin became happy and said to Mu Linger, he is right, fate can't be forced in this kind of thing, let's be friends in the future. Because he inadvertently contributed to Wang Zhenxing's affairs with Shu Yunyan and Jiu Feiyao, he has been in a relatively low mood recently, and now he finally has something worth making him happy, that is, Wang Zhenxing lost the opportunity to be with Mu Linger. Mu Linger's gaze moved away from Wang Zhenxing's body and turned to look at Yi Junlin, and the sadness and regret on her face were replaced by anger. I've been coming to Qingling for a long time, and I haven't taught you well about your practice. It's my dereliction of duty as a master, and I will teach you well in the next period of time and make up for the previous compensation. Mu Linger's tone was enthusiastic, but her eyes were very unkind. Yi Junlin suddenly felt a shuddering feeling, and quickly declined. Sixth master, it's better not to use it, you better cultivate by yourself, and you don't need to waste time teaching me. A disciple is more important than your own cultivation, so don't shirk. Mu Linger squeezed her small fist and insisted. Yi Junline's face collapsed, knowing that he couldn't hide from this beating. That's nothing, I'll go first. Wang Zhenxing was ready to leave and said to Mu Linger. Yi Junline was suddenly a little anxious. When he came here, no one looked at Shu Yunyan's side. If Wang Zhenxing went over to find Shu Yunyan at night, you can imagine what would happen. I advise you to stay here, in case the black-hearted old demon wants to seek revenge on you, then you will die. Yi Junline moved and said aloud. Mu Linger glared at Yi Junline. Don't be alarmist, if the black-hearted old demon really wants to poison him, he has already done it. Since he has been dormant, he must have some scruples. I just said it casually, Sixth Master, since you don't think you need to care, then let him go everywhere. Yi Junline looked indifferent. Mu Linger became slightly worried, and said to Wang Zhenxing, you better not walk around, the black-heart old demon acts unexpectedly, and it is not estimated that he will do anything. What happened? Didn't the black-hearted old demon leave Qingling long ago? Wang Zhenxing pretended to be confused. Yi Junline told him about being knocked unconscious that night and being fed unknown powder. Oh, your sissy turned out to be because she ate something strange, and I thought you played Lin Pingji too deeply. Wang Zhenxing said abruptly. Yi Junline was unhappy to hear it, flattered him, pinched the orchid and pointed out, don't be proud, the black-hearted old demon may also do something to you, and then let you be the same as me. Or, the black-hearted old demon has given you more poison, be careful yourself. It's not that serious, is it? Wang Zhenxing's face showed some worry. It's that serious, believe it or not. Yi Junline snorted coldly. That then I've been living here lately. Wang Zhenxing said. When Yi Junline heard this, his eyes crossed. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to see the clue. For the next day or two, he lived in the same villa with Mu Linger, and when he went to work during the day, Mu Linger was also accompanied. Yi Junline took advantage of Mu Linger's absence in the villa during the day to go to the medicinal herb store to buy some medicinal materials, and return to the villa to secretly mix them. The things that were prepared had the same effect as the powder Yi Junline had eaten before. If a man eats a large mouthful and absorbs it smoothly, his body will definitely be abnormal. In addition to behaving and speaking, it will become sissy, and it is impossible to develop that strange emotion towards women, so that it cannot do what normal men can do. With the black-heart old demon as a cover, if Wang Zhenxing is hit, Mu Linger and Wang Zhenxing will only think that this matter is related to the black-heart old devil, and will not suspect others. If Wang Zhenxing eats these things, then at least 2 or 3 months, it will become abnormal, and my sister-in-law will be safe. Yi Junline pondered in his heart. His idea is still quite good, but while he is planning these things, Wang Zhenxing is also planning some things. Compared to Yi Junline, Wang Zhenxing knows how to use the name of Black-Heart Old Devil, and has already achieved some goals in the name of Black-Heart Old Demon several times. Night is coming. Mu Linger used the guise of a disciple to beat Yi Junline uprightly, and then went back to the room to rest comfortably. Yi Junline had complaints in his heart, but he did not blame Mu Linger, but blamed Wang Zhenxing. Before Wang Zhenxing appeared, he had a good relationship with Mu Linger's master, and he had never been beaten by Mu Linger. Yi Junline complained for a while, returned to the room to prepare things, intending to implement the plan in the early hours of tonight. In the early hours of the morning, people's defensiveness is the weakest. The gap between Yi Junline and Mu Linger's cultivation is not particularly large. As long as you are careful, Mu Linger is difficult to find. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Yi Junline felt that it was almost the same, and went to arrange the clues of the black-hearted old demon sneaking into the house in advance, and then sneaked into Wang Zhenxing's room, ready to stun Wang Zhenxing and feed him something to eat. But as soon as he sneaked into Wang Zhenxing's house, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. Yi Junline was shocked, quickly held his breath and retreated to his room, felt it carefully, and found that his heart was slightly restless, and immediately guessed that it was the effect of that strange fragrance. At this time, in the next room, there was a movement of Wang Zhenxing's roar. Mu Linger was disturbed, and quickly walked out of the room to check, and when she smelled a strange fragrance, she was also vigilant and quickly held her breath. I saw Wang Zhenxing rolling on the bed in the room, his face as red as a cooked lobster. What happened to the sixth master? Yi Junline pretended to be aware of it, kept his breath closed, and came over to check in confusion. Mu Linger quickly opened the window, let the smell in the room dissipate, and sealed Wang Zhenxing's meridians with true qi, temporarily alleviating some of his symptoms. It's the peach blossom smoke of the black-hearted old devil. Mu Linger's small face sank. Peach blossom smoke is the unique secret of the black-hearted old devil, and if those who are recruited want to save their lives, there is only one way. There's only one way. Yi Junline's face couldn't help but change after hearing Mu Linger's words. He just smelled a trace of peach blossom smoke just now, and it wouldn't have much effect, but Wang Zhenxing's face was as red as a lobster, obviously inhaling a large amount of